I am the only one in the world with a 3S level healing talent, but I was ridiculously taken to court because Liu Xiaoyan joked about being violated by me in her dreams. For this, her admirer Kai Kuan beat me up, yet strangely, Kai Kuan died the next day. Consequently, I naturally became the prime suspect with a motive for murder. Initially, I was subjected to intense interrogation by Meng Yun, the fastest detective in Dragon Country, and was wrongfully imprisoned. Later, when he discovered my healing talent, he controlled me for decades, but he didn't know that while I heal others, even though I endure multiple times the pain, I also gain the martial skills, potential, and talents of those I healed. As the number of people I healed grew, so did my power, and ultimately, with this heavenly ability, I became the strongest warrior, broke free from his control, and took my revenge. However, I was shocked to find that Blue Star had been ravaged by ferocious beasts, almost to destruction. So, I spared no effort to reverse time and space, returning to when I was 17. Back from rebirth, I rushed to the neighboring villa nonstop. In fact, my family background is extraordinary. My grandfather was among the first batch of strong fighters in the era of national warriors, had stepped into the realm of martial arts grandmaster, and had awakened an S-level talent, the 9th level of heavenly fire. Sadly, in a fierce battle with the beasts, my grandfather was seriously injured and died. Since then, not only had his cultivation stalled, but it also regressed. On this day in my previous life, his old injuries recurred, and he passed away. Now, armed with the strongest recovery and healing abilities, I am back and refuse to let the tragedy happen again. As long as I heal my grandfather, I can gain his S-level warrior talent, the 9th level of heavenly fire. With this, in tomorrow's martial potential test at Yunqing's top martial arts school, I, with my dual talents, am sure to stand out and become the top scholar, securing my place among the elite high school students. Oh, that boy, he is actually willing to come home. Grandma brought a freshly cooked dish into the living room, her mouth complaining, but her heart was full of joy. Ever since Suja's father died 20 years ago in an alien catastrophe, his son has become her biggest concern. 3 years without seeing her son. How could she not miss him? Is he really coming back? Grandma confirmed with Shun Qingyan. Yeah, he sent me a message this afternoon. He should arrive in a few days. Shun Qingyan smiled and took out bowls and chopsticks, getting ready for dinner with her family of 3. This scene is the most common in the world of martial artist families. Men fight and bleed on the battlefield while women, children, and the elderly live alone in the rear base. It isn't particularly heart-wrenching. At least Suja's family still lives in a martial artist community with safety assurances. Ordinary communities without martial artists have weak security and often face dangerous mutated beast attacks. Although there is a guard team in the base, with millions of people, safety loopholes are inevitable. Martial artist communities are the first to be protected by the guard team. It's cruel, but it's also very real. Which martial artist on the battlefield doesn't wish for their family to be cared for in the rear? If a terrible war breaks out and troops are lacking, even first-grade martial artist Shin Qingyan will be drafted to the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. The South China 10,000 tribe battlefield is newly opened, so the situation isn't as brutal. Other 10,000 tribe battlefields even require underage martial artists to fight. Xiaojin, do you think Dad will bring you a gift this time? At the dinner table, Grandma asked her granddaughter with a smile. I don't want gifts, I just want Daddy to stay longer. Su Xiaojin stubbornly replied. Shin Qingyan could only smile and shake her head at this. Although Suja's figure rarely appeared in this home, he was still the backbone of the family. For so many years, he not only covered most of the expenses, but also supported Shun Qingyan and daughter Su Xiaojin's training. Last month, the news that Suja became a third-grade martial artist spread quickly. It caused quite a stir in the neighborhood, with neighbors talking about how Shun Qingyan married a good husband, and Shun Xiaojin has a good dad. Yes, Shin Qingyan thought so too. But the long-term separation and the days of being apart were indeed not easy. Ding dong. Just as Shun Qingyan's mind wandered to these thoughts, the doorbell rang. She thought it was some neighbor and got up to open the door. Unexpectedly, the moment she opened the door, a familiar yet slightly strange figure stood before her, grinning foolishly at her. Honey, I'm back. Shun Qingyan's eyes widened, and tears of joy unexpectedly filled her eyes. It had been 3 years without seeing him. Husband, how did you arrive so quickly? Shin Qingyan struggled to hold back her excitement, feeling a bit confused. I took an armed flight back. Suja explained with a smile. Oh, Shun Qingyan was a bit dazed. She thought that even if Suja booked a special train on the same day, without queuing, it would still take several days to arrive. But she didn't expect that just one afternoon, and Suja appeared right in front of her. An armed flight, that's not something just anyone can take. Shen Qingyan once again felt the differences that Suja's change and identity brought. Daddy! At this moment, Su Xiaojin also spotted Suja entering the room. She immediately threw down her chopsticks and rushed over, leaping into Suja's arms without any sense of strangeness. Xiaojin, Suja tightly embraced his daughter. He noticed that his daughter had grown taller and stronger, and was prettier compared to when she was 5 years old. Xiaojia. At that moment, Grandma also walked over. Mom. For parents, seeing their children safe is their greatest comfort. Although Suja's main job is as a teaching assistant, he frequently goes to the battlefield. The entire South China Martial Arts University is one huge war zone. Being a martial artist comes with the danger of death. Now, seeing that her son is intact with no missing limbs and has improved his strength, her mood has naturally lightened a lot. Come, let's eat. This is the spirit rice that Qingyan brought back last time. We didn't finish last month's, and next month we can get more. Mom Su called her son to the table. Shen Qingyan had already taken out the bowls and chopsticks, serving the rice in front of Suja. Now, their family not only has spirit rice for their daily meals, but also has some surplus that Shen Qingyan can take back to her parents' home. Shen Qingyan's father is also a first-grade martial artist, and the spirit rice helps him. Otherwise, Shen Qingyan wouldn't share it with the Shen family. She has several brothers who are not very capable. She doesn't want to waste precious spirit rice on them. Spirit rice is already considered a precious resource. Although it doesn't enhance cultivation, it strengthens the body. An ordinary person might not even have a few meals of it in a year. Spirit rice is not only expensive, but also regulated. Only martial artist families receive subsidies every month. The idea behind this policy is simple. Martial artist families have a higher chance of nurturing martial artists. Everything is for combat power. Most of Shen Qingyan's spirit rice is reserved for her daughter, Su Xiaojin. At her daughter's age, it is not advisable to use too many blood pills for cultivation. Spirit rice is, instead, the best nurturing resource. At the dining table, the atmosphere among the family of 4 is somewhat delicate. Mainly, Suja and Shen Qingyan haven't seen each other for a long time, and their previous relationship wasn't particularly close. So, for a moment, it became a bit awkward. Seeing this, Mom Su took the lead to break the awkwardness, saying, Xiaojia, how long will you stay this time? I've taken a month off. I can stay longer this time. Suja looked at his wife and daughter, smiling. Since going to Nanhai Martial Arts University at 18, he has never spent such a long time at home. To be honest, he's quite happy inside. The family, hearing this, naturally showed joyful smiles on their faces. Especially Shen Qingyan, in her happiness, suddenly recalled the suggestion from Sister Wang today. She hadn't agreed to Sister Wang before, mainly because she was worried Suja wouldn't have enough time. But now, it seems there is time for that. However, Shen Qingyan didn't mention it right away. Instead, she happily finished a reunion dinner. During the meal, Suja also learned a lot about the family matters. Overall, they hadn't encountered any troubles or issues, which made Suja feel much more at ease. I brought gifts for you all this time. As soon as he finished eating, Suja looked at his daughter with a big smile and said, Xiaojin, guess what gift Daddy brought you? What gift? Su Xiaojin's eyes widened, sparkling. Daddy staying for a longer time was one wish fulfilled, but there are also gifts. Isn't that even better? Suja affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair without keeping her guessing. Instead, he directly took out the most valuable item from his bag, a spirit origin fruit. It was a fruit the size of a pea, pale red, with a hint of dark green. Unlike ordinary fruits, it is very rare and unusual. Su Xiaojin looked at it with confusion. Is this thing good to eat? It's so small, not even enough for a bite. Momsu was also a bit puzzled. What good thing is this? Only Shen Qingyan, after looking at it carefully for a few moments, exclaimed in shock, this can't be a spirit origin fruit, right? As a martial artist, although she has never seen such a precious thing, she still recognized it. But can her husband really obtain a spirit origin fruit? Yes, it's a spirit origin fruit, meant to help Xiaojin develop her martial artist potential. Suja confidently assured Shen Qingyan. After eating this spirit origin fruit, their daughter would definitely become a martial artist. In the future, getting into a good martial arts university would probably be very promising. Shen Qingyan took a deep breath and immediately took the spirit origin fruit to her daughter's mouth. Xiaojin, eat it. It will make you stronger. Really? I like this. When Su Xiaojin heard that her strength could grow, she didn't say a word and immediately swallowed the Lingyuan fruit. Moreover, fruits were rare and luxurious items in this world. Even if her family was quite well off, Su Xiaojin could only taste a few, and they were still pitifully scarce. So delicious, Dad. Do you have any more? Because it tasted so good, she still felt a bit unsatisfied. Shen Qingyan tapped Su Xiaojin's head. You'd have to sell yourself to afford a second one. Just be content. Su Xiaojin quickly shrank behind Suja and stuck her tongue out at Shen Qingyan. You really like it, huh? If you do, Dad'll find a way to buy some more for you. Suja smiled indulgently. The more Lingyuan fruit one ate, the better the effect. If luck was on their side, maybe the next time the system shop refreshed, another one would appear. Seeing this, Shen Qingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Suja. So you're the good dad, and I'm just the wicked stepmother? So, she quickly pulled Suja aside and asked seriously, Honey, where did you get this Lingyuan fruit? Just a stroke of luck? I got it accidentally on the battlefield. Of course, he couldn't mention the system matters, so Suja brought out a pre-planned story. Lingyuan fruit only existed in the battlefield of the myriad races, and its growing conditions were elusive. Most were indeed harvested by chance. But to Shen Qingyan, this wasn't as easy as Suja made it sound. She knew that powerful plants were always guarded by fierce beasts. Suja must have faced hardships to obtain it. Suja didn't want to say much, likely fearing to worry her. No matter what, safety comes first. Shen Qingyan expressed her concern. I know. Suja smiled and took out other things. Here are gifts for both of you. What Suja prepared for his mother was a bottle of blood-nourishing pills. Ordinary people could use them to heal injuries or improve their health, equivalent to high-grade health products. For Shen Qingyan, of course, it was cultivation resources. That bottle of spirit-refining pill from the system was practically tailor-made for Shen Qingyan. In addition, Suja bought a few more bottles at the internal price of Nanheim Martial Arts University. If luck held, it might even help Shen Qingyan elevate to a second-tier martial artist. Suja knew that Shen Qingyan always had the heart of a martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the martial arts school for further training after failing the martial arts examination, enduring hardships to eventually become a martial artist. However, Shen Qingyan's aptitude and talent were slightly lacking. Suja also had a stroke of luck. His martial arts examination results were not much better than Shen Qingyan's. But he just happened to get into Nanheim Martial Arts University, and that was when their gap began to widen. Thank you, husband. Shen Qingyan happily accepted these gifts. She naturally knew these items were valuable, but since they were from her husband, she felt no burden. Besides, her husband was now a third-tier martial artist. Things were different. Then, the family happily chatted for quite a while, and before they knew it, it was time to rest. Daughter Su Xiaojin slept in the same room as her grandmother, while Su Zhu went to his own bedroom. Looking at the familiar bedside table in his room, still holding their wedding photo, Su Zhu couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It had been 10 years since their marriage, yet the time they spent together was all too few. However, after chatting about some intimate secrets, their closeness returned. At that moment, Shen Qingyan suddenly hugged Suja from behind, saying in a soft voice, Honey, I want. Suja naturally wouldn't hold back, rolling over for a lively moment. The next morning, although his legs felt a bit weak, Suja still woke up early and went to the cultivation room to sit cross-legged and practice. This had been his habit for many years. There was no choice. Lack of talent meant he could only make up for it with hard work. Shen Qingyan was still fast asleep, having been exhausted from their activities, so Suja naturally wouldn't disturb her. But if this continued, it wouldn't be long before. After a month, it's hard to bear. Now, Suja's martial arts level has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, and he has enough breakthrough insight. What he lacks is gradual accumulation. This time, he also borrowed some spirit stones from the school to buy a lot of cultivation resources. Before the system mall refreshes, he can only cultivate step by step. Near noon, Shen Qingyan finally woke up. Upon seeing Suja, she couldn't help but feel a flush of shyness. She didn't expect herself to go so wild. Being dry for too long was one reason. Another reason was that she wanted to show her efforts in front of Suja because she had a request for her husband. Fortunately, she had no classes in the morning. Otherwise, if Sister Wang asked, it would be so embarrassing. Get up, let's eat. Suja's mother, who had been through it all, said nothing and quietly brought out lunch. Of course, she hoped to add another grandson or something. Having one more would still have rewards, and quite a lot too. During lunch, Shen Qingyan finally mentioned Sister Wang's suggestion. Husband, can you spare some time to give a special training to the students in my class? Suja thought for a moment and replied, I need to see their situation in person. There was just over a month left until the martial arts exam, and he knew roughly about Shen Qingyan's class situation. According to the current vitality levels of those students, it was highly likely that none of them would pass. The Nanhai base had been established for less than 100 years, so the spiritual energy was relatively thin, leading to generally poorer martial arts potential among the people there. Although the admission line for Nanhai Martial Arts University was the lowest, policies had changed over the years. The higher-ups preferred to concentrate resources on training more talented students. One strong individual had more impact on the battlefield than 10 ordinary warriors. This was inevitable. Humanity had no choice. Under the current education policy, Suja would definitely not qualify for martial arts university. The same went for the students in Shun Qingyin's class. In fact, the situation in the entire Nanhai No. 3 high school wasn't much better. After all, since it was his wife's request and his own alma mater, within reason, if special training proved effective without hindering his own cultivation, Suja was certainly willing to help. Thank you, husband. Then shall we go see them after we finish eating? Shin Qingyin said with a bright smile. All right, 06, if you fear danger, then what kind of warrior are you? The changes in the Nanhai base over the past 3 years have been quite significant. I wonder how much Nanhai No. 3 high school has changed. Shin Qingyin drove while Suja sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window, and couldn't help but sigh. Along the way, not only were many buildings newly constructed, but defenses had also been strengthened. Some new weapons were also set up along the main road. Both of them graduated from Nanhai No. 3 high school, and Shin Qingyin's father was also a teacher there. Years ago, Shin Qingyin's father, Shun Yonghui, was their martial arts teacher. He recognized Suja's diligence and potential, which is why he strongly supported the idea of marrying his daughter Shin Qingyin to Suja. You should know that Shin Qingyin had been a great beauty since childhood, with countless pursuers. But at that time, she felt nothing for any boy, including Suja, as she was solely focused on martial arts. When her father told her to get married, she just did. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. The school hasn't changed much. It has remained very ordinary all these years. It's just that the martial arts exam scores have been declining year by year, and good students have all run to higher rank schools. Also, the old principal retired last year, and the new principal is someone who retired from the Nanhai battlefield. He was injured, and though not too old, under 50, he is determined to change the school situation, but the results have not been satisfactory. Shin Qingyin also sighed deeply as she chatted with Suja. Soon, the car drove into the campus of Nanhai No. 3 high school. The sight of Suja and Shin Qingyin getting out of the car immediately drew the attention of many people. At the age of 27, Shin Qingyin was in her prime, a martial artist by identity, and an absolute goddess in the eyes of many classmates. It was well known that Shin Qingyin was married and had a daughter. Today, they were eager to see what kind of person had stolen their goddess away. He looks pretty ordinary, not even as handsome as I am. Keep it down. I heard that teacher Shin's husband is a grade 3 martial artist. He could crush you with one finger. Wow, so handsome. Is this what a grade 3 martial artist looks like? Indeed, he looks imposing. I also want to marry a husband like this. Facing these curious discussions, Suja felt quite speechless. However, Shin Qingyin didn't mind at all. Instead, she looked a bit proud. She held her head high and confidently brought Suja into the office. This classroom office was familiar to Suja. It was his father-in-law Shun Yonghui's office. Shin Qingyin proudly introduced Suja to her colleagues. The colleagues were curious and warm. After all, the news of Suja being a grade 3 martial artist had spread long ago. Sister Wang, this is my husband Suj. Husband, this is Sister Wang. Wang Qifeng, a teacher I work with who takes good care of me. Finally, Shin Qingyin put special emphasis on Sister Wang. Hello, Mr. Su. Sister Wang shook Suja's hand excitedly and respectfully. It was hard not to show respect. The new principal was just a peak grade 1 martial artist. Even her husband, who served as a combat company commander in the military, was merely a mid-level grade 2 martial artist. And the person before her was a real grade 3 martial artist, equivalent to the deputy governor of the base. Moreover, Suja's presence here meant that what he had previously discussed with Shin Qingyin had a chance. Hello, Sister Wang. Suja was polite as well. Next, after briefly understanding the situation of Class 10 in the 3rd year, he followed Shin Qingyin to the martial arts lesson site, the training classroom. Shin Qingyin taught the class exactly as she had planned. Suja sat by, carefully observing the student situations. Just as Shin Qingyin said, most students in the class had their energy levels between 420 and 480 calories. There were no particularly excellent ones, but also none too poor. They were all average. Last year, the minimum requirement for the worst Nanhai Martial Arts University was already starting at 500 calories. This year, the standards might even be raised. As for other renowned martial arts schools, that was just wishful thinking. Among the dozens of high schools in the entire Nanhai base, only a few might be able to get in. Don't underestimate the mere 20 to 30 calories difference. Improving in just over a month would be extremely difficult. Fortunately, Suja had solid basic martial arts knowledge and rich teaching experience. He quickly recorded some students' traits and those with potential. After class, in the office, Shin Qingyin and Wang Qifeng looked at Suja eagerly, asking for his thoughts. Time is tight. With the current situation, none of them will make the cut. Suja bluntly concluded. Hearing this, Shin Qingyin and Wang Qifeng both lowered their heads in disappointment. They had anticipated this result. They still held some hope before, but now that Suzhi said this, it was equivalent to giving the class a death sentence. But they had invited Suzhi to solve this problem. Honey, but you have a way, right? Shen Qingyan suddenly looked at Suzhi with a charming gaze, a bit spoiled. This startled Suzhi, reminding him of the wild night he had with Shen Qingyan yesterday. What a pain. It was also fate. Suzhi happened to have a month off and wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. It's not that there are no chances at all. Suzhi paused and said, Nanhai Martial Arts University might be a bit challenging, but a new foreign channel will open in the southern region this year. This means that a new martial arts university will be established, and the preparatory work has already started for a while. They will definitely enroll students this year. The admission standards for the new university will definitely be relatively lower. This is a good opportunity. This inside information is not easy for ordinary people to know. But for Suzhi, a third-grade warrior and also a mentor at the martial arts university, it is completely within his authority. The first-year enrollment at the new martial arts university will definitely be less, and it is still in the pilot phase. Many students may not be aware, and even if they know, they might not consider applying. But Suzhi knows that this new martial arts university will not be inferior to the Nanhai Martial Arts University in the future. Really? Is this new martial arts university reliable? Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifeng's eyes lit up as they asked. Of course it is reliable. Suzhi nodded firmly, then continued. However, even if the admission standards are lower, it is unlikely for them to hope for acceptance without reaching 500 vitality points, so don't think about taking advantage. So in the short term, to improve their vitality, they cannot just follow the normal classes to train. The only way is to go out of the base, face danger, and rely on real combat to stimulate them. Besides the basic vitality standards, martial arts exams already have practical scores. Suzhi feels there is no hope for this class of students. Apart from their vitality, their combat experience is too lacking. Combat talent can be cultivated later, but improvement in strength is always linked to actual combat. The two are complementary to each other. Suzhi could only say this much, because he knows that getting students to leave the base is not an easy task. If an accident occurs, no one can bear that responsibility. Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifeng exchanged glances. The hope that had just ignited fell back into dilemma. They wanted to think of their students, but they didn't want to jeopardize their own futures by doing something thankless. We need to discuss it with the principal, Shen Qingyan said hesitantly. Suzhi cannot make decisions for Shen Qingyan, but he still offered his opinion in the end. As for the school side, you consider it yourselves. I just feel that the choice should be left to the students themselves. If they fear danger and lack the awareness of facing death, then they might as well live as ordinary people, rather than warriors. In this world, everyone must be responsible for themselves. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifeng's eyes brightened with understanding. Yes, the martial arts exam can change a person's fate, but everyone controls their own destiny. They really don't need to decide for all the students or take them out of the base to face the danger of alien beasts. Some students are destined to have no chance of becoming warriors. Forcing them would be well-meaning, but may not be perceived that way by them. Moreover, going out of the base, even professional hunting teams often face accidents. The only thing they were confident about was that if Suzhi, this third-grade warrior, led the team, the risks would be much smaller. In fact, for some students, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It all depends on their own choice. Okay, thank you, dear. After discussing for a while, Shen Qingyan and Wang Qifeng went to talk to the students individually. They certainly hoped the students wouldn't miss this opportunity, but reality was not as satisfying. Out of more than 60 students in the class, only 9 expressed willingness to participate in the special training. More than half immediately refused on the spot, while the rest said they wanted to go back and discuss with their families before making a decision. Not many high school students have the courage to face the threat of alien beasts outside the base. It's human nature. Actually, the fewer people, the better. Too many are harder to manage. Regarding this expected outcome, Suzhi offered a different perspective. He is just at the peak of third grade in martial arts and cannot guarantee absolute safety in the wild. Beyond 10 students, looking after them would become exponentially harder. Also, special training is different from traveling. He must tailor his teaching to each student's characteristics. If it weren't for his wife's earnest request, he didn't want to do such strenuous work. At South China Martial Arts University, Suzhi often took students outdoors for training. But those were all college students, mostly first-grade martial artists, and they had the ability to protect themselves. The next day, Suzhi went to South China Third High School again with Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan decided not to report this to the school. If something went wrong, she would take responsibility herself to avoid dragging the school down. Suja didn't say anything. In his view, anything that didn't involve war wasn't a big deal. In the end, only 10 students are willing to participate in the special training. After confirming this, Shen Xingyan spoke to Suja with a hint of helplessness. To be honest, she was a bit dissatisfied. These students were simply too coddled. They wanted to become martial artists but weren't willing to work hard. How could it be that easy? Well, it's their own choice, that's all. What I can do is to try my best to help these 10 students. Suja comforted Shen Xingyan. Then he went to the training room to meet those 10 students. Hello, from now until the martial arts exam, I will be your special training instructor. Suja got straight to the point, channeling the powerful aura of his inner energy, which enveloped these students. No need for too much talk. Strength was the most convincing. Wow, how strong. Is this the aura of a third-grade martial artist? So terrifying. No wonder he is the instructor of the martial arts university and Shun's husband. The students were instantly awed by this display. In this world, the strong are revered. They rarely had the chance to come into contact with a third-grade martial artist, and admiration was visible on their faces. Some of them were willing to join the special training partly because they had heard of Suja's reputation. Now it seemed that his fame was well-deserved. He was indeed powerful. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel an inexplicable hope. With such a strong presence for special training, maybe they could even be accepted into the martial arts university. They made the right choice this time. Seeing this, Shen Xingyan smiled silently. Her face showed a hint of pride. My husband is amazing. Suja scanned these 10 students. He had to say, some things are destined. Yesterday, he noticed 10 students with decent potential. They were basically all here. All right, I want you to do whatever I say. If you can't do it, get lost. Suja took on his usual strict demeanor and began the first part of the special training, extreme physical fitness training. At first, the students thought it would be easy. After all, it's just physical training. They did this every day. Who would have thought that Suja would increase their original difficulty and training volume tenfold? The focus was simple. As long as they didn't die from exhaustion, he would push them to the limits. 3 hours later, not a single person could stand normally. Stand up, pair up for battle. Suja showed no mercy and issued devilish commands immediately. The students cried out in despair, but seeing the terrifying aura of Suja, they cowered. Gritting their teeth, as if forcing themselves to a dead end, they started their battle training. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked into the training room and then moved to the next training room. With a puzzled look, he asked, Teacher Shun, what's going on next door? Principal. Shen Xingyan remained with the other students, expecting the principal to know. So she explained everything openly. Principal, those 10 students are participating voluntarily. If something happens, I will take responsibility. It won't implicate the school. Shen Xingyan emphasized this point. This, Principal Fong Daong frowned. He understood that Shen Xingyan's actions were for the sake of the students. He also hoped that more students from the school could be accepted into the martial arts university. But was it useful? Teacher Shun, which instructor did you hire? Fong Daong asked frankly. Shen Xingyan didn't get his approval and made decisions on her own, which indeed made Fong Daong uncomfortable. However, although their positions were different, both were first-grade martial artists, and their social status was not too different. Fong Daong was at the peak of first grade, but he had injuries. Shen Xingyan was in the mid-stage of the first rank, younger than him. Moreover, the one who could be invited by Shen Xingyan as a special training teacher would likely not be simple. He didn't want to offend someone for no reason without understanding the situation. It's my husband, Suj. Shen Xingyan replied firmly. Oh, so it's Minter Su, Fong Daxiong said, somewhat astonished. He had heard about Shen Xingyan's husband coming to the school yesterday, but he never expected that a third-rank warrior, a mentor from Nanhai Martial Arts University, would actually come to be a special training teacher for high school students. Even if all the leaders of the top-tier school in the Nanhai base came forward, they couldn't invite such a big figure. And which third-rank warrior would be so free? Thank you, Teacher Shun, for all your hard work in thinking of the school, Fong Daxiong said with a smile, his tone filled with warmth and respect. Then, he made the decision to go observe and learn a bit. Shen Xingyan didn't want to stop him, so she followed him to the training room next door. When Suja saw Shen Xingyan entering with a middle-aged man, he guessed a bit and walked over. Minter Su, you've worked hard. Thank you for your support to our school. Fong Daxiong greeted Suja actively to express his attitude. Husband, this is our Principal Fong, Shen Xingyan introduced. Suja politely said, Hello, Principal Fong. At a glance, he could tell Fong Daxiong's martial arts cultivation and also saw his injuries. Warriors who can go to the battlefield are not cowards. Although Fong Daxiong's injuries were not serious, choosing to retire at such an age did seem a bit like he was afraid of fighting. But Suja held no prejudice because of that. I heard Minor Su is also an outstanding talent who graduated from our school. Fang Daxiong asked with friendly enthusiasm. That's right. I was in the same class as Qing Yin, and the martial arts teacher is my retired father-in-law, Suja replied calmly. Unknowingly, he had become a prominent figure in the Nanhai base, although he felt that his martial arts path was just beginning because of the awakening of the system. Currently, what he could do for the Nanhai base was still quite limited. Fang Daxiong wanted to build a rapport, but Suja couldn't help much. So after exchanging a few words, he made it clear to Fang Daxiong that this special training was entirely on his wife's behalf, and he just happened to have the time. Fang Daxiong was very perceptive and did not push for any unreasonable demands. At the same time, Fang Daxiong couldn't help but glance at the 10 students who were struggling to hold their own in combat. You guys are really lucky. A third-rank warrior and a mentor from a martial arts university offering special training is not something average students can enjoy. You must work hard to pass more tests. I can be proud too. What are those students in Class 10 thinking? To refuse such a great opportunity, they deserve to never become warriors in their lifetime. After a day of extreme training, the next day, Shun Xingyan received some bad news. 3 students couldn't hold on and withdrew. It was only the first day. Anyone who can't hold on is making the best choice. Suja said carelessly. With 3 fewer people, it would be easier when they went into the wild. Those 3 fools don't even know what they missed. Principal Fang was furious upon hearing the news, heartbroken. After the first day's extreme physical training, Suja roughly knew the limits of these 7 students at this stage. With 500 cards of energy, there was still a bit of hope. So for the second day's special training, Suja focused on understanding their combat skill levels. Fortunately, there were not many students, so Suja let them battle against them one by one. Too many unnecessary movements, too flashy. Being too timid. Once you strike, aim for the enemy's vital points. Don't have any lucky thoughts. All you know is to attack, not paying any attention to defense. The kind of person you are dies the fastest. With you all like this, wanting to enter the martial arts university, you're far from it. Suja pointed out each student's flaws in the most brutal way according to their characteristics. Then he corrected them. In the next training room, Shun Xingyan would come and take a look whenever she had time, or say, to steal some skills. I have to say, my husband is truly a mentor at the martial arts university. His understanding of students, mastery, training methods, and effectiveness are all immediate. You must know, these are her own students. In just 2 days, Suja seemed to understand them better than Shin Qingyan, especially how Suja can discover each student's hidden potential and shortcomings. This is something Shun Qingyan cannot do at all. In the following days, Suja's training continuously escalated. The intensity of the confrontations kept rising, and he showed no mercy whatsoever. The students felt like they were about to crack. It was truly inhumane torture. Suja originally thought at least 1 or 2 of the 7 students would drop out. However, surprisingly, they all held on. 5 boys, 2 girls, and not a single one withdrew, especially one girl named Song Qing. She was the weakest in terms of energy and the friliest among the 7. High-intensity training was the hardest for her, yet she still persisted. However, Shun Qingyan knew where Song Qing's motivation came from. Song Qing's parents both died on the battlefield of the 10,000 races, leaving her to rely on her elderly grandfather. Since her parents were not martial artists, the compensation was not very much. She was determined to become a martial artist, so that even if she died in battle in the future, the compensation would be enough for her grandfather to live. Although her physical condition was the worst, Suja said Song Qing had the best talent among these 7 students. If she could endure this special training, she would have a great chance of getting into the martial arts university. 6 days passed like this. The 7 students endured hellish special training, and they seemed reborn. There might not have been a noticeable improvement in their energy levels, but they felt significantly stronger. This was the effect Suja wanted to achieve. The most important thing for a martial artist is never the amount of energy, but the spirit. Next, it was time to step out of the base and face the threat of death directly. Through external stimulation, quickly raise their energy levels. Everyone, go home early today to prepare. We will leave the base tomorrow. On the last day of special training, Suja had a final talk with the students. In their eyes, there was fear of the unknown, but also a hint of expectation, because the effects of the special training were indeed good. They had begun to trust Suja unconditionally. And Suja, of course, had the ability to protect these 7 students safely, but he just wouldn't say it. He wanted each student to maintain enough vigilance. Only when life is threatened can humans unleash their infinite potential. Ding! The system store has been refreshed this week. Would you like to check? At that moment, a system notification sounded in his head. A week had passed, and he could now buy system products at super low prices with one spirit stone. Check. Suja looked forward to viewing the information on 3 items. 1 bottle of spirit essence pill, 1 bottle of healing pill, and 1 stalk of 100-year-old yellow silvergrass. Suja's eyes gleamed instantly, and he was quite satisfied. Spirit essence pills are specially used by martial artists above the 3rd rank. Their effectiveness is many times better than healing pills. This was exactly what he needed the most for his training right now. Healing pills, of course, the more the better. This thing is a standard for every martial artist, and it's always in short supply on the battlefield. As for the 100-year-old yellow silvergrass, that's quite rare. It can increase the probability of advancing to a 4th rank martial artist by at least 10%. If auctioned, it could easily fetch several tens of thousands of spirit stones as people would fight for it. After all, those waiting to break through to the 4th rank are all elites, and they are not short on money. With spirit essence pills and yellow silvergrass, the chances of breaking through to the 4th rank are even greater. However, Suja did not rush at that moment, planning to talk about it after bringing the students back from the wilderness. The next day, Suja set out alone with 7 students, leaving the Nanhai base. When they exited the city gates, the base's guards repeatedly checked Suja's identity with confusion. Because the 7 students did not look like hunting team members, and their leader was just a young man, weren't they afraid of dying? But after confirming Suja's identity as a 3rd-grade warrior, they were shocked and let them pass. Once outside the base, Suja headed straight to a wilderness area that was perfect for the students' training. Suja was naturally very familiar with the distribution of mutated beasts near the Nanhai base. After so many years of natural reproduction, the beasts in the wild usually would not easily migrate. Soon, Suja discovered a group of mutated 4-eared hamsters. These 4-eared hamsters are not very big, but they are extremely fast, and their vitality is probably between 400 and 500 calories, making them suitable opponents for you. Also, while the 4-eared hamsters' attacks are generally mediocre, they're good at group attacks, so it's best for you to be cautious. After speaking, Suja jumped onto a giant pine tree and simply let go. The 7 students were first a little panicked, but soon showed determined fighting expressions. They quickly spread out into formation, ready to attack and defend, charging toward the group of 4-eared hamsters. Seeing this, Suja smiled with satisfaction. The 7 students' mental qualities had greatly improved, and their reaction skills were quite good. Besides the effects of special training, they also had a strong desire to become warriors. The other 6 students were similar to Song Qing, coming from low-income families. The martial arts exam was their biggest opportunity to change their fate. Looking at them, Suja felt as if he saw his former self. One of the boys, Huang Zheng, fought just as desperately as he once did. Huang Zheng had the highest vitality and was the strongest, automatically becoming the leader of the 7. After a moment of tension, he was the first to strike down a 4-eared hamster. In response to the furious counterattack from the 4-eared hamsters, each student became bloodthirsty, throwing caution to the wind. In the end, they managed to eliminate the group of 4-eared hamsters, although 3 students were injured. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe, and Suja personally paid for their healing pills. The other 4-eared hamsters, seeing how fierce these humans were, all fled in panic. We won, we won. Huang Zheng, Song Qing, and the others all wore expressions of excitement that they had never experienced before, despite their disheveled looks. However, Suja did not give them any time to rest. After briefly summarizing the battle experience, he quickly began to increase the intensity. He led them to face a group of even stronger mutated beasts. Suja accompanied the 7 students in the wild for a full 7 days. The beasts they battled not only grew stronger, but they also had various different traits. Some were ferocious in attack, some excelled in defense, some used poison, some were cunning, and there were even those that attacked psychologically. Not only that, but Suja also had them compete in groups, with each having one-on-one battles against the beasts. In short, they experienced a variety of combat styles and experiences. After every battle, Suja would provide precise summaries and guidance. For the 7 days, the students walked on thin ice, facing brutal training. But in fact, Suja would always clear away the main safety hazards in the area beforehand. Some of the beasts that posed a threat to the students were either killed by Suja or driven away. If someone still faced an unfortunate accident, it could only be said to be fate. Luck is also a part of a warrior's strength. In these 7 days, the students lived a fierce yet fulfilling life, and their gains were enormous. Without mentioning the obvious increase in vitality, the gains from hunting the beasts were not small either. Although they were all low-level, mutated beasts, it's still worth some money. The earnings from 7 days out are enough for most of their expenses for half a year. At sunset, Suja brought back 7 exhausted students to the South Sea base safely. Meanwhile, Shun Qingyan and Wang Qifeng had been waiting at the city gate. Finally, everyone is back safely. Seeing Su Zhe and his group, the two teachers, Shun Qingyan and Wang Qifeng, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If any students had died, they would face significant trouble. Although the students had volunteered and their families were informed, there would still be gossip, and it would be a huge blow to their reputations. Putting aside their worries, Shun Qingyan and Wang Qifeng immediately noticed the changes in the students. It was indeed tragic, with bruises covering their bodies, looking like they had lost half their lives. Yet, there was a fierce, dangerous aura about them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they had been completely reborn. As expected, they have all grown stronger and more mature. Shun Qingyan sighed sincerely in her heart, while gratefully glancing at Su Zhe. Su Zhe smiled and said to the students, "All right, the special training has come to a temporary end. Before the martial arts exam, you should maintain your daily training. You must not slack off until the last moment. Is that clear?" "Clear," the students replied in unison, their voices loud and clear. After 7 days of life-and-death training, the students' vitality would steadily improve. The standard for 500 vitality cards before the martial arts exam would likely be met by all 7 students. Now it all depended on them. A week had passed, and the system shop refreshed again. This time, however, it wasn't as lucky. All 3 items were common pills, valued at no more than 200 spirit stones. Su Zhe had nothing much to complain about this. The last 2 times had yielded good items, enough for ordinary people to use for a lifetime. Su Zhe didn't delay this time, directly consuming the spiritual origin pill and the century-old royal silvergrass. Finally, after a week, he successfully broke through to the 4th rank of martial arts. Since the system awakened, it has yet to be 2 months, and I have broken through from the peak of the 2nd rank to the 4th rank. At this speed, even the geniuses from martial arts universities will be shocked. Even I can't believe it myself. Su Zhe smiled, feeling the changes in his body. Although his vitality had reached the 4th rank, his actual strength had not yet followed. This was because the 4th rank of martial arts was a significant realm, requiring the consolidation of martial arts forces. And consolidating martial arts forces required a certain amount of mental energy. Right now, Su Zhe had only met the physical strength and vitality standards, which could at most be considered a pseudo-4th rank. But as long as he took some time to settle, he would eventually be able to consolidate his martial arts forces. Next, he also collected the last system items all at once. This time, the luck was decent, producing a bottle of spiritual origin pill and 2 bottles of bone refinement pills. At least they could be used for his own cultivation. Unknowingly, a month of vacation was about to end. With the martial arts exam approaching, Shun Qingyan had been very busy since returning from the wild. But no matter how busy she was, her enthusiasm at night remained high, her heart full of happiness. Before leaving, Su Zhe visited South Sea Middle School. Besides cheering for Huang Zheng and the other 6 students, he also gave each one a recovery pill. He wished them success in enrolling in a martial arts university. It was reassuring to see that the student's vitality was almost reaching 500 cards. Even the student with the lowest vitality, Song Qing, hadn't fallen behind. Shun Qingyan was filled with gratitude for her husband, while Wang Qifeng regarded Su Zhe as a hero, personally seeing him out of the school gate. After a simple goodbye to his family, Su Zhe set off on his journey back to South Sea Martial Arts University. At the office of the Dean of the Pill Academy at South Sea Martial Arts University. "Little Su, your vitality has reached 4 ranks." Su Qingyan looked at the dusty Su Zhe with astonishment. "You took a month's leave at home, and you went from 3 ranks to 4 ranks? When did improving in martial arts become so easy?" "Dean, I was also lucky. I accidentally obtained a 100-year-old imperial silvergrass in the base's wilderness, and I was fortunate enough to experience a moment of enlightenment in martial arts." Su Zhe replied with a smile. "The imperial silvergrass is real, but the enlightenment is purely nonsense. However, this moment of enlightenment is a bit mysterious. Anyone could potentially enter that state and greatly improve their skills. There are really no flaws to point out." "I see." Su Qingyan's eyelids twitched, left speechless. The imperial silvergrass is indeed effective, and he had also tried for enlightenment, but it never reached such a speed of improvement. One can only say that Su Zhe is truly a postnatal genius. Give him some time, and he might grow into a powerful figure in the future. "Dean, here's the access pass. Also, I would like to borrow more funds from the academy to purchase things that can enhance my mental strength and solidify my 4th grade cultivation." Su Zhe stated his main purpose. Su Qingyan waved his hand without thinking and approved a loan of 100,000 spirit stones to Su Zhe. For someone who had rapidly entered the 4th grade, 100,000 spirit stones were nothing. As long as Su Zhe continues this outstanding growth, Nanhai Martial Arts University may just secure its future. Suja also sees this point to ask for a loan. Once he solidifies his 4th grade strength, paying back 100,000 spirit stones would pose no pressure at all. The gains from a trip to the 10,000 races battlefield might just be more than enough. However, before that, it was time for the monthly ability extraction. Back in his new apartment, Suja eagerly muttered to the system, "Extract." Ding! Extraction successful. You have received a card for 1 month experience of a 100-fold increase in martial arts proficiency. It's a limited time experience for 1 month. Would you like to use it? Suja's eyes immediately lit up with joy. He was just about to choose the higher level martial art to practice diligently. In addition to improving combat power, practicing martial arts is one of the most effective ways to enhance mental strength. It's even better than using pills to increase mental strength. System, you understand me. Without saying a word, Suja rushed out to the library. He needed to quickly improve both his martial arts and mental strength. He wanted to ensure that within a month of the experience, he could become a true martial artist with 4th grade combat power. Frenzied God Knife Technique. Enter the battlefield. In fact, becoming a 3rd grade martial artist would allow him to pick a decent martial technique. Now that his chi and blood had reached the 4th grade standard, Suja had even more choices. Before, due to insufficient strength, my survival in the wild meant that most of my training focused on techniques centered around survival, like defense, agility, and escape. My biggest shortcoming has always been in attack-type martial techniques. Holding this thought, Suja ultimately settled on a knife technique. Frenzied God Knife Technique. A strike like a gale at the divine cut. This is a very domineering knife technique. It has a low entry threshold, but considerable power. The proficiency levels of martial techniques are beginner, proficient, expert, and mastery. Suja had already mastered a proficient knife technique, so Frenzied God Knife Technique was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Coupled with his already attained expert-level agility and defense techniques, his overall combat power was very balanced. After leaving the library, Suja hurriedly began practicing. With the Martial Techniques Proficiency Hundredfold Acceleration Experience Card, within less than 3 days, Suja had already trained the 5 forms of the Frenzied God Knife Technique to the beginner level. Usually, with the grade of Frenzied God Knife Technique, it would take at least a month or 2 to reach the beginner level. The system's effect is excellent. At the same time, Suja's mental strength had also significantly changed with the improvement of his martial techniques. In the following half-month, aside from attending classes, Suja divided all his time into several parts. He focused on enhancing his cultivation, practicing knife techniques, studying insights from predecessors on martial trends, and attempting to condense his own martial trend. It was repetitive, yet fulfilling. When the Frenzied Blade Technique was practiced to a proficient level, with mental strength doubled and vital energy entering the stabilization period of the early 4th rank, he faintly sensed the shadow of the martial arts' grand momentum. Suja made a bold decision to go to the South Seas 10,000 races battlefield for training and breakthroughs. The so-called gathering of martial arts' grand momentum. The best training environment is real combat. The blade is a weapon of killing. Martial arts is the path of slaughter. Suja knew that his aptitude and talent were not enough. Only slaughter could make up for it. And slaughter might just be the martial path that suited him best. Once he made up his mind, Suja first went to the Internal Affairs Department and spent a fortune to buy a long knife worth 20,000 spirit stones. He also bought a suit of stronger defensive armor worth 30,000 spirit stones. In addition, he also prepared all the necessary pills and supplies. With the internal discount, he spent nearly 70,000 spirit stones in total. Fortunately, after promoting to the 4th rank, there's another subsidy to collect. Otherwise, even more money wouldn't be enough. Suja sighed bitterly and left the Internal Affairs Department. Actually, only Suja was so cautious. Others wouldn't prepare this thoroughly when going to the battlefield. I hope this breakthrough is successful and I can earn some back. Suja equipped himself and stepped into the South Sea battlefield. The passage to the South Seas 10,000 races battlefield is less than 5 kilometers from the South Sea Martial Arts University. It has been built into a large military base, the last line of defense for the South Seas 10,000 races battlefield. Not only is it heavily guarded by soldiers, but there are also many large human weapons stationed there. In addition, the entire entrance of the passage is fortified with powerful formations. The gate of the passage is forged from materials above the 9th grade, its hardness beyond imagination. No matter how much humans armor every passage, is never too much. Because once breached by the 10,000 races, it would bring unimaginable disaster to every base. Of course, human warriors are not to be underestimated. 500 years of resistance history has already equipped humans with enough combat strength. No race can defeat humankind alone. Suja, instructor of South Sea Martial Arts University, registered third-rank warrior. Identity verification passed. Suja smoothly passed the identity check and entered the passage. This was not his first time at the 10,000 races battlefield. He was clear about some procedures and where to pay attention. After walking through a heavily defended main road, Suja arrived at the front line of the battlefield. The South Sea Stronghold. Though called a stronghold, it is more like a defensive city on the battlefield. The main enemy faced by the South Sea Stronghold is a race called the Wasteland Tribe. This tribe resembles humans, but is taller and much more fierce and cruel. 30 years ago, a foreign space descended upon this world, forming this alien passage in the southern region, which evolved into today's 10,000 races battlefield. Now, the South Sea 10,000 races battlefield has become an independent and complete fusion world. Mountains and rivers, all kinds of terrains are present. Mainly, there are two factions, the Wasteland Tribe and the human race, though some other races are active in the no man's land. For years, the Wasteland Tribe and the human race have fought in the South Sea battlefield, not only to prevent each other's annihilation, but also to compete for precious resources on the battlefield. The Wasteland Tribe is naturally warlike. They're never satisfied with occupying more resources. Instead, they want to monopolize the entire space. They even aim to break through the passage and enter the human race's stronghold, Blue Star. Over the past 30 years, the Wasteland Tribe has launched countless attacks. The most severe attack destroyed the South Sea Stronghold and almost breached the gate of the passage, rushing into the southern region of the Great Xia country. Since that time, the defenses of the South Sea Stronghold have been strengthened. It is said that a strong warrior above the 9th rank has been sent to take command at the South Sea Stronghold. Suja had never seen such a figure before. Even if he had seen them, Suja would not recognize them. Such an existence, if they wanted to hide their aura. How Suja discerned this? Soon, Suja left the stronghold. Alone, he arrived at a desolate mountain range called Shadowy Wild Nest. Suja deliberately chose this place for training. It is not only complex and mysterious in terrain, but also filled with various toxic miasmas. It also produces a fruit called condensed fruit, which helps to enhance mental strength. Many third-grade warriors aiming to advance to 4th grade come here to reap the rewards. As a result, the most common sight here is the third-grade warriors, both from the human race and the wilds. Those with too weak strength dare not come, while those too strong find no need to come. Suja came once when he was at the peak of the 2nd grade, did not gain much, and almost got poisoned by the miasma. At that time, he mainly waited on the outskirts, scavenging and killing enemies casually. But this time, he chose to strut boldly into the fray. His goal is to attract the wild tribe to encircle him, gathering the momentum of martial arts through slaughter. A third-grade human? Or is it just one alone? Not long after he entered the shadowy wild nest, a team of 6 from the wild tribe discovered Suja. There were 6 in total, 3 at the 3rd grade and 3 at the peak of the 2nd grade. Suja's eyes brightened. Without waiting for them to surround him, he rushed forward instead. In an instant, Suja exploded with 4th grade vigor, reaching the center of the 6 in an instant. With one stroke, he took down 3 peak 2nd grade warriors. Not only did Suja's cultivation crush them, but his weapon and martial skills also held a clear advantage. Killing 2nd graders was like chopping vegetables. The remaining 3 3rd graders instantly panicked. You despicable human! How dare you possess 4th grade vigor? Too much arrogance. The leading 3rd grade warrior from the wild tribe, furious, charged in, hoping to suppress Suja with his powerful body and then take him down in a 3-on-1 situation. Unfortunately, this plan was overambitious. Suja did not dodge, but met the attack head-on. With a lightning-fast slash, he deflected the opponent's attack, and then with a backhand stroke, he struck again. Crack! The head of the leading 3rd grade warrior fell, lifeless. The momentum of martial arts was established. Register as a 4th grade warrior. Suja's vigor was already at the standard 4th grade level, and combined with his martial skills and combat experience, he held a significant advantage. In a shadowy wild nest, killing these 3rd grade wild tribe members was not difficult at all. If he encountered some strong 4th grade beings, he wouldn't take the risk to engage. After all, his purpose for coming out this time was not to kill enemies, but to train. With each kill, his martial arts momentum steadily solidified. At the same time, the material gains were quite considerable. Unfortunately, he had no space-type treasures, only taking the relatively valuable parts. Thus, after nearly 7 days, the aura of slaughter around Suja grew heavier. With the martial skill mastery Hundredfold Acceleration Experience Card, every time he used his sword technique, he could condense a bit of mental strength. The speed was incredible, and he felt that reaching his potential was not far away. I need to speed up. Suja's eyes were resolute. He must become a true 4th grade before the experience card expired. Kill. Su Zhe, with invigorated spirit, swung his long knife, quickening the pace of harvesting the Wild's tribe. 2 days later, he faintly sensed that his killing intent had indeed reached its peak. Buzz. In the next moment, Su Zhe's aura began to surge. Then, as expected, a mysterious power surged in his sea of consciousness. Vast mental strength. This pure mental power formed the martial arts momentum, which is the true mark of a 4th grade warrior. It is also the dividing line between middle grade and low grade warriors. The martial arts momentum has been formed. Su Zhe excitedly felt his changes, a smile of joy gracing his face. At this moment, he officially stepped into the ranks of intermediate martial experts. However, Su Zhe did not become complacent, but quickly distanced himself in the shadowy wild nest. In the battlefield, gathering momentum is uncontrollable. It is very likely to bring unknown risks. Moreover, since the goal has been achieved, there is no need for him to stay here any longer. Not long after Su Zhe's figure disappeared from the spot, a group of Wasteland Tribe people indeed arrived. The person has left. It is indeed the aura of the human race condensing the martial momentum. What a pity. The leader of the Wasteland Tribe shook his head in regret. When initially condensing martial momentum, there will be flaws in mental strength and stability. With the strength of their small team, they had a full opportunity to make a 4th grade human warrior fall here. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could possibly cause his realm to fall, cutting off his path of improvement. He runs really fast. This group of Wasteland Tribes searched around for a while, and after finding nothing, they retreated. At this moment, Su Zhe had successfully returned to the South Sea base. He directly exchanged all his harvest from the past 10 days into contribution points at the base. Then he went back to the school and first visited the Internal Affairs Department to exchange for some cultivation resources. When he saw the storage ring, Su Zhe gritted his teeth in exchange for one. Although the space was less than 5 cubic meters, it was outrageously expensive. If purchased with spirit stones, even with the internal school discount, the price was as high as 100,000 spirit stones, which is 1 billion daxia coins. If it weren't for the fact that he had killed enough of the Wasteland Tribe, Su Zhe would have never been able to afford it. However, with the storage ring as a treasure, he wouldn't waste resources when going to the battlefield in the future. At the moment Su Zhe received the storage ring, he smiled in satisfaction. But then he became poor again. Not only had he not paid off his school loan, but all the money he just earned was gone. Being a martial artist really costs a lot. It's fine, I'm a 4th grade martial artist now. I can take out more loans. Thinking like this, Su Zhe returned to his place of residence. He planned to first familiarize himself with and stabilize the martial momentum. External release of mental power. Su Zhe experienced the true power of a 4th grade warrior, and the effect was very satisfying. Not only could he mentally suppress others, but his strength and speed also saw significant improvement. Especially when using martial skills, with the addition of martial momentum, both power and accuracy were on a completely different level. It is said that high-grade martial artists, with just mental suppression, can make low-grade martial artists unable to lift their heads. Even more terrifying, they can make low-grade martial artists mentally collapse, causing them to commit suicide or self-explode. High-grade martial artists, huh? With the system, I may not be unable to reach that level. A confident light appeared on Su Zhe's face. In less than 3 months, he had broken through from 3rd grade to 4th grade, and nothing seemed impossible. 3 days later, Su Zhe's martial momentum was stabilized, and he finally came out of his seclusion. He took out his phone to check, and there didn't seem to be anything urgent. There was only one small matter that surprised Su Zhe. It was sent by Shen Qingyan. The martial arts exam had already ended, and of the 7 students who received Su Zhe's special training, 6 had met the martial arts university's admission standards. If they followed Su Zhe's advice and applied to the newly established martial arts university, there wouldn't be any problems. But there was one student who failed. Shen Qingyan didn't say which student it was. Su Zhe thought about it for a moment and still sent a message asking. He found it quite surprising. The remaining 7 students hadn't slacked off in their cultivation. And with the elixirs he provided, it made no sense that they couldn't even meet the admission standards. Shen Qingyan didn't reply to the message immediately, and Su Zhe didn't rush. Instead, he planned to first register his identity as a 4th grade martial artist. Breaking through to the 4th grade brought a substantial reward, and his daily benefits would also increase significantly. When Su Zhe arrived at the dean's office, he was surprised to find Su Xingyan was there. This made Su Zhe feel a little puzzled. Every time he tried to find Dean Su in the past few months, he had been in the office. It seemed he had been at the school during this period and hadn't left. In the past, he couldn't see him even once a year. Xiao Su is here. What's with that expression? Is it rare to see me in the office, all free? Su Xingyin said, with a strange smile. Indeed strange, Su Zhi nodded in acknowledgement. Su Xingyin did not hide it, but pondered and said, Little Su, you are now also a mentor at the school, and you might become a pillar among the mentors in the future. I'll tell you the truth, there are plans to completely reform the martial arts university system. Our school will also keep up. Simply put, there will be a more brutal elimination mechanism added to the school, concentrating existing resources on top students to nurture future strong warriors. Su Zhi nodded. This kind of reform is almost an irreversible trend. A new batch of students is about to enroll, and the reform will take immediate effect. In this world, martial arts universities do not have winter and summer vacations. As soon as the martial arts exams are over, enrollment begins immediately. The battlefield of the myriad races always needs fresh blood to join. Oh, by the way, did you come to see me for something? Su Xingyin asked with a sigh. I didn't specifically come to find you, Dean. I just came to register my 4th grade cultivation level, Su Zhi explained. What? You're at 4th grade? Su Xingyin was taken aback. After gathering the martial arts momentum, if a martial artist uses mental strength to hide their aura, it is indeed hard to sense. Seeing Su Zhi's calm expression, Su Xingyin knew this was true. Now, he couldn't sit still anymore. Moving from the peak of 2nd grade to the peak of 3rd grade, Su Zhi's speed was astonishing, yet still within acceptable limits. But 4th grade is a big threshold. It requires gathering martial arts momentum, which is indeed not easy. There are not a few martial artists in the whole of Daxia stuck at 3rd grade. No genius can touch the edge in just a few years. Su Xingyin had previously boldly predicted that with Su Zhi's talent awakening late, he might touch it in 1 or 2 years. Now you tell me, it hasn't even been a month, and you're at 4th grade? I'm at 4th grade, no lie. Su Zhi released a stable bit of mental power. Seeing Su Xingyin's shocked expression, he found it quite amusing. In fact, Su Zhi had also thought seriously. The reason he could gather martial arts momentum so quickly is that the system is the most direct aid. Another reason may be related to him being a traveler, possessing 2 souls. Because mental power is closely related to the soul. Su Zhi's martial arts talent is really ordinary, but his talent for cultivating mental power might actually be extraordinary. Good boy, you really can. Once confirmed, Su Xingyin's face immediately filled with joy. No matter which martial arts university, adding a 4th grade mentor is a joyful matter, especially for the weaker Nanhai Martial Arts University and for the bottom-ranking Alchemy Academy. Su Zhi is actually quite young. With this momentum, perhaps the day he bears the flag of the Alchemy Academy will come sooner. At this moment, Su Zhi's importance in Su Xingyin's heart undoubtedly rose a level. 12. Reform of the Martial Arts University. Martial arts exams are over. All right, your 4th grade martial artist certification is registered. Su Xingyin personally took action to quickly handle the paperwork for Su Zhi. Thank you, Dean. Su Zhi expressed his gratitude. Then, Su Xingyin held Su Zhi and talked about many things. It seemed as if he regarded Su Zhi as the successor of the Alchemy Academy. Among these, the school reform originally targets not just new students, but the entire school. According to enrollment time, each year those who do not meet the blood energy standard will be forced to drop out and recommended to enter non-martial military. The saved resources will be used to reward excellent students more, especially the most outstanding batch of students, with heavy rewards. Su Xingyin also revealed that they're already researching how to classify all martial arts universities by their strength levels and allocate resources accordingly. Originally, the higher-ranked universities already have a tilt in resources. But now they plan to increase this tilt, making the strong even stronger, while the weak must find their own way. Su Zhi had no particular thoughts about it. The strong remain strong, a universally applicable rule. However, for the South Sea Martial Arts University, which ranked at the bottom, their days ahead might not be easy. Martial arts universities are the cornerstone of every war zone for the myriad races. In addition to continuously supplying warriors to the military, they themselves possess a strong ability to resist the myriad races. This is because the mentors and students of martial arts universities are mostly warriors. A single move can affect the entire body. This kind of change might also relate to the situation in the war zone. Before this, Su Zhi was just a second-tier assistant, and he still had no access to many high-level messages. After reaching the 4th tier, he slowly began to get in touch with more secrets. The path of a warrior's growth relies heavily on training resources. These resources are not just elixirs, treasures, and spirit stones. Methods, martial arts, and guaranteed practical opportunities are even more important. Those students who are forced to drop out, if they do not go into the military to practice, advancing further will be as hard as reaching the sky. Of course, there are benefits to being in the rear. At least the rear is safer. Strong individuals are forged from blood and sacrifice. What the future holds, Suja did not know. He only knew he needed to become stronger. After chatting with Su Xingyin for a while, Suja quickly went to the Internal Affairs Department. He received a large amount of advancement assistance and a salary for the 4th tier. A month's total salary of about 1,000 spirit stones is a considerable wealth. Unfortunately, the expenses were swift. After buying a batch of training resources, he was left with basically nothing. This was still with the extra resources from last month's system store, or else the consumption would have been greater. It seems that the fastest shortcut to practice above the 4th tier is to go to the battlefield, using battle to aid cultivation. Suja even considered whether or not to resign from his teaching job and join the military, but it didn't seem that urgent. If next month the system can draw a miraculous ability, it can make up for it. Thinking this way, he received a congratulatory message from the school. Congratulations to our school's Elixir College mentor Su Zhe for being promoted to a 4th tier warrior. The rolling congratulatory messages on the school website were also updated in real time. Last time when Su Zhe was promoted to 3rd tier, though there was attention, it didn't cause much of a stir. After all, an assistant who had stayed at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier for many years being promoted to the 3rd tier was indeed not a big deal. But this time was different. The entire school's faculty and students were shocked by this news. What? Suja has been promoted to 4th tier? He broke through the 3rd tier in less than 3 months. No way, 4th tier. That's 4th tier. Only those who truly understand how difficult it is to break through to the 4th tier can comprehend how explosive this news is. Especially those mentors who have been in the school for many years and are still stuck at the 3rd tier, all looked at Suja with new eyes. They knew that Suja had already created a huge gap between them and him. It seems I need to work harder. I can't just be a lazy fish for my whole life. If Suja can do it, so can I. Suja, however, did not know that he had unintentionally stimulated many people. After returning to his apartment, he received many congratulatory messages. Besides some familiar colleagues and students, there were also many mid-tier mentors, as well as those from the 4th and 5th tiers. A few respected 5th-tier mentors, whom he had barely met before, also sent congratulatory messages. They were not belittling themselves. Rather, Suja's immense potential had earned their recognition. Indeed, strength is the true way. Suja replied to everyone's congratulations with heartfelt appreciation. He was not a lonely person, so there was no reason to offend anyone. Before long, Shen Xingyan also replied to the message. Honey, the one who failed the exam is Song Qing. 3 days before the martial test, Song Qing's grandfather suddenly fell seriously ill and was hospitalized. She has been taking care of her grandfather day and night, which delayed her training time and affected her blood and energy enhancement. Unfortunately, in the end, her grandfather could not make it through. I've already contacted a good martial arts school and plan to adopt Song Qing as my goddaughter. Funding continues to improve, preparing for next year's martial arts exam. Husband, what do you think? Seeing this message, Suja was quite surprised. He remembered that Song Qing was the one with the best potential among the 7 students, but he didn't expect it to turn out this way. Suja had no objections to funding Song Qing, but what was this about taking her as a goddaughter? Could it be that his wife, Shen Xingyan, was overwhelmed by maternal love? You have to know, Suja is 28 this year, and Song Qing is only 18, just 10 years apart. Suddenly having such a big daughter out of nowhere is indeed a bit. Song Qing's talent and potential are pretty good, but a martial arts school would waste a year. I'll go discuss with the college leaders to see if I can get a special admission slot for us. But don't hold out too much hope. Even for a special admission slot, there will still be assessments. Suja replied to Shen Xingyan. He actually understood Shen Xingyan's feelings. Back then, she almost didn't get into the martial arts university, which is one of her life's biggest regrets. Maybe she saw her own shadow in Song Qing. And with Song Qing's grandfather gone, she was now an orphan. So, Shen Xingyan was also driven by sympathy. Husband, you're amazing. Love you. Shen Xingyan replied joyfully. Suja was also speechless. Caring for Shen Xingyan's feelings was one reason, but he didn't want to waste a good seedling either. Moreover, after school starts, the school will implement a new policy. If a student fails their assessment in the first year, they will be forced to withdraw. How far they can go relies on Song Qing herself. As for the special admission slot, Suja sent a message to Su Xingyan. No problem. I believe in your judgment. Su Xingyan replied wonderfully. Mainly, this aligns with the school's policy. There will always be some hidden gems in the martial arts exams, and the school doesn't want to miss out on a good seedling. At Nanhai No. 3 Middle School, after getting Suja's approval, Shen Xingyan hurriedly went to find Song Qing. She felt responsible for Song Qing's failure to qualify. Because there were too many matters before the martial arts exams, Shen Xingyan only learned about Song Qing's situation after the exams. Moreover, during this martial arts exam, there The Class 10 seniors performed strongly, and all 6 students, including Huang Zheng, passed the admission line. This greatly boosted the overall enrollment rate of the entire number 3 middle school. Not only did it make Principal Fang Daxiong smile widely, but also made Shun Qingyin's reputation soar. After the martial arts exams, Shun Qingyin was surrounded by various awards and praises. This made her feel even more guilty. If only she had paid attention to Song Qing at that time, maybe she could have passed. Song Qing had the weakest foundation among the 7, but had the best talent, and had been working the hardest during this period. Yet the result was, with this feeling in mind, Shun Qingyin sincerely said to Song Qing, "Song Qing, the teacher really likes you and believes you have a broader future, and I sincerely want to take you as my daughter. Don't feel any psychological burden. Becoming a warrior has always been your pursuit. Do you really want to give up? Teacher Su also thinks so. You should trust his words. He is a 3rd-grade warrior." Song Qing originally didn't want to agree. She felt that Teacher Shun had already helped her a lot. Even her medical fees were paid by Teacher Shun, and she didn't want to owe more. But when she heard Suja say she had great potential, ultimately, the determination to become a warrior overcame her so-called pride. "Okay, Teacher Shun, I promise you, I will definitely not let you and Teacher Su down." Song Qing bent down and performed a deep bow to Shun Qingyin, acknowledging her as a godmother. Tears of determination couldn't help but flow down her small face. At this time, Song Qing still didn't know that an even bigger piece of good news was waiting for her. 13. The special admission slot. Ordinary person Su becomes famous overnight. If Huang Zheng and the others were relieved to have chosen to join Su's special training, and those who didn't choose to join or dropped out halfway, now, the regret is unbearable. The immense luck landed on Class 10, yet they let it slip away for nothing. If I hadn't refused back then, I might have been admitted to the martial arts university now. This might be the only chance in my life to become a martial artist, yet I killed it with my own hands. Unfortunately, life has no medicine for regret. Not long after Song Qing agreed, Shun Qingyin received a message from Su Jia. "Did you get the special admission quota?" Shun Qingyin was both surprised and delighted. She originally had little hope, but didn't expect Su Jia to give such a swift reply. She had heard about the special admission policy. It was extremely difficult. So far, the Nanhai base only admits 1 or 2 special students each year, or sometimes none at all. The students granted special admission are usually very strong, perhaps only having a bad performance during the entrance exam. Moreover, even if that's the case, this quota requires recommendations. To her surprise, her husband has such status at Nanhai Martial Arts University. "Qingyin, don't get too excited yet. It's just a special admission quota. Whether you can pass the assessment is another story. And even if you were admitted, now with the university reforms, if grades don't meet standards after a year, you can be expelled." Suja explained clearly to Shun Qingyin. "It's okay. I believe Song Qing can do it." Shun Qingyin said dismissively. "The chance to attend martial arts university is too rare. Even attending for just a year is better than being at a martial arts school." Immediately, Shun Qingyin couldn't wait to share this great opportunity with Song Qing, and she reminded her to keep it a secret for now. As long as one isn't foolish, they will choose to apply for this quota. "Really, is it okay?" Song Qing felt a bit dizzy. She never imagined such an enormous opportunity would come her way. So excited she was nearly in tears. At the same time, Song Qing was very clear that this was all thanks to her godfather. To not let her godfather and godmother down, Song Qing made a silent promise. She would double her efforts to first pass the assessment, then work hard to stay. Only by improving her own strength could she repay her benefactor better. Then, Shun Qingyin began to organize matters for Song Qing to go to Nanhai Martial Arts University to handle the procedures. Coincidentally, taking this opportunity, she could also break through in martial arts at Nanhai Martial Arts University. The concentration of spiritual energy there is higher than at Nanhai base, making breakthroughs much easier. During this time, with Suja's help, Shun Qingyin's martial arts level was about to break through from mid to late first rank. Knowing this, Suja simply suggested, "Qingyin, why don't you bring my mom and Xiao Jin along? I have a travel expense reimbursement quota. You all have never visited my school. You can consider it a vacation to see it." The martial arts exams were over, and high school was on break. So, Shun Qingyin had time off. Before, even wanting to see Suja, she couldn't afford the travel costs, but now it was different. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Shun Qingyin immediately felt tempted. It would be wonderful for the family to gather at Nanhai Martial Arts University and take care of business simultaneously. After returning home, Shun Qingyin told her mother-in-law about it. At first, Su's mom was hesitant because it was too expensive. But when she heard that Suja had a free quota, she had no more concerns. As for her daughter Su Xiaojin, Hearing they could visit Nanhai University and see her father, she was eager to leave immediately. That day, Suji used his rank as a fourth-rank martial artist to arrange the trip. Fortunately, there happened to be a military aircraft available for them to ride. Shen Qingyan and her group of 4 wouldn't even need to take the train. They would arrive at Nanhai Martial Arts University by tomorrow afternoon. In this world, being a martial artist is regarded highly in many aspects. If one could reach the level of Su Xingyan at 7th rank, they would have military aircraft dedicated to serve them. While waiting for the family to arrive, Suja finally welcomed the monthly system draw moment. Draw successful. Congratulations on receiving a Combat Power Doubling Experience Card, valid for 1 month. Combat Power Doubling. Suja did not expect to draw a purely consumptive ability card, and the place where this experience card can have the greatest effect is undoubtedly the 10,000 races battlefield. With his current peak early stage of the 4th rank, doubling it might bring him to the late stage of the 4th rank. And the aura of the early 4th rank, combined with the combat power of the late 4th rank, is indeed suitable for ambushing on the battlefield. Going to the battlefield suits me well, but I have to wait until my family leaves. Thinking this way, Suja planned to give his martial arts theory class as usual today. Teacher Su, Teacher Su. As he walked through the campus, many colleagues and students enthusiastically greeted him. In less than 3 months, he had broken through 2 major realms, and this news had caused quite a stir at South Sea Martial Arts University. No one could have imagined that Suja, who had always kept a low profile, was actually such a powerful figure with great potential. If only I had chosen Teacher Su back when I was picking a mentor. You really think so? But at that time, Teacher Su was still an assistant. What a lucky opportunity. At first I was somewhat unhappy being assigned to Teacher Su, but now it seems like I've struck gold. The students couldn't help but express their sentiments. In the eyes of many mentors and students, Suja was now a huge potential prospect. Having a 4th-rank mentor teach first-year students was an unprecedented high standard. Usually, first-year students are taught by 3rd-rank mentors, and 4th-rank mentors typically teach 2nd-year students. Some experienced 4th-rank mentors even teach 3rd and 4th-year students. In the entire Dan Medicine Academy, there are no more than 20 mentors above the 5th rank, and each one is treated like treasure by the university. With Suja's potential, entering the 5th rank was practically a certainty. Beyond that, growing into a 7th rank or higher martial artist was also a possibility. My previous mentor was a 7th rank martial artist. Such statements were undoubtedly impressive. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Suja felt somewhat emotional. He had been at South Sea Martial Arts University for 10 years, always remaining an obscure figure. Among his classmates, there were certainly those who were worse than him and some who had died on the battlefield. But most were doing better than him, and, currently, they were all significant figures. Only he, until today, had allowed the entire faculty and student body to recognize him anew. Many students now admired Suja, and the most important reason was not because of how powerful he was or what great achievements he had accomplished. He had none. Rather, it was because Suja was an ordinary person born from an ordinary background, with ordinary qualifications and talents. He had been ordinary day in and day out for 10 years, yet one day, he could burst forth with great strength, shocking everyone. This undoubtedly gave many people of average talent tremendous hope. Many students even dug out the note-taking from Suja's earlier years as an assistant, hoping to find some insights. Suja was also speechless. Those martial arts theories were the experiences of predecessors, not his original ideas. He was really just a teacher. Suja's reputation must be left here. South Sea Martial Arts University is no stranger to the people of the southern region, but truly ordinary people who have been there are few. Shen Qingyan naturally had never been there either, so she was filled with anticipation for this trip. She had packed her things early at home, afraid to miss anything. After all, that place had once been her dream destination. Songqing need not be mentioned. Every student dreams of the martial arts university, especially since she would soon have the opportunity to become one of its students. Su Xiaojin was simply excited, as she had never left the South Sea base her whole life, let alone flown on a plane. Even Su Mama couldn't help but daydream. What would her son's workplace be like? With a mixture of anxiety and excitement, they set off. The next day, a group of 4 arrived at the armed airport in the South Sea base. The route from South Sea base to South Sea Martial Arts University was not crowded, but not empty either. However, most people had bought expensive tickets, and those who could board this flight generally came from well-off families. At the very least, there must be a martial artist in their family. If you weren't a martial artist family member, you had no right to board. Sister, are you going to South Sea Martial Arts University or to the South Sea military camp? As soon as they found a seat, a middle-aged woman started chatting with Mom Su. They were of the same age, so the woman felt that Mom Sue would be more relatable. "Oh, we're going to South Sea Martial Arts University." Mom Sue didn't reveal much. Being out for the first time, she chose to be cautious. She followed a principle in handling matters: don't cause trouble for her son. But the woman was quite talkative and started to ramble on about her own life. She mentioned she was going to the South Sea military camp to see her son, who was a first-class martial artist and had made military achievements, to attend a commendation ceremony. Since she hadn't seen her son in years, and time was tight, she bit the bullet and bought a plane ticket. Nearby, Shun Xingyan listened to the woman speak vividly, and it didn't seem fake, so she chose not to say much. Only she was a martial artist in her family, and they were on their first trip outside, so she had to be extra careful. In this world, danger lurks everywhere. There are beasts in the wild, and many cults and deviants within a base. Recently, the news reported that a gifted student was killed by a cult. Carrying an elderly person and 2 little kids alone, she had to be extra cautious. Fortunately, the armed plane was relatively safe, and they arrived at the airport in less than an hour. "We're already here." Upon landing, Mom Sue and the others were astonished. In their understanding, South Sea Martial Arts University was a distant and difficult place to reach. They didn't expect to arrive so quickly. Once they walked out of the airport, they soon spotted Suja's figure. Tall and strong. Wearing the teacher's outfit of South Sea Martial Arts University, he wasn't particularly eye-catching in the crowd, but was very pleasant to look at. "Dad!" Su Xiaojin was the first to rush over. "Xiaojin, you've grown stronger." Suja happily lifted his 9-year-old daughter high up. Then, Shen Xingyan and the others also smiled and walked over to greet Suja. "Little Zhe, husband." "Teacher Su." Suja smiled and said, "Let's go, get in the car." As he said this, he pointed to a luxury 7-seater vehicle nearby, indicating them to get in. This was a special reception vehicle borrowed from the school by Suja using his identity as a 4th-class instructor. If he were still a 2nd-class assistant, they would have had to ride the school's bus to be picked up. This scene was noticed by the earlier middle-aged woman. Her son, wearing military uniform, had already taken the woman's luggage and was preparing to head to the nearby bus. "Son, why do they have a special car?" the woman asked her son in confusion. Her son glanced at Suja's clothes and replied directly, "That should be an instructor of the Martial Arts University of medium rank. He could be my boss's boss." The woman's face instantly turned a bit awkward, and she hurriedly grabbed her son's hand to leave. Just now, she had been boasting about her own son in front of them, saying he had made achievements and was favored by his superior. Who would have thought that the big guy's son had such impressive connections? It was embarrassing. However, to Mom Sue, the woman was just a chatterbox passing by. Soon, the car drove from the airport into South Sea Martial Arts University. This is South Sea Martial Arts University. The entire school's walls are built with special materials. Not only that, within the school, there is a unique defensive formation, particularly solid. The school is the 2nd line of defense for the South Sea's myriad races battlefield. If outsiders break through this defense from the passage, they can rampage in without restraint. The consequences are unimaginable. But there is no need to worry too much. It's not easy for the alien tribes to break through the South Sea base and the gateway. Suja gave a simple introduction. Shen Xingyan and the others were all leaning against the car window, curiously looking at the scenery outside. They traveled from the entrance to the bottom of Suja's apartment building. "Teacher Su, are these your family?" "Teacher Su, can I audit your class?" "Teacher Su, can you take me to train in the wild once?" As soon as they got out of the car, many students came over to greet them. Suja just smiled and replied briefly. Recently, he'd been getting too many students seeking him out. These students weren't even under his responsibility, yet still came one after another. It made Suja feel a bit annoyed. But to Shen Xingyan and the others, this scene was a different experience. They realized that Suja had such a big reputation in school and was so popular. They instantly felt proud and happy for Suja. Once they entered the apartment building, they discovered that Suja lived alone in a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room luxury apartment. This was not any smaller than their homes at the South Sea base. Shen Xingyan and Song Qing were the first to notice. The spiritual energy here was very rich, far beyond what the South Sea base could compare to. To know, the warrior community where Shen Xingyan lived had a higher concentration of spiritual energy than other ordinary areas in the South Sea base. But compared to South Sea University and Suja's apartment area, it was not on the same level at all. Practicing here long-term would be at least twice as effective as at the South Sea base. Shen Xingyan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone was fighting hard to get into martial arts university. Just this advantage of high spiritual energy concentration could create an insurmountable gap in practice. Unfortunately, she could only stay here for a short time. But Shen Xingyan felt happy again. At least in this environment, she wouldn't have any obstacles breaking through to the late 1st rank. Perhaps before she turned 30, she could also become a second-rank warrior. Now, her husband was accumulating strength and unleashing it, leaving the outside matters to him. Her greatest happiness was to protect her family. At this moment, Song Qing had only one thought in her mind. I must pass the assessment and stay here. I would rather die than leave. 15. Enrollment. Shun Qingyan's breakthrough, entering the battlefield of countless tribes. After resting for a moment, Suja took his family to tour the school. South Sea Martial Arts University was huge, and aside from the basic facilities, it was basically a small base. Every place Suja introduced, Shun Qingyan and Song Qing listened with great interest. Martial Arts University meant a lot to them. Suja also took his family to the faculty cafeteria to eat something. What impressed them was that there was actually alien beast meat in the cafeteria. It was not only delicious, but also could increase vitality. The student cafeteria also supplied it, but it required contribution points. The cultivation conditions and resources in Martial Arts University were exceptionally rich. Even the most advanced martial arts hall at the South Sea base could not compare to 1/10,000th of it. Song Qing, if you want to stay here, you should quickly improve yourself. With your qualifications, your chances are still great for the elimination evaluation after 1 year. Watching the longing in Song Qing's eyes, Suja said with great sincerity, "Yes, Teacher Su." Song Qing nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with gratitude. However, even though she was made a goddaughter, it was still hard to call him godfather. Song Qing still called him teacher, just like Shen Qingyan. Then, Suja took his family to handle Song Qing's special admission procedures. When passing by the dean's office, Suja specially greeted Su Xingyan. "Dean, this is my family. This is Director Su from our Alchemy Institute, who has taken good care of me." Suja briefly introduced them, feeling quite grateful to Su Xingyan. 前面批了他1个月的假，又给了宋清一个特招名额，算是很大的人情了。徐盛年倒是没觉得什么，都是政策允许范围内的，他只不过是加快了点进度而已。他还巴不得苏哲多欠点人情呢。以后若是有需要的地方，苏哲就不好推脱了。徐爷爷好。宋清和苏小锦两个一大一小的姑娘热情地跟徐盛年打招呼。好好好，徐盛年笑着拿出了2份见面礼，这里有2个零礼，可好吃了，拿着哈。2个女孩看向苏哲，苏哲笑着点了点头，他们这才开心地收下了。谢谢徐爷爷，这老头好东西多着呢，不差，再欠这点人情。不过看在沈青年眼里，就有点震惊了。零礼那可是老少皆宜，价值上千个零食的奢侈品啊，随手就送了，真豪横。也不是什么好东西，小苏如果将来晋升高品武者，这种水果配额还不多的是，哈哈。徐盛年笑呵呵道。苏哲听了，笑而不语。高品武者，你以为这么好生的啊？真是大言不惭。从院长办公室出来后，沈清言忍不住问苏哲道：“老公，徐院长肯定是高品武者吧？”10年前没当院长时就是7品武者了，现在什么修为属于机密。苏哲若有所思地回道。其实他也很想知道徐盛年的真实实力，奈何看不透。听了这话，沈清言和宋清脸上不由得露出钦羡之情。他们居然也有机会认识如此强大的存在，而且对方看起来好像很重视苏哲似的，这就让他们更加激动自豪不已了。一天的参观下来，一家人都惊喜连连，收获满满。就连苏妈妈也无比开心，看到儿子在武道大学混得这么好，甚是欣慰。第二天，苏哲在上完课后，就专心教导沈清言和宋清修炼。晋升4品后，苏哲外放精神力，能更准确地掌握一个人的武道状态，给出了修炼指导比以往更加精准，切中要害。这就是为什么4品导师通常都不会浪费去教大1大2了，大材小用。有了苏哲的精心指导和修炼资源辅助，两人都进步神速。苏哲他们3个修炼的时候，苏妈妈就带着苏小锦到处闲逛。很多导师和学生都知道了苏小锦是苏哲的女儿，有些学生还特别羡慕苏小锦有苏导师这样的爸爸教导，苏小锦未来的武道之路肯定会顺畅很多。虽然武道之路主要看的是天赋和勤奋， 但在天赋差不多的情况下，背景和资源往往注定了一个人能走多远。不管什么时代，不管世事如何变迁，这永远是真相。有朝一日，如果苏哲晋升高品武者，或者家里再出一位中品武者，苏家都可以算作是武者世家了。当然，觉醒了系统的苏哲，在追求武道的路上，眼界肯定不会低。而且武之道，天然是一份义不容辞的责任在身。3天之后，宋清顺利通过了特邀名额的考核，正式成为了一名南海武道大学的大一学生，跟众多新生一起开学。一开学，他也便分到了自己的学生宿舍，搬离了苏哲的公寓。宋清憋着一股子劲，打算在这1年里拼死进步，不想让人觉得他是走后门进来的，更不想让沈清言和苏哲失望。从法律上来说，宋清已经是苏哲的女儿，是一家人了。Song Qing's performance directly relates to Su Zhe's reputation, and Shen Qingyan finally broke through to the late stage of Level 1 martial arts. With Su Zhe's guidance and resource support, it is almost predictable that she will break through to Level 2 within 2 years. After Level 4, Su Zhe's ability to acquire resources greatly increases, and his support for his wife will also increase significantly. As for Su Zhe's help, Shen Qingyan gladly accepts it all, because she knows that only by becoming stronger will Su Zhe feel more at ease. She doesn't want to become Su Zhe's concern, or even a burden. Moreover, their daughter, Su Xiaojin's martial arts education also needs a stronger warrior mother. Thus, on the 5th day of their arrival at Nanhai Martial Arts University, Shen Qingyan and Su Mama Su Xiaojin set off to return to the Nanhai base. And Su Zhe, after adapting to his new teaching position, planned to re-enter the Nanhai 10,000 Races battlefield. The Battle Power Doubling Experience card still has 25 days left. He does not want to waste this rare ability. He must seize the opportunity to kill more wasteland races, making money while quickly honing his skills in battle. This time, Su Zhe intends to focus on hunting level 3 enemies. Because the system's double battle power does not reflect in his cultivation level, he can disguise himself as a newly promoted level 4 human. To the level 3 wasteland races, he would crush them like chopping vegetables. Even if he encounters level 4 beings from other races, he would be more than capable of handling it. It's not that he doesn't want to tackle level 4, but killing level 3 enemies is more cost-effective. Besides, to avoid exposing his system's abilities, Su Zhe still plans to go to battle alone instead of forming a team. This way, he can maximize safety. At this time, there are no large-scale battles breaking out on the 10,000 Races battlefield, so there is no need to clash fiercely with the enemy. After everything is ready, Su Zhe enters the portal once again, crossing over the Nanhai outpost. He arrives at the 10,000 Races battlefield. Harvest is plentiful. The wasteland races assault the outpost, and the battle ignites. This time, Su Zhe does not go to the Silent Wild Nest. Instead, he delves deep into a more dangerous area with a heavier concentration of wasteland races. Few below level 4 dare to come to this place, because once surrounded by the wasteland races, escape is difficult. But Su Zhe is not worried. His late-stage level 4 battle power is still very formidable. This place is also a forward defense position for the wasteland races, serving the purpose of monitoring the distant Nanhai outpost. From this, it can be seen that the human race is at a defensive disadvantage on the Nanhai 10,000 Races battlefield. Not because the human race is weak, but because they have to split their forces to resist multiple alien passages. The wasteland races can only be considered a lower-ranked race among the 10,000 races. Su Zhe found a place to hide and held his breath, waiting to ambush his prey. Before long, a level 3 wasteland race noticed Su Zhe's aura. A human actually dares to venture this deep. The tall figure was stunned for a moment, then strode over. He felt this human's aura was at most level 3. He was incredibly bold and thought, I'll destroy him. However, as soon as he approached, Su Zhe exploded with level 4 martial power. Instantly, he suppressed his opponent, rendering him immobile. Crack! Then, with a swift motion, he easily harvested the life of this wasteland race. The opponent had no ability to resist at all, not even a moment to call for help. Good. Just like fishing. Su Zhe quickly cleaned up the traces at the scene, then continued to release an aura around level 3, waiting for the next target to bite. As expected, every wasteland race lured over by Su Zhe rushed at him unprepared, thinking to destroy him. But the result was always that they were killed by him instead. Su Zhe easily killed 7 or 8 level 3 wasteland races in one day. Then, he switched to another location like changing clothes. Thus, after 8 consecutive days, the healing pills were almost depleted. Suja finally returned home. Inside the storage ring lay nearly 50 corpses of the third-grade desert tribe. In addition to the corpses and raw materials, he also collected a lot of weapons and medicine, worth over 200,000 spirit stones. Going to the battlefield is really profitable. If I run out of money in the future, I'll just go raid again. After submitting the goods at the South Sea base, Suja couldn't help but feel delighted. With these spirit stones, he would have resources for cultivation for the next while. The only regret was that third-grade corpses didn't yield any good items. As one progresses in martial arts, the value of spirit stones becomes less and less. Because some precious items are so rare that even the school has limited stock and certain restrictions on redemption. Many warriors use the good things they collected in battle for themselves. Rare treasures like spirit fruit are hard to find, and few would trade them for contribution points. After returning to school and attending classes for 2 days, Suja found that his resources were not enough, so he used the same old trick to go out and gather more. This time, it took about 8 days, earning 200,000 spirit stones. This should be enough. Next time I will hunt 4th-grade opponents. Just as he was thinking this, the battle alarm at the South Sea base suddenly boomed. Woo woo woo. The huge siren sound immediately caught the attention of all warriors. Then, the horn broadcasted a series of urgent calls. Emergency! Emergency! The desert tribe's army is attacking the base. All warriors are urgently summoned. Follow the commander's orders and begin defense. Begin defense. Suja was stunned for a moment. However, this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation on the battlefield. Even the voice from the horn felt familiar. It was clearly from a high-ranking warrior in the base. 3 years ago, when he had just broken through to the peak of 2nd grade, he was hunting low-grade desert tribe members at a certain location and encountered the desert tribe's army attacking the base. Back then, he was weak, let alone returning to the base to participate in defense. Just poking his head out could get him killed. In the end, he struggled alone in the wild for nearly half a month until the desert tribe retreated and he finally escaped. That was, arguably, the most dangerous moment for Suja on the battlefield. However, times have changed. Now, as a 4th-grade warrior, he was considered a main force in the entire South Sea base. Immediately, Suja rushed out of the exchange center, climbed onto the high city wall, and joined the fight against the desert tribe's army. Many soldiers on the city wall, seeing a 4th-grade warrior come to help, swiftly cleared a spot for Suja to unleash his power. At this moment, the system's double combat power experience card was still in effect. Suja was not an ordinary early 4th-grade warrior. Especially after 2 rounds of killing, his martial skills and cultivation had been further refined. Even if he faced a peak 4th-grade desert tribe warrior head-on, Suja was confident he wouldn't be defeated. Plus, he had just bought a lot of pills at the base, including recovery items and short-term explosive power boosts. Some of the pills were for life-saving, which he usually hesitated to use. But encountering such a large-scale battle was just right. Time to fight fiercely. At that moment, some mentors and students from the South Sea Martial Arts University, who were also urgently summoned, recognized Suja. Everyone nodded at each other, instantly turning into comrades in arms. What's going on? What caused this assault from the desert tribe this time? I don't know. The last time, it was said to be triggered by a 7th-grade spirit plant. Who cares? In any case, we cannot let them succeed. Let's kill them without leaving a trace. Many warriors looked at the dense desert tribe army, their faces filled with confusion as they discussed. Suja, for his part, heard for the first time that the battle 3 years ago was actually triggered for this reason. Previously, he was just a 2nd-grade assistant teacher at South Sea Martial Arts University, and his military intelligence was obviously not as well-informed as these 1st and 2nd-grade soldiers. 7th-grade spirit plant. The spirit fruit that grows is of great help to mid-grade martial artists, and it can be harvested long-term. In all of Great Xia, there are only a few dozen high-grade spirit plants, and there isn't a single one on the South Sea battlefield. The recovery of spiritual energy has surpassed 500 years, yet high-grade spirit plants remain so rare. It's easy to imagine how precious a 7th-grade spirit plant is. No wonder it provokes a great war. If either the barbarian clan or the human clan obtains that 7th-grade spirit plant, the entire tribe's foundation will greatly increase. It is said that some spirit plants above 8th grade have 9th-grade martial artists guarding them. They are resources of strategic importance. In thought, the dark barbarian clan, ahead, is drawing closer. Whoa! The battle horn of the barbarian clan blares thunderously. A group of gigantic barbarians surges like a tide, sweeping towards the stronghold. Even with Suja's 4th-grade strength, he feels somewhat uneasy, let alone the lower-grade martial artists. The soldiers at the South Sea stronghold are primarily lower-grade martial artists, Some have never witnessed such a shocking scene and turn pale with anxiety. Dong dong dong. At this time, the battle drum of the stronghold sounds. Within that drumbeat seems to contain some inspiring power, making everyone's spirits lift. Then an officer shouts, "Kill for me! Kill! Kill!" In an instant, countless shouts of combat and death ring out. The vanguard troops rush out of the defense formation, meeting the dark enemy head-on. At the same time, several streaks of light leap from the city walls, standing in the void above. These are the high-grade martial artists of the South Sea Stronghold, at least 7th grade or above. They're the first to face the enemy's high-grade power, unleashing earth-shattering battle cries. Below the city walls, the barbarian clan's army crashes into the defense formation. A life-and-death war begins. Enemies retreat, new power arrives, danger in the southern realm. Suja grips his long knife at a corner of the city, frantically channeling his blood and energy. The knife rises and falls. The knife rises and falls. The knife rises and falls. Streaks of blood-colored knife light flash among the dense mass of barbarians. Even though his battle power has doubled, the enemies Suja has slain are countless. But in this battle, he is merely a tiny tip of the iceberg. If it were not for his early 4th grade aura, which offers some concealment, he could easily attract powerful enemies, leading to his immediate death. Many human 4th grade martial artists have already fallen. Fortunately, after 30 years of war, the stronghold's defenses are as solid as iron. They're not easy prey. Just as Suja's blood and energy are nearly exhausted, other martial artists quickly take his place. After catching his breath for a moment, Suja swallows a healing pill and re-enters the fray with his knife. While alleviating his comrades' defensive pressure, he seizes the moment to slay a small enemy chief. Everyone on the battlefield is like this. As long as they're not dead, they fight with all they have. Because if the stronghold is breached, it's a direct path to their homeland. Once the gate falls, the foreign clan can invade, and the consequences are unfathomable. There's no thought of retreat in every battle. Fortunately, the stronghold has the advantage of defense, and various large technological weapons play a huge role. After fighting fiercely for a full 4 days, the barbarian clan shows signs of fatigue from the long siege. Sujo is covered in blood, his eyes filled with exhaustion, and his body bears many wounds. He does not know how many times he has swung his long knife, how many barbarians he has slain, or how many times he has fallen into danger. The entire person is numb, lost in the slaughter, because if you don't kill, it's you who will die. Each soldier and martial artist is in this state. The strong ones of the barbarian clan seem to be withdrawing. At this moment, someone looks up at the sounds of war in the sky, exclaiming in shock. It turns out that the high-grade battle in the distant sky has determined a victor. The strong of the Wasteland tribe were defeated. As the strong of the Wasteland tribe fell, reinforcements from other tribes in the southern region began to arrive one after another. Seeing the situation turning against them, the Wasteland tribe withdrew their vast fighting force. In this battle, the human race once again held their ground. The price, however, was thousands of casualties. Ordinary soldiers made up the majority of the casualties. Countless low-level martial artists fell, and there were many mid-level martial artists as well, but high-level martial artists temporarily did not perish, only suffering injuries. High-level martial artists possess incredible vitality and numerous hidden cards. They are not so easy to kill. War is cruel, but it is the best training for martial artists. Suja sighed heavily and collapsed onto the ground. He was injured in many places, but none were life-threatening. After recovering for a while, he directly returned to Nanheim Martial Arts University. In this battle, Suja gained a lot, not only contribution points, but also many valuable materials. The biggest gain was that he felt his cultivation had become incredibly refined. He was about to break through to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. He needed to enter seclusion for some time to cultivate. At that moment, he noticed that many enthusiastic messages had appeared on the school platform. Multiple bases in the southern region experienced an outbreak of alien beasts. What a coincidence! Could it be that the alien beasts in the bases have established some kind of connection with the alien races on the battlefield? That's impossible, right? In this era of spiritual energy recovery, nothing is impossible. This is troublesome. Seeing this news, Suja quickly called home. Fortunately, the Nanhai base was not greatly affected during this outbreak of alien beasts, and his family was safe. The main force of the human army was concentrated on various battlefields against the alien threat. But there was also a powerful army stationed at major bases in the southern region, ready to support any unusual situations that arose. This was in place to deal with wild alien beasts and to prevent alien races from breaking through the passages, leaving a backup plan. Hearing Shun Qingyan say that his family was safe, Suja finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for whether the wild alien beasts and alien races from the passages were related, Su Zhi couldn't ponder too much. Such important matters would definitely be thoroughly investigated by the Daxiao army. Some high-level matters were still beyond his involvement at this moment. After returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Su Zhi couldn't help but exclaim, "If it weren't for the double combat experience card, I might have faced the danger of death." The higher the cultivation level, the lower the probability of death. Strength is always the way to survive. 3 days later, Su Zhi emerged from his training room after closing himself off. The double combat experience card had just expired, and his combat power had returned to normal levels. However, this time he successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Relying solely on resource consumption for cultivation is far slower than improving through battle, provided one can survive. For those martial artists who survived, this war would surely lead to improvements. And Su Zhi also had the system. A new month had arrived. "Let's see what ability I can draw this time." Su Zhi eagerly whispered in his mind, "Draw. Draw successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a sleep cultivation experience card, allowing for 5 times accelerated cultivation while sleeping, valid for 1 month. Seeing this ability, Su Zhi couldn't help but feel joy. Great! Finally received another ability for accelerated cultivation. Moreover, he wouldn't waste any time while sleeping. As long as he had enough resources, his strength would soar. In fact, martial arts cultivation isn't just about speed. It also requires comprehension of martial arts. 5 times acceleration in cultivation is probably the limit the system can provide. Any faster would be counterproductive. Thinking of this, Su Zhi wasted no time and went directly to the Internal Affairs Department. He exchanged all his gains from the battlefield for enough cultivation resources. The contribution points for defeating enemies, captured weapons and pills, alien corpses materials, all added up to around 300,000 spirit stones. Of course, Su Zhi also remembered to allocate some spirit stones for Shunqing Yin and Songqing, supporting their cultivation. In the next month, Su Zhi immersed himself in training day and night. During the day, he attended classes, took students out for field training, and cultivated. At night, he accelerated his training. As Su Zhi continued his days of hearing nothing from the outside world, only focused on cultivation, the high-level officials of the southern region of the Great Xia were also holding a crucial meeting. The Grand Governor of the southern region, Su Shouxuan, looked seriously at the heads of various bases on both sides. Not long after the Nanhai 10,000 races battlefield was attacked by the Wasteland race, other battlefields in the southern region encountered attacks from alien races one after another. Su Shouxuan felt that this could not be a coincidence. Rather, it seemed that several main alien races had established contact with each other across various battlefields in the southern region. If it was just 1 or 2 alien passages stirring up conflict, the southern region could still mobilize forces to respond. But if a large-scale war broke out across the entire southern region, with alien races united attacking strongholds, the situation would become very severe. Su Shouxuan felt that the attacks on several major strongholds were very likely a test of the human defense line in the southern region, while also coordinating the cooperation between different alien races. Another extremely tricky point was that the aliens might have control over the exotic beasts within. With internal and external forces working together, the pressure on the southern defense would increase significantly. We were caught off guard, suffering losses of over 10,000 martial artists, hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The situation is very severe. Su Shouxuan heavily knocked on the table, feeling both anger and sorrow. The southern region had not experienced such heavy losses in decades. Next, how to reorganize the defense line, replenish troops, and prepare for the inevitable larger-scale war. This was the major problem facing all the high-ranking officials. 18. High-level meeting. Su Zhi as Grand Governor of Nanhai. In the meeting room, besides the heads of various battlefields, there were also some powerful 9th-grade martial artists. The high combat power of 9th-grade martial artists made them the upper echelon of the entire Great Xia organization. Of course, there were also transcendent existences above the 9th grade among humans. However, they were the stabilizing forces of humanity, rarely showing themselves or taking action. If a war of 9th grade and above broke out, it would mean that humanity was at a critical moment of life and death. Those above the 9th grade had more important responsibilities to guard and seek higher breakthroughs. At the meeting table, there were 2 familiar faces to Su Zhi. One was the president of the Nanhai Martial Arts University, and the other was Su Xingyan, the dean of the Pill Academy. Su Xingyan was seated somewhat closer to the front, facing the grief and anger of Grand Governor Su Shouxuan. Both of them sat in silence, deep in thought. Old Su, the flames of war first ignited on the Nanhai battlefield, and your Nanhai base suffered the heaviest losses. What do you think? At this moment, a fierce-looking 8th grade master, who seemed familiar with Su Xingyan, spoke first. High-grade martial artists, 7th grade is master, 8th grade is grandmaster, and 9th grade is great grandmaster. 8th grade is enough to serve as a head of a stronghold. Su Xingyan glanced at the president next to him, then looked at Grand Governor Su Shoshuan at the main seat. First, we need to figure out how these various battlefields in the southern region establish contact. I believe each battlefield is an independent alien passage. They cannot communicate with each other. The only ones that can connect all battlefield intelligence are us humans. So, it is highly likely that it is some cult martial artists and human traders who have done this. We must root out these cult martial artists to prevent them from colluding, and this is a matter of urgency. Su Xingyan openly expressed his viewpoint. Although everyone in their hearts agreed with this view, it was hard to guarantee that there were no traitors among them, so someone needed to break this layer of window paper. With Su Xingyan leading the way and speaking out, others began to express their opinions. Finally, Grand Governor Su Shoshuan decisively laid down the law. Starting today, all strongholds in the southern region will. The base will launch a thorough crackdown on the cult warriors and bring peace to the southern border. Yes, the participants responded one after another. Next, Su Shoshuan, based on the discussions of the meeting, proposed several resolutions. Also, expand the range of warrior recruitment in the southern border and recruit more ordinary soldiers. Increase support for all martial arts universities in the southern border and quickly improve the strength of students, cultivating more mid-grade or higher warriors. Regarding these two resolutions, everyone had a detailed discussion on how to implement them. After all, decisions of such a wide scope involve personnel, resources, coordination, and other aspects, which are not simple matters. At the end of the meeting, the Grand Governor also specifically mentioned a small matter. In the last South Sea base battle, the governor of the South Sea base went to support and sacrificed. A base is the foundation of every 10,000 races battlefield. It cannot be left without someone to take charge. Do we have a suitable candidate? When this question was raised, everyone fell silent. The South Sea base was the weakest in the southern border, and although the position of governor was quite important, it only required a 4th grade martial artist to hold it. But every person in charge of 10,000 races battlefield felt troubled by this task. A 4th grade or higher warrior, as long as they weren't without martial ambitions, wouldn't take up this position. Because it would delay their cultivation, it's a thankless job. Managing millions of people with heavy responsibility, and the resources allocated are only low-level cultivation resources. Everyone at the meeting turned their eyes to the person in charge of the South Sea base and the dean of the South Sea Martial Arts University. The meaning was clear. You deal with South Seas matters, we can't help. Su Shoshuan was also very troubled by this. His original intention was to have other regions support the South Sea, but everyone rejected the idea. The military lost a lot of warriors in the last South Sea base battle, including many above the 4th grade. We really can't find a suitable candidate. How about Old Su? Can your South Sea Martial Arts University think of something? At this moment, the person in charge of the South Sea base took the initiative and said with a sad tone, Su Xingyan felt like punching someone. Clearly the president was also here. Why did this guy single me out to think of a solution? Just because I was once the person in charge of the South Sea base? Fine, let the South Sea Martial Arts University provide someone. Su Shoshuan, with a headache, decisively made the decision. Overall, the Martial Arts University indeed has more 4th grade warriors than the military can call upon. If the military loses a person, the defense line might have a problem. But the Martial Arts University can at most let a few tutors work a bit harder, teach more students, and just spare one tutor. Just said we need to train more warriors in schools, and now we're doing this. Su Xingyan was frustrated and could only accept this difficult task. Fortunately, Su Shoshuan wasn't unyielding. He forced other martial arts academies to support some resources for the South Sea Martial Arts University as compensation. This matter, it seems, was settled. However, for South Sea Martial Arts, the matter was far from over. 4th grade or higher warriors were already scarce in the school. The War Academy, Weapon Martial Academy, and Pill Academy, on average, each academy only had a few. Moreover, each of them was responsible for important teaching tasks for senior students. How could it be that easy to spare one? After returning to the school, the president and the deans of the 3 academies discussed for half a day, but they still couldn't reach a conclusion. In the end, it was Su Xingyan, with gritted teeth, who came up with a solution, since he was the oldest and had more prestige than the president. The greater the prestige, the greater the responsibility. Finally, almost at the late 4th grade, after nearly a month of day and night cultivation, Suja made rapid progress in his cultivation. This speed of cultivation, even those top students in schools would probably struggle to catch up. Just as Suja was feeling a little smug, he suddenly received a message from the dean asking him to come to the office. Is something wrong? The dean hasn't been at school recently, and now he's looking for me as soon as he's back. Suja walked into the dean's office in confusion. Pushing the door open, he found Su Shengyan frowning, as if he had encountered a tricky problem. Seeing this, Suja didn't ask anything, as he knew Su Shengyan would speak up later. Su Shengyan hesitated for a long time. He truly didn't want to let Suja become the governor of the base, fearing it would delay him. Not long after the battle at Nanhai Base, Suja's martial arts aura had already reached the mid-stage of the 4th level. How long had it been since he broke through to the 4th level? With Suja's awakened late-stage talent, maybe a new star is rising in humanity. Tangled, so tangled. Little Su, you must have heard, during the last battle, the governor of Nanhai Base unfortunately sacrificed himself. This position cannot be left vacant for too long, otherwise it will lead to problems. Especially with the wild beasts being very active recently, it could lead to big trouble. After some build-up, Su Shengyan finally steeled himself and said, after discussion among the school leaders, we plan to recommend you for the position of governor of Nanhai Base. What do you think? Huh? Governor of Nanhai Base? Suja was taken aback. He never expected the dean would mention this matter. He wasn't prepared at all. Saying goodbye to Song Qing, welcoming the new governor. Suja came from Nanhai Base, and his family was also there. The only benefit of being the governor is being able to take better care of his family. But there are more drawbacks. The spiritual energy is insufficient, and there are fewer channels to obtain better cultivation resources. Even a year's salary isn't as much as he could earn by going to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Suja's first reaction was to refuse. But then he thought, his biggest support is the system. If the system could draw out some abilities that would also work well at Nanhai Base, it might not be bad. Moreover, being the governor of Nanhai Base doesn't mean he can't go to the battlefield. Mainly, Su Shengyan had done him favors, and this was also the school's arrangement. So he hesitated. Dean, the cultivation environment at Nanhai Base is not great. I still want to work hard these years and push for a higher rank as a martial artist. Su Shengyan frowned. Suja's response could be said to be expected, but he was also prepared. He immediately began to persuade him earnestly, promising Suja compensation. A large amount of spiritual stones and many high-level cultivation resources would be freely given as long as Suja agreed to take office. After all, other martial arts universities in the southern region had provided quite a lot of resources, so reallocating some to compensate Suja was reasonable. Is that so? Suja calculated the resources Su Shengyan promised as compensation. It was enough for him to cultivate to the 5th level, so he reluctantly agreed. This would also count as a favor owed by the school, making it easier for him in the future. Little Su, thank you for your hard work. Once I find a suitable candidate, I will transfer you back to the school at the first opportunity. Su Shengyan patted Suja's shoulder, his eyes filled with gratitude. Dean, not at all. I'm just a brick. I'll go wherever I'm needed. Suja smiled. Broad-minded, with great vision, very good. Then, Suja began to prepare to take office at Nanhai Base. In fact, he also had his own ideas. If it really limited his cultivation, he had a way to return to Nanhai Martial Arts University. That was to break through to the 5th level as soon as possible. As long as his cultivation reached the 5th level, the school would certainly not waste such a talent by continuing to keep him at Nanhai Base. He knew that a 5th level mentor was a core resource for any martial arts university. Before returning, Suja specifically went to see Song Qing. No matter what, he was now Song Qing's guardian, nominally her father. Song Qing had fully immersed herself in life at Nanhai Martial Arts University. She got along well with her teachers and classmates, and had not relaxed her cultivation for a moment, because she knew that if she couldn't keep up, she might be forced to drop out in a year. Fortunately, at the Nanhai Martial Arts University, with a mentor's careful guidance, Song Qing's talent was fully developed. Plus, Suja occasionally helped her a little. Now, she was no longer at the bottom of the class, but had jumped up to above average. Of course, to avoid causing trouble for Suja, she had never mentioned their relationship to anyone. Teacher Su. When Song Qing saw Suja, she felt both happy and full of respect. Without Suja, she wouldn't be where she was today. This was something she would never forget. Your strength has increased a lot. Aim to become a martial artist soon, Suja said with a smile. I will be returning to the Nanhai Base for a while. If you have anything at school, you can call me. Here are some blood chi pills. Work hard. I hope to see you at school in a year. As he spoke, Suja gave some pills to Song Qing. Thank you, Teacher Su. Song Qing did not refuse politely. She really needed these pills. Only by becoming stronger could she repay Suja and Shen Qingyan better in the future. Everything was unsaid. After bidding farewell to Song Qing, Suja boarded the armed plane back to the Nanhai base. The governor's appointment had come down, and now he had his own special pass for traveling. Not only was it free, but it was also the kind that could be used long-term. This could be considered a kind of benefit of being a governor. However, the privileges of a fifth-tier martial artist were no less than those of the base governor. During this trip back to the Nanhai base, Suja's biggest hope was to draw a good ability from the system. Additionally, he wanted to take advantage of his short time as governor to make up for the family he hadn't taken care of for 10 years. He had spent too little time with his daughter, Su Xiaojin, missing many important moments in her growth. This time, he'd make up for lost time and also guide his daughter in her cultivation. Although Shen Xinyan had always been diligent in teaching their daughter the martial arts fundamentals, it was simply not as professional as having a fourth-tier mentor. Before returning, Suja did not inform his family. First, this appointment was indeed very sudden. Second, Suja also wanted to give his family a big surprise. Nanhai Base Airport. Li Qinggang, a late-stage, third-tier martial artist, had been serving as the deputy governor of the Nanhai Base for quite some time. However, since the governor sacrificed himself last month, he had been acting as governor. But since his strength was only at the third tier, many people in the base didn't respect him, especially those other third-tier martial artists. In fact, if it weren't for the orders from above, Li Qinggang would be unwilling to act as this proxy governor. It was too difficult. He hoped more than anyone else that someone capable would be sent from above. But Li Qinggang had heard that no one above the fourth tier wanted to come, making various excuses. In this regard, Li Qinggang could only sigh. They managed the base and deeply respected the coveted governor position, yet were disliked. Where could they argue this? Fortunately, Nanhai Martial Arts University finally stepped in and sent someone to take up the position. The new governor is finally coming. Li Qinggang sighed with relief. Isn't that right? Beside him, the head of the guard team, Zhao Hongchuan, couldn't help but also express his feelings. Both of them were born and raised in the Nanhai base, and to reach the third tier was already impressive. Because they had not been admitted to martial arts university back then, they came from generations of martial arts schools instead. With the support of the martial arts school, they had reached their current level in martial arts. However, breaking through to the third tier and advancing to mid-tier martial artists was harder than ascending to heaven. Both had been at third tier for at least 10 years, and now they were still quite far from the peak of third tier, let alone breaking into fourth tier. As the two most powerful people at Nanhai Base during this period, recently, the pressure has been overwhelming. At this moment, while I sighed in relief, my heart couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. I wonder what the new governor will be like. They only knew that the other person was a mentor from Nanhai University, named Suja, and knew very little else about him. Information about warriors above the middle rank is always confidential. However, coming from Nanhai Martial Arts University is somewhat more reliable than the military. The military's warriors often have a rough and domineering nature. Moreover, the chance of university mentors being infiltrated by cult warriors is also lower. At least from this perspective, it is a good thing for the Nanhai base. As he pondered over these thoughts, the private plane carrying the new governor landed. Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongchuan cleared their throats and exchanged a glance. They quickly walked up to greet him. Suja got off the plane with just a small bag on his back. Governor Su. Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongchuan approached very enthusiastically to greet him once they saw Suja's figure. Although the governor looked young in the photo, he appeared even younger in person. He shouldn't be over 30 yet, right? A warrior of the fourth rank under 30. This new governor's future is limitless. He probably won't stay at the Nanhai base for long. The higher-ups probably couldn't summon those seasoned veterans, so they sent a young person for practice. Welcome, welcome. Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongchuan tried to help Suja carry his bag, but he declined. In the martial arts world, where power is respected, both of them showed enough respect. Even a fool wouldn't offend a young warrior with such a bright future. You two don't need to be polite. I'm also from Nanhai base, and I'll need your help in the future. Suja smiled politely. He wasn't unfamiliar with these two. Having seen them on TV since childhood, he respected them even though he wasn't clear about their specific temperament. After all, they had silently protected the Nanhai base for a long time and had never made any mistakes in their work. He remembered that 10 years ago, both were at the third rank. He didn't expect that they were still third rank now after being over 50. But this is the normal performance for ordinary people. Even Suja at the first and second rank had stagnated for 10 years. Without an awakening system, he probably was just a little better than these two. At least these two hadn't even attended martial arts university. Is that so? That's great. Then you're familiar with our Nanhai base. Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongchuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The new governor looks very friendly, and he's also a fellow townsman. I can only say that I am familiar with the basic situation of the base. I will still rely on you two for work. Without further ado, let's go back to the governor's office. Suja didn't engage in small talk, but instead got straight to work. First of all, he needed to understand the operation of the base, mainly regarding defense. The previous governor had taken many guards and fighters to support the myriad races battlefield, and many were injured or killed. The current situation of the base's defense strength and operation certainly didn't look optimistic. Moreover, with the governor's position vacant for over a month, it was probably a bit chaotic. Okay, Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan replied readily. The new governor, also from the Nanhai base, didn't rush home upon landing but began to work. This further eased their worries. Nanhai Base Governor's Office. This is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the entire Nanhai base. As soon as Suja entered, he felt it was much better than the martial artist community where he lived. But it still couldn't compare to Nanhai Martial Arts University, especially in comparison to his mentor's apartment. However, the facilities and services are clearly better and more luxurious. After all, he is the most powerful person in the base. It shouldn't be too shabby. After a brief look around, Suja went to the governor's office to inquire about various affairs of the base. Governor Su, the total number of guards in the Nanhai base is around 100,000, and there are less than 2,000 warriors left, most of whom are first-grade warriors. Only 362 are second grade, and there are fewer than 50 at third grade. Compared to before, we've lost nearly a third, and the pressure on defense is enormous. Not only that, but due to the huge compensation for the fallen soldiers in the war of all races, the base's finances are now facing serious problems. And also, Li Chenggang honestly reported all the situations without any concealment. In his words, there was some blame for the former governor. The former governor was a good governor who understood the people's feelings but was overly generous and gentle. The financial situation of the base had always been poor. During the last war of all races in the South China Sea, he insisted on sending reinforcements against everyone's objections, even when there was no order from above to provide support. The former governor said, "So what if there's no order? Does that mean all military responsibilities fall on us? If the South China Sea battlefield is unfavorable, then our South China Sea base is the first to suffer. It's everyone's responsibility to defend our homeland. As warriors, how can we shrink back?" The former governor died heroically but left a mess for Li Chenggang and the others to clean up. Listening to these reports, Suja also felt overwhelmed. Previously, when he read the work report from the South China Sea base, he had some psychological expectations, knowing it would be tough. But upon actual contact, he found it even harder than he had imagined. However, no matter what, the work still had to continue. After thinking for a moment, Suja made some changes to the plans he had prepared earlier. He directly instructed Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan. The urgent task is to stabilize the people's hearts in the base. We cannot let chaos arise. Inform the TV station to come to the governor's office. I want to deliver a live speech in 1 hour. A headless crowd is the easiest to cause chaos. I will give everyone peace of mind. Understood, Governor. Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan immediately accepted the order. The new governor indeed had some capability and acted decisively. This tactic would be effective. After the two left, Suja immediately called Su Xingyan. There was no other intention. He just wanted more support. All right, I'll go persuade the principal and the military to give you more support. Su Xingyan could not resist Suja's persistent requests and agreed to put his old face on the line to get more support from above. He feared that Suja might slack off since he was pushed to become governor. Since Suja was so willing to work hard, what reason did he have not to support him? What was face worth? However, Suja knew the gap was still quite large and could only take one step at a time. If it really didn't work out, he would take out some of his personal resources for public use. After all, it was subsidized by other martial arts universities. As for his own training, he could only hope for the system. Thinking of this, noticing that the system had refreshed, Suja hesitated no longer and drew his new ability for the month. Drawing successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a Fortune Enhancement Binding Experience card, bound to Suja's personal reputation, for 1 month. Suja was somewhat taken aback to draw this ability. He had unexpectedly bound his Fortune Enhancement to his personal reputation. With Suja's current position as governor, he would certainly manage the South China Sea base well, and his reputation among the people of the base would have to be strong for his fortune to increase. Fortune is a wonderful thing, almost an essential divine object for the destined ones. Not only can it turn misfortune into good fortune, but it might also grant insights into martial arts or even enlightenment. More directly, one could even stumble upon treasures. Though it may not compare to the immediate abilities granted through hard work, performed well, the effect might even be better. All right, it seems they're determined to have me do well as governor. Suja had no complaints. He originally planned to do something for the South China Sea base. This ability came at just the right time. Meanwhile, At the South China Sea base's television station, there was a sense of nervous chaos. The new governor has taken office? They had received no news at all and were about to go to the governor's office for a live interview. Perhaps for many warriors, the governor is just a slightly stronger fourth grade, and there are plenty of beings far more powerful than a fourth grade. But for most ordinary people in the base, the meaning of the governor is much more than just a powerful warrior. He is their official parent. The television station did not dare to delay and quickly sent out a team. Led by a senior manager, they rushed to the governor's mansion in a hurry. Live speech, strict laws and troubled times. Lu Ying is the best journalist at the South China Sea-based television station. Before 30, she had already become a pillar of the station. In addition to her solid professional skills and outstanding looks, her background is also impressive. She comes from a family of warriors. Both her parents are warriors, and her grandfather was even a peak second-grade warrior. In the South China Sea base, she is considered a notable figure. But to be responsible for connecting with a new fourth-grade governor still made her a bit nervous. After arriving at the governor's mansion, Lu Ying's mood was slightly uneasy. Even though this was not her first time at the governor's mansion, and she had interviewed the previous governor many times. The previous governor was kind and generous, but the new governor is hard to say. She heard he was a very young fourth-grade warrior. Such a prodigy might be proud and hard to serve. Governor Li. Lu Ying and her team respectfully greeted Li Changgang upon meeting him. Li Changgang had served as the deputy governor in the South China Sea base for many years and was a third-grade warrior, highly respected. No one dared to misbehave in front of him. Follow me. Li Changgang did not waste words. He had already briefed them on the basic situation, and it was crucial to seize the time. This was the first task assigned by the new governor, and he could not afford to be careless. Given the new governor's age and talent, he would likely soar high in the future. Even if the other party resigned, it would be easy for him to handle Li Changgang. Governor Su, the television station team, has arrived. Li Changgang knocked on the office door and said respectfully. Seeing Li Changgang so respectful and nervous, Lu Ying and the others felt anxious too. It seems the new governor is hard to get along with, so they must be careful. Come in, Suja replied. As they pushed the door open, Lu Ying and the others saw a tall figure standing by the window. Then he turned around and smiled at them. Nice to meet you, Governor Su. Lu Ying and the others greeted with their heads down. However, Lu Ying felt a bit puzzled. The new governor was indeed young, but he seemed a bit familiar. Soon, she denied it in her heart. How could she have met him? No need to stand on ceremony. Suja smiled. Many warriors may have an innate sense of superiority, but Suja, who has traveled and lived as an ordinary person for 28 years, does not look down on others. He understands how hard life can be for ordinary people. Seeing Suja being so easygoing and smiling, Lu Ying and the others couldn't help but freeze for a moment. As they listened closely to Suja's voice and carefully observed his features, Lu Ying felt more than just frozen. Her heart was shocked like a stormy sea. This voice, this appearance, and also the surname Su. It couldn't be wrong. This is her high school classmate, Suja. Lu Ying may not have a deep impression of her other high school classmates, but Suja was the only one from South China Sea No. 3 high school who got into a martial arts university. How could she forget? Moreover, after the martial arts exam, Suja married their martial arts teacher's daughter, the school beauty Shin Xingyan. That had caused quite a stir in school back then. Lu Ying even attended their wedding. 10 years have passed, and unexpectedly, their reunion is at this moment. Who would have thought that Suja, who came from an ordinary family and was somewhat reserved back then, has now become a fourth-grade warrior, governing a base with more than 20 million people. And Suja is the same age as her, only 28, destined to go far in the future. Unfortunately, her relationship with Suja back then was just ordinary. Otherwise, perhaps we could seize a good opportunity. Old classmate, it's been a long time. At this moment, Suja also recognized Lu Ying and was the first to reveal the secret. You still remember me? Lu Ying was a bit surprised, but still spoke respectfully. She knew she shouldn't casually connect with classmates. At the right time, she should say the right words. Of course I remember. How could I forget? Suja still smiled, quite satisfied with this old classmate's reaction. However, he had no intention of reminiscing with an old classmate and directly instructed, let's start. First, let's announce it on television. Okay, Governor Su. Lu Ying came back to her senses and quickly got to work. Beside her, Li Changgang was also directing and helping out, giving notifications to various public institutions at the bases. However, he didn't expect that Lu Ying and Governor Su were classmates. What a coincidence. Soon, Nanhai television station released an announcement. The newly appointed governor of Nanhai Base will deliver a public speech in 30 minutes. Countdown. XX minutes, XX seconds. As soon as this notice came out, it instantly attracted countless eager followers. The new governor has finally taken office. Congratulations. Yes, it's been too chaotic lately. Prices skyrocketing, life is hard. New governor, new atmosphere. I hope Nanhai Base gets better and better. Many ordinary people expressed some hope for the newly appointed governor, looking forward to his achievements. This period has been particularly difficult for ordinary people, although martial artists were somewhat better off. Nanhai Number 3 High School. Having already started the new school year, Shun Qingyan was completely overwhelmed with busyness. Last time in the martial arts exam, 6 students from grade 3-10 were admitted to martial arts universities, and with Song Qing, there were 7. This made Shin Qingyan well known among the parents, and many students wanted to transfer to her class. The new governor's speech. Nanhai Number 3 High School also received a notification from the governor's office, arranging for everyone to watch the new governor's speech together. The important announcements from the base's television broadcast are not something anyone dares to ignore. One careless moment could lead to danger. Moreover, at this crucial moment, the new governor's public speech is related to every person in Nanhai Base, so Shun Qingyan naturally did not want to miss it. She, too, hoped this chaotic situation would pass soon. It was too distressing, especially since most of the students in Shun Qingyan's class were ordinary students. It was even worse. Chaos, distress, and a busy work schedule left her unable to train properly. Not long after, every television set in the base was crowded with eager people. They were all waiting to see what the new governor was like and what he would say. As the 30-minute countdown ended, a young and determined face appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I am Suj, the 4th governor of Nanhai Base in the southern region of Daxia. Please rest assured, our Nanhai Base will welcome a new situation. I promise to quickly and wholeheartedly achieve the following points. Crack down on crime, stabilize prices, provide assistance to the families of the deceased. Suja did not speak any empty words. He directly listed out what he would do after taking office. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Some base residents still held a wait-and-see attitude, listening for the excitement. But Suja was not just talking empty words. The purge of heretical martial artists in the southern region was in full swing, and he would not show mercy. In chaotic times, strict laws are used, and this is the wisdom passed down by our ancestors. No matter who it involves or what interests are at stake, in the face of absolute power, they can only submit. Suja did not mind taking action personally, making an example of one to warn others. After the speech, Suja quickly summoned all mid to senior level staff to begin implementing the action. When everyone learned that Suja had secured considerable subsidies for Nanhai Base, they were happy, but also secretly murmured. It seems the new governor has a very strong background. Such abundant resources were promised just like that. Even though the former governor applied for years, every time the higher-ups only symbolically gave him a little hint. Isn't that right? The new governor really has a lot of power. Don't touch that bad luck. Just work hard. At this moment, even those who were secretly planning to slack off or had other thoughts had no choice but to focus their minds. They followed Suja's bold and sweeping plans and worked hard to take action, and they absolutely dared not slack off. Governor is awesome. A trailblazer. In Nanhai 3rd High, Shen Qingyan was in the office with the school's teachers, watching the new governor's public speech together. But when the new governor's face appeared on the screen, they were all stunned. This isn't Shen Qingyan's husband. Since Suja went to train the students, many people had gotten to know him. Everyone was deeply impressed by this mentor from Nanhai Martial Arts University, and they knew that Suja was a 3rd-grade martial artist. But it's only been less than 3 months. How did he suddenly transform into the governor of the Nanhai Base? The governor has to be at least a 4th-grade martial artist, and these teachers knew that very well. So, has Shen Qingyan's husband already become a 4th-grade martial artist? You have to know, the difference between 3rd and 4th grade is no small matter. In the office, all the teachers turned their eyes to Shen Qingyan. Beyond the shock and surprise, there was also admiration in their eyes. My husband, has he become a 4th-grade martial artist? The base governor, at this moment, Shen Qingyan also hadn't fully recovered. When did Suja advance to the 4th grade, and when did he take over as the governor of the Nanhai Base? She didn't know. Last time she went to Nanhai Martial Arts University, she hadn't heard about this at all. She only knew that Suja had stayed in the Battle of 10,000 Clans for a long time, and after the war ended, he had thrown himself into cultivation, occasionally contacting Song Qing, but Song Qing hadn't mentioned this. Anyway, this was an enormous surprise for Shen Qingyan. Her husband's cultivation improved, and she could see him often at the Nanhai Base. There was nothing better than this. Similar to the situation at Nanhai 3rd High, although not many people at the base knew Suja, there were still some. For example, former classmates and Shun Qingyan's family. At this moment, Shun Qingyan's father-in-law, Suja's martial arts teacher, Shun Yonghui, and his family were staring at the TV screen with expressions of disbelief. Last time Suzhou visited the Nanhai base, Shin Yonghui happened to be out, so they missed him. When they saw Suzhou again, they didn't expect it to be on TV, giving a public speech as the governor of the base. This was too ridiculous. At the governor's office, as soon as the live speech ended, Suzhou led his team for an inspection of the Nanhai base. Every key institution and area was swiftly inspected, and when it was time to take action, he showed no mercy. Although it was only a short inspection and rectification activity, the news slowly spread. The new governor's really getting things done. No hesitation at all. That's right, some gangs and traders were still holding on to luck, but I heard that the new governor cleaned them all up. Looks like he's serious about this. It's not just talk. In a short period of time, Suzhou earned a lot of goodwill and increased expectations from many people. Especially when everyone found out that Suzhou was also from the Nanhai base, they naturally had a good impression. We're all from a Nanhai base. Would he harm us? This kind of gathering of hearts quickly, through the system's binding, feedback reached Suzhou. The luck, though mysterious, made Suzhou feel that at this moment, whatever he did, the chances of success increased significantly. Even his insights into cultivation seemed much clearer than before. Not bad. Still need to work harder to build up my hometown. After a busy day, Suzhou finally returned home in the middle of the night. What was surprising was that Su Mama, Shun Qingyan, and even Su Xiaojin were still awake, all waiting for him to come home. They hadn't called or disturbed Suzhou, just knowing that Suzhou would definitely return home after he finished his busy work. Although they did not call Suzhou, their phones had not stopped ringing. Classmates, friends, relatives, neighbors, some connections that were very distant also sent their congratulations and greetings. This forced Shun Qingyan and Su's mother to turn off their phones and stay inside. At school, Shun Qingyan felt even deeper emotions. Originally, her reputation had risen this semester, and now she was being respected everywhere. Some new teachers even spoke humbly, afraid of upsetting Shun Qingyan. The status of a fourth-rank lady, the governor's wife, is not just to scare people. Shun Qingyan couldn't help but feel emotional about this. Back when she married Suzhou, she couldn't say she was dissatisfied, but she always felt a bit coerced by her father, which made her uneasy. Although after 10 years of marriage, aside from the time they spent together being less, Suzhou was a standard good husband in other aspects. When Suzhou was promoted to third rank, their relationship also heated up to a new height. At this moment, Shun Qingyan felt a bit fortunate that her father's decision was right. In this era where the strong are respected, everyone has a bit of admiration for the strong, and Shun Qingyan was no exception. Why is no one asleep? Suzhou entered the door with a smile. We are all waiting for you. Xiaozhou, what on earth is going on? Su's mother complained a bit as she spoke first. Suzhou's father passed away early, and she raised Suzhou alone. Her proudest moment was when her son was admitted to the martial arts university. Who would have thought that one day her son would become a powerful fourth-rank warrior, the governor of the Nanhai base? Such an important matter, and they didn't even inform them in advance. This matter was a bit sudden. Suzhou sat down and looked at Shun Qingyan and Su's mother. Actually, when you went to Nanhai Martial Arts University last time, I had already reached the fourth rank. I forgot to tell you. As for the governor's position, I also had no choice. Suzhou patiently explained to his family. Shun Qingyan and Su's mother listened in astonishment. The governor's position, governing a base of 20 million people, surprisingly had no one willing to take it, and it fell to Suzhou. Most of the people they came in contact with were low-rank warriors of the first and second ranks, and they didn't really understand the battlefield of 10,000 clans. They were not very aware of the true nature of the martial arts world. And Suzhou, in fact, had just begun to understand. A night passed in silence. Over the next 3 days, Suzhou was busy and personally handled various affairs in the base. In just 4 days, the base visibly experienced encouraging changes. The resources approved for assistance from above also started to arrive one after another, all things that the base urgently needed. The most valuable were a batch of training resources, such as elixirs, weapons, and spirit stones. Su Xingyan's face really darkened. The total value was nearly 60 million spirit stones. Li Chenggang and other senior officials of the base were dumbfounded. So much, that's great. The governor is awesome. Faced with these resources, Suzhou was thinking about how to make the most of them. Stabilizing the base was the first priority, but strengthening the base and training more warriors was the long-term utmost importance. Half of these training resources will be given to the guard team to enhance overall strength. The other half, I want to reserve for hosting the Nanhai Base High School Martial Arts League and the rewards for the business martial arts competition. After much thought, Suzhou planned to take some different actions. In fact, throughout the Great Xia region, the leaders also wanted to regularly hold national martial arts competitions. However, The various battlefields of 10,000 clans were scattered and difficult to connect, making it not so easy. Even the martial arts competitions between martial arts universities were hard to organize. But after talking with Dean Su Xingyan, with the change in the war situation, the higher-ups were actually very encouraging of internal competition in various regions. Only through competition and comparison can there be progress. It is time to rectify the martial arts atmosphere across the nation. After 500 years of spiritual energy revival, a long time has inevitably led to some corruption within the Great Xia territory. The South Sea Martial Arts University, due to its short establishment time, may not show it yet. However, those martial arts universities that have existed for over 100 years are increasingly suffering from a rigid social structure and widespread nepotism. This results in some exceptionally gifted commoners often not receiving the best training. Instead, those with backgrounds not only possess abundant resources, but can also access various school subsidies. If this continues, major problems are sure to arise. It seems that the higher-ups have finally decided to change the situation. The South Sea Martial Arts University might be the first to implement these changes. The Martial Arts University involves broader matters, making it easier to operate with a solid foundation. With that in mind, Suja thought, why not take this opportunity to get things moving? Without hesitation, after discussing with Li Qinggang and the others, Suja immediately decided to convene a meeting of martial artists above the second rank within the base. The martial arts competition, Suja's open strategy. This was the first time the new governor called martial artists to a meeting, and everyone dared not to neglect it. Except for those who had public duties and couldn't leave their posts, most had already arrived early at the governor's residence. The large conference room was packed with over 100 martial artists. The majority were second-rank fighters, with very few third-rank. It was also Suja's first time facing so many martial artists, yet his gaze remained resolute and authoritative. Having experienced the last South Sea 10,000 Races War, this could only be considered a small scene. Last time, the second and third-rank foreign races he killed added up to more than the number present. If he truly went all out, even now, in the middle of the fourth rank, he wouldn't necessarily lose against them. The gap between the middle and lower ranks is indeed that vast. Everyone, I believe you all know that I have acquired a batch of cultivation resources through the South Sea Martial Arts University. As soon as Suja opened his mouth, he established the tone for the meeting. The meaning was clear. These cultivation resources were personally fought for by Suja, with no direct relationship to everyone present. Upon hearing this, all the martial artists revealed eager, yet puzzled expressions. The martial artists of the South Sea base have not been well lately. The recent war consumed a lot of resources. All martial artists, whether they held public office or were idle, had seen their resource gains significantly cut. The South Sea base's cultivation conditions were already the worst. Without life-saving elixirs, they were not even very motivated to face exotic beasts in the wild. It is naturally a good thing that the new governor obtained cultivation resources. It all depended on how they were distributed. The martial artists present, aside from their personal cultivation, were more concerned about their descendants. After all, the next generation is the hope. I plan to hold a high school martial arts league in the South Sea base starting this year to enhance the potential of our younger generation. A large portion of this batch of resources will be allocated to various high schools as training and rewards. Since it is a martial arts league, we will definitely need everyone's support. Suja directly stated his first proposal. Governor, this is great. We will definitely support it wholeheartedly. One martial artist who was a teacher was the first to express his stance. Other martial artists, some without direct interests, also echoed enthusiastically. Whether they ran martial arts schools, were part of security teams, or belonged to martial arts families, they could all benefit from it. The Martial Arts League was an event everyone anticipated. No one dared to voice opposition, but there was no benefit in doing so anyway. Suja nodded, feeling quite pleased with everyone's response. Then, he revealed the main purpose of calling everyone together. The High School Martial Arts League is actually also a bait. I plan to take a dual approach and lure out those cult martial artists while the league is being held to catch them all in one go. At that time, I will need the help of everyone present, with substantial rewards. When Suja mentioned the rewards, the atmosphere became lively. All the martial artists were envious and excited. This is much better than hunting exotic beasts in the wild. Eradicating evil cults is everyone's responsibility. Support the governor. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited in an instant. Most of the seated martial artists were registered fighters, with little chance of being infiltrated by the evil cult. In fact, even if the evil cult martial artists found out, it wouldn't matter. The evil cult martial artists aim to eliminate the resistance of all races, claiming belonging to all races. They would definitely set their sights on the High School Martial Arts League. And with such rich rewards, Evil cult martial artists are mostly selfish and self-serving individuals. They find it hard to resist this temptation. This is a blatant ploy. When Suja announced that there would also be a martial arts competition for the entire base, the martial artists in the conference room erupted with excitement. Support the governor. Long live the governor. The resolution from this meeting was quickly announced throughout the base. This made many people extremely excited, and joy was inevitable. The most excited were undoubtedly the students from various schools. Normally, they had no channel to compete for such generous rewards, and although competition was fierce, at least it gave outstanding students a fair chance. Moreover, they could also accumulate combat experience and hone their martial skills. The competition for social martial artists was also well received and anticipated. One was the generous rewards, and two, which martial artist wouldn't want to prove and refine themselves. The new governor is really making big moves. This is a great thing for future generations. For a time, everyone in the Nanhai base related to martial arts praised the new governor, Suja. Shen Xinyan could not withstand the enthusiasm of the other teachers and personally called Suja. She inquired about the high school martial arts league. After all, the teachers from the various high schools in the base were the ones most concerned about this matter. Yes, it's serious. The main goal is to improve the strength of high school students, hoping that more of them can pass the martial arts college entrance exam next year. Some of you teachers from the martial arts department can also participate in the social martial arts competition to improve each other. Suja replied affirmatively over the phone. Upon hearing Suja say this, all the teachers felt a surge of energy, for their students as well as for themselves. Overall, the series of policies introduced by Suja received a very positive response. The most direct manifestation was that Suja felt a change in his fortune. His understanding of martial arts often felt like a sudden enlightenment. This had never happened before. However, at present, a few main incentive measures, whether it was support for the Guard Squad, the High School Martial Arts League, or the Social Martial Arts League, provided the greatest help to the martial artists. Ordinary people in the base could only feel that the base wasn't as chaotic anymore and prices stabilized, among other benefits. To gain more recognition from ordinary people, it likely still required considerable effort. Take it slow. You can't become fat with one bite. Suja did not have the idea of rushing for results. He prioritized organizing the martial arts competition first. 3 days later, after tense and efficient preparations, the High School Martial Arts League began in full swing. Nanhai TV also arranged for full live coverage. Wow, is this the High School Martial Arts competition? It's quite exciting. Indeed, although these high school students aren't very strong and lack combat experience, their spirit is particularly moving. Wow, this competition is making me a bit nervous. Go for it. Watching the competition on TV, everyone enthusiastically shared their thoughts, especially some parents watching on-site, who were even more nervous and excited than the participating students. As the competition progressed, everyone also noticed the significant differences in levels among the high schools. School leaders paid special attention to this point, as the schools that earned top 3 would receive greater rewards. Of course, even if they ranked last, the participating schools would still receive a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. This cannot be a small amount. Suja, a 4th grade warrior, including his mentor's salary, only earns a little over 1,000 spirit stones. 4 high school students, having a monthly cultivation expense of 10 spirit stones, is already considered wealthy. This time, the personal rewards for the High School Martial Arts League are even more eye-catching. Every school will have 30 competition spots after internal selection, with 30 from each grade, from 1st year to 3rd year. Every student participating will receive a reward of 20 spirit stones. The overall league is divided by grade, with rewards for the top 100. The champion of the 3rd year will receive a reward of 10,000 spirit stones. This amount of reward is enough to make even 2nd grade warriors drool. For some warriors who dare not go to the battlefield, earning 10,000 spirit stones is not so easy. The governor's office announced the total prize money for the school and societal warriors competition, reaching over 1 million spirit stones. Of course, some prizes will be issued in the form of even more precious pills. This number shocked everyone. If anyone dares to reach out and touch these rewards, they will be killed without mercy. Before it started, Suja had already issued a deadly order. With such a huge sum of wealth, it's hard to guarantee that someone won't be tempted to act selfishly. Suja is not afraid that someone will dare to touch it. If worst comes to worst, they will just die trying. This batch of resources, Suja specifically asked Su Shengyan to place a soul mark on them. Under 7th grade warriors, no one can erase those marks. Suja's new operation is like sending money, a lasting contribution. The High School Martial Arts League is in full swing at the South Sea base. Suja's fortune is rising every day. Interestingly, on the third day after the league started, many merchants saw the business opportunity. They all requested sponsorship and advertising. Among them, those selling pills and martial arts schools were the most active. Suja, of course, welcomed such requests. From the very beginning, Suja never thought of just holding 1 or 2 sessions. He wanted to make it regular. With the financial support from these businesses, the martial arts competition might not need much funding from the base in just a year or two and could operate independently, forming a virtuous cycle. Suja is not worried that after he steps down as governor, the next governor will stop the competition. After all, internal competition and the rectification of martial arts is the trend. Who would dare go against it? Moreover, once a policy is embraced by the people, stopping it is not so easy. The most critical thing is that there's only one possibility for Suja to step down as governor. That is if he becomes stronger, at least 5th grade or above. At that time, his power will be greater and many things will be easier to handle. When both the High School Martial Arts League and the Societal Martial Arts Competition were on track, about half a month passed. Suja once again gathered a group of warriors, mainly from the outdoor hunting teams and martial arts schools. What's going on? Governor Su has called so many of us over. Is there going to be another announcement? I don't know, but must be good. I can't wait. Isn't that the truth? I can't help but wish Governor Su would summon us every now and then. These warriors were discussing among themselves and trying to find out if there were any insider news. Even Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan, 3rd-grade warriors with important positions, were not very clear. However, their thoughts were similar to everyone else's. Governor Su must have new ideas, and 9 times out of 10, it would benefit the base. Everyone arrived early, and Suju appeared on time. Governor Su, the governor, has arrived. Everyone looked towards Suja, their expressions and words filled with respect. If before, there were still a few warriors who questioned Suja's youth and inexperience, now no one dared to think like that. His strength speaks for itself, and Suja is truly capable and cares for the base. Suja glanced over the crowd, and the meeting room instantly fell silent. Calling everyone here is certainly for a good reason. Suja spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, all the warriors present showed eager expressions, but a few others wore serious faces. They believed, heaven does not drop pies on its own, it's impossible. Suja ignored them and continued to speak slowly. Since the last beast riot, the beasts outside the Nanhai base have been a bit restless, increasing the threat to the base. In light of this, I plan to launch a beast hunting activity, where for a limited time, all hunting gains will be purchased by the base at a 20% higher price. Moreover, additional rewards will be given to the top 30 hunters. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. A 20% price subsidy is not a small amount, and there's also a competition ranking prize. If this isn't a good thing, then what is? The key point is that in the wild hunting, non-warriors can also participate, making this a policy that benefits the entire base. Governor, when does it start? Someone eagerly asked. It starts tomorrow, for a limited time of 1 month. If the base's finances are sufficient by then, we will also consider an extension, Suja replied. Yay, we're going out of the city tomorrow to kill. We must go out of the city. I was worried about not having enough resources to score well in the martial arts competition, but this time, I must give it my all. With this 20% profit, I'm all in this month. All the warriors were excited and expressed their support, with their eyes shining bright. However, Li Chenggang and a few other 3rd-grade warriors looked a bit puzzled. The main value of the beasts lies in their meat, as it can be food and also help with cultivation. What does the governor want to do by buying so much beast meat at high price? The guard team can't eat it all. Selling it would be pure loss. Could it simply be a policy to benefit the people? Unable to figure it out, they did not dare to question it, as the main source of finances was brought in by Suja. Moreover, this new governor, who acts decisively, surely has his own considerations. Then, Suja explained some details to Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan. For example, letting the guard team set up purchasing points in the wild and the specific implementation methods for review and rewards, etc. Later that day, this incentive measure was announced on the television station. The next day, the guard team purchased many beast resources. By the 3rd day, the purchase numbers began to soar. On the 4th day, Suja had the television station release a new announcement. Everyone in the base can buy 1 pound of beast meat for only 30% of the price with their ID. The content was simple but immensely explosive. Instantly, it caused a sensation throughout the Nanhai base. 30% off for 1 pound per person? For families with many members, this is like the governor's office giving away free gifts. The governor's office is indirectly giving out money. Not only that, even if one had money before, they couldn't buy that much beast meat. The governor wants every household to have access to beast meat, giving everyone a chance to cultivate. That's right, the governor aims to boost the overall strength of the base, especially for our next generation. The governor is planning for our future. This is a great contribution. Without any surprise, everyone sprang into action. In less than a morning, the beast meat stock from the previous 3 days was sold out. And this again stimulated the hunters. They were worried there might be too much beast meat and the governor's office would be overwhelmed, potentially stopping the purchases at any time. Looks like they were overthinking. The beast meat wasn't too much, but completely insufficient. Let's go. We must kill more today. The entire Nanhai base became lively. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. For a moment, Suja's fortune began to soar. After all, the number of warriors is too small. Policies that involve the interests of ordinary people have the greatest impact. Unfortunately, it can only last 1 month. The finances can't afford it. And 1 month is enough to sweep away the beasts on the outermost edges of the base. Ensure everyone's safety. Killing too many, people will take risks and casualties will appear instead. Suja listened to Li Chenggang and others' daily reports, secretly searching. At the same time, he was extremely looking forward to the benefits that luck would bring him after rising to a certain extent. Comprehension of cultivation, or finding a priceless treasure. This time, the system's ability seemed a bit ordinary. But Suja knew it was actually the most defiant talent, because the luck bonus within this month would permanently stay with him. It was equivalent to having an extra child of luck created for him. So much anticipation, endless anticipation. 25. The god of swordsmanship talent. Shui Shun Yongwei. In the following time, Suja lived each day in a tense yet fulfilling manner. Besides work, he also took time to guide Xinqin Yin and his daughter Su Xiaojin in their martial art cultivation. Occasionally, he studied martial arts books in the governor's mansion, though they were not as rich or advanced as those from Nanhai Martial Arts University. But due to the luck bonus, he always gained different insights. Of course, cultivation never fell behind, and his cultivation level and combat power steadily increased. Soon, it would be almost a month since Suja took office as the governor. The Nanhai base underwent tremendous changes. Internal issues, external security. The most obvious change was that ordinary people became stronger and healthier. This was the result of everyone having beast meat to eat. Meanwhile, martial artists and guards improved their strength with various subsidies. The preliminary rounds of the High School Martial Arts League and the Social Martial Arts Competition were successfully completed one after another, especially the High School Martial Arts League, which had a wide and far-reaching impact. As time passed, the impact would deepen in people's hearts. Some exceptionally talented prodigies gradually stood out. However, they did not display overly monstrous abilities, and those hidden cult martial artists did not strike immediately. Suja was not anxious. He believed that during the final phase, those people would not be able to stay still. On the last day of the luck bonus, Suja took a day off for himself. He closed himself off in the governor's mansion's library. Suja's cultivation was already close to the late 4th grade, but breaking through this small realm was not easy. Without cultivation acceleration methods, Suja planned to focus on martial skills. The martial arts in the governor's mansion were the best in the entire Nanhai base, although most were only 1st or 2nd grade martial arts. But due to their large number, Suja had not finished reading through them all. While researching, Suja's powerful spiritual power sensed something unusual about a martial arts technique. It was a 2nd grade fist technique, yet Suja found a 5th grade spiritual imprint on it. 5th grade? Truly 5th grade. Suja couldn't help but feel joy. Could this be the blessing brought by the luck boost? After practicing for so many years and the system awakening for so long, Suja had never had any miraculous encounters. Without overthinking, he used his deep 4th grade spiritual power to attempt to connect with that spiritual imprint. After an entire half a day of study and contact, Suja was even more unexpectedly shocked. This is actually the training insight left behind by a 6th grade martial artist. Although the martial skill book was somewhat outdated, it was indeed 6th grade. The 6th grade martial artist was already at the peak of mid-grade martial artists, scarce even in the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University. To leave behind training insights for others to study was even rarer. Nanhai Martial Arts University also had some, but only those at the vice president level or those with outstanding contributions would have the opportunity to access them. After all, this involved certain secrets of a 6th grade martial artist. Suja suppressed his inner excitement and soon immersed himself in absorbing that training insight. And this immersion lasted for a full 3 days. This caused Suja to have to explain things to Li Chenggang and Xinqin midway. Now, as the governor of the base, Suja did not need to take care of everything himself, but he could not disappear for 3 days without any explanation. Fortunately, after 3 days, Suja's gains were enormous. The insights gained from his cultivation were enough. he was just a step away from breaking through to the late 4th rank. The most crucial point was that Su Zha's understanding of martial arts was now completely different from before. He felt it was necessary to practice a powerful martial skill, to use it as his greatest support. Coincidentally, a new round of system ability extraction had already refreshed. Su Zha did not hesitate and immediately began to draw. Draw successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a God of Swordsmanship Talent Experience card, valid for 1 month. This was also the first time Su Zha had drawn such a specific system ability. The God of Swordsmanship, with full talent, was tailor-made for his swordsmanship martial skills. In an instant, he felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind about swordsmanship. Is this what it feels like to be a genius? So satisfying. At once, Su Zha began to practice his Mad God sword technique. Every move had no significant changes, but the understanding and combat power contained within was on a whole different level. Not bad. My sword is very cool. Su Zha wore a smile as he walked out of the governor's training room. He wanted to continue his closed-door cultivation, but today was the day he promised Sun Qingyan to visit his father-in-law's house. Last time he went home, he did not get to meet, and now that he had been busy as governor for a month, it was high time to visit. Setting aside the title of father-in-law, Shun Yonghui was still his mentor. During high school, Su Zha could not even afford a basic vitality pill, but his father-in-law had generously supported him. This was also one of the reasons Su Zha accepted this marriage, feeling grateful for the help he received. Even though he was not seen as someone with extraordinary talent back then, Shen Yonghui still believed in him. Since Su Zha promoted to the 3rd rank, his conditions had improved, especially after reaching the 4th rank. He had also provided Shen Qingyan with more financial support for her father. After all, his father-in-law was also a 1st-rank warrior, and at over 50, he was not considered old. Warriors have long lifespans. Reaching 100 years is normal, and mid to high-rank warriors are said to live even longer. Su Zha also hoped that his father-in-law could break through and live beyond 100 years old. But as a retired martial arts teacher, Shen Yonghui was stubborn and held to his principles. Even if Shen Qingyan offered more, he would refuse. He had principles, a strong character, and was quite set in his ways. In a martial arts community in the South Sea base, upon hearing that their daughter and son-in-law were coming, Shen Yonghui's family was quite busy. In the past, whenever Su Zha visited, he would also come to the Shun family. And although the Shun family was warm, they were clearly not this nervous and formal. Today was different. Son-in-law Su Zha was now the governor of the South Sea base. How could they have imagined that such a day would come? Even Shun Yonghui, who had the most faith in Su Zha, did not expect it, as he admired Su Zha's character. Fortunately, I settled their marriage early on. Otherwise, where would we have today's good fortune? During this time, Shun Yonghui often boasted in front of others, showing off his son-in-law and his own insight. Especially in front of his wife and 2 older sons, he proudly slapped their faces. When a marriage was proposed, his wife and 2 sons were the most opposed. Yes, it's still Dad who has the vision. The 2 sons and their wives dared not argue, only agreeing. Even Shun's mother remained silent. She was the most active in opposing the marriage at that time. Although Su Zha graduated from the South Sea Martial Arts University, successfully promoted to a 2nd-rank warrior, and stayed on as a teaching assistant. Over the years, he had helped the family quite a bit through Shen Qingyan. Shen's mother had long recognized this marriage. It was not bad compared to others, and it was still better than some. Who would have thought that even after 10 years of marriage, Su Zha would still rise to glory? Grandma, just when the family was busy, a clear voice rang out from outside the door. Shen Yonghui was the first to rush out, picking up the adorable little figure, affectionately calling out, "Little Jean, come here. Let Grandpa give you a hug." Even though Su Xiaojin was already 9 years old, cute but sturdy, she was definitely not at an age to be carried. But there was nothing to be done. Shen Yonghui was just so happy and proud. Martial arts realm, Yiling. Shen Qingyan was also very happy today. She remembered that when she had just gotten married, her sisters-in-law never treated her well when she went back to her parents' home. It wasn't until Su Zha advanced to the 1st-class martial artist in his sophomore year that things eased up a bit. By the time Su Zha was in his senior year and became a 2nd-class martial artist, Shen Qingyan also became a 1st-class martial artist, and she even supported the Shun family in return. Only then did her sisters-in-law completely change their attitude. Some things are not so easy to forget. This also meant that Shun Qingyan and her 2 brothers were not very close, even though they had cared for her a lot when they were young. Su Zha had no father since childhood and no siblings, so he didn't think too much about it. He had come to his father-in-law's house so many times. In his eyes, having more family in this dangerous world of martial arts was always a good thing. Xiaozhe Qingyan. Shen Yonghui gave up hugging Su Xiaojin and smiled as he nodded at Su Zhe and Shen Qingyan. Especially toward Su Zhe, his smile was full of pride and satisfaction. Shen's mother and others also came forward to warmly welcome their family. "Dad, Mom, long time no see." Su Zhe greeted with a smile. The father-in-law had not changed much, but Shen's mother, being an ordinary person, had aged a little. The two big brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law were still the same, but their expressions were a bit constrained. This was unavoidable. Though he was the brother-in-law, he was also a dignified fourth-class martial artist, the governor of the base. Usually, when facing first-class martial artists, they would naturally feel inferior, let alone someone like Su Zhe. To this, Su Zhe only felt a bit strange, with nothing else on his mind. After the whole family happily had a meal, Su Zhe noticed that his two brothers-in-law were not far from becoming first-class martial artists themselves, so he proactively suggested he could sponsor some resources for them, and they could return it later after they became martial artists. "No need, Xiao Zhe. You did not have the good conditions they have on your path to becoming a martial artist. Being a martial artist is not only about strength, but also courage and determination. They lack this." The father-in-law Shen Yonghui decisively refused without hesitation. This made the two brothers-in-law feel a bit displeased, but they dared not say much. Su Zhe, who saw this, did not insist either, and he fully agreed with his father-in-law's point of view. To become a martial artist meant going to the battlefield. Without the resolve, one could die faster or be a burden to companions, which might not be a good thing. After coming out of his father-in-law's house, Shen Qingyan linked arms with Su Zhe. Smiling at Su Zhe, she said, "Honey, my dad just refused your kind offer because he has already given up on my two brothers. Instead, he values my few little nephews more. He wants to keep some affection for the future. You are still young now. Who knows how high you might achieve in the future? My dad, that old fox, doesn't want to use up all the affection at once." Su Zhe was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't thought of that layer. However, if Shen Qingyan's nephews had a talent for martial arts, he wouldn't mind helping them out. After all, this was only natural. Su Zhe didn't say much, but instead shifted the topic to the matters of Nanhai Third High School. Although some excellent students have transferred to our third high school this semester, overall strength is still a bit lacking. This time, Principal Fang's goal for the High School Martial Arts League is to rank in the top 20. Honey, you have no idea. Ever since you implemented a series of intense policies, the schools and students have really become more competitive. But I think this is a good thing. If we don't work hard now, we will regret it in the future. Shen Qingyan kept a smile on her face, speaking confidently, filled with hope for the future. Su Zhe was naturally pleased about this. Next, Su Zhe methodically filled his schedule to the brim. In the morning, he practiced, mainly focusing on his knife techniques. During the day, he handled base affairs, and in the evening, he had dinner with his family, guiding Shen Qingyan and Su Xiaojin in their training. At night, he returned to the governor's mansion to continue his training. On average, he slept once every 3 days, for no more than 3 hours each time. Warriors who break through to the fourth rank have strong mental strength and actually don't need so much sleep anymore. Instead, they focus more on the relaxation that comes from deep sleep. Despite this, Su Zhe's time was still not enough. He had no day or night. The finals of the High School Martial Arts League had entered the second half, but the cultist warriors had not yet shown themselves. Su Zhe planned to personally hide at the competition site during the last few major matches. Whether he could ambush the cultist warriors would depend on luck. If the cultist warriors did not strike this time, the overall strength of the base would grow stronger, and their living space would gradually shrink. It was up to their own choice. As long as the base was safe, Su Zhe didn't care. Thus, after experiencing the system's God of Knife Technique ability for 10 days, Su Zhe's knife technique finally welcomed a qualitative breakthrough. The knife is as wild as a demon, cutting down like a god. Is this the knife intent? A faint glow erupted from Su Zhe's knife edge, giving a mysterious and dangerous feeling. The martial art state is a higher level above blood and energy. Usually, this is exclusive to the strong and some prodigies, and is the key to defeating opponents above one's rank. If it weren't for the system's assistance, an average talent like Su Zhe wouldn't know when he could cultivate the martial arts state. Now, he could finally join the ranks of prodigies with his knife techniques. His real combat power was enough to crush an ordinary mid-4th rank, overpower the late 4th rank, and contend with the peak of 4th rank. And with the generation of knife intent, boom! In the next moment, Su Zhe's cultivation broke through smoothly. The late 4th rank in martial arts achieved. This time, going from early 4th rank to late 4th rank took quite some time. Su Zhe had never slackened in terms of resources and training. Plus, he had gained insights from a nameless 6th rank. Thus, Suja's late fourth rank cultivation not only showed no signs of superficiality, but was instead incredibly condensed and powerful due to the cultivation of knife intent. This strength already placed him among the best of his peers. But Suja clearly remembered that in other realms of the 10,000 races battlefield, there were several true prodigies who had entered the martial arts university in the same year as him. Now, some had reached the 6th rank, even higher. It's okay. There's plenty of time to catch up. Suja would not be discouraged. Having fallen behind for so long, he only had burning fighting spirit in his eyes. For someone who had laid flat for 10 years, finally having the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with prodigies, how could he possibly feel inferior? He would simply seize the opportunity, taking one step at a time, continuously moving upward. Then, taking advantage of the system's ability, still being active, Suja trained his knife intent every day. However, as the High School Martial Arts League entered the semifinals, there were only a few matches left, and the cultist warriors had not made any moves. After the quarterfinals, Suja had remained concealed at the competition site, but came up empty-handed. Of course, during the final 4 matches, Suja would not let his guard down. However, before the semifinals began, Suja received an email from the Southern Governor's office. The content was very simple. In the southern region of the Great Xia, we plan to hold a tour for martial arts star Yi Linger starting next month in all bases. Please ensure each base is prepared, especially for the prevention of cultist warrior attacks. Martial arts star? Yi Linger? Suja was a bit confused. The semifinals, pseudo 4th rank, cut off at the waist. This world's martial arts star, unlike the so-called entertainment stars before Suja traveled here. They are completely 2 different concepts. Martial arts stars must first be martial artists, and they must be special martial artists. They are rarer and more precious than ordinary martial artists. The most welcomed and sought after are the martial arts stars with special spiritual talents. And Yi Linger is a well-known martial arts star throughout the Great Xia. Her spiritual talent allows her to produce martial arts celestial sounds through playing and singing. Listening to it can enhance martial arts comprehension, which is incredibly astonishing. Now only 24 years old, Yi Linger has already been promoted to a 3rd-grade martial artist, becoming the future star that everyone in Great Xia chases after. Moreover, Yi Linger comes from martial arts family in the Divine Capital, with a terrifyingly big background. It is said that Grand Commander Su Shoshun worked very hard to invite her to tour the southern border. It is not an exaggeration to say that Yi Linger's visit is worth more than spending tens of billions of spirit stones. In order to strengthen the southern border, the Grand Commander really invested a lot. Suja looked at the sparse information about Yi Linger online and couldn't help but sigh. However, the protection of Yi Linger is indeed very important. One Yi Linger is worth no less than a 7th-grade martial artist. Furthermore, this Yi Linger is a martial arts genius, and her future importance is immeasurable. Imagine if 6th-grade Yi Linger plays the martial arts celestial sounds. It would help martial artists below the 5th grade and his wide-ranging assistance. This is no less significant than a martial arts university. Even more terrifying is that martial arts celestial sounds can not only assist in cultivation, but also boost morale on the battlefield. Other similar martial arts stars are assisting in defending the stronger 10,000 races battlefield. They're indispensable forces there. The Southern Sea's 10,000 races battlefield lacks such a presence, so Suja has never seen one. However, Suja quickly recalled that the upper levels likely agreed to Grand Commander Su Shoshun's request. This was probably also related to the recent joint forces of different races in various battlefields in the southern border. This highly confidential military secret was revealed to Suja by Su Xingyan. It was not because Suja had a close relationship with Director Su, but because Suja killed enough foreign races in the last great battle, reaching the level of being able to know secrets. Also, Suja happens to be the governor of the Southern Sea Base, a position that necessitates knowledge of such matters. Starting next month, there's still time. Suja pondered whether the evil cult martial artists had been inactive because they were waiting for Yi Linger to arrive. Thinking again, it was also unlikely. Yi Linger's coming tour is a secret, and the first location of her tour in the southern border is the Southern Sea Base. No matter what, Suja just needed to do his own job well. 2 days later, the top 4 battle began. The competition was held at the Martial Arts Center Plaza of the base, where people had gathered early. Nanhai Television Station would, as usual, broadcast the entire event, with Lu Ying as the person in charge. Back in the governor's office, many people learned that she and Suja were high school classmates. The television station was sensible, and no one dared to snatch this unparalleled job from her. To express her gratitude, Lu Ying even specially visited Shun Qingyan. After all, she and Shun Qingyan were classmates as well. Lu Ying was very discreet, and Shun Qingyan received her politely. In Sun Qingyin's view, Su Zhi had implemented many reform measures at the Southern Sea base, and the television station's publicity was helpful. As long as it could help Su Zhi and truly stabilize the base, Sun Qingyin would not refuse. Su Zhi did not say much after learning this. As long as Lu Ying could do her job well, maintaining a bit of personal relationship was of no concern. After all, they really were high school classmates. The top 4 battle started lively under the host, Deputy Governor Lu Qinggang. Su Zhi did not publicly show up. Instead, he restrained his breath, hiding high up in a building, watching every move in the square. Without reaching the 5th rank, no one could perceive his existence. Soon, Su Zhi noticed an unusual figure. Is it a cult warrior? Su Zhi did not hesitate. He planned to control the situation first before speaking. So he called the head of the guards, Zhao Hongchuan, who quickly led the hidden warrior guards out of the crowd. They easily controlled the person. It must be said that the Nanhai base was always relatively weak. Even the cult warriors were not strong. Su Zhi continued to stay hidden, observing, waiting for the cult members to take the bait. Before long, a 3rd-rank cult leader could no longer sit still. Let's make a move. Then the cult warriors hidden in the crowd began to move. Su Zhi, who caught this anomaly, immediately notified Zhao Hongchuan to stand by at the arena. Zhao Hongchuan and his team anticipated that if the cult warriors were to act this time, it would surely be a big move. But they still did not expect their strength to be far beyond imagination and their numbers to be so many. This was still under the premise that they had already controlled 10 cult warriors. In total, at least over 60 warriors had been deployed. Moreover, there were several 3rd-rank warriors among them. Such strength could only be matched by the guard team. No other organization could stand against them. Disperse. Everyone scatter. Zhao Hongchuan shouted, quickly interrupting the match at the arena, intending to first surround the cult warriors, then capture them easily. But it was too late. The leading 3rd-rank warriors had already approached the stage. Their target was directly aimed at the 4 contestants in the quarterfinals and all the students ranked 3rd to 20th watching nearby. Although these high school students had been competing for over a month, they had never seen such a scene, and the aura of the 3rd-rank warriors made them too scared to even breathe, let alone muster the courage to fight back. Just when the cult warriors wickedly raised their weapons, ready to start a massacre, a sharp aura swept from the stage. In an instant, a presence beyond the 4th rank suppressed the entire crowd. Su Zhi's figure appeared on the arena, holding a long knife, like a god of war, coldly locking onto all the cult warriors before him. What the heck? It's Su. How did he appear here? The leading cult warrior revealed an ugly expression. Throughout the martial arts tournament, Su Zhi had shown up, leading the cult warriors to believe. This new governor, who spoke elegantly, would never really come to watch the matches. They had no idea that Su Zhi had been lurking around for many days. At this moment, facing a large group of cult warriors below the 3rd rank, Su Zhi merely released some martial arts aura, enough to suppress them without any effort. Quick, release the secret technique. One cult leader shouted urgently because he knew they had no chance against the 4th rank and could only take risks. In an instant, the auras of those 3rd-rank warriors surged as if stimulated, reaching levels close to the 4th rank. So this is the trick. Su Zhi glanced at the 4 pseudo-4th rank cult warriors with disdain. Let alone pseudo-4th rank. Even if there were 4 true 4th ranks standing before him, Su Zhi would still slice them down without hesitation. Frenzied God Knife Technique slash. Su Zhi did not give them any chance and immediately struck with his blade. The knife light, as fast as lightning, directly sliced the nearest 3rd-rank leader in half, as if chopping vegetables. The opponent had no reaction and died horrifically on the spot. This is... Just as he was about to turn and escape, the glint of a blade appeared. Crack! With a swift hand, the knife fell, and a head rolled to the ground. The other cult warriors, seeing their strongest leaders fall in an instant, were terrified to the core. They wanted to flee, but the area near the square was surrounded by guards. There was no escaping. Some slightly stronger rank 2 warriors were swiftly taken down by Su Zhi. Then the rest either surrendered and were captured or were killed on the spot while resisting. At first, Zhao Hongchuan and the others were a bit flustered upon seeing so many strong cultists. When a few cult leaders used secret techniques and their strength surged to nearly rank 4, even Li Changgang could not withstand it. Yet, they had underestimated Su Zhi. So quickly, it was practically a massacre. The opponents had no power to fight back. Governor Su, is his strength really this terrifying? All the martial artists present who witnessed Su Zhi's action were left stunned, jaws dropped. Even if the long knife wasn't aimed at them, they deeply felt a breath of death, too frightening. At this moment, Su Zhi's untouchable authority deepened in the hearts of these people. Below the arena, Shun Xingyin could not help but light up with admiration. This was also the first time she saw Su Zhu in action, and her admiration for the strong reached its peak at this moment. This is a strong man. This is her husband. In less than 10 minutes, the scene was completely cleared. The competition continues. Su Zhu said to Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan. Despite the chaos and blood everywhere, martial artists always face bloodshed. If, because of this sudden event, these high school students cowered and couldn't show their true strength, then that's how it would be. To some extent, this was also a practical lesson Su Zhu was giving to all the students on site. A life-and-death lesson, facing fear head-on, better than them truly facing exotic beasts or foreign battlefields, panicking and losing their lives for no reason. Not long after, the scene of Su Zhu wielding the long knife, slaying numerous cult warriors, was broadcasted by the TV station. Everyone in the South Sea base witnessed Su Zhu's terrifying strength and fierce figure. Governor Su, so mighty, so valiant. At this moment, Su Zhu was no different from a god in the eyes of ordinary people in the base. Unfortunately, the luck enhancement card had expired. Otherwise, it would surely boost Su Zhu's fortune significantly. Next, the semifinals proceeded as usual. The bloody environment did not affect the competition. Rather, it added a sense of realism to the matches. It thrilled the spectators, and thunderous applause erupted. Meanwhile, Su Zhu reported the slaying of the cult warriors to the South Border Governor's office. The higher-ups recognized the achievements of the South Sea base and rewarded a batch of cultivation resources. Su Zhu naturally accepted them without hesitation. These cultivation resources were used by Su Zhu to reward the guards who played a role in slaying the cult warriors. This was what they deserved. 3 days later, the High School Martial Arts League and the Social Martial Artist competition all came to an end. As the governor, Su Zhu personally attended the award ceremony. Congratulations. I hope you continue to work hard, contributing to the safety and development of the South Sea base, and that you go further on the martial path. Su Zhu's passionate speech ignited the enthusiasm of every resident in the base. It also planted a seed of martial blood in many excellent students. As soon as the two competitions ended, preparations had to be made for the arrival of martial arts star Yiling. The higher-ups repeatedly emphasized strengthening the guard capacity, leaving no room for error. After the previous events of slaying cult warriors, Su Zhu found that the guards of the South Sea base were still somewhat weak. News of Yilinger's arrival at the South Sea base would undoubtedly spread. At that time, strong cult warriors from other bases might come to cause trouble. In light of this, Su Zhu decided to cultivate an elite team within the guard ranks. He held a batch of high-quality cultivation resources and directly arrived at the headquarters of the guard team. Everyone, you are the elite personally selected by Leader Zhao, and next, I will conduct a special training for you. What I have in my hand is the reward passed through special selection. Some pills would even make third-grade martial artists envious. You all know what this means, don't you? So, give your all to survive this special training. If you make it through, you will be reborn. If you don't, you will live a life of mediocrity. Facing over 30 guard team martial artists, Su Zhu delivered a thunderous opening statement. Each of those guard team martial artists showed unprecedented excitement on their faces. The powerful governor, Su, personally conducting special training, along with so many quality resource rewards, this kind of good fortune might only occur once in a lifetime. Moreover, they knew that Su Zhu was originally a mentor at the South Sea Martial Arts University. Teaching those outstanding martial arts university students was more than enough for him, let alone them. Before the special training began, Su Zhu gave one-on-one specialized guidance to each of the 30 guard team martial artists. The strength in your lower body is clearly insufficient. You need to focus on training your lower body. The circulation of your energy and blood in the meridians is not smooth. You need to change your cultivation technique. You're not suited for using a knife. Switch to fist techniques. After a round, everyone felt as if they had opened up their meridians and the long-standing issues were resolved. Especially after the special training had been underway for a while, they made rapid progress. This made the other members of the guard team both envious and jealous when they saw it. They could only lament their lack of strength and not being selected. Otherwise, with this wave of incredible fortune, their status in the South Sea base would surely rise sharply. Many even speculated that these 36 martial artists might become Governor Su's trusted aides in the future. Su Zhu had no intention of cultivating trusted aides, as he would eventually leave the South Sea base. But his family and Shun Qingyin's family would still stay at the South Sea military base for a considerable time, so forming good ties wouldn't hurt. 10 days later, the first phase of special training came to an end. None of the guard team martial artists were unwilling. They were all convinced and satisfied, because their strengths had visibly improved. The entire guard team admired Su Zhu and held him in high esteem. At the same time, it was time to draw new system abilities again. With the assistance of the god of swordsmanship, Suja's frenzied blade technique had reached a perfect level. He had become significantly stronger since slaying the evil cult martialists. This made Suja look forward to what ability he could draw this time. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a double probability enlightenment card for martial arts, valid for 1 month. It was actually the talent of enlightenment. The so-called enlightenment is a special cultivation state that martial artists desperately seek. In addition to significantly enhancing their cultivation, the most precious part is breaking through various bottlenecks in training. Some martial artists may never achieve enlightenment in their entire lives. Only those outstanding talents at the top of the pyramid can manage 1 or 2 enlightenments under the boost of fortune. Suja had never achieved enlightenment once. In excitement, Suja suddenly thought that soon, martial arts star Yilinger would come to the South Sea. Her martial arts divine sound would be effective for all base residents, including Suja. If he could combine the martial arts divine sound with his system's double probability of enlightenment, could he possibly attain enlightenment? Thinking of this, Suja unexpectedly began to look forward to Yilinger's arrival. Big Star, please come early. This time, the drawn system ability was quite special. There was no need to hurry to cultivate. Moreover, the work in the base was getting back on track, so aside from special training, Suja was much more relaxed than when he first arrived. This also gives him more time to spend with family. By the way, honey, is the teacher coming to our house tonight for a home visit? At the dinner table, Shun Qingyan suddenly brought it up. Suja was taken aback and jokingly asked, "Did Xiao Jin do something wrong at school?" To his surprise, Shun Qingyan nodded and said, "Xiao Jin beat up a boy in her class, and I've heard it was quite severe." Suja was a bit dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at his daughter Su Xiao Jin with confusion. Despite Su Xiao Jin looking pure and adorable, she was actually well-trained in muscle and energy, and she was quite a fighter. But his daughter didn't seem like the type to resort to violence for no reason. "Dad, they bullied me first. I was just teaching them a lesson." Before Suja could even ask, Su Xiao Jin took the initiative to explain. Suja, he hadn't even said anything yet. However, Suja didn't rush to clarify the reason, but instead focused his mental energy to closely examine his daughter's training level. During this time, both Suja and his wife had been very busy and had somewhat neglected their daughter's cultivation, mainly because Xiao Jin was still young and her body hadn't fully developed yet, so energy training was not urgent. But he was shocked when he took a closer look. Xiao Jin's energy level has already exceeded 200. Generally, other kids are really no match for her. Suja shook his head in astonishment. Among her peers, very few kids exceed an energy level of 100, and some students who haven't trained have even lower energy levels. Yet his daughter had unknowingly left her peers far behind. It must be due to that spirit origin fruit she took before, Shun Qingyan realized suddenly. The spirit origin fruit greatly helped in developing martial potential, and the earlier it was consumed, the better the effect. Plus, now that they were more financially stable, the resources Su Xiao Jin enjoyed were top-notch. Mainly, her innate training talent and aptitude were far better than her parents. A combination of these factors led to Su Xiao Jin's extraordinary growth. Suja thought for a moment and said, "From now on, we need to strengthen energy control training. Otherwise, with Xiao Jin's energy level, she won't be able to stop herself from wanting to fight. The school's martial arts education clearly can't keep up with Xiao Jin's speed of improvement." "Understand, honey," Shun Qingyan replied. Shun Qingyan knew that Suja wouldn't have much time to teach their daughter, so this task naturally fell to her. At this moment, Shun Qingyan was very grateful that she was a high school martial arts teacher. Otherwise, facing such a situation, she wouldn't know what to do. Then, Suja asked Xiao Jin a few questions, and there was nothing particularly wrong. Just normal friction among elementary school students. Xiao Jin had gone a bit too hard and couldn't control her strength. With Xiao Jin's current progress, it's likely she'll become a martial artist before the martial arts examination. Suja looked at his daughter with a sense of admiration. Who would have thought that he and his wife, with average talent, would have given birth to such an exceptional daughter? Honey, my Xiao Jin is much better than you." Shun Qingyan listened and had a proud expression on her face. Su's mother was even more delighted, thrilled that her grandson succeeded, and now it seemed her granddaughter might excel even more in the future. However, there were some thoughts Suja didn't voice. It was that with the training conditions of the Nanhai base, even the most talented individual could not be cultivated into a martial arts master. If necessary, he could let their daughter transfer to another base before the martial arts examination. But that was all for later. Ding dong. After finishing dinner and cleaning up, the doorbell rang. Xiao Jin's homeroom teacher, Zhang Xian, though not a martial artist, had trained in a martial arts school in her early years and had also joined a mercenary group for outdoor hunting. So, she had a certain understanding of martial arts. This was also why she became the homeroom teacher at this school, which primarily consisted of martial artist families. Children from martial artist families often had a bit of pride, and their average talent was outstanding. Nevertheless, it was still the first time she encountered such a remarkably gifted student like Su Xiaojin. Su Xiaojin had a somewhat violent personality, but the potential for the future is also astonishing. Originally, Zhang Xian did not want to get involved in this small friction between students. However, the complaints from parents were simply too many, and she also wanted to take the opportunity to meet Su Xiaojin's parents to ensure that such a good martial arts talent would not be wasted. She had been the homeroom teacher of Su Xiaojin for almost 2 years, and had only met Su Xiaojin's grandmother, never her parents. She originally thought, with Su Xiaojin's great talent, her parents couldn't possibly be only third-tier martial artists, right? When they meet later, she must be polite and definitely shouldn't place all the blame on Su Xiaojin. Other students also shared responsibility. But when Zhang Xian stepped through the door, she saw an incredibly familiar face. She simply could not believe. Su Xiaojin's father was actually the new governor, Su Zhe. Su Xiaojin's mother was also the recently rising star in the education sector, Senior Shun Qingyan. In front of such parents, how could she have the right to discipline someone else's child? The ruthless image of Governor Su, who decisively eliminated cult martial artists, lingered in Zhang Xian's mind, and she could not shake it off. With such a fierce father, isn't it normal for the daughter to be a bit violent? Teacher Zhang, have a seat please, Shen Qingyan said with a smile as she welcomed Zhang Xian. Su Zhe also greeted her with a smile. Hello, Teacher Zhang. I'm Xiaojin's father. Su Zhe had looked into Teacher Zhang Xian as soon as he came back. There were no issues with her character or ability. He really admired her. Now that he saw her at home, Su Zhe naturally tried to be polite and warm. Thank you, Governor. Mr. Su. Zhang Xian felt inexplicably nervous, stumbling over her words. Fortunately, Shen Qingyan poured her a glass of water, and after taking a big gulp, she slowly relaxed. Then, Zhang Xian went through the home visit as planned. However, all the things she had prepared to say were thrown into the trash. She nearly praised Su Xiaojin for being a good student with excellent character in studies. This left Su Xiaojin, who was initially a bit anxious, feeling a little confused as well. Am I really that excellent in Teacher Zhang's eyes? Seeing his daughter becoming somewhat proud, Su Zhe simply had to use a glance to remind her to tone it down. But Shen Qingyan listened intently to some of the things Zhang Xian mentioned and secretly resolved to strictly discipline her daughter. Jade must be polished to become a vessel. Even with great talent, there are too many cases of losing oneself. After the home visit, Shen Qingyan discussed a discipline plan with Su Zhe. Su Zhe wholeheartedly agreed. Not wasting her talent was her greatest hope for her daughter, and it was also something he could do. Not long after this episode, Yi Ling'er coming to the Nanhai base finally spread out. The entire Nanhai base was in an uproar. The famous martial arts star of the whole Daxia is actually coming to the Nanhai base? Ordinary people want to see the excitement, to bask in the glow of martial arts. Martial artists know this is a huge opportunity, especially those whose cultivation had stagnated. They all want to grab this chance to take a step forward. Those with enough chi and blood want to join the ranks of martial artists. Those who are stuck want to break through their bottlenecks. Yi Ling'er is not just a martial arts star. She might just be the goddess who changes many people's destinies. Is this the southern region? At that time, Yi Ling'er, just off the plane and appearing at the great governor's mansion, was feeling the most abundant spiritual energy of the southern region. Her eyes held curiosity and also confusion. Indeed, the southern region's spiritual energy is thin, remote, and desolate. 30, the precious daughter of heaven, not inferior to her. How wonderful! In all of Daxia, though the southern region is far from the center of the divine capital, it has a vast territory and a large population. However, the passage of various clans open late, and the cultivation environment is really not that good, plus the competition is fierce. Yi Ling'er had stayed in the divine capital for many years, and this was her first time coming to the southern region. She could not say she had any particularly special impression. She was merely following orders from above. This time she was in the southern region to tour various bases. The consumption of her mental strength was considerable. Without resting for a year and a half, it would be difficult to recover. Fortunately, the southern region also placed special importance on this tour and offered many resources to replenish mental strength as compensation. If it weren't for these good things, even if someone held a knife to her neck, she wouldn't have come. After all, it truly delayed her cultivation. Moreover, the base tour was not even within her responsibilities. An angel's face, a perfect figure, a voice kissed by angels, martial arts strength above rank 3. The tickets for Yi Linger's tour went on sale 3 days in advance at the Nanhai base. But after all, this was a base with a population of over 20 million. Not everyone had the right to buy tickets. Firstly, all martial artists automatically gained purchasing qualifications. The others were ranked according to their vitality levels. Only upon meeting the standards could they obtain an entry ticket. This wasn't a typical concert. The main goal was still to enhance the martial arts level of the base. However, there were exceptions. Martial artists above rank 3 could bring along 3 additional guests besides themselves. This was a gift to the strong. No one dared to question it. After all, the entire base's safety depended on the strength of these powerful individuals. Furthermore, martial artists inherently had privileges. It was only right. Su Jia, as the only martial artist above rank 4 in the base, also had 3 additional quotas. However, apart from Su Xiaojin, who could use 1, he distributed the other 2 quotas. Su's mother was of little use, and his father-in-law and 2 brothers-in-law could secure their own spots. As for everyone else, giving them tickets would be a waste. 3 days later, Su Jia personally went to Nanhai Airport to pick her up. No matter what, just based on Yi Linger's contribution to the Nanhai base, she deserved Su Jia's respect. Moreover, Su Jia would not allow any accidents to happen. Although Yi Linger's own security team was strong enough, the southern region's government provided additional protection as well. But for someone of such a national treasure level, prioritizing her safety was by no means excessive. Hello, Miss Yi. Welcome to the Nanhai base. As soon as the plane landed, Su Jia, acting as the governor, personally came forward to welcome her. I must say, Yi Linger was even more beautiful than in the photos, her demeanor even better. However, Su Jia wouldn't have any other thoughts. His own wife was quite charming, and thinking of other matters was completely pointless. He was more curious about her abilities and how they came to be. Hello, Governor Su. Thank you for your trouble. Yi Linger had always been in the spotlight since childhood. Born of the best, with top-tier talent, she had a bit of pride. Yet, she remained quite polite to this governor, who was only a few years older than herself. In his 30s, with a rank 4 cultivation, it wasn't exceptionally outstanding. However, less than half a year ago, this governor was merely a rank 2 assistant. This was somewhat astonishing, making one look at him differently. When Yi Linger was reviewing the information, she even thought it was a mistake, as who could level up so quickly. Even if one awakened to talent later in life, it wouldn't be like launching a rocket, would it? But the facts before her made it undeniable. Su Jia calmly introduced the preparations they had made to Yi Linger and pointed out some matters to pay attention to. He also asked if Yi Linger had any special requests. Anything he could do, Su Jia would definitely do. Had it been before, Su Jia might have envied Yi Linger, this child of destiny, but having the system made him very at ease. This person is quite interesting. Yi Linger quietly listened to Su Jia's introduction on the way, inwardly commenting. She knew many strong individuals and high-ranking figures, but had never met anyone who spoke only about work with her, not sharing even 1 or 2 light jokes. Was it a bit too confident that he looked down upon her? This was amusing. However, she did not think she was worse than this rising star. Perhaps this young governor just hasn't encountered higher levels of things, a bit narrow-minded, that's all. Soon, Su Jia led Yi Linger and her group to the base square. Seeing that Yi Linger had no other needs, Su Jia didn't disturb her much and let her prepare on her own. At this moment, the tour venue was already crowded with people, and the noise was deafening. Everyone was eagerly looking forward, their eyes sparkling, wishing they could see Linger's charm as soon as possible. They were even more eager to bask in the glory of the martial Dao heavenly sound and achieve a boost in their strength. Honey, is Yi Linger beautiful? After checking all the work, Su Jia was asked with a smile by Shen Qingyan, sitting in the VIP seat. She was also very curious about what this martial arts star looked like. If it weren't for the fear of a negative influence, she would have loved to see her. Beautiful, a heavenly beauty, indeed not overrated. Su Jia admitted honestly. In fact, he knew Shen Qingyan envied Yi Linger's martial arts talent even more. In terms of looks, Shen Qingyan would not lose, and her enthusiasm was skillful. What's there to compare? Shen Qingyan pretended to be angry, then smiled and said, but my husband will definitely not be worse than her. As they joked, Yi Linger gracefully walked onto the stage. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Yi Linger, followed by thunderous cheers filling the air. Su Jia couldn't help but click his tongue slightly. The popularity was simply incredible. Yi Linger, dressed in splendid attire, smiled and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, I am Yi Ling. This smile made countless people fall for her. It wasn't just beauty. It seemed her smile carried some irresistible magic. Suja knew that was the power of spiritual influence, very mysterious indeed. Wow, so beautiful. At this moment, Shen Qingyan next to him was also mesmerized. Unconsciously, she felt a sense of inferiority. Silly wife, you've been defeated by someone else's spiritual power, Suja smiled helplessly. In fact, this was a step before Yi Linger's performance. Through spiritual guidance, she was drawing everyone's attention to her, allowing the martial Dao heavenly sound to reach its maximum effect later on. However, among the more than 30,000 people present, there was still one person unmoved. Whether it was due to the fourth rank's inherent spiritual power or some other reason, who could say? After Yi Linger glanced over at Suja, she didn't think much more and officially began to play. Her slender hands, guided by special spiritual force, instantly played a tune of ethereal and soothing notes. The beautiful notes instantly silenced the entire venue. Everyone was immersed in the melody, their breaths changing accordingly. This was the astonishing effect of the martial Dao heavenly sound. Even Suja felt a sudden jolt, as if some switch had been turned on, and countless martial comprehension surged into his mind. Along with that, his spiritual power seemed to resonate in some magical way. It's really amazing. Suja's late fourth rank cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, instantly broke through to the peak of the fourth rank. Of course, this also had to do with how stable his cultivation was, almost on the brink of a breakthrough. Just listening for a moment brought such an effect. This made Suja immensely chi-guy and hopeful that after the song ended, he would achieve a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps after this moment of insight, he could step into the fifth rank cultivation. Even advancing slightly beyond the fifth rank wouldn't be impossible. After all, moments of enlightenment are truly rare. Who knows what effect it might have? Enlightenment. Closed-door retreat. Officially stepping into the fifth rank. The martial Dao heavenly sound performance lasted for an hour. In the lingering aftertaste of more than 30,000 people, it came to an end. Many people, when the music stopped and they awakened from their realization, immediately chose to leave to enter seclusion. Because they had gained so much, they needed to seize the opportunity to improve. Even Suja, the governor, after giving a couple of instructions to his subordinates, returned alone to the governor's mansion, because he also faintly felt he was about to gain a breakthrough. Although he could not represent the South Sea base to visit Yi Linger, which seemed a bit disrespectful, he couldn't care about that anymore. Missing a moment of enlightenment is far more serious than being rude. Governor Su has left as well. Yi Linger was a bit surprised. It wasn't because she felt neglected. Rather, it was because Suja had reached the fourth rank while she was only at the third rank. Logically, her martial arts heavenly sound should not have helped Suja that much. Yi Linger was sure that Suja wasn't deliberately neglecting her, but genuinely had gained something, though she didn't know why she was so certain. In any case, after the performance ended, she breathed a sigh of relief. Every performance consumed a huge amount of her mental energy. Next, Yi Linger still needed to tour other bases in the southern region. After resting well at the hotel, she still had no news from Suja. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to wait a bit longer to see him. After thinking it over, Yi Linger chose to leave the South Sea base. Forget it. If he can reach the peak of martial arts, we will meet again someday. Yi Linger glanced in the direction of the governor's mansion, a profound smile appearing on her face. Inside the governor's mansion training room, Suja used up all the high-grade pills he had been hoarding recently. Just as he was slowly digesting those insights and immersing himself in his cultivation. Breakthrough. Suddenly, an unprecedented clarity arose in his mind. Then he entered an incredibly special state, as if he had merged with the surrounding world. The rich spiritual energy around the governor's mansion surged into his body at an astonishing speed. Advancing from the fourth to the fifth rank required solidifying his mental strength. At the same time, his physical body underwent further transformation and strengthening. As a transmigrator, Suja had a strong enough soul power, and he faced no bottleneck in terms of mental strength. With the deepening of the breakthrough, Suja's mental strength gradually underwent a certain change. This change then fed back into his physical body and acted upon his mental strength. A cycle repeated. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, his mental strength finally manifested physically. Boom! At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his dantian. He had reached the fifth rank in martial arts. However, the breakthrough did not end. Suja continued to devote himself to cultivation. Only when he reached the early peak of the fifth rank did he faintly sense the signs of retreat. Is this as far as I can go? Suja felt a bit unwilling. The enlightenment had consumed most of his energy, but there were still many insights from the martial arts' heavenly sound. Without hesitation, Suja decided to push forward and aim to break through to the mid-5th rank in one go. The higher one's cultivation, even a small rank becomes much harder to break through. Some people get stuck for many years. He did not know when the next chance for enlightenment would come, so Suja didn't want to miss this opportunity. Even if forcibly breaking through leads to some instability in rank, there are plenty of ways to stabilize his cultivation later. What he feared was never finding another chance to break through. Break for me. Suja swallowed the last pill and began to forcibly break through. Before long, his face turned grim as veins bulged, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance. His entire aura became a bit chaotic. This made Suja somewhat worried, but he had no way to retreat now. Forcefully interrupting a breakthrough might lead to injury. Continuing to break through could also result in injury and harm his cultivation. With no other options left, it was all up to luck now. In the final moments, Suja's luck played its role. He spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly breaking through to the mid-5th rank. He did it. The warrior felt the immense blood energy within him, a blissful smile appearing on his face. He suffered some minor injuries, and at least a month of recovery was needed. The key was that he finally succeeded. Everything was worth it. At the mid-5th rank in martial arts, this level of strength was only possessed by governors of some important bases in the divine capital. After today, no matter which base he goes to, he will... Suja could walk sideways now. Even the Nanhai Martial Arts University could apply for an associate professor position. At this moment, if Yi Linger were still at the Nanhai base, her jaw would probably drop in shock. Unfortunately, she had already completed all her tours and left the Southern Territory. This time in seclusion, Suja stayed in the training room for a full 14 days. Outside, there were also quite a few martial artists making significant progress like Suja. Just in this past half-month, dozens of new warriors had registered. Nearly 7 or 8 had successfully leveled up in martial arts. It could be said that Yi Linger's journey in the Southern Territory greatly enhanced the strength of the Nanhai base and the entire Southern Territory. If I have the chance to meet her, I must thank her properly in person. Suja couldn't help but think this. After emerging from isolation, it was almost time for the new year. 3 days later, it would be New Year's Eve. In this world, there are very few holidays, and most are related to the recovery of spiritual energy in martial arts. The only true holiday left for everyone to celebrate was New Year's. Moreover, people didn't take it too seriously, only putting up some festive decorations. Most of the soldiers and martial artists guarding the 10,000 clans battlefield could not return home for the new year. Since Suja entered Nanhai Martial Arts University, he hadn't spent the new year with his family for 10 years. Today, he could finally celebrate a lively new year. Fearing for his family's worries, Suja had stayed at the governor's mansion to recover for a few days. He returned home only on New Year's Eve. Seeing him safely emerge, his family was both surprised and delighted. They thought Suja would stay in seclusion until after the new year. Of course, it was much more important for Suja to train in seclusion than to be with family on New Year's Eve. Honey, why do you look a bit pale? Shen Qingyan noticed something was off about Suja right away and quickly asked with concern. It's nothing, I just pushed myself a little too hard during seclusion and haven't fully recovered yet. I'll be better in a few days. Suja said, nonchalantly with a smile. Injuries among martial artists were incredibly common. There was hardly a time when one went to the 10,000 clans battlefield without getting hurt. Even within the base, injured warriors were everywhere. Seeing Suja in good spirits, Su's mother and Shen Qingyan felt reassured since he had said so they didn't need to worry anymore. However, they couldn't help but feel heartache for Suja. Martial arts training was always a painful and arduous journey. By the way, dear, did you gain a lot this time? Suja changed the subject, as he could clearly sense that Shen Qingyan's aura had significantly strengthened. It was just that she hadn't released her spiritual energy to explore in detail. Yes, I gain a lot. I've broken through to the peak of the 1st rank and hope to achieve the 2nd rank in martial arts this year. I really didn't expect that martial arts Tianyin would have such a great effect. Shen Qingyan said excitedly. If she could successfully break through to the 2nd rank, she would be a pillar of the Nanhai base. Although many had made progress this time, the 1st rank warriors were still the mainstream, while the 2nd rank were the elite. Unfortunately, no one had achieved the 3rd rank this time. It turned out that among those 3rd rank warriors, only Li Qinggang and Zhao Hongxuan had broken through a small realm. Overall, it was actually the 30-some elite guards trained by Suja before who had made the most significant improvements. Martial arts Tianyin could only serve as a catalyst, and achieving such results was already extremely amazing. Plus, this was all done under the premise that Suja provided massive training resources. Not everyone could be as exceptional as Suja. He had directly broken through one major realm and one minor realm on top of that. And he did it based on a mid-grade cultivation level. Yes, you can do it. Suja encouraged Shun Qinyan with a smile. 32. The Southern Territory is in chaos, with a tide of beasts approaching. In the midst of casual conversation, Suja asked about his two brothers-in-law. Previously, both of their vital energies were close to that of warriors. This time, I don't know if it will be a breakthrough or not. No, not at all. Shun Qinyan replied with a bit of frustration. Missing this opportunity, it will probably be even harder in the future. However, my father-in-law Shan Yongwei has broken through to the pinnacle of the first grade this time. He is more talented and hardworking than his two sons. It's really heartbreaking. After the New Year's dinner, the family happily watched some TV programs. After midnight, Suja turned 29 years old, having crossed into this dangerous high martial arts world for a full 29 years. As the saying goes, one stands at 30. The next part of life is full of challenges and expectations. After the new year, Suja continued to heal, work, and cultivate as usual, and everything was in good order. Perhaps because of his injury, in the following half-month, Suja didn't encounter any sudden enlightenment. There's no helping it. Sudden enlightenment is just too hard to achieve. One should be satisfied with just one encounter. The month-long deadline was up, and Suja drew a new system ability. Draw successful. Congratulations. You have gained a mental power training 3 times acceleration experience card, valid for 1 month. Suja was very satisfied with this ability. After the 5th grade, the materialization of mental power can be cultivated. This is also the reason why the 5th grade can easily crush the 4th grade. Powerful mental power not only intimidates and pressures opponents, but also gains the upper hand in battles. Materialized mental power can also manipulate objects, seize weapons, and employ hidden weapons, with multiple techniques available. Not only that, but materialized mental power can be used for direct attacks, causing damage. At least, against 1st and 2nd grade martial artists, Suja doesn't even need to lift a finger to dissolve their combat power. However, facing 3rd grade martial artists is still a bit challenging. Nonetheless, with a slight mental disturbance, causing even a delay of less than a second, he can easily defeat the opponent. Suja has always been cultivating his mental power, because strong mental power is also a prerequisite for advancing to the 6th grade. It needs to guide through mental power to achieve the unity of Qi and blood. Before the 6th grade, Qi and blood are always stronger than mental power. After the 6th grade, mental power surpasses Qi and blood. This is also an essential path to becoming a high-grade martial artist. Mental power is very mysterious and fantastical, and some martial artists who reach the 4th grade know nothing about how to increase their mental power. They can only rely on the natural growth of Qi and blood during their cultivation. In the entire martial arts world, there are no reliable methods for mental power cultivation. At most, there are some possibly effective ways, but they're not suitable for everyone. Suja's cultivation is also very primitive. It is realized through the condensation of mental power. Though it's a bit slow, at least it's effective. Now, with 3 times the acceleration, the effect of mental power cultivation is clearly better. In the past 10 days or so, Suja had questioned whether his mental power had actually grown. The fact proved that it has indeed grown. In the next period, life went on quite peacefully. But Suja knew that the brief calm in the base was not the truth of this world. The cruelty outside was. Just as Suja was contemplating whether to resign as governor and leave South Sea Base, the entire southern region fell into a massive upheaval. Since the last incident involving suspected traitorous cult martial artists, who stirred chaos in several 10,000 races battlefields, large-scale attacks on various outposts have broken out. Since then, the 10,000 races battlefields have never known peace. Although numerous cult martial artists were wiped out in the Purge, the 10,000 races battlefields still erupted in several large-scale conflicts. Once 3 battlefields exploded simultaneously. Now, the entire southern region is in a state of utter chaos, with the Grand Governor Su Shoushuan either losing his temper or brewing up his anger every day. The possibility of an all-out war in the 10,000 races battlefield is becoming increasingly higher. Beyond the battlefields, chaos and unrest reigns. Thanks to Suja's defense, South Sea Base, clearing away the overwhelming majority of cult warriors didn't feel particularly special. Moreover, because the South Sea Base was the weakest, the cult warrior organization did not send reinforcements afterwards. But other bases weren't so lucky. They were thrown into chaos by the cult warriors, and everyone was on edge. Especially during Yi Linger's tour, several bases experienced large-scale violent incidents. Though everything was eventually suppressed, the situation was truly tragic. Before Suja could even bring up his resignation as governor to Su Xingyan earnestly said, "Little Su, securing the rear is very important. The South Sea base depends on you, so don't slack off. What could Suja do? He could only constantly strengthen defenses and improve the training of the guard team. Fortunately, the South Sea base's finances barely allowed it to be self-sufficient, and the guard team was also reinforced as the number of warriors in the base increased, making the overall strength even stronger than when the previous governor was in office. The only shortcoming was the number of high-end warriors above Tier 3, which was indeed a bit low. With the conditions of the South Sea base, cultivating a Tier 3 warrior was as hard as climbing to the sky. Therefore, Suja, a warrior above Tier 4, seemed especially important. Since most resources were contributed to the base, Suja didn't bother registering Tier 5 warriors, as their regular support wasn't very effective anymore. And just like that, a month passed by unknowingly. Suja's injuries had long healed, and his mental strength training had made significant progress. It was evident that he could now threaten ordinary Tier 3 warriors with just his mental attacks. Even a slightly weaker Tier 4 warrior would be in trouble if they were careless in front of him. All of this was thanks to the system's triple acceleration bringing surprises. Thus, Suja eagerly began to extract new system abilities again. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a Combat Power Boost 80% experience card, valid for 1 month. It was another Power Boost ability. This was the first time Suja had drawn a repeat ability. Last time was a double Combat Power Boost, but this time it had shrunk to 80%. Perhaps it was because Suja was already in the mid-tier of 5, and doubling combat power was too terrifying. Suja didn't think much about it. An 80% boost was enough for him to handle peak tier 5 opponents, and there would be almost no threat within the base. But without going to the battlefield, this ability was simply a waste. No, I need to apply tomorrow to go to the 10,000 races battlefield. With that thought, Suja went home and slept peacefully that night. He mentioned his idea to Shun Qingyan, who expressed support, but it required approval from above. Suja smiled and hugged his wife, falling asleep with peace of mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the middle of the night, an urgent alarm suddenly rang throughout the base, waking everyone up. This was an emergency alert that everyone in the base was familiar with, though it hadn't sounded much recently. Suja, half asleep, quickly reacted, while Shun Qingyan rushed to their daughter Su Xiao Jin's room, preparing for possible situations. In less than half a minute, Suja's phone rang. It was Zhao Hongchuan, the leader of the guard team. Governor, we have received an urgent report from the Grand Governor's office in the south, saying that there's a beast riot in the entire South Mountain Range. The riot has already formed a beast tide, and it is estimated that it will attack our South Sea base in about 2 hours. Several bases in the south have been attacked one after another. They are too busy to spare attention and require us to hold the South Sea base. Zhao Hongchuan's urgent voice carried a hint of panic. Beast tides had occurred before, causing heavy losses and fear among the people. However, the military would usually send people to assist with defense, but this time they had to face it alone. This meant that this beast tide was extraordinary. The military was also restrained by other matters. They simply had no energy to assist them. It is also possible that the upper brass chose to let the Nanhai base fend for itself. Got it. The tide of alien beasts will come from the north. Notify everyone to gather at the northern wall. Don't panic. With me here, the base will be fine. Suja first calmed Zhao Hongchuan, then exchanged a glance with Shun Qingyan. Without a word, he rushed out the door. In the darkness, Suja transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting towards the city wall. 33. Defense deployment, a difficult decision. The last time Suja experienced a tide of alien beasts at the base was in his sophomore year. At that time, he was just an ordinary student struggling to survive, but the horrific scenes from that time still vividly linger in his mind. And this time, he would be the highest authority at the Nanhai base, protecting over 20 million residents. Because there was a response mechanism in place, everyone sprang into action after the alarm sounded, especially the guard team, who appeared at their posts according to their duties. Facing a large tide of alien beasts, relying on human strength for resistance is nearly impossible. The large technological weapons within the base are the crucial tools for the defense. Governor, the governor is here. When the people on the wall saw Suja, they greeted him. It was as if they'd found their backbone and were no longer as panicked as before. The main leaders of the base were present, and Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan looked at Suja with hopeful eyes. Without a word, they immediately began reporting the situation. Zhao Hongchuan said, Governor, the guard team has deployed all personnel according to the Tide of Alien Beasts Defense Manual. Li Chenggang added, Governor, the base's warrior alliance has gathered all available warriors, and the major groups and guard teams are diligently carrying out their tasks, while emergency measures for public evacuation are already in effect. Good. Well done. Suja nodded. The two of them have cooperated for a long time, so there should not be any major issues. The only concern was the scale and strength of this tide of alien beasts, as well as its direction. I saw the alert from the Grand Governor. This tide of alien beasts is not to be underestimated, and it is said that there are quite a few mid-ranked beasts among them. We will strictly implement the strategy of diversion. We must never confront the tide of alien beasts head-on. If you encounter mid-ranked beasts, do not act rashly. Just let me handle it. Additionally, pay special attention to beasts ranked 3 and above. We must not let them breach the defense line. Suja clearly and simply emphasized the defense strategy. In fact, the vast majority of alien beasts are weaker than warriors, but their sheer numbers can overwhelm. And although the alien beasts are mutated animals, some have already developed a degree of intelligence. They are more obedient to powerful leaders, and the leaders of the alien beasts are crucial. Fortunately, the intelligence of high-ranked beasts is no less than that of ordinary humans. They are aware of humanity's power and won't provoke us actively. Instead, mid-ranked beasts often launch attacks on human bases in order to contest territory and power. However, once a tide of alien beasts forms, there is surely a reason behind it. On his way there, Suja made an urgent call to Su Xingyan. Little Su. This time, it was some heretical warriors who entered the depths of the southern alien beast mountains and angered many high-ranked beasts at the cost of self-destruction. Currently, there are too few leads, and this is only speculation. The military has dispatched most of its forces to intercept those high-ranked beasts, but the rest are powerless. Suja shared Su Xingyan's intel with everyone. The message was clear. If the high-ranked beasts are not a concern, as long as the base can withstand this tide of alien beasts, the issue would be resolved. But everyone also understood that it would not be that easy. If the tide of alien beasts breaches the city walls and enters the base, it would be a horrific disaster. Treat every crisis as a final life-and-death battle. Don't think about saving weapons and ammunition. Don't harbor any luck. Behind us are our loved ones and millions of ordinary people. We have no retreat. Do you all understand? Suja was holding a pre-battle mobilization meeting. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, their eyes filled with the spirit of facing death as if they were going home. They were all from the Nanhai base, and no one cared more about the survival of the base than they did. Several kilometers outside the base walls, the guard army was busily burying landmines. This was the first line of defense against the beast tide. If they were lucky, they might blow them apart. They might not disperse the beast tide, but weakening it and changing its direction would also be a good outcome. However, the minefield would only be very effective against small beast tides. Against larger beast tides, especially those commanded by mid-grade beasts, it could only slightly hinder them for a short while. The incident happened suddenly, and there was little the guard team could do. As time passed, more and more fully armed warriors gathered outside the city walls. They mixed in with the guard team, and under the command of the guard team, formed different defensive formations. Great Xia provided extraordinary treatment and privileges to warriors, just for such times. Warriors without special missions were all required to stand up. In the beginning, many warriors refused to be conscripted, but they were later brought to court, with severe cases leading to execution. The iron-blooded methods forged the current warrior system of Great Xia. And school teachers like Shun Qingyan had the primary duty of protecting the students of the school. Shun Qingyan arrived at Nanhai No. 3 Middle School right away, where most students were boarders. As for Su Xiaojin, she went with Su Mama to the centralized shelter. There were numerous shelters within the base. If the beast didn't launch a concentrated attack, it would be difficult to break through the defenses for a while. The shelters were undoubtedly relatively safer, better than staying at home. The Nanhai base had only been established for over 30 years, so it naturally had no history of being broken through by the beast tide. But just because it hadn't happened before, it didn't mean it wouldn't happen this time. The entire base was filled with the sound of broadcasts, chaotic and tense. Everyone was shrouded in a deep sense of crisis. Inside the temporary command center on the city walls, Suja and the others received the latest intelligence on the beast tide. From the satellite images, we can see that the scale of this beast tide is indeed a once-in-a-century occurrence. Even if the military has blocked most of the strong fighters at the Beast Mountain range, it won't stop their fury. Most of the front bases have been partially breached, and by the time it reaches our Nanhai base, the beast will have gathered into an even larger tide. This time is truly grave. Li Cheng just analyzed the current situation, his face full of seriousness, even despair. Governor, with this scale, we simply have no capacity to divert them. Even if they scatter, they will regroup and charge at the next base. I suggest we give up the defense of some bases, try to relocate people to cushion the impact. Hopefully, this can delay the steps of the beast tide. Zhao Hongchuan frowned tightly and suggested to Suja. He had never encountered a situation like this since he became the leader of the guard team and could only give what he thought were reasonable suggestions based on experience. As for the final decision, it still had to be made by Suja. At this moment, Suja also felt unprecedented pressure. A single wrong decision could lead to the death of millions of residents. An even worse decision could lead to a disaster. Abandon the western base. Concentrate forces to defend the eastern side. Quick, move, time is running out. After a moment of thought, Suja made a difficult decision. The west side was mostly factories, with a low population and few shelters. Now, they had to race against time to relocate people from the west side. Of course, Suja still hoped to defend them all. The only opportunity was to find those mid-grade leaders within the beast tide. As the saying goes, catch the king first to catch the thief. Lead the vanguard and face the beast tide head-on. 1 hour left before the beast tide reaches the city. The relocation in the west of the city is tense and chaotic. The hunting teams and martial artists from the martial arts hall are coordinating with the guards to direct the crowd. Although everyone has many complaints, they still cooperate. Life is important. In this era, ordinary people do not have many choices. The only thing they can do is pray for the beast tide to pass quickly, hoping for a safe family. Even though they don't know if their home will still exist after the beast tide passes. Moving so many people in a short time is not an easy task. Certainly, some people will refuse to leave the original shelter, believing that the beast tide won't attack them, thinking it might be safer to stay put. For individual stubborn ones who strongly resist, the guards can only wish them good luck. Everyone must take responsibility for their own lives. All they can do is do their best and leave the rest to fate. Suja stood high on the city structure, gazing at the distant mountains. He looked again at the scene within the city and felt deeply emotional. Even if they survive this wave of beast tide, the base will probably be full of scars. The rebuilding task will be incredibly difficult. The already backward and distressed South Sea base will likely fall back more than 10 years. Relying on the Southern Governor's Office for assistance in rebuilding is almost impossible. I'm afraid the losses in other bases will not be less than those in the South Sea base. Currently, the South is plunged into war, and all resources will definitely be prioritized for the 10,000 races battlefield. After all, if the 10,000 races battlefield is breached, there is a risk of extermination. Suja sighed, pulled back his thoughts, and focused on what was in front of him. After setting up the minefield, Suja proposed a tactic. While the first wave of beasts is blown apart by the mines, we could lead a team of elite martial artists to strike them down, then use the corpses of those beasts as fuel to build the first line of defense. What do you all think? This tactic carries certain risks, but if executed well, it could buy a lot of time for the relocation within the base. Moreover, this beast tide is unusually large-scale. Relying mainly on technology and martial arts for defense on the city wall may not be the best choice, as the beast tide can concentrate its power to break through. If the first line of defense is breached, they can use long-range missiles for a second resist. When the beast tide reaches the city wall, they can utilize anti-aircraft guns for a third resist. Finally, as a last resort, they would detonate the mines buried in the west to completely segment the beast tide. Suja believes that in extraordinary times, one must take bold risks and adopt some unconventional methods. I agree with the governor's strategy. If we don't take the initiative, we might fail completely. Li Chung first expressed his agreement. Others know this is a dangerous decision, especially for the ones who rush forward, as they might end up with nothing left. But it could also have miraculous effects, especially if the first wave of beasts happens to be afraid of fire. The effect would be even better. I agree. After thinking for a moment, everyone expressed their stance. On one hand, it was a decision made after deep consideration. On the other hand, Suja's personal prestige had reached its peak. In such a time, following a strong leader's command is often instinctive. In fact, even if everyone disagreed, Suja would have issued the order anyway. In such times, democratic discussions wouldn't save anyone's life. In the end, it was just a matter of who would be sent out. All right, no more thinking. I will personally lead the team. Select some peak first-grade and second-grade martial artists to accompany the team. Just over 100 will do. Suja spoke in a firm tone and made immediate arrangements. Then he began to choose the sniping positions, which should not be too far or too close to the city wall. Finally, a location about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the city wall was chosen, in a gully position. Use the rising slope to build a defense line. Soon, the vanguard team of over 100 people gathered completely. The 30-plus guards that Suja had specially trained were handpicked by him to join the team. When other warriors heard they were going to lead with the governor, none of them were afraid to join. But Suja only selected a portion of the close combat fighters. Others with defensive duties who wanted to join were not chosen. Overall, this This small team had an equal number of second-tier and peak first-tier warriors. As for why there were no third-tier warriors, it's because there were too few of them, and each had an important responsibility. Moreover, facing a tide of beasts, unless there was absolute pressure, the difference between third-tier and second-tier was not significant. Listen up. Everyone, center around me, advance and retreat together. Second-tier warriors are responsible for killing and building the defense line. First-tier warriors are responsible for clearing the remnants and igniting the corpses. Suja succinctly issued the combat orders. In short, just one thing. Charge with me. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, Suja divided the more than 100 warriors into several small teams. The strongest second-tier warriors were made team leaders, to prevent them from being scattered by the tide of beasts at a critical moment. Low-tier warriors of first and second tier would have basically no chance of survival if they went solo. Quickly, all preparations were completed. Suja exchanged a few words with Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan, and then led the team of warriors to the ambush point outside the base. Warriors' speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. The 5 to 6 kilometers distance was covered in just a few minutes at full speed. Everyone took their positions, standing ready. Suja raised his head and looked north. With his mid-level 5th-tier extraordinary eyesight, he could already see a dark tide of beasts rushing rapidly toward the base. Everyone prepare. The tide of beasts will arrive in 10 minutes. Suja shouted, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, inside the base, everyone was focused on the live broadcast from the TV station. In this life-and-death situation, everyone's hearts were tense. This time, Lu Ying, as the host, personally delivered the news. The crisis at the South Sea base is unprecedented. Every person at the South Sea base has shown remarkable unity and courage. Therefore, we have reason to believe that under Governor Su's leadership, we can surely overcome this hardship. The TV broadcast was not only to calm everyone's hearts, but also effectively conveyed command duties. The South Sea base was not experiencing a beast tide for the first time, but this time was 100 times more dangerous than before. When hearing that Governor Su was personally leading the charge to confront the beast tide, the residents of the base couldn't help but feel worried for him. Since Suja took office, he had made mighty efforts, provided countless benefits, and done many good deeds. Everyone had long recognized him in their hearts, even admired him. In a moment of danger, the governor was still the first to disregard his own safety and lead the charge. Governor Su, you must not be in danger. May heaven protect you. Many people even began to pray for Suja. Su's mother and Su Xiaojin were especially focused intently on the TV screen, fearing they might miss a single shot. The final scene on the screen lingered on Suja leading his team away from the base, their distant figures. With the music swelling, it had a different kind of heroic solemnity. However, Suja, who was at the ambush point, felt not a shred of melancholy. He only held one belief in his heart: block them. Boom, boom, boom. Suja kept his eyes fixed ahead. The immense roaring sound had already reached his ears. As the sun rose, every member of the charging team saw a dark mass ahead. Mixed with rolling smoke and dust, it was sweeping toward them. Without the protection of city walls, facing this scene required immense courage. Suja clearly felt everyone's breath becoming a bit chaotic. They were panicking. Everyone pay attention. Maintain formation. At this moment, Suja's high-spirited voice suddenly rang out, reaching deep into everyone's hearts. In an instant, it calmed everyone down a lot. They're coming, they're about to come. A massacre has begun, a god of death on the battlefield. The governor is amazing. Over 100 people stood before the overwhelming tide of strange beasts. They seemed as insignificant as a few ants. Looking at the scene broadcasted by the drones, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. How can we defend against this? How is it even possible to hold them back? However, in the world of martial arts, strength is never measured by numbers. The vast majority of these strange beasts are below the level of martial artists. Only a few small leaders can reach the first or second rank. One-on-one, human martial artists can easily defeat them. Moreover, Suja and the others did not aim to annihilate such a terrifying number of strange beasts. Holding a long knife, Suja took a deep breath, his blood and energy surging, filled with fighting spirit. Outside the base, there was no need to worry about harming others. Against strange beasts of average strength, there was no fear of losing. Therefore, he had no reservations and could unleash hellish destruction. Boom! In an instant, the aura of Suja at the mid-stage of the 5th rank began to expand continuously. With a battle power boost of 80%, this terrifying aura was almost on par with the pinnacle of the 5th rank. The first to sense the pressure of this aura were the strange beasts in the front row. Their heads buzzed as the aura of the strong slowed their steps. Some particularly frightened strange beasts even stopped altogether, too scared to charge forward. The sudden slowdown and halt caused a massive pile-up as the beasts from behind crashed into them. The ones in the back crashed into the front ones, and the ones behind kept crashing forward, instantly tumbling a large number of them down. This was the result of Suja's mid-stage spiritual power materialization attack. A large number of strange beasts were directly knocked down by the spiritual power, rolling on the ground in agony and even fainting from the force. Unfortunately, Suja's spiritual power could not be released indefinitely, and after a short while, it began to weaken. However, the wave of strange beasts behind continued to surge forward incessantly. This is a spiritual power attack, too powerful. On the city wall, Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongquan were astonished as they witnessed this scene. The more than 100 martial artists behind Su He, although not understanding, could not hide their ecstatic expressions. Governor Su is amazing, truly amazing. Only then did everyone realize that Governor Su might not be an ordinary fourth-rank martial artist. They had completely underestimated Su's strength. This kind of range and destructive power of spiritual attacks could never be achieved by an ordinary fifth rank. Governor Su was hiding too deeply. He was actually a strong fifth rank. Any fifth-rank martial artist is a lofty existence wherever they go. Even serving as an instructor at one of the top 5 universities in Shin City would be more than sufficient. However, he is the governor of their Nanhai base. In an instant, a great confidence rose in everyone's hearts. With Governor Su here, it's possible. Kill for me. At that moment, Suja unleashed a powerful killing intent, shouting with a mighty roar. The intense, murderous aura made the strange beasts charging again pause in astonishment. In the next moment, a bloody blade light flashed. Countless strange beast heads fell, blood spraying everywhere. With one blow of the mad Godblade technique, a gap of over 100 meters was torn open, brutally stopping a wave of strange beasts from charging. Suja's knife did not stop. It continued to flash around the defense line, wantonly collecting the lives of the strange beasts. In less than a moment, the bodies of strange beasts before him had already piled into a small mountain. Kill. Follow the governor, kill. At that moment, the martial artists in the assault team responsible for blocking the attack responded one by one. They grabbed their weapons and rushed to meet the tide of strange beasts. With Suja clearing the path in front, they faced the frightened beasts and found it much easier to kill them. Soon, the assault team led by a second-rank martial artist worked together to block a wave of strange beasts. And the first-rank martial artist quickly took action as well. The sky was filled with the bodies of strange beasts, piling up in the ravines. Then, fuel was poured over them, and a fire was ignited. In an instant, a blazing fire formed a line of light, blocking the massive tide of beasts. Before the main wave of the beast tide arrived, the dazzling firelight instantly lit up everyone's hope. Some beasts that slipped through the cracks instinctively felt fear when facing the raging flames. They subconsciously fled away from the firelight, causing a new round of chaos and trampling. And Suja's figure remained at the very front. Wave after wave, he harvested the heads of the beasts. At this moment, from a high-altitude perspective of the drone, it was clear to see that Suja, leading over 100 assault team members, had already blocked part of the front of the beast tide. These over 100 figures, like a sharp blade, pierced into the heart of the beast tide against the wind. Although only about 10 minutes had passed, the much larger beast tide eventually overwhelmed the firelight line from both wings and continued advancing toward the city wall. But Suja and his team had already successfully bought some time, and the beast tide had become a chaotic mess. This greatly eased the pressure on the subsequent defense. As long as Suja's assault team didn't retreat, they could continue to divide the beast tide and ease the pressure on the city's defenses. Soon, part of the beast tide triggered the minefield. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Suja, the violent explosion sounds echoed constantly. One wave of the beast tide was taken away by the minefield. Next, the missile units launched a full-scale attack. Fight! Hit them hard! On the city wall, Zhao Hongquan ordered the third defensive line to attack with full force. Boom, boom. Under the city wall, amidst the pitch-black beast tide, shrapnel and blood flew everywhere. Tens of thousands of beasts fell under the first wave of assault. But there was also a brief pause as the new wave of beasts surged up again. Soon, they charged right to the foot of the city wall. By this point, the beast tide had already been weakened by the previous defensive lines, so it wasn't as terrifying anymore. The defenders could barely handle it. For the time being, it wasn't so easy to break through the city wall. Everyone knew very well that the biggest contributor to this situation was Governor Suja. Without Suja leading the assault team to make the first block, the subsequent defense would not have triggered chain reaction. Things wouldn't have turned out so optimistic. In fact, many martial artists didn't fully understand Suja's strength. They just thought he was powerful. They assumed that a 4th-grade martial artist was this strong. Only a few people above the 3rd grade, like Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan, could tell that Suja was the power of a strong 5th grade. The great battle to resist the beast tide at the Nanhai base had already fully unfolded. And outside the base, Suja was still tirelessly swinging his long blade. These beasts had weak individual strength and posed no threat to Suja at all. Suja was also keeping a close eye, hoping to find a mid-grade leader hidden in the beast tide. Generally speaking, the stronger the beast, the larger its size. So far, he had encountered only one 3rd-grade beast. However, even a 3rd-grade beast was just a single strike for Suja, hardly a challenge. A powerful mid-grade martial artist, though unable to dominate such a large battlefield, could still affect the local battle situation. Besides, this wasn't the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. It was just a beast tide. The only thing the beast tide had to fear was its overwhelming numbers, which could exhaust even a mid-grade martial artist. Frenzy God Blade Technique. Every time Suja swung his blade, he took the life of a patch of beasts, as if mowing down rice stalks. With his unrivaled strength and the 80% power boost from the system, Suja was like a god of slaughter on the battlefield. The people inside the base stared at the screens, becoming numb. They couldn't even calculate how many beasts this ferocious governor had killed. At this moment, the trench defense line was gradually waning due to running out of fuel, and its defensive purpose was becoming weaker. However, the assault team's mission was considered accomplished. You all retreat first. In light of this, Suja shouted to the assault team. There was little meaning in staying here any longer. It would be better to return to the city wall and join the defensive troops. 36, resisting alone, discovering the leader of the strange beasts. Yes, Governor. The members of the assault team responded in unison. The fierce battle had lasted for more than half an hour, and their energy had peaked. If they continued to hold on, it would become dangerous. Achieving such a great result without losing a single team member was already a tremendous miracle. Of course, they also understood very well who created this miracle. After the assault team retreated a distance under Suja's cover, they found that Suja had no intention of retreating himself. Instead, he stood firm alone to continue resisting on that fiery defense line. Any strange beast that tried to cross that line of fire was ruthlessly slain by Suja's blade. So far in the battle, Suja's consumption had not been as great as imagined. Moreover, he carried many good pills to replenish his energy. In addition, the mid-stage level 5 cultivation allowed for quick energy recovery, making Suja always at ease when facing these weaker strange beasts. It was just that he lacked large-scale attack methods, unable to stop too many strange beasts. As long as he could hold on a little longer, the defense on the city wall would become easier. Additionally, in the continued high-intensity battle, Suja gained some new insights into martial arts. Through fighting, his cultivation actually increased. As there was no danger to his life, Suja naturally wanted to resist for a little longer. The most crucial thing was that he also wanted to find the leader of the strange beasts to end this tide of strange beasts. Although the probability was a bit low, why isn't Governor Su retreating yet? This is too dangerous. For the base, the governor is really pushing it, completely disregarding his own safety. On the city wall, many martial artists showed worried expressions. Instead, Li Chenggang and Zhao Hongchuan did not worry as much, because they knew Suja's true strength. As long as Suja wanted to retreat, the tide of strange beasts could do nothing to him. Suja choosing to stay alone in the wilderness of the base must have his own considerations. Just trust him. The people inside the base, upon seeing this, were even more anxious and discussed among themselves. Especially Su's mother and Shun Qingyan. Their hearts were in their throats. But they also believed Suja was not a reckless person and prayed that nothing would happen to him. Thus, Suja continued fighting alone in the wilderness for nearly an hour. He single-handedly held back a large wave of strange beasts. Governor, please retreat. At this moment, while Li Chenggang and others fiercely defended, they were feeling a bit uneasy, calling for Suja to come back via communications. Could it be that this governor was getting too excited and didn't want to retreat? That was too fierce. However, the longer he stayed when the energy was depleted, the more dangerous it became. Now, Suja had become the pillar of the entire Nanhai base, and no one wanted anything to happen to him. Fortunately, after a while, Suja's figure finally retreated. It was not that Suja could not hold on any longer. He had only consumed some energy and hadn't even exerted half of his strength. It was just that his mental energy had been consumed quite severely. You must know that recovering mental energy was not easy. Additionally, after not seeing the leader of the strange beast for a long time, Suja couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the leader of the strange beast was deliberately hiding from him, not appearing? Rather than wasting time in the wilderness, it would be better to retreat to lure out the leader of the strange beasts. The governor has retreated. That's great. Governor, please don't let anything happen to you. Hurry back to the city. Seeing this, Li Changgang even led the assault team to rush down the city to support Suja. At this moment, the assault team was revitalized after a short recovery, bursting with energy. They felt it was their duty to ensure the governor's safe retreat, to take a break and regroup. The governor had already done enough for the South Sea base, more than enough. I'm fine. I'm going back to my defensive position. Suja sternly shouted over the communicator. With so many people worrying about him and stepping up for his safety, he naturally felt happy inside. But on the battlefield, one cannot act on emotions. A slight mistake could lead to great disaster. Okay, Governor. Those who received the scolding, like Li Changgang, felt no displeasure at all. On the contrary, they felt exceptionally relieved as they noticed Suja charging swiftly to the base of the city wall. They didn't even need to go down to assist him. Their worries were completely unnecessary. Back on the city wall, Suja scanned the entire battlefield. So far, the tide of alien beasts had not been able to break through the defenses, and the people inside the base had completely evacuated. It could be said that this defensive battle had achieved a phased victory. But the fight was far from over. The tide of alien beasts continued to surge unrelentingly. And without the first few defensive lines to block them, the following battles would only be more brutal. Boom, boom, bang, 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 da-da-da. At this moment, the artillery on the city wall opened fire, pouring rounds into the densely packed alien beast horde without restraint. After 500 years of spiritual energy revival, humanity had developed many new types of weapons that consumed spiritual energy. These were the greatest weapons that humans had to face alien races and beasts. These weapons could suppress low-ranked beasts and also had significant lethality against medium-ranked ones. Unfortunately, when facing high-ranked beasts, they became completely ineffective, because at high-rank speeds, it was impossible to hit them. Even if a shot hit, it would feel like just a tickle against their high defenses. After resting for a moment, Suja picked up a large sniper rifle and joined the defensive team. First, the sniper rifle came with a telescope, allowing him to observe the battlefield situation. Second, it was just to specifically target some high-ranked alien beasts for attack. With Suja's mid-stage rank 5 strength, using the sniper rifle resulted in destruction unlike that of low-ranked warriors. With the enhancement of his mental power, Suja's accuracy was completely unmatched by ordinary warriors. At this moment, Suja transformed from the god of killing to the god of sniping. Continuously, he shot the heads of powerful alien beasts, blowing them off, blowing them off, blowing them off. Report. Report. A powerful alien beast has been found, suspected to be above rank 4. Location is in. At this moment, an urgent shout from the scout came through the communicator. Suja immediately adjusted the scope and looked towards that direction. He saw a completely black alien beast, not large in size, much smaller than ordinary alien beasts. It was darting quickly through the tide of beasts. This alien beast ignored the attacks from firearms, directly bouncing off countless bullets and shells with its hard skin. From its movements and roars, one could vaguely tell it was commanding the tide of beasts. Above rank 4, it can't escape. A flash of light appeared in Suja's eyes. No wonder the leader of the alien beasts had been so hard to find. Who would have guessed it was smaller than an ordinary beast? With such a small size and such speed, hiding among the tide of beasts and commanding them, it was hard to spot. Now, with the main force of the alien beasts at the gates, the leader finally revealed itself to command the battle. Hold on, I'm going to take it out. Suja tossed down the sniper rifle, picked up a long knife, and leaped down from the high city wall. In the moment he landed, a powerful surge of energy erupted, creating a vast open space among the alien beasts. Then Suja swung his long knife, carving a bloody path towards the leader of the alien beasts, like autumn winds sweeping away the leaves. Any obstruction was met with a strike that claimed multiple lives, spilling blood for several meters. At this moment, Suja had consecutively killed rank 4 beasts. The great battle was won. In this instant, Suja 精神力也恢复了不少，气血更是保持在巅峰状态。那股神挡杀神、佛挡杀佛的凶悍气势，城墙上不少武者第一次近距离看见，简直震撼心灵。他们知道苏哲很强，在野外抵抗异兽潮那么久还毫发无伤，他们以为苏哲比想象中更强，只是没想到 会如此之强？这无异于在千军万马中取敌人首级，犹如探囊取物一般啊！事实也的确如此。苏哲迅速锁定那头异兽头领后，直接气血全开，精神力全开，爆发出了最强的一刀——狂神刀诀魅神式。咔嚓一声，四品异兽头颅落地，惨死当场。掉落在地上的头颅还双眼瞪大，满脸的不可思议。他想象过这个人类敢冲过来，实力肯定很强。整个南境的基地总督，修为最高的都没有超过5品的强者。对方再强，自己也是4品巅峰的异兽，凭借着异兽强大的防御力，再上这个人类消耗了这么久，就算速度稍快过自己一丝，也不可能接不住他一刀。然而，真的只是一刀，他就身首异处了。哦！城墙上的武者们顿时爆发出了狂呼之声，他们下巴都惊呆了。砍了，一刀就砍掉了。总督威武，总督牛皮，而他们的总督却只是轻描淡写的迅速返回了城墙之上。4品巅峰的异兽而已，砍起来真的没什么难度。就算是4品巅峰的异族，修炼了武技，会有种族天赋，在5品巅峰战力的苏哲面前，也不过是一刀的事，最多一刀不行，再砍一刀，头领身死。眼前这波异兽潮明显受到了一些影响，但整个异兽潮却并没有退去下去，反而因为后面都是些实力更强的异兽个体，再次发起了一轮新的猛攻。苏哲马上就反应过来，不止一只首领，应该还有其他的。很快，异兽潮中就出现几头体型异常高大的异兽，都是4品之上的实力。苏哲没有犹豫，依葫芦画瓢，将他们斩杀了。其中居然还有头5品初期的头领，耗费了苏哲2刀才杀掉。苏哲很庆幸这些异兽头领没有聚集在一起，要不然还真会有些麻烦。而且更幸运的是，所有异兽头领都不觉得自己身处异兽潮中，还能被一个人类单枪匹马给杀穿了。更幸运的是，这些异兽头领属于不同的种族，他们之间没有联络。但凡他们重视起来，苏哲都不可能得手。杀到最后，就连城墙上和基地内的人都有些麻木了。啊！总督又杀了一头4品异兽，这头比那头还大只。当然，大家也都很清楚，如果苏哲只是一名常规的4品总督，恐怕整个南海基地早就被攻破了。大家眼神中充满了庆幸和兴奋。还好，总督强到离谱，照这么下去，或许异兽潮连城墙都攻不破。所有人都在苏哲的带动下，爆发出了超乎寻常的战斗力。终于在持续了整整8个小时的激战后，异兽潮出现了大规模撤退的迹象。渐渐的，围在城墙上的异兽都纷纷遁逃而去。要结束了，我们守住了。所有人脸上都露出了不可思议的兴奋。这场漫长、激烈而煎熬的防御战终于迎来了尾声。见此，苏哲也长舒了一口气。好在这次异兽潮，强大的异兽被军队阻挡住了，不然是绝对守不住的。Even so, there were several dangerous moments in the defense on the city wall, with a considerable number of strange beasts charging onto it. Had it not been for the overall improvement in the strength of the Guard Army during this time, it could have been really difficult. In any case, it was the result of the hard fight of all the military and civilians of the Nanhai base. Although the cost was severe, the outcome was good. Half an hour later, the strange beasts within sight retreated completely. An hour later, the satellite images clearly showed that the tide of strange beasts had dispersed, retreating toward the Beast Mountain. The great battle had ended. As this news was broadcasted, everyone cheered with excitement. We won, we won. That was not easy. We actually held the line. We held it. Long live the Nanhai base. Long live the governor. This tide of strange beasts was the largest ever faced by the Nanhai base, with the strongest beasts and lasting the longest. It was also the most torturous, where lives hung by a thread. The entire base's ammunition stockpile was nearly exhausted, with many defense devices and tools mostly rendered useless. The casualties were countless. However, This was also the most successful defense the Nanhai base had achieved. The base's city gate had been secured, not a single strange beast had breached into the base, and not one ordinary resident was harmed. Most importantly, the Nanhai base had utterly crushed this tide of strange beasts, not just weakened or slowed down, but completely shattered and scattered, preventing them from causing further harm to the rear bases. The battle was over, but cleaning up the battlefield would take a lot of time. Fortunately, there were some tasks that ordinary people could handle. The guard team and those who participated in the defense could finally take a good rest. This battle had huge losses, but there were also some tangible gains. For instance, a massive amount of strange beast meat was obtained. Even those burned strange beast corpses had some value. High-quality strange beast meat would be kept to compensate the fallen soldiers and for the base's own use. The rest could definitely be sold to other bases. Due to this tide of strange beasts, it is estimated that it will be hard to capture strange beasts in the wild for a long time. These strange beast resources are the capital for the Nanhai base's rebuilding and rise. Of course, this isn't solely up to the Nanhai base. It needs the capital city's regulation. Suja stood on the city wall, looking at the devastation, and unexpectedly started to think about post-war reconstruction. Just as his thoughts were racing, Vice Governor Li Qinggang came over to report. Governor, the preliminary casualty statistics have come out. 1 third-rank warrior sacrificed, 12 second-rank warriors, and over 120 first-rank warriors. Over 3,000 combat personnel who were non-warriors sacrificed. No ordinary civilians were harmed. This loss was actually very low compared to previous tides of strange beasts. In the age of high martial arts, death happens every day. Often, people could accept casualties. They just couldn't accept unnecessary losses. Got it. Prioritizing the compensation for the casualties, and there must be no mistakes. Suja nodded and instructed. Once, his father had also died as an ordinary man on the battlefield of myriad races. Overall, the casualty rate on the battlefield of myriad races was much more brutal than this. Sometimes a single battle could last for several months, wiping out an entire team. Middle-rank warriors died in batches, let alone ordinary soldiers. This world is that cruel, and there's no way around it. This time, the reduction in the number of warriors in the Nanhai base was not as high as expected. In the end, this was a good thing. Yes, Vice Governor. Li Changgang gravely accepted the order. Although he had long looked past life and death, no one could be indifferent in the face of so many sacrifices. This was also the second time in a short time that Li Changgang had experienced significant losses. Last time, the previous governor had taken a large number of warriors to support the myriad race battlefield in Nanhai, suffering casualties exceeding 3/4. 相比起来，这次死的人更多，但心情却没有上次沉重，只是觉得有点可惜。任何战场都充满了意外，都有可能陨落，但实力强大者总能活得更长一些。对于这次伤亡抚恤，李成刚心中也有了计划。况且如今整个大夏对于抚恤伤亡的事一向都很严格，不管身居任何高位，都不太敢在上面弄虚作假，因为后果会非常严重。据说200年前，大夏有位9品的强者，因一己私利参与了克扣抚恤的事，造成了很恶劣的严重后果。最后上面忍痛将其明正典刑，以正视听。9品强者那是大夏最顶端的一批人了，最后都被这样处理了。从那之后，就很少有人敢在上面打主意了。只要查出一点痕迹来，就绝对不会手软。在南海基地大战落幕之后，南境其他基地在这之前都受到了冲击，而其他基地可没有南海基地这般幸运。很多基地选择都是放弃一部分基地，减少防守的压力。这也导致了很多基地可以用损失惨重来形容。因为受潮爆发比较突然，很多物资东西都没有转移走。南境大都督府几位执掌着南境诸多大钱的武者汇聚一堂，其中徐守勋这一位9品大都督则是坐在了首位之上。这一位大都督刚刚镇压了山脉之中的9品异兽，回到大都督府之后，第一件事情便询问起南境的情况。这一次各个基地损失如何？没有办法，这一次各个基地基本没有支援，都要依靠自身。万族战场牵扯了南境大量的精力，加上这一次突然，就算是从其他地区求援也没那么容易。虽然大夏一体，但不同地区之间也是有着不少竞争。 最开始是资源竞争，到了后面竞争更是上升到了整个地区。球员稍微拖延一会也很正常，所以尽管球员以防万一，但还真的没有太过指望。球员更多还是防备出现一些意外的情况。好在受潮过后，诸多基地都没出现什么意外，唯独就不知晓损失如何。下方诸多人开始禀报各个基地的数据。新安基地损失了武者4000，护卫军3万，不过基地并未被攻破。芙蓉基地损失了武者1000，之速护卫军2万，放弃了一部分基地。随着一个个基地禀报下来，哪怕是徐守勋面容之上就更加难看了，因为每一个基地可以用损失惨重来形容。新安基地是南京最为中心的基地，包括大都督府便设立于新安基地，同时新安还有一个万族战场要应对。新安大学更是屹立于基地之中。除此之外，每一次受潮也算是首当其冲一个基地，但同样新安基地也算是聚集了整个南境诸多强者。然而在万族战场以及受潮的双重压力之下，这一次还损失那么多的武者和人，也是有点不能够接受的。要知晓，这可是4000名武者，甚至占据到了很多基地的一半武者数量，可以说有点不是很能够接受。其他基地损失情况倒是在徐守勋的预料之中，想要阻挡住受潮，肯定是经历一场血战的。新安基地武者损失800，护卫军18000人，放弃了一部分基地。南海基地武者损失133人，护卫军损失3000人，没有放弃过基地。After arriving here, Su Shoshuan's face showed shock, and then his voice sounded, "Wait, what happened at the South Sea base? Did the beast tide not pass through the South Sea base?" It was really not Su Shoshuan's fault for reacting this way. After all, so many bases suffered heavy losses. Yet, the South Sea base had barely any issues, only light injuries. So this stood out quite a bit, especially in the entire southern region, besides the Exinen base. Only the South Sea base held its ground, not giving up any part. Almost with light injuries, it managed to defend the whole base. How did this happen? It's no wonder Su Shoshuan was astonished, because the South Sea base had always been at the bottom of the southern region. The specifics are still unclear. We still need to inquire in detail. The person reporting from below spoke. Directly contact the person from the South Sea base. Just ask, and it will be clear. Su Shoshuan immediately ordered. He was quite curious to see what defensive strategies the South Sea base had that could be borrowed. Fortunately, as the Grand Commander, it was very easy to understand the South Sea base's situation. Soon, he got in touch with the person responsible for communication at the South Sea base. This person from the South Sea base hurriedly shared the situation of the beast tide this time. I didn't expect this Suja to be so bold. He even dared to lead over 100 warriors to strike first. However, this person is quite confident in himself. Su Shoshuan commented. But the results were effective. The South Sea base had the smallest losses among all bases. If you remember correctly, this South Sea governor seemed to come from the South Sea Martial Arts University. With the strength of the 5th rank in martial arts, it was already not weak. Quickly, Su Shoshuan found the information on this Suja. He came from the South Sea Martial Arts University, but last year he only started to show significant progress. In a short time, he broke through several major realms. Even Su Shoshuan couldn't help but show great interest. A breakthrough to the 3rd rank is normal. The 4th rank can also be acceptable. After accumulating so many years of vital energy, reaching the 3rd rank should go even smoother. Yet to reach the 5th rank in such a short time is unexpected. This Suja should have quite a few lucky encounters. Su Shoshuan finally concluded. However, the Great Xia does not care about such encounters. Many martial artists who can grow up must have had some lucky encounters. If they pursued these too closely, it would be chaotic. As long as you have the strength, you will receive adequate treatment. So for this newly rising strongman, Su Shoshuan was undoubtedly pleased to see. From the looks of it, Suja at least had quite a possibility of becoming a high-rank martial artist. He could be counted among the geniuses. Su Shoshuan couldn't help but feel a lot of affection for talented individuals. However, he ultimately shook his head because this person came from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Moreover, there were almost no talented individuals who applied to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Now that this Suja had emerged, he would undoubtedly be highly valued. Perhaps if Su Zhe could step into high-rank martial arts, it would not be impossible for him to become the next president of the South Sea Martial Arts University. But this time, the performance of the South Sea base truly shone brightly. They should be rewarded. At least it could serve as an example for other bases. When facing the beast tide, one needs to be a bit more flexible. And Su Shoshun directly instructed the Grand Commander's office to issue awards. With the announcement of the awards, the entire southern region was shaken. The South Sea base had such minimal losses in this beast tide. Even the Grand Commander personally rewarded the entire South Sea base. How is this possible? Many people in the southern region initially found this news hard to believe. After all, the South Sea base was notorious for being the worst in the entire southern region. Suddenly, a very good score was achieved. This surely raised questions. However, when the defensive video of the South Sea base was released, the people in other bases of the South region fell silent. The South Sea base really defended the base at the cost of minor injuries. Without a doubt, the entire South region was shaken. In the past, the South Sea base was relatively unknown in the South region. As a result, this time it was a moment of pride, making many feel unfamiliar. Fortunately, after the shock, many quickly analyzed why the South Sea base could resist the beast tide so smoothly. Most of the credit actually goes to the Lord of the South Sea base. Moreover, the scale of the beast tide faced by the South Sea base was obviously much smaller. You can't say that the strength of the South Sea base itself is not that strong. Regarding the South Sea base, the entire South region began to discuss fiercely. Some people's tones were undoubtedly a bit sour. Who doesn't eat dumplings during the New Year? The people of the South Sea base suddenly found themselves to be the subject of discussion for the entire South region. This was the first time, but it made many in the South Sea base very excited. Not to mention the rewards from the Grand General of the South region. I didn't expect to catch the Grand General's attention. Even Su Zhe was a bit surprised as he murmured. When he was defending the South Sea base, he didn't think so much. What he wanted more was simply to defend the whole South Sea base. He just wanted to be true to himself. After all, he was born in the South Sea. How could he bear to see the South Sea suffer? He never thought that the other bases in the South region would falter this time. This highlighted the South Sea base. However, although the South Sea base performed outstandingly this time, it still couldn't change the problem of its own weak strength. Whatever it was still the same. At most, they would be viewed a little higher in the future. A poor student being looked upon a little higher, it probably wouldn't be looked upon too much. What delighted Su Zhe was still the reward that the Grand General had bestowed. 20 million spirit stones. For the Exine base, this amount of spirit stones really isn't much. However, for the backward governor of the South Sea base, it is a significant resource. Looking back at how much Su Zhe accomplished with the previous 50 million spirit stones. Now, with 20 million spirit stones, plus this time the harvest of beast meat, the South Sea base has accumulated a large amount of resources. At least this year, they could live better. As for next year, he hoped that the martial artists within the base would improve and provide more support. In terms of taxes, he hoped it could make the South Sea base's finances a bit better. Besides this, Su Zhe also noticed something. It seems the Grand General is very dissatisfied with the losses of other bases this time. However, this is understandable. Other bases could have done better this time. Su Zhe did not dwell on this issue for too long, because a phone call interrupted his thoughts. Xiao Zhe, congratulations to you and the South Sea base for standing out this time. The voice of Su Xingyan rang out with congratulations. Previously, this president of the Pill Academy at the South Sea Martial Arts University did not expect Su Zhe to achieve such results, leading the South Sea base to reveal its brilliance. Moreover, the most crucial part was that his cultivation had also reached the level of the 5th rank of martial arts. In just under a year, this person had jumped from the peak of the 2nd rank directly to the 5th rank. Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but take a deep breath, because this speed of advancement was terrifying. Su Xingyan guessed that Su Zhe might have awakened some hidden special talent. In the Great Xia, there are indeed examples of late bloomers. In fact, there are not few. Some people have even conducted some research. That is because some hidden special talents awaken slowly during the cultivation process. It is said that Daxia has intensified the research on some hidden special talent detection instruments. Because if the existence of hidden special talents and physiques awakens, it can basically be considered a genius. Of course, it's still hard to say, because no matter how the hidden special talent physique is detected, Daxia has not developed it yet. The recovery of spiritual energy has only been 500 years. The concept of hidden talent physique has only been proposed for decades. Mainly, there are fewer examples of late bloomers. Plus, many talented people show their abilities directly. At the beginning, no one thought in this direction. The more Su Xingyan thought, the more he felt that Su Zhe might have this possibility. He couldn't help but want to transfer Suja back to Nanheim Martial Arts University. In fact, not just Su Xingyan had this thought. All the strong people in Nanheim Martial Arts University had the same idea, because Suzhou is young and has more possibilities. Now Nanheim Martial Arts University is already considering the next generation issue. Although over the years, the score line for the college entrance examination at Nanheim Martial Arts University has been rising year by year. However, many students' qualifications are only above average. There's still quite a distance from genius, let alone a brilliance. Currently, in the past 20 years, the students who graduated from Nanheim Martial Arts University have the highest cultivation level of only 6th rank, and only one person has just broken through not long ago. This person chose to join the Daxiao military after graduation, and it is destined that he cannot return to Nanheim Martial Arts University. Although there are quite a few at 5th rank, most of them are close to 40 years old. Even though there is still a lot of potential, their final level is basically predictable. Originally, Nanheim Martial Arts University was considering whether to spend great resources next year. At least 1 or 2 geniuses must be recruited. After all, they must consider the future. The founders of Nanheim Martial Arts University are not young anymore. Although after stepping into high-level martial artists, they can extend their lifespan a bit. Supporting for a few more decades is not a problem, but one should plan ahead for the future. Without long-term worries, there will be immediate troubles. Unexpectedly, Suzhou appeared out of nowhere, which made many strong people in Nanheim Martial Arts University see hope. This person graduated from Nanheim Martial Arts University and stayed there for several years after graduation. He can definitely be considered a true talent. When facing the dean's phone call, Suzhou did not show too much surprise. Once his 5th rank martial art cultivation was exposed, Nanheim Martial Arts University surely couldn't have no reaction. Although he was sent to the Nanhai base, Nanheim Martial Arts University would not give up on him. After all, if they had given up, the previous resources would not have been allocated. Moreover, leaving aside Nanheim Martial Arts University, the dean has helped him a lot. Dean, it's been a long time since I heard your voice. I'm still not used to it. Suzhou couldn't help but speak with a hint of teasing. Facing this dean he had known for many years, he also relaxed more, which is certainly related to his own improvement in cultivation. Strength brought more confidence. You brat. All right. Were you planning to return to school? Su Xingyan indeed didn't care about this teasing, but instead entered the topic to ask. Now that Su Zhe has stepped into 5th rank, he also needs to respect Su Zhe's opinions. After all, Nanheim Martial Arts University aims to cultivate him, not to restrict Su Zhe's development. Facing the dean's inquiry, even Su Zhe couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Earlier, he had considered when to return to school. After stepping into 5th rank, the Nanhai-based governor's office also began to somewhat fail to meet his own training needs. To satisfy his own cultivation, there was only the school. However, Su Zhe still felt quite reluctant about the South Sea base. Let's wait until the college entrance examination ends in June, and then I will resign. In the end, Su Zhe still spoke his mind. Now, there were only a few months left until the New Year's Martial Arts College entrance examination. He was also planning to organize a joint special training session for all high schools in the base. Each school would select some top students to enter the joint training camp, although this was somewhat unfair to ordinary students. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, where could one find fairness? If one wanted to become a warrior and get into the top martial arts university, everything depended on one's efforts. Because of these unfinished tasks, Suzhou did not plan to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Sure, but the school will send you a batch of resources. And, you kid, have you thought about taking on a school position? Su Xingyan thought for a moment before agreeing. It was clear that Suzhou had his own persistence. If it were someone else, they would have already abandoned the South Sea base and returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University. He felt more gratified, because this person was not someone who would do anything for martial arts. Instead, he had his own set of principles. School resources, Dean, you must send more. As for what position to take, are there any easy positions? The kind where you get benefits without having to work. Suzhou thought for a moment and then spoke. He probably understood some of the school's intentions. He didn't have much objection to this. He and the South Sea Martial Arts University were bound together. Wanting to break free was basically impossible. Of course, he never thought about leaving the South Sea Martial Arts University. So now, facing this resource, he felt perfectly at ease. Where there's so many easy positions. It depends on the school's arrangement. This is not just our college's business, but it shouldn't be too busy. However, one thing is that you're no longer restricted by the Mentor's Apprentice regulations. All right, the loan you borrowed from the school has been written off. Consider it a reward for you. Su Xingyan said with annoyance. The school would definitely consider allowing him to have more time to cultivate. Let's see the school's specific arrangements. By the way, I must say, The school is generous. Suja slowly spoke. Giving over 1 million spirit stones, just like that, is not the South Sea Martial Arts University he knew. From one aspect, South Sea Martial Arts University was still quite stingy. He did not expect them to be so generous this time, although it had the flavor of investing for the future. But for Suja, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Even after stepping into the 5th grade warrior level, 1 million spirit stones were still a considerable fortune. Moreover, aside from the written-off loan, there were additional resources given to him. He felt like he was now treated like the favored child of the South Sea Martial Arts University. There was nothing to be done. South Sea Martial Arts University was no longer just investing in Suja. They were also investing in other 5th grade warriors from the South Sea Martial Arts University. However, currently, Suja was the one with the most investment value and also the most hopeful one. After finishing this call from the dean, Suja continued to handle matters at the South Sea base. Although he planned to return to South Sea Martial Arts University after this year's Martial Arts College entrance examination ended, he still needed to arrange matters at the South Sea base beforehand, and he was not in a hurry to bring this up. 10 days later, the South Sea base finally eliminated all the effects of this battle. Compensations had been paid, and the recorded achievements had been entered into the Great Xia system. In addition, the rewards that should be given have also been rewarded. Many participating guards and numerous warriors received a pretty decent amount of resources, including the rewards given to the entire South Sea base by the Grand Governor. Suja also left nothing for himself. The focus was on fairness and justice. This action also made many people convinced and respectful. In the past, the governor of the South Sea might not have dared to covet some resources, but they still used some of these resources to do something like allocating more to their close associates. This still led to a lot of complaints. Unfortunately, how to define these contributions? It was not so clear, so even if there were complaints, there was nothing to be done. But Suja awarded according to the actual contributions without hesitation. In fact, the one who contributed the most in this battle should be Suja. However, apart from asking for a bit of 4th-rank beast meat, he took nothing else. It should be known that all these 4th-rank beasts were killed by Suja. After this matter spread out, it also attracted the attention of the entire South Sea base. Grand Governor Su is still too kind. He truly loves the South Sea base. Clearly, he has the most merits, yet he only took a little bit. And it's likely for Teacher Shun, rendering it useless to him. Many from the South Sea base discussed Suja, filled with admiration and respect. From being a stranger to being revered, Suja took only half a year. Suja actually felt he hadn't done much. But for the South Sea base, Suja had indeed done a lot. Now, with the wave of foreign beasts, it further proved the value of what Suja had done. If it weren't for the improvement of the escort army's strength and cooperation, it would have been really hard to hold on. Husband, why did you give up so many resources? According to the merits, you should have at least 5 million spirit stones. Shen Xingyan looked at Suja with confusion and asked. Although she knew they didn't lack spirit stones now, but their family had only been rich for a few days, and this was 5 million spirit stones. Even if taken, the entire South Sea base wouldn't say anything. After all, her husband performed impeccably during this wave of foreign beasts. There's no need. Some things are more important than resources. Suja just shook his head and spoke. 5 million spirit stones really meant nothing to him, especially since just 2 days ago, the school sent him resources worth 30 million spirit stones. And this was only the first batch. There could be even more in the future. In the absence of shortage of resources, his share of resources was just right for special training of high school students. At least from his end, it began to change the weak state of martial arts college entrance examination in the South Sea base. This was much more meaningful than accepting this batch of resources. Suja's gift was a blessing for the South Sea base. Shen Xingyan's inquiries were just a small interlude. Although she felt a bit pained, she supported Suja's decision. The regrets from the martial arts college entrance examination in the past, plus her current role as a teacher, made her obsession with it persist. If possible, she also wanted more South Sea children to leave the base. Suja quickly initiated special training for high school seniors before the college entrance examination. This is a good thing for the South Sea base. Undoubtedly, many high school seniors will make progress in their strength. Maybe this year, in the martial arts college entrance examination, our South Sea base can shine. Li Qinggang and others echoed in agreement. Originally, Suja was still thinking if there would be some opposing voices, but he found he was thinking too much. Now, these people from the South Sea base clearly supported him 100%. There was even a hint of blind worship, but it was understandable, leading the South Sea base to fame in the southern region. For many in the South Sea base, this was the first time, at least for the last few decades. The South China Sea base is declining year by year. Not to mention it earned a personal commendation from the Grand Governor. This is the existence of the 9th grade martial artist level. Many people in the South China Sea base can hardly meet even mid-grade martial artists, let alone high-grade martial artists. As for the 9th grade Grandmaster level, it is even more like a legendary existence. So it is really no wonder that the people of South China Sea base are so excited. For Suzhou, this matter may not mean much. At least high-grade martial artists are not out of reach for him. Even if it's a 9th grade martial artist, what does it matter? However, it is completely different for ordinary people. On this matter, Suzhou did not hesitate much, but made many people start to take action. The base will organize special training for Senior 3 students. We will first carry out preliminary training in every school and select some spots for further training. When this news came out, it caused many people in the South China Sea base to focus on education. Especially for ordinary people who cannot become martial artists themselves, they place their hopes on the next generation. If Governor Su had taken office a year earlier, maybe my kid would have had a chance. I heard that last year, Grand Governor Su helped some students with special training. Those students, after special training, all directly reached the score line for the Martial Arts University. Ever since Governor Su took office, I don't know how many things he has done for the South China Sea base. Many people in the South China Sea base support Suzhou unconditionally, even without knowing the specific content of the special training. However, there are also some people whose faces show regret. These are the students from the class taught by Shun Xingyan last year. For these former students, they have missed a big opportunity. Even comparing to the students who participated in special training and stuck it out, they have clearly become people from 2 different worlds. Of course, among them, the most excited are undoubtedly the Senior 3 students. So lucky. Our class not only catches the high school league, but also has special training before the college entrance examination. Every Senior 3 student's face is filled with joy, especially for those students who have aspirations for martial arts universities. They will not let this opportunity slip away. Those outstanding students need not be mentioned further. Previously, the high school league gained many resources, and now the special training is again supplied by the base. Originally, they only wanted to get into a first-class martial arts university. Now, they feel they can consider a better martial arts university. It should be known that the difference between various martial arts universities is quite significant, especially in terms of foundation. It may not show in the early stages, but as one's cultivation level increases. Some mid-grade and high-grade resources make a huge difference between different martial arts universities. Taking South China Martial Arts University as an example, mid-grade and high-grade resources are limited. They can only provide for dozens of people, while some top martial arts universities can supply hundreds of times more. The gap need not be discussed further. However, South China Martial Arts University does not have many mid-grade or high-grade resources right now. The resources available are sufficient. Moreover, many resources have already been used for mid-grade and high-grade. They cannot be used a second time. For example, this time South China Martial Arts University brought Suzhou a kind of cultivation fruit. Its effect is to promote cultivation growth. Each person can only consume it once in a lifetime. The second one will have some resistance, making it basically useless. Furthermore, using it at the 4th or 5th grade is the most effective. Many people use it when they're about to step into the 5th grade. It helps to break through a major realm. However, the problem is that Suzhou has already stepped into the 5th grade, so there are no worries in using it. Suzhou himself, in the past, did not use many external things, so under absorption is still quite good. It is not far from the peak of the mid-level 5th rank. The special training for high school students soon began to thrive. At the same time, Suzhou also started to extract new talents. Although he planned to wait until the Martial Arts College entrance examination to return to Nanheim Martial Arts University. But that does not mean he will stop improving his cultivation. If he could draw out a new ability, it would not be impossible to look forward to a higher level. Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a periodic training harvest experience card. You will definitely gain something every 2 days of training, valid for 1 month. Upon seeing this ability, even Suzhou couldn't help but frown slightly. Training every 2 days, there will definitely be gains. This training should not only be about cultivating vitality, but also about mental strength and martial skills. At this moment, Suzhou fell into hesitation about which aspect to improve first. Priority on mental strength. As for vitality and martial skills, let's put them aside for now. Suzhou immediately had an idea. That is to first enhance his cultivation. To do so, he needs to focus on vitality and mental strength. Among these, mental strength may be even more important than vitality, because vitality can be cultivated and also aided by external sources. For example, the many resources provided by the school. But these resources do not directly enhance mental strength. Suja planned to try to train his mental strength and see the effects of hard work paying off. 2 days later, Suja, who specifically trained his mental strength, could feel the changes in himself. His mental strength had indeed become slightly stronger. The effects were indeed present, as mental strength itself is very difficult to train. Many martial artists find mental strength training to be the most challenging. Even some prodigies are no exception. This is also why many people slow down their training speed after reaching mid-level martial artists. The importance of mental strength need not be elaborated. Without hesitation, Suja decided to enter closed-door training more during this time, fully dedicated to improving his mental strength. It is not easy to extract a talent that can help improve mental strength. Although this hard work reward does not primarily target mental strength, it can indeed help mental strength. Despite planning to enter closed-door training, Suja's current training is not a solo endeavor. He also needs to arrange matters at the Nanhai base. The majority of the tasks were handed over to Li Chenggang, the deputy governor. After more than half a year of contact, he could see that this deputy governor is actually quite good. He is a more stable type. Unfortunately, due to his talent, he basically needs a miracle to step into the 4th rank. He felt quite at ease leaving things to him. However, although Suja felt at ease, Li Chenggang was somewhat worried, because he sensed his own strength was insufficient. If any unexpected situation arose, he might not be able to withstand it. Especially recently, there have been quite a few issues in the southern border. Old Li, you must believe in your own strength. Before, didn't I also double as a deputy for some time? And if anything happens, you can notify me immediately. After Suja spoke, the deputy governor reluctantly accepted it. After all, they couldn't delay the governor's training. He still has a lot of potential. In the future, it is unknown how high he will grow. At least Li Chenggang vaguely felt that this person would not stay at the Nanhai base for long. Whether it is the southern border or the Nanhai Martial Arts University behind this governor, they will not let a young 5th-rank martial artist waste time at the Nanhai base. When Suja was immersed in his training, the Nanhai base also began preliminary special training for the 3rd-year students. They even mobilized a group of experienced warriors from the Guard Army. These were specifically to provide the best training instructors for these students. Even those whose vitality had lost hope still worked hard under the instructor's supervision. Because cultivation is not just for others, but more importantly, it is for oneself. Even moving bricks now has requirements for vitality. In this way, unknowingly, a month passed. During this month, Suja immersed himself in mental strength training. He used the talent experience card of diligence, rewarding the diligent. Every 2 days brought some gains. It was not just the kind of effort that brings rewards. The difference was still a bit significant, but one shouldn't ask too much from a low-end version. Even so, it still provided Suja with a lot of help. As for mental strength, although Suja had a talent, at least compared to his vitality cultivation talent, it definitely was better. But there are still limits on talent. Those who are truly good in mental strength talent should be the martial stars. These people indeed have unique insights in the training of mental strength. They also have very special and powerful talents. Of course, although mental strength is powerful, it does not mean that one's cultivation is strong. Mental strength is just one part of the growth of cultivation. At least in the last 500 years since the Aura revival, those born as martial stars mostly stopped at the 9th rank. Suja guessed there must be some drawbacks. But since he had never come into contact with how these martial stars train mental strength, he didn't know the specifics. After the month ended, Suja officially emerged from the closed training. The changes in mental strength, along with the school's resources, made his cultivation finally make a small breakthrough. Late stage of the 5th rank in martial arts. However, he had already used up the only cultivation fruit that one person can use. Resources are only good resources when they're used. It's a pity my luck was a bit poor, Suja said with a hint of regret on his face. Previously, before exiting, he had drawn a new talent. However, the new talent turned out to be Unique Artisan. Congratulations on obtaining a Unique Artisan Experience Card with extraordinary talent in forging, limited to 1 month. This talent actually looked quite good. There are quite a few master forgers in Daxia. These people are capable of forging divine weapons. What is a divine weapon? It's a weapon that can only be called that when it reaches the 7th rank. Although technology has developed, it still cannot forge such strong divine weapons. In contrast, ancient forging has revived. But the problem is, Suja had never learned forging. If this talent were to exist all the time, he wouldn't mind learning a craft. However, it was only for a month. One could say this talent was basically useless. Suja wasn't prepared to try. There was no need to waste a month of time. With this time, wouldn't it be better to continue cultivating? At least a bit of improvement in cultivation, that counts for something. This is the first time I've drawn a completely useless ability. Suja couldn't help but think quietly. Fortunately, he didn't take it to heart. Everyone has times of bad luck. This is a very normal thing. After emerging from closed training, Suja quickly began busying himself with matters at the Nanhai base. He had delayed for a month, even though Li Changgang had handled the affairs of this month. It didn't mean that Suja didn't need to take a look. Besides, he also wanted to check on the special training for the third-year students. The special training is indeed very effective. Compared to the usual training speed of these students, it has increased 2 to 3 times. Additionally, their strength has also improved. Zhao Hongchuan reported happily, saying, the special training was mainly entrusted to him to oversee. As the commander and a third-grade warrior, he still had some insights on special training. Among these senior students, many had already seen some results. Catch some strange beasts and let these students see some blood, Suja suggested aloud. If it weren't for the sheer number of senior students, he would have pulled them outside the base for training. But that kind of risk was indeed quite high. It would require a lot of manpower and resources, more than he could know. In the end, he could only settle for the next best option. At least let many students see some blood. Otherwise, they would truly be flowers in a greenhouse. Yes, Governor. Zhao Hongchuan hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. The reason for his hesitation was mainly because it hadn't been like this before. If unexpected events occurred, it would be troublesome. However, after thinking it over carefully and watching the martial artists in charge of the training, there was really no need to worry about accidents. He could even send more people if necessary. Thus, he had no intention of rejecting the governor's idea. According to the special training plan, all senior students would undergo special training for 2 months. Then, a few top performers will be selected for 2 more months of high-intensity training. Then it will be almost time for the martial arts college entrance examination. When it came to high-intensity training, Suja would also set aside some time to assist. He had high hopes for this year's senior students. Time continued to pass, and another month went by. The special training entered the next phase. Many students aiming to enter martial arts universities were selected. These senior students would all head to the Guardian Army camp. All of the senior students were extremely excited, because the Guardian Army camp was not something everyone could approach. Is this the Guardian Army camp? Are these facilities all for training one's chi and blood? Then, these senior students began their even more intense training under the guidance of instructors. In the governor's office, Suji used technology. He observed the conditions of these senior students. He noted down each student's characteristics and weaknesses. Suji certainly couldn't focus on these students every day, so he utilized technology for observation. Then, he communicated some insights to these instructors. The instructors would then adjust training plans based on these insights. Different senior students began to be divided into several groups. Special training was targeted at different weaknesses. I hope these students can undergo a transformation during this special training. Suji's eyes inevitably flashed with a touch of nostalgia as he whispered. When he was in his senior year, he wished he could stretch a single day into 2. The rapidly developing South Sea base. Governor Su is about to resign. Many senior students were unaware that Su Zhou was involved in the special training, but they could feel their own progress and changes. Yang Lei was one of this year's senior students. During his first and second years of high school, he had almost no hope of entering a martial arts university. However, last year, the newly appointed South Sea governor came to office. In the high school league, Yang Lei successfully made it to the finals. He defeated several opponents with higher chi and blood than himself, with his low chi and blood. In the end, he reached the top 128 in the finals and gained many resource rewards. With these resources, he significantly improved his chi and blood. He finally saw a glimmer of hope for entering a martial arts university, especially when the South Sea base announced special training for all senior students. This made Yang Lei extremely excited, because he knew his opportunity was coming again. In fact, he wasn't wrong. During the special training, the base often provided meals made from strange beasts. Occasionally, they even provided some spiritual fruits. For many senior students, this might be their first encounter with spiritual fruits. Suja gained quite a bit of merit from the strange beast tide as well. There are indeed a lot of resources under the martial artists. The special training supply still doesn't have too many problems. I have to say that this year's senior students are really lucky. Suja plans to make this group a benchmark. If the martial arts college entrance examination is better, then the Nanhai base will receive more resources from the southern region. More resources will continue to invest in senior students. This way, a healthy cycle can develop. Naturally, the Nanhai base will also get better in the future. More martial arts university students will emerge, waiting for them to grow. Who knows when it will bring returns to the Nanhai base. Secondly, strengthening the senior student strength also helps to improve the Nanhai base's strength. After all, a large number of unsuccessful students will still live in the Nanhai base in the future, whether they join the Guard Army or the hunting group martial arts school, etc. In the end, the meat is all stewed in the same pot of the Nanhai base. Unknowingly, the time has come for the Martial Arts College entrance examination. The responsibility for the Martial Arts College entrance examination is borne by the Dacia military to ensure the authenticity of the results. Many senior students finished their special training half a month ago. What remains is to see personal performance. Due to the Martial Arts College entrance examination, the Nanhai base held a special meeting. Governor, after your measures this year's Martial Arts College entrance examination results should not be bad. The education head of the base said happily and flatteringly. As the education head of the Nanhai base, every year during the Martial Arts College entrance examination, the pressure is extremely huge. In fact, this position has changed hands every year. However, this year he can finally feel proud. He has also kept his position, but he knows that all the credit has nothing to do with him, but is the governor's achievement. Indeed, this year we can fully expect great things from the Nanhai base. In previous years, there wasn't even an expectation. Many people in the whole Nanhai base are waiting for the results of this Martial Arts College entrance examination. When we were in special training, the whole Nanhai base was aware. After the first person started speaking, many others began to chime in one after another. Naturally, Suja is no exception. He is also looking forward to it. He can only roughly judge that the senior students from the Nanhai base should not do too poorly this time. The specifics will depend on these students' performances. The Martial Arts College entrance examination heavily depends on one's condition, especially for students with similar energy and blood. Just as many people at the scene were discussing which genius from which high school might become the top student of the Nanhai base. Suja's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, please be quiet. Now, Suja still holds great authority, and in an instant, the entire conference room fell silent. Now, there is something that should be considered quite important. After this Martial Arts College entrance examination, I will step down from the position of governor of the Nanhai base. Suja slowly spoke up. Now is indeed time to say goodbye. In the Nanhai base, my cultivation is ultimately limited. In terms of spiritual energy alone, the environment of the Nanhai Martial Arts University is at least twice as good as that of the Nanhai governor's office. Especially after stepping into the 5th rank. The school even plans to grant him a small villa. The environment is much better than the previous apartment. A martial artist's strength determines the treatment enjoyed. As soon as his voice fell, it left the people from the Nanhai base a bit stunned and flustered. Governor, the base cannot be without you. Yeah, the development of the Nanhai base is all because of your presence. The overwhelming majority began to speak out. The people present are the high-ranking officials of the Nanhai base, but they all know the governor's importance. Although they also realize that this governor is quite strong when facing some matters. But in the end, the results prove the governor's insight. Only a few people, like Li Chenggang, remain silent. These individuals should have anticipated the departure long ago. The Nanhai base was too small to accommodate the governor. That the governor was able to stay until now was already unexpected. This matter has already been decided. Suja raised his voice slightly to speak. It served as a cold splash of water for many people. Everyone present couldn't help but fall silent. This is just to inform you in advance, so you can prepare. However, the successor should still be someone from Nanhai Martial Arts University. There is no need to worry. Suja continued speaking. This brought a little comforting news to many, because they all came from Nanhai Martial Arts University. No matter who came, they could not ignore Suja's presence, especially since the newcomer was very likely a 4th-grade warrior, and Suja was a 5th-grade warrior with significant potential. As long as the newcomer wasn't a fool, they would definitely not offend Suja. After all, Nanhai Martial Arts University now regarded Suja as their own son. Since the conversation had reached this point, many people could only accept this fact. At least they knew this was already the best outcome. Suja did not forget to remind these people to keep it a secret, to be announced after the Martial Arts College entrance exam. After this meeting, Suja basically let go of all his rights at the base. During this time, he wanted to spend more time with his family. Both Su's mother and Shin Qingyan were aware that Suja was about to leave Nanhai base, but they could understand. Suja's current cultivation was indeed inappropriate for Nanhai base. 5th-grade martial arts. Especially Shin Qingyan felt emotional thinking. Who would have thought that her husband seemed to have suddenly opened his mind and soared in cultivation? During this time, Suja did not cultivate but spent time with his daughter. On one hand, it was because of his impending departure. On the other hand, the talent extraction was somewhat disappointing, since he started with that artisan's unique talent. After that, he continuously drew talents unrelated to cultivation. What thieving hands and what quick recovery. One could increase concealment by 50% when stealing. Another could increase recovery speed by 30% when injured. The problem was, Suja wasn't a thief, and currently, he wasn't injured. It could basically be said that it had nothing to do with improving his cultivation. Even Suja couldn't help but sigh that he wasn't just unlucky, especially in the last 2 months. Sometimes, you have to believe a bit in fate, Suja silently thought. But thinking about it, it was normal to have some useless abilities. Previously, being able to draw abilities that helped himself. His luck was indeed quite good. While Suja was accompanying his family, the martial arts college entrance exam at Nanhai Base had already concluded. In just a few days, the scores of the martial arts college entrance exam were released. The number of students from Nanhai Base entering martial arts universities this year is 3 times that of previous years. Governor, this time Nanhai Base is finally not at the bottom. Li Chenggong's excited voice could not be concealed. Although a 3-fold increase for Nanhai Base didn't seem like a lot compared to some top bases. But at least they were able to escape last year's last position. They even jumped to a mid-tier position among all bases in the southern region. Of course, the quality of Nanhai Base might still be lacking. However, it was enough to be excited about. This achievement also drew attention from all over the southern region. So many people from Nanhai Base passed the entrance exam this year. Many people from other southern region bases were extremely shocked, especially the 2 or 3 bases that were originally at the bottom. Nanhai Base was initially in the same category as them. The result was that it secretly took off. This time, even the people from other bases were somewhat silent. Previously, during the Beast Tide War, the Nanhai Base had already gained fame once. At that time, many people from the southern bases thought that the Nanhai Base was just lucky. However, now the Nanhai Base amazed everyone again. This time, it was impossible to ignore. Even many people couldn't help but investigate what had happened at the Nanhai Base. In just 1 year, such a change had occurred. Returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, sparring with the dean, hold a high school league, conduct concentrated training before the martial arts college entrance examination. Special training plans were created specifically for these senior students. Seeing these measures from the Nanhai Base, even many bases were somewhat speechless, because the operations of the Nanhai Base were not so easily replicable. Among the top bases, many strong individuals had come out of every high school. The interests behind them were quite complex. Whether this high school league would distribute slots evenly or unevenly was the first question. Next was the issue of resources. Every time resource approvals came down, the competition among various units of the base was fierce. Wanting to hold a high school league for special training was not that easy, especially since for many bases, the quality and quantity of students far surpassed that of the Nanhai Base. Many students had conditions that were also better than those of the Nanhai Base. The rewards dished out certainly couldn't be too stingy, unless there was a special approval from the southern region. Unfortunately, at this moment, due to the myriad races battlefield, the southern region, although concerned about the martial arts college entrance examination, found it difficult to make changes. As for the situation at the Nanhai Base, General Su was aware, but he still wanted to observe another year's situation, because he knew that Governor Su Zhu of Nanhai was about to leave. If next year, the Nanhai Base could still maintain the admission number for the martial arts college entrance examination, then he would consider making some changes for high schools across the southern region. Nanhai Base. This time our Nanhai Base has once again gained a lot of attention. Who would have thought that the number of students reaching the martial arts examination scoreline has already tripled? All these changes were brought by General Su. Even many ordinary people were very excited. In terms of honor, ordinary people still felt it. Unfortunately, in previous years, the scores from a Nanhai Base made it hard for some people to feel any sense of honor. It was only this year that there was a big turnaround. This left many ordinary people very excited, especially those students who reached the martial arts college entrance scoreline. They were especially grateful to Suja. If it weren't for this new governor, it wouldn't have been so easy for their children to reach or go further. However, at this moment, a piece of news spread. That was about Suja stepping down from the governor position of Nanhai. What? General Su is stepping down. This made many people from Nanhai Base restless. The change of Nanhai Base relied entirely on him. If he left, perhaps it would revert to the past. No way. General Su cannot step down. For a time, the forum of Nanhai Base was flooded with appeals, and the governor's office phone hotline was almost overwhelmed. This was the first time that the governor of Nanhai Base stepping down was met with such a plea for retention. Moreover, the most critical point was that Suja had not even been in office for a year. Hold a televised broadcast. You all explain in person. I won't show up. Suja directly called Li Chenggong and said. He had also noticed the pleas of the people from the Nanhai Base. Although some of these people were genuinely sincere, others were for their own interests. It also affirmed Suja's contributions at the South Sea base. Just this point was enough. However, Suja would not limit himself to the South Sea base. The specialized channel at the South Sea base ensured that Li Changgang and others would continue the policies set by Governor Suja. Additionally, it was explained that the new governor of the South Sea would also be from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Besides that, it was also stated that our South Sea base cannot repay kindness with ingratitude. We cannot hinder the future of Governor Suja. With such statements, many discussions finally settled down. After the discussions quieted, Suja prepared to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University. He left quietly, with no one else notified except for his family. If not for this, Li Changgang and others would definitely have come to send him off. Currently, although Suja has stepped down, the South Sea Martial Arts University hasn't decided who will take over. The fourth-grade martial artists at the South Sea Martial Arts University are not an easy bunch. Many fourth-grade martial artists do not have the same thoughts as Suja had before. For many fourth-grade martial artists, going to the South Sea base is no different from being exiled. On this matter, even Suja cannot do anything. He can only wait for the South Sea Martial Arts University to finally discuss and decide on a candidate. Next time I come back, it will at least be after the new year. Suja looked at the South Sea base and whispered softly, then stepped onto the plane. With Suja's current authority, boarding half an hour early was not a problem at all. The South Sea Martial Arts University is not far from the South Sea base. It didn't take long to arrive. South Sea Martial Arts University. Su Xingyan stood in front of the school gate like a statue. This surprised the students passing by. Is Director Su waiting for someone? Who could make Director Su wait here? Could it be some kind of strong person? These students couldn't help but discuss quietly. To know, no matter what, the director of the Dan Medicine Academy is also a high-grade martial artist. The person who makes him wait must be extraordinary. Su Xingyan actually heard the words of these students. As a high-grade martial artist, his perception is sharper than one might imagine. Now, he was waiting for this kid named Suja. Originally, he had urged this kid to return to the South Sea Martial Arts University early, but it was delayed until the results of the Martial Arts College entrance exam came out. However, Su Xingyan had to admit that this kid managed a base quite impressively. He had heard about the Martial Arts College entrance exam results from the South Sea base this year. At least compared to previous years, it was really good. This made many people at the South Sea Martial Arts University think of Suja as the heir of a second-generation school. Being able to manage a base, well, proves he has the ability to manage a school. Of course, the most important thing is undoubtedly strength. This time, Su Xingyan waiting at the gate undoubtedly aimed to test Suja's strength right away, even though he knew that Suja had stepped into the 5th grade martial artist level. But the specific level of Suja's strength was still an unknown. Watching a video cannot reveal too much information. After all, it's quite normal for a 5th grade martial artist to crush a 4th grade beast. For any 5th grade martial artist to come, it's normal to easily handle a 4th grade one. Naturally, Su Xingyan needed to confirm Suja's situation. Of course, the main aim is still to help Suja in his next step of cultivation. Soon, Suja's figure appeared before the school gate. Director, long time no see. Suja looked at his waiting director and couldn't help but smile a lot as he spoke. After all, from a certain perspective, this shows the school's importance towards him. Moreover, upon returning to the South Sea Martial Arts University, he felt a deeper sense of familiarity. Regardless of whether Nanhai Martial Arts University would one day be like many top martial arts universities. But at least for now, Nanhai Martial Arts University made him very satisfied. You brat, you finally had the heart to come back. Su Xingyan couldn't help but puff his cheeks and glare, his words filled with complaints. I'm here to guard the Nanhai base for Nanhai Martial Arts University. Unfortunately, Suja, when it was time to be thick-skinned, dared to speak up. Su Xingyan rolled his eyes. If he had known Suja's cultivation had advanced so quickly, he wouldn't have chosen Suja when sending others out, especially since the current candidate for the Master of Nanhai base had not yet been selected. He felt even more troubled. Thinking of this, Su Xingyan's gaze towards Suja became somewhat unfriendly. He made up his mind to properly train this brat. Soon, Su Xingyan pulled Suja towards the school's training ground. Suja naturally knew where the dean was taking him. During his time as a counselor, he had visited many times. However, these were all ordinary training grounds suitable for students. The training grounds for mid-tier and above do exist, but Suja had never entered before. Before Suja could observe much, Su Xingyan directly took action. Of course, his power was still controlled within the 5th rank. Facing the elderly man's sneak attack, Suja had already predicted it. He simply sidestepped and grabbed a wooden sword from the side weapon rack. After all, most of his strength relied on sword skills. Since the dean wanted to test his strength, Suja wouldn't be polite. The stronger his performance, the more attention he would receive. Since he couldn't hide it, Suja naturally regarded Dean Su Xingyan as a sparring partner, feeding him attacks. In the past 2 months, although he hadn't drawn any good talents, it didn't mean Suja had wasted his training. Now he had fully integrated his strength at the late stage of the 5th rank. Sword light dazzled. Even if it was just a wooden sword, in Suja's hands, it carried an extraordinary sharpness. Good kid. Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but exclaim. Suja's proficiency in sword techniques surprised him quite a bit. The Dean's shock. Special talent? If Suja's proficiency in swordplay surprised Su Xingyan. When Suja revealed his sword intent, Su Xingyan's eyes showed a hint of shock. Because this sword intent requires high talent. At least one needs to be at genius level to have a chance to comprehend it. But now Suja had actually displayed it. This made Su Xingyan believe that Suja must have awakened some hidden talent or physique. Otherwise, how could Suja comprehend sword intent? He considered himself somewhat familiar with Suja, knowing that his aptitude and insight were quite mediocre before. Now, he had even learned sword intent, so it must be true. Besides sword intent, Su Xingyan also discovered that Suja's cultivation had actually reached the late stage of the 5th rank. At the beginning, he had only used the initial stage of the 5th rank. Luckily, Suja hadn't used his full strength at first. Otherwise, Su Xingyan might really have turned the tables. Thank goodness. Now this kid is truly terrifying after awakening his talent. Su Xingyan silently thought to himself. The two continued their battle without stopping. Although Su Xingyan controlled his own strength, the intensity from a high-ranked martial artist was still something Suja could not compare to. However, Suja didn't care. He himself never expected to defeat the current dean. He was more focused on trying out some of his learned techniques. 难得能够有这么畅快的一战。不由得之间，苏哲陷入了一种奇怪状态之中。顿悟，就算是徐盛年都有一些震惊想到。尽管内心之中这般想，但手上的动作并没有停下来，因为他可是知晓这样的机会十分难得。可惜的是，顿悟时间仅仅只有1分钟时间而已。苏哲很快便从这个特殊状态之中退了出来。在退出来这个状态之后，他就停止了战斗，闭上双眼，在体验刚才的感悟。徐盛年也是不着急，甚至帮助苏哲护法了起来。之前的时候，他还怀疑苏哲是否有那一个天资走得更远。尽管这1年时间，这位算是突飞猛进，然而也不乏有一些人这般，然后卡在了6品踏足7品门槛之上，之后更是没有再突破过。好在徐盛年相信苏哲绝对不会在这个门槛之上停留。大概半个小时，苏哲才缓缓睁开了双眸，眸中的喜悦还是挥之不去的。没有想到这一次战斗进入忘我之中，引动过往一些残留感悟，短暂进入顿悟之中，并且如今身体不管是精神力还是器械都更为浑圆一体。修为不知不觉之间也来到了突破边缘，距离踏足5品巅峰化，那么也不过只有一步距离。苏哲默默想到，他也没有想到这一次战斗收获那么大，只能说刚好爆发一起。苏小子，你是不是觉醒了隐性天赋或者体质？而这个时候的徐盛年终于迫不及待询问说道。其中眼眸之中更是带着诸多的期许。面对院长的说法，就算是苏哲都不由一愣。不过转念一想，自己觉醒超能力杀心系统不也是一种特殊天赋？这个隐性天赋也可以说没有错。是的，苏哲直接回答，出声说道。反正他又不需要回答什么能力。其次，他也总不能找一些机缘作为提升实力的借口，所以这个隐性天赋作为借口还是不错的。尽管他的修为也慢慢追上了一些天才，但是苏哲也没有打算高调之类的，毕竟高调什么的就代表着危险。诸多人目光放在那一些天骄之上，自己默默发育也挺好的。尽管苏哲因为之前异兽潮汐一战在南境还是引起了不少关注，然而除了南海基地之外，其他基地可都是没有见过苏哲。尽管有一些视频，但是没有人会刻意去寻找，甚至很多除了南海基地之外的南境人 对苏哲印象是修为有成的中年人。没有办法，谁让苏哲之前一直没多少名气。横空出世之后，加上担任一个基地之主，一般都是岁数40岁起步。目前苏哲距离40岁还是有着不少距离。至于南境之外，苏哲更是不会受到什么关注。之前整个南境面临异兽潮汐，虽然引来了一些目光，但随后异兽潮汐危机解除，诸多目光也就没有在意。毕竟隔着那么远的距离，诸多人就将南境异兽潮汐当成新闻，哪怕是苏哲发挥再亮眼，也和他们没关系。更不用说很多人连南海基地都没听过，自然更加不会在意苏哲了。与此同时，随着苏哲肯定的回答，可是让徐盛年面容之上陷入了喜悦之中。寻常这位丹药学院的院长可是很少这般失态，苏哲还是能够理解院长的喜悦之处的。After all, the strength of the South China Martial Arts University really isn't that strong at the moment. Besides, Su Xingyan also acknowledged himself. The more recognition he gains, the more benefits Suja will receive. Dean, where is the new residence arranged? At this moment, Suja did not hold back and spoke directly to the dean. He couldn't help but want to use this short moment of insight to break through his cultivation level. Originally, Suja planned to wait and draw for an ability, but now it seems that it is temporarily unnecessary. As soon as he returned to South China Martial Arts University, a pleasant surprise came. Once he breaks through his cultivation level, he can invest more spirit stones. The school has already arranged everything. Su Xingyan quickly realized that Suja should go into seclusion, so he spoke directly. He soon took Suja to a villa area. Those who could live here were all important figures of South China Martial Arts University. The location of the villa assigned to Suja was quite good. One must know that the location of the villa is very significant. The closer it is to the center, the higher the status. Moreover, Suja could feel that the entire villa area seemed to be enveloped in a gathering spirit formation. The concentration of spiritual energy here was 3 times that of the previous South China-based governor's office. Living here for many years would bring numerous benefits. Suja did not chat with Su Xingyan for long and directly entered seclusion. On the other side, Su Xingyan was also preparing to discuss matters with other high-ranking members of South China Martial Arts University. His strength test this time was not only for personal purposes, but rather representing South China Martial Arts University. It was mainly used to specifically assess Suja's potential. Now that Su Xingyan had obtained a result he was very satisfied with, he naturally had to fight for more benefits for Suja. Peak of the 5th rank. Song Qing stayed behind. Half a month later, Suja officially emerged from seclusion, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of the 5th rank. Originally, he did not expect to break through so quickly, but who knew that the previous battle between the two was quite intense. It led Suja to briefly enter a state of insight. Of course, Suja felt that luck had a part to play in this. After all, without luck, entering a brief moment of insight wouldn't be so simple. Considering it, the various abilities he gained were all temporary. Only luck exists continuously. Even if the bonuses are gone, it doesn't mean that luck disappears. Now, I'm just one step away from the 6th rank. After emerging from seclusion, Suja couldn't help but express his feelings. Next is the issue of merging spirit and vitality. This step is also not easy. Almost every rank has a huge gap. After emerging from seclusion, the first thing Suja did was to find Su Xingyan, mainly because he had a few questions to ask. Arriving at the dean's office, Suja showed no politeness at all. Along the way, he encountered several former mentors. Subdirector, Jurevak. Long time no see, Director Wang. Suja felt a bit of the flavor of instant fame. None of the people at the school did not recognize him. If stepping into the 4th rank had amazed many mentors before, then stepping into the 5th rank was simply unreasonable. Many were indeed stuck at the threshold between the 4th and 5th ranks. Even though Suja was somewhat unreasonable, but his strength was indeed there. Throughout South China Martial Arts University, there are not many who can reach the 5th rank. So gaining respect was quite natural. You brat, have you broken through? Su Xingyan exclaimed in surprise when he saw Suja before him. Because Suja had just broken through, his control over his aura was not that good. He sensed at the first moment. Before, when Suja had displayed later 5th rank cultivation, he was a bit shocked. And now there's another breakthrough. A small achievement. Suja spoke lightly and calmly. It must be said that after returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, he felt relaxed, or rather, stress-free. He no longer had to bear the burden of the Nanhai base. So now, it's hard not to feel a bit arrogant. If he were still at the Nanhai base, Suja wouldn't act this way. Are you just pretending? Su Xingyan gave Suja a direct roll of the eyes and spoke. Breaking through a small realm at the 5th grade is not easy to achieve. In fact, many school mentors throw a celebration when they manage to break through even a small realm. They share the joy of their breakthroughs grandly, because there aren't many martial artists at a slightly higher level in the school. So the school even encourages such behavior. Suja didn't dwell on this matter too much and directly asked about the main issue. I don't know how last year's freshmen are doing. He certainly hadn't forgotten about his goddaughter, Song Qing. Before coming to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Shun Qingyan had specifically mentioned this. She asked him to take care of her a bit more. Although Song Qing hadn't returned to the Nanhai base this year, but there has been a lot of communication with Shun Qingyan, including a 3-hour phone call during the new year. At that time, Suja happened to be right next to Shun Qingyan, so his impression of Song Qing was quite good. You must be talking about that Song Qing, right? Su Xingyan seemed to recall the special admissions student from a year ago as he spoke. In response to those words, Suja said nothing. The results just came out these past 2 days. This student has really put in a lot of effort in training. But they almost got eliminated. Su Xingyan's voice continued to sound. The reason why he remembered this student a bit was mainly because Song Qing was quite famous among the newcomers. From the beginning of enrollment, she worked very hard. Whether it was in training, tasks, or real combat, she gave it her all. Who could have guessed that the outwardly cute Song Qing was so fiercely driven? Naturally, she gained quite a bit of fame. Even though Song Qing's cultivation was a bit lower, her practical combat knowledge made up a lot. Overall, her scores consistently were a bit higher than the elimination line. Every month, the school conducted assessments. Scores obviously had rankings. All of this was under everyone's watchful eyes, meant to add pressure to the many newcomers. In fact, this method has proven to be very effective. Some of the previous newcomers have already managed to challenge students from higher grades. However, unfortunately, this was the first year of elimination. So those who needed to be eliminated still had to be eliminated. But the school also arranged a way out for these eliminated students. Returning to their base, they could become squad leaders in the defense forces. If they entered the Great Xia Army, they could also be nurtured as seed officers. These eliminated individuals, although indeed a bit helpless. However, their potential was still there. At least many of them could step into the martial artist realm. In fact, joining the Great Xia Army is undoubtedly a good choice, because the Great Xia Army is very welcoming to those with potential. There's no way around it. Many in the Great Xia Army are those who had no choice but to choose it. Their qualifications certainly leave much to be desired, but there's nothing that can be done. She really stayed? Suja expressed some surprise as he spoke. Now, Nanhai Martial Arts University has been established for 20 years. The recruitment of new students in blood and vigor is much higher than the scoreline. Song Qing still fell quite short. Naturally, he didn't think too highly of Song Qing. In fact, it wasn't just Suja. Even Shun Qingyan initially thought that merely attending the martial arts university last year would be good. Who would have thought that Song Qing really managed to do it? Song Qing has indeed inspired many new students to work hard. Su Xingyan has a very good impression and admiration for such diligent students. It is not about talent, but rather a person's attitude towards martial arts cultivation. This is also why he initially found Suja quite likable. At that time, Suja was also very hardworking. That's great. Suja nodded and said. In fact, he was quite surprised by Su Xingyan's praise, because very few people can leave an impression on this dean. At first, he slowly got to know the dean more after becoming counselor. However, considering this year's new students are special, it's normal for more attention to be given. Not only Su Xingyan is paying attention, but the entire senior management of Nanhai Martial Arts University is also watching. Since Song Qing has the determination to stay, Suja won't play any bad roles. Shun Qingyan actually hopes for her daughter to have a better future, even if she is not a biological daughter. By the way, are you planning to take in some students? Su Xingyan suddenly asked. Normally, Suja would need to choose a few students from these new arrivals. Unfortunately, Suja's current situation is not normal. Forget it. Suja hesitated for a moment before speaking. Because extracting super abilities is uncertain, he also isn't sure about his own strength. Wasting energy on teaching students would only delay them. Even Song Qing, he doesn't plan to teach himself, let alone other students. Su Xingyan did not mind this matter. Now he hopes that Suja's energy can focus on his cultivation. If he can step into the 6th rank, it would undoubtedly be the best. However, according to Su Xingyan's thoughts, it is not that easy. The 6th rank is different from the 5th rank. It requires an enormous amount of mental strength. Currently, there aren't many things that can increase mental strength. Even high-level warriors need them. Although Nanhai Martial Arts University has ideas to cultivate Suja, however, the help they can provide in this aspect is limited. almost just one resource for mental strength each year. The rest relies on Suge's own efforts and opportunities. How does the school plan to arrange me? At this moment, Suge's voice continued to ask about another matter. He has not forgotten that the school arranged a position for him, Deputy Director of Logistics, basically to assist old Zhang. Su Xingyan said, this was the result discussed by the senior management of Nanheim Martial Arts University. On one hand, they cannot assign Suge two complicated tasks. On the other hand, it allows Suge to better understand the situation at Nanheim Martial Arts University. So for Martial Arts University, besides the strength of the strong, the most important thing is undoubtedly resources. The strength of the strong only determines the present, but resources can determine the future. Nanheim Martial Arts University has always been quite tight on resources. Even if they are based in a cave, the income of Nanheim Martial Arts University is still limited. This is also the reason Nanheim Martial Arts University started changing from an elimination system. The rest depends on whether the Great Xia can come up with a new system, change the original way of resource distribution, so Nanheim Martial Arts University can gain some more resources. Good. Suge's eyes couldn't help but move, feeling that this position is quite suitable for him. Moreover, old Zhang's knife skills are actually pretty good. Su Xingnian's voice continued, seemingly hinting at something. Suge is certainly not a fool. He naturally understood Su Xingnian's hint. Suge is quite familiar with old Zhang, and indeed this logistics manager is not simple. He is definitely a strong person. After asking about everything, Suge first went to report to old Zhang in the logistics department. Old Zhang, I was arranged to assist you. Even though Suge knew this person might be a master, his attitude remained unchanged, because Suge was relatively familiar with this old Zhang. Speaking of which, there are few friends Suge's age, but he shares a common language with the older generation. It might be related to the experiences of both his lives combined. He definitely cannot be treated as someone normal for his age. Su kid, you should go do your own things. I don't have many tasks here. Just come and take a look whenever you're free. Unfortunately, logistics old Zhang directly sent Suge away. Even Suge was left with a dazed expression. Then I'm really leaving, old Zhang. Suge did not refute anything he said, though he guessed the intention of Nanheim Martial Arts University. But he didn't care, because what mattered to him was strength. Strength was the key to everything. Leave quickly. Old Zhang glared and spoke. This time, Suge would not be polite and walked away. Although he gained an additional title of deputy director, he didn't have to work. This could be considered a good thing. Back in his own villa, Suge prepared to begin drawing new abilities. Previously, he had been in a dry spell for several months. So Suge hoped that returning to Nanheim Martial Arts University would bring some changes. Draw. A colorful light continually shone. Even Suge's eyes were unusually bright, because this proved that this time the ability he was drawing was definitely not bad. But it depended on what specific ability it was. If useless abilities appeared, then there was nothing to be done. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have received a Book Reading Master Experience Card. Reading Comprehension plus 100%, focused reading, limited to 1 month. Even Suge showed quite a bit of surprise when he saw this talent, because although this time there was only one ability, it brought about 2 effects, especially after understanding it. Suge's expression brightened with joy. The first was that reading comprehension ability increased by double. This meant he could understand better the martial arts insights left by predecessors. As for focused reading, it would help improve mental strength. An ability that could aid in improving mental strength was undoubtedly crucial. If the effects of this talent were better, then perhaps after this month, he could break through to level 6. Among all the abilities Suge had encountered so far, this ability could definitely be considered godly, and he believed this talent would still be very useful even if he stepped in a level 9. Unfortunately, there was only 1 month of time. Undoubtedly, in this month, Suge could not give up. He immediately took action. Nanheim Martial Arts University had a wealth of books, especially since now he had access to most of them. His goal was some insights at level 6 and above. Nanheim Martial Arts University had quite a few. Moreover, when the school was first founded, the principal had brought numerous books and insights from the Great Xia. Even Suge couldn't help but admire the principal's shrewdness. However, he hadn't seen the principal for a long time. He vaguely remembered the last meeting was about 5 years ago, just when the principal gathered many teachers and students to speak. However, based on Suge's guess, the principal should be breaking through some realms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been absent for 5 years. Fortunately, this had nothing to do with Suge, because only by increasing his strength could he learn more content. The library of Nanheim Martial Arts University was 9 stories high, corresponding to martial arts level 9. Normally, martial artists could go up to the corresponding level floors, but there were also some special cases that could cross floors beyond their own strength. Now, Suja was still mostly on the 6th floor. As for the 7th level, there was no rush. He was more focused on insights and feelings about cultivation. A month's time, though not too long, was still enough. In the library, there weren't many martial artists on the 6th floor. Suja was able to enjoy the quiet. Under the ability of reading into sainthood, Suja seemed to bring a kind of tranquility with him. While watching these martial arts insights, Suja felt he was always in a clear-minded state. His mental strength was silently and continuously growing. It is known that the increase of mental strength itself is quite difficult. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Many people improve their mental strength by exhausting themselves and then resting to recover, or by using some supplements. But things related to mental strength are not in short supply. Even supplements for mental strength are undoubtedly strategic resources in Daxia. And so days passed by. On this day, Suja did not go to the library. Instead, he brought a book to the Martial Arts Square of Nanheim Martial University. The reason was simple. This day was the time for many mentors of Nanheim Martial University to recruit students. For many students, it was also a very exciting day, because among these students, not everyone had the chance to be selected. Undoubtedly, if they could be chosen, it would mean a bright future. If selected by a mentor, the help offered would be immense. Suja was reading on the rooftop of a building near the martial arts square, while his peripheral vision fell on the square. He easily spotted Song Qing's figure. Compared to last year, she looked significantly sharper. It was clear that this year had not been wasted. But whether Song Qing would be selected was still an unknown. Song Qing was chosen. The university's elimination system was in effect. Back then, Suja was not selected and was following the large group to attend classes. When calculating, he indeed had a somewhat difficult time. Even after becoming a counselor, things were still not that good. Fortunately, he persevered. There was no choice. The income for first and second-tier martial artists was indeed a bit low. To gain more income, one could only take risks. Back then, Suja often chose to survive quietly. This was also one of the reasons it had been so hard back then. However, some radicals were already nowhere to be seen. Yet, Suja had walked step by step and now had initially gained the qualification to look down on these students. Just as Suja was lost in thought, many students were being selected by mentors on the martial arts square. Ding Shuyo, selected by the 5th-tier mentor Lu Ningyan. Wang Maoyun, selected by the 4th-tier mentor Li Cheng. For many mentors, they had actually seen the performances of numerous students long before. Even to compete for some students with better talent, they had offered certain conditions to make other mentors give way. So despite the students appearing so nervous, everything was already decided. Undoubtedly, what many students hoped for was to be taken in by mentors with higher cultivation. After all, because these mentors had higher cultivation levels, casually sharing a bit of resources was enough for the students to fill their bowls to the brim. Previously, Suja was the best choice in the eyes of many students. Young with potential and extremely powerful. Maybe in a few years, they could become students of high-tier martial artists. Besides, his experience was also somewhat legendary. One awakening started a rapid progression. Unfortunately, Nanheim Martial University had already issued a notice. That is, Suja would not take in disciples, unless Suja was willing or if he remained at his current cultivation by the age of 40. Then Nanheim Martial University would consider allowing Suja to take in disciples and such. However, Suja is now just one step away from the 6th rank. This has left many newcomers feeling quite regretful. Long ago, many people were eagerly looking forward to a teacher accepting students. Of course, despite the regret, many students also understood. Suja, regardless of age or talent, has more potential. How could he waste time on other things? Every time students talked about Suja, Song Qing should have felt the proudest. It was only after entering school for a while that she learned about Suja's power and status. Until later, when the news of Suja stepping into the 5th rank spread. Even Song Qing was shocked. Suja was truly impressive. In a short period, he broke through several major realms. Although there had been rumors of some hidden talents awakening at Nanheim Martial Arts University, it still left people very astonished. Song Qing actually held a calm mindset about whether she could be chosen by a mentor, because she was clear about her own strength. She was nearly eliminated, so generally, no mentor would notice her. However, she didn't care much, because even without a mentor, the school would still send some teachers to teach. At the very least, they would be second-rank warriors, so she wouldn't need to worry about practicing or asking questions. After all, students like Song Qing are currently not even warriors yet. Moreover, even without a dedicated mentor, they could still learn. But just at that moment, Song Qing has been selected by the 4th-rank mentor, Hu Qinyan. Even Song Qing's face showed some surprise. Her first reaction was whether teacher Su helped her. Did he find her a teacher? However, in reality, Suja at this moment was a bit confused. I really got selected? Suja couldn't help but feel a little unexpected. She genuinely did not interfere in this matter regarding Song Qing, including Suja asking Dean Su Xingyan to help keep her relationship with Song Qing a secret. Of course, this secrecy was mainly for Song Qing's good. Going through the back door doesn't bring a good reputation and easily leads to isolation. In the world of warriors, ultimately, it's about personal strength. So, this means that Cui Qingyan chose based on her own judgment. Even Suja felt a little surprised. It's just that neither Song Qing nor Suja knew. Cui Qingyan valued Song Qing's determination. There were no other factors. Moreover, Song Qing was actually not as bad as imagined. When she first entered Nanheim Martial Arts University, her vigor was at the bottom. Yet, a year later, she could remain at Nanheim Martial Arts University without being eliminated. She has considerable potential. And for the fourth-ranked mentor, Cui Qingyan, the students she took on were not only Song Qing. Giving Song Qing an opportunity isn't a big deal. Fourth-rank warriors have much more leeway than third-rank warriors when it comes to taking in students. After the mentor selection of students ended, Suja continued his daily routine. These experiences and insights into martial arts were quite helpful for him, not to mention the improvement brought by mental strength. Meanwhile, the new student reform at Nanheim Martial Arts University was also spreading throughout Daxia. New student elimination system. Now even getting into martial arts university comes with the risk of being expelled. This is a good thing. It can select some elites. After all, the resources of every martial arts university are ultimately limited. However, this feels a bit too harsh. In various regions of Daxia, people were discussing endlessly. Some supported it, while others opposed it. After all, many candidates had worked hard to become students of the martial arts university. In the end, they still have to face elimination and expulsion. Others supported it, since the martial arts university emphasized quality. More often, it is about cultivating the strong. Some with potential in various aspects being eliminated early is also a good thing. It can save a lot of resources and provide them to those with higher potential. During this period, the entire Great Xia had been divided into two factions online. Even the conservative faction held the upper hand. There was no way around it. The system of martial arts universities had lasted for 500 years. Many people were already used to it and surely reluctant to change. Nanheim Martial Arts University was right at the center of the storm. Fortunately, Nanheim Martial Arts University had united with several relatively backward martial arts universities. So despite causing quite a stir, many martial arts universities shared the pressure. Moreover, Nanheim Martial Arts University was not without strong support. It was said that there were quite a few strong beings above rank 9 who supported the changes of some newly established martial arts universities. In contrast to the external turbulence, Suja had passed this month quite leisurely. Most of his time was spent immersed in the library. He didn't even leave himself much time to rest. There was no way around it. This ability had time limits. If he didn't hurry to enhance his comprehension and spiritual power, it would take a lot more effort afterward. Good luck or talent. Let's go to the Nanhai 10,000 Races battlefield. Even Suja hadn't noticed the time, and a month had passed unknowingly. This month passed faster than I imagined. I originally planned to look at some martial techniques, but I only managed to finish reading half of those insights. Suja discovered that the collection at Nanheim Martial Arts University was more extensive than he expected. However, after seeing so many insights from rank 6, he faintly grasped some thresholds. The fusion of spirit and vitality, although requiring a certain level of spiritual power. But looking at it now, his spiritual power, after several leaps, was indeed already preliminarily qualified. At least he could barely move his vitality with spiritual strength. However, to achieve fusion, a chance is needed. The best place to seek this chance is undoubtedly the 10,000 Races battlefield. According to many insights, many people broke through to rank 6 during battles. During the fight, spirit and vitality worked together outward. This is a lot of help for fusion. Unfortunately, Suja was not in a hurry. Currently, even though his cultivation had reached the peak of rank 5, there was still room for growth, including his strength and range for improvement. Even if he wanted to go to the battlefield to seek a breakthrough opportunity, he had to wait until his strength was fully developed. Moreover, he wanted to see what new talents he could draw this month. Draw successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a Everything Goes Smoothly experience card. Everything you do will go smoothly for a limited time of 1 month. When this new ability was revealed, even Suja was inevitably stunned. Everything goes smoothly? This was undoubtedly somewhat similar to the previous luck-enhancing talents. Both had something to do with luck. This talent seems quite suitable for the 10,000 Races battlefield. Suja couldn't help but murmur. After all, unexpected situations were most feared on the battlefield. For example, suddenly having a high-ranked, strong person appearing. This kind of irresistible factor also exists. Anything unexpected might happen on the battlefield. But with this everything goes smoothly ability, the problem no longer existed. Besides, his breakthrough could also potentially become smoother because of this ability. Originally, Suja planned to prepare for a breakthrough after 2 or 3 months. However, with this ability appearing, he certainly wouldn't miss it. Half a month to refine my strength. And in half a month, I will enter the 10,000 races battlefield. Suja quickly made a decision. To him, plans cannot keep up with changes. He was already prepared for less than satisfactory abilities. Unexpectedly, the abilities that appeared seemed to be quite good. Although Suja still hadn't felt any changes yet. Once he had a decision, it was time to take action. Half a month was enough for him to improve his strength to a certain level. While there was still room for further improvement, Suja could no longer wait. He directly called the dean to inform him. Su Xingyan did not stop Suja from entering the battlefield of 10,000 races, because warriors cannot break through merely by hard training. Moreover, Su Xingyan did not know Suja was trying to break through and enter the battlefield of 10,000 races this time. He mostly thought Suja just wanted to hunt some wilderness tribes for merits. Most importantly, Su Xingyan knew that Suja was not a reckless person. Initially, as a low-level warrior, he kept his life safe to the utmost. It didn't make sense for him to become reckless now as his strength had increased. In such a situation, it made Suja feel somewhat strange. It seems the dean has a lot of trust in me. Even he had this special feeling. Fortunately, Suja didn't think too much and entered the battlefield of 10,000 races in the South Sea. Over the past year, there have been many great battles in the battlefield of 10,000 races. The South Sea battlefield was no exception. However, it had obviously calmed down recently. Both the Great Siam military and other races from another world had clearly suffered heavy losses. Due to his increased status, Suja was aware of many insider details. After entering the South Sea battlefield, Suja began to feel a bit troubled. Where should I go? The entire South Sea battlefield did not have designated areas for 5th grade battles. The previous place, the Ghost Marsh Mountains, was more suitable for low-level warriors. As for the middle grade, any direction could lead to a confrontation. But due to the battles that had erupted previously, some small-scale battle locations might have been destroyed. Just go with the feeling. Finally, Suja chose this path. Mainly, he had a lot of trust in the ability he had drawn. In that case, it was better to follow his feelings. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. With a full half-month at his disposal, so Suja was calm and collected. He formed a stark contrast with other hunting teams. At least for now, Suja looked like a tourist. But this situation surprisingly astonished people. This person is either a fool or a master. After all, who enters the battlefield of 10,000 races without being cautious? How could anyone be as relaxed as Suja? On the battlefield of 10,000 races, a 5th grade warrior could indeed be considered a master. After all, those who stepped into the high grades were basically stabilizing forces. Additionally, a high-grade warrior's actions created too much noise. When battles broke out at high grades, it meant both sides had entered a great war. For those below high grade, it was a stage belonging to 5th and 6th grades. Many further-reaching hunting teams were basically led by 5th and 6th grade warriors. If Suja wanted to engage in battle with a 5th grade warrior, he also needed to get closer to the center of the battlefield. Generally, 5th and 6th grade wilderness tribesmen did not dare come too close to the South Sea stronghold. Of course, the reason Suja could stroll leisurely was also because he was relatively close to the South Sea stronghold. Plus, he was familiar with this area. And now, his mindset was clearly different from when he was at 1st and 2nd grades. Seeing many low-level hunting teams rushing around, he seemed to see his former self. However, this time, Suja chose the path by following his feelings. Soon there were rewards. Hey, is this the purple spirit grass? This was Suja's first encounter with fortune on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Even though this purple spirit grass could only be considered the main medicine for refining a 3rd grade pill, it's really not easy to encounter fortune on the South Sea battlefield. If the South Sea battlefield had just opened, there should have been plenty of fortunes. However, as of now, the fortunes had long been picked clean. Is this the effect of the great luck starting to work? Suja couldn't help but think of the ability he had drawn. It seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined, even though this time, he hadn't come specifically looking for fortune. After that, he continuously reaped several more fortunes. They were all herbs and fruits, none exceeding 3rd grade. For Suja now, it actually didn't mean much. However, for the previous Suja, it would have been a great fortune. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Moreover, these wild herbs in the wild are extremely rare. Nowadays, Many medicinal herbs are artificially cultivated in the Great Xia. In terms of effectiveness, they fall short of wild ones. Many alchemists also prefer wild materials to improve the quality of their pills. Officially stepping into the 6th grade. Unknowingly, several days had gone by in circles. These few days for Su Zhe were small fortunes one after another. But there were no big fortunes. Occasionally he would run into the people from the wilderness tribe, but none were even 4th grade, let alone 5th grade. Could it be that with this ability of great luck, he really had to tour the battlefield of the 10,000 races? At this moment, this thought crossed Su Zhe's mind. Fortunately, Su Zhe quickly calmed his heart. The reason was simple. He hadn't planned to enter the battlefield of the 10,000 races so soon. So if he really couldn't find a breakthrough opportunity, he wouldn't choose to linger too long on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. After all, without the ability of great luck, it wouldn't be easy to enjoy such leisure on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. However, leisure aside, he still needed to maintain a sense of caution, including when Su Zhe chose a time to rest. He carefully surveyed several locations. He chose a half-covered cave to rest in. As night fell, the cave was illuminated by the flicker of firelight. After simply eating a little, Su Zhe couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. It had already been 10 days since he entered the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Relying completely on his feelings, he momentarily didn't even know where he was. Fortunately, the Great Xia had already developed a compass to find locations on the battlefield of the 10,000 races. After taking the compass out of his space bag, he roughly confirmed his location and pulled out a tablet to calculate his position. This direction, Su Zhe also slightly frowned and murmured softly. According to the calculation, he had entered the territory of the barbarian beast forest. This place was home to the unique barbarian beasts of the South Sea battlefield. These beasts had entered after the battlefield of the 10,000 races was opened by the wilderness tribe. It was said that the barbarian beasts and the wilderness tribe were at odds. It's somewhat similar to the relationship between Great Xia and the mutated beasts. Barbarian beasts only occupied a corner on the South Sea battlefield. Basically, they belong to a marginalized status. The reason is simple. Whether it's the wilderness tribe or the people of Great Xia, they regard barbarian beasts as hunting targets. Of course, while hunting, they themselves could also become the targets of the other. It's relative. Barbarian beasts are more valuable than mutated beasts. Moreover, because barbarian beasts come from the South Sea battlefield of the 10,000 races, the value of barbarian beasts has continued to rise. It is 3 to 4 times that of the equivalent mutated beasts. Especially as the level of barbarian beasts goes higher, their value can increase further. In cases of scarcity, they can occasionally be sold for 10 times the price of equivalent mutated beasts. In the past, Su Zhe had approached this area, but he had never entered this savage beast forest, because the wilderness was under the hunting of the wilderness tribe and the Great Xia. Many times they appeared in groups. This made the hunting difficulty exceptionally high. This was also the reason why savage beasts were so valuable. Taking advantage of this fortunate talent, even if I don't break through, hunting a few more savage beasts wouldn't be bad. At least I could earn back the spirit stones for this ability. Su Zhe quickly had a new idea. The next day, Su Zhe continued to move towards the savage beast forest following his instincts. Even he was cautious at this moment, because savage beasts were not weak, and this area often had many wilderness tribe members. So no matter how careful he was, it wasn't too much. Rustle. At that moment, Su Zhe seemed to sense some movement not far away. He followed the sound. In an instant, Su Zhe saw a fierce savage beast that stood 3 meters tall. The aura it emitted was definitely above rank 5. Clearly, this was a rank 6 savage beast. But the key point was that this rank 6 savage beast was heavily injured. There were many weapon wounds on its body. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot from attacks before. Su Zhe understood why he hadn't seen a single savage beast during his long time in the forest. It turned out to be because of this rank 6 savage beast. A heavily injured rank 6 savage beast. This is an opportunity. Su Zhe's eyes flashed with a glimmer as he spoke. Although there was a huge gap between rank 5 and rank 6, this savage beast was in a heavy state of injury, with its strength diminished. Plus, savage beasts aren't very intelligent. They may even be less intelligent than mutated beasts. This made it a suitable opponent. With an idea in mind, it wouldn't do to not act. Even if he could not win, he at least had to give it a try. Battle. Su Zhe's massive mental strength locked onto the rank 6 savage beast. At the same time, the blood energy in his body began to boil continuously. To bring down this heavily injured rank 6 savage beast, he could only strike with full force. Roar. This rank 6 savage beast also sensed the threat coming from this human and roared. It seemed to want to scare Su Zhe away with its voice. Unfortunately for it, Su Zhe was not easily frightened, and when it was time to be decisive, he wouldn't hold back. The blade intent of the Mad God's blade technique was exceptionally fiery. In an instant, the surrounding trees seemed to lose their life. Boom! Like flames, the blade light enveloped the entire rank 6 savage beast, then erupted with a loud noise. A lot of smoke and dust rose up with this attack. When the smoke cleared, the rank 6 savage beast could not stop the blood from flowing from its wounds. But the blood also enraged this savage beast. As a rank 6 savage beast, at its peak, this human before it would have been nothing more than a large ant. How could it allow such a creature to act so arrogantly now? Naturally, savage beasts have their own dignity and wouldn't allow ants to provoke them. In an instant, it charged towards Suja, wanting to kill him. However, facing this situation, Suja had already reacted, using the trees in the savage beast forest as jumping points. With agile movements, he constantly maneuvered around this rank 6 savage beast. This rank 6 savage beast had very little strength left. But even so, it still applied a lot of pressure on Suja. Especially if he got hit once, it would cost him at least half of his life. Because even if the savage beast didn't use its blood energy, its strength alone was beyond what a rank 5 could touch. Especially since savage beasts are different from humans, using the constant back and forth. Suja could feel his spirit and vitality constantly coordinating. It seemed that there was a tendency for fusion, and his breath began to change continuously. The ability to read and reach the sage level had given him countless breakthrough experiences he had previously been unaware of. Now, accompanied by battle, these experiences began to transform into motivation without end. Although different people have different ways and conditions for breakthroughs, there is one similarity: the change in spirit and vitality. It can be said that Suja had already stepped halfway into the 6th grade. Because of the change in his aura, Suja became more spirited the more he fought. On the other hand, this 6th grade savage beast, with blood continuously flowing down, its aura began to weaken. However, this was unavoidable. Savage beasts are inherently quite heavy. Plus, now that it was gravely injured, its movements were even slower. Suja estimated that this savage beast had probably exploded with vitality when it was besieged earlier. This also led to the fact that this savage beast now looked significantly weak. As a result, in terms of agility and speed, it could not compare to Suja. This allowed Suja to maintain a certain distance from this 6th grade savage beast. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. Under normal circumstances, such a large battle would attract some living beings. However, under Suja's ability of ultimate good fortune, there were no unexpected beings intruding into the battlefield where the two fought. The aura around Suja also reached a peak. Boom! Accompanied by a flash of blade light, Suja's spiritual power finally began to fuse with his vitality. His aura surged once again. In the midst of battle, Suja finally completed his breakthrough. He successfully stepped into the 6th grade realm. At this level, he could be considered the most powerful existence below the high grade. When at the 5th grade, he could already contend with this 6th grade savage beast. Not to mention now, Suja had stepped into the 6th grade. With all his strength, this 6th grade savage beast swiftly lost its vitality. This savage beast is worth at least several million spirit stones. Suja naturally would not let go of the savage beast that was essentially in his grasp. Moreover, the flesh of this savage beast would be quite helpful to him, who had already stepped into the 6th grade. Fortunately, before this trip, he had exchanged for a larger spatial bag. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fit this savage beast inside. There were still a few days left until the ultimate good fortune ability was available again. Suja was not in a hurry, planning to explore more during the time he had. Having experienced the previous events, he could now see the power of this ability. Although it couldn't guarantee a smooth journey on the battlefield of all races, as long as he did not seek death, for example, by directly heading to the internal city of the Wildlands clan, he could still travel safely. This ability might not compare to some innate talents in cultivation, but it was truly excellent for searching for opportunities. So was he really in the 6th grade? Su Xingyan's worry. Before the talent time limit ended, Suja returned to the South Sea stronghold. Even with just a few days left of ultimate good fortune, he still gained many small opportunities. He ended up earning several 100,000 spirit stones, which was quite a sum. This time in the battlefield of all races lasted for half a month. But counting it up, Suja really didn't encounter many Wildlands clan members. Not to mention the Wildlands clan, even the people at the South Sea stronghold were few. Although he managed to kill a few Wildlands clan members, the gains were not much. By the end, these gains were directly cleared out by Suja to make space for the 6th grade savage beast. There was no helping it. The 6th grade savage beast was still quite large. And the value? There was no need to say more. compared to the parts on those Wildlands clan members. This 6th grade savage beast was worth far too much. Naturally, it had to be traded to the school. Even in the Nanhai battlefield, the number of 6th grade savage beasts produced each year is not high. After all, high-grade experts do not take action, and usually 6th grade beings are the rulers. Moreover, savage beasts often move in packs, and 6th grade ones are no exception. Therefore, hunting them is truly not easy. Even if they are successfully hunted, the majority are taken away by the Great Siam military. Returning to Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja was already a 6th grade martial artist. Such a cultivation level could occupy a place even in the entire Great Xia. After all, this is the strongest existence below the high grade. One could also consider it as a high-grade reserve. Once upon a time, Suja felt that his life should be nearly fixed. Reaching the 5th grade might be achievable in his lifetime. However, achieving the 6th grade was a wishful thinking. Yet, unexpectedly, in a short time, he stepped into this level. Half a month later, Suja came to the dean's office again. During this period, Dean Su Xingyan had not been in closed-door training. Seeing Suja, Su Xingyan was not surprised at all. He didn't even lift his head, continuing to busy himself with his work. But on the other hand, it also proves the tranquility of their relationship. Dean, I wonder if the academy needs savage beast meat. Savage beast meat, this is a good thing. It seems the harvest this time is quite good. Su Xingyan couldn't help but express his interest. Savage beast meat is not just that simple to use. It can also be used to refine savage beast pills. This was researched by the alchemy department of Nanhai Martial Arts University over several years. It can be considered a special product of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Unfortunately, due to the difficulty in obtaining savage beast meat, the production is also limited. Savage beast pills have directly become a scarce resource. There's no need to say much about the price. They're bought by wealthy individuals. Basically, they're used by martial arts prodigies or the second generation of martial artists. Even Su Zhe, a direct descendant of Nanhai Martial Arts University, had never used them. With the dean's words, Su Zhe directly took out a piece of 6th grade savage beast meat. Previously, in order to collect more, he decided to directly cut this 6th grade savage beast. Because it had not been long since its death, this piece of flesh still emanated quite a bit of aura. 6th grade. At this moment, even Su Xingyan was a bit unsettled and exclaimed in surprise. Because 6th grade savage beast meat is not just commonly rare. Even for him, entering the forest to easily bring back a 6th grade beast as a trophy is not easy. After all, there are high-grade savage beasts in the savage beast forest as well. Where did you get this? Su Xingyan's voice continued to sound. Clearly, he didn't initially think that this savage beast was killed by Su Zhe. There's no way, as Su Zhe still left him the impression of a 5th grade martial artist. How could he kill a 6th grade savage beast? Could it not be that I killed it? Su Zhe said softly, simultaneously revealing a hint of 6th grade aura. After the initial fusion of spiritual power and blood qi, that strength is not minor. Now Su Xingyan was truly unsettled. He was even a bit shocked. This has already stepped into the 6th grade. It should be known that according to Su Xingyan's original thinking, it was not easy for Su Zhe to reach the 6th grade. Even if one's talent is good, honing spiritual power takes at least 2 or 3 years. Many prodigies spent considerable time at this threshold. Yet, Su Zhe just broke through like this. One could say it was somewhat shocking. This is not just about 2 or 3 years in advance. Is it possible that this Su Zhe before him has the potential to challenge above the 9th grade? But thinking back to the past, the ordinary Su Zhe, is this really possible? It really has reached the 6th rank. At this moment, Su Zhe also gave Su Xingyan a positive reply. Seeing the shock on the dean's face, he found it quite amusing. After all, it is truly rare to see the dean display such a shocked emotion. Even if you've stepped into the 6th rank, killing a 6th rank barbarian beast is not easy. Fortunately, at this moment, Su Xingyan came back to his senses and spoke up. Among the 6th rank beasts, their defenses are not inferior. It's mainly due to luck. I just happened to encounter a severely injured 6th rank barbarian beast. Su Zhe did not hide it, directly stating it. He laid out all the cause and effect, including some of his own deductions. Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but feel quite emotional. Because this time, Su Zhe not only had luck on his side, but also had great courage. Typically, a peak 5th rank would not dare to seek out a 6th rank, even if his 6th rank was severely injured. Although Su Zhe spoke lightly, he knew that the battle was definitely not that simple. In addition, the two of them fought without attracting other beasts and strong individuals. This is also a miracle. In comparison, stepping into the 6th rank seemed acceptable now. But Su Xingyan soon became troubled again, because with him stepping into the 6th rank, the original school training plan would have to change. Initially, they had planned to wait for Suja to step into the 6th rank 2 years later before making arrangements. Mainly because stepping from the 6th rank to the 7th rank, crossing the gap between mid and high ranks is not easy. Unexpectedly, Suja had broken through ahead of time. The most critical point is how much time has passed since then. Su Xingyin felt he needed to think about it carefully. It seemed he had underestimated the potential shown by Suja. But who could blame him, since Nanhai Martial Arts University had no experience in cultivating genius? Undoubtedly, Suja could now be considered genius. Geniuses of the same age as Suja generally exist at the 6th rank level. It could be said that Suja had finally caught up with these individuals. You could just find old Zhang for the barbarian beast meat. Soon, Su Xingyin's voice continued to sound. Suja didn't linger much. He still planned to exchange it for resources. Then, he wanted to enter closed-door training to stabilize his own cultivation level. After stepping into the 6th rank, thinking about breaking through to the 7th rank would not be so easy. In the logistics department, Suja felt quite embarrassed. Because when you think about it, he is actually the deputy director of the logistics department. Although this position is merely a nominal one. It counts that since he first arrived, he hadn't returned. Although before, the dean had reminded him that old Zhang from the logistics department had great knife skills. However, the problem is, Suja simply had no time. First, he devoted all his time to studying and entering the holy level, spending time in the library. The only time he managed to spare was to watch Song Qing's mentor selection ceremony. He certainly hadn't forgotten that he still carried a martial arts insight. After that, it was the ability of everything going smoothly. He was busy matching his own cultivation and strength issues. Later on, he hurriedly entered the Nanhai battlefield. Where was there still time to go to the logistics department and learn any knife techniques from old Zhang? Besides, Suja also knew that his own talent and comprehension depended entirely on his extraction ability. If he had some talent that contributed to knife techniques, it would be normal to study it a bit. However, without this ability, learning new knife techniques wouldn't be that easy. Old Zhang, I'm here to deliver resources. You evaluate how many spirit stones it can be worth. After arriving, Suja did not show any modesty as he spoke. He took out most of the barbarian beast meat, leaving a small portion for himself. In fact, if he put it up for auction outside, he would definitely get more value. But now, Suja's way of thinking has also changed quite a bit. That is, Nanhai Martial Arts University has already sponsored him over 100 million resources. He also understands that he should give back. This 6th grade Savage Beast corpse is something that is hard to come by. If given to the school, the benefits brought would not just be as simple as spirit stones. 6th grade Savage Beast. Old Zhang instantly noticed the quality of the Savage Beast meat and exclaimed. Besides that, it was also the first time he had seen someone sell good things to the school. The school's acquisition price is always lower than what's outside. Generally speaking, many people would not choose to sell to the school, let alone this kind of Savage Beast meat. The selling price outside is often 2 or 3 times higher than the school's acquisition price. This is because they are rare. So seeing Suja's action, even old Zhang didn't know how to evaluate it for a moment. He could only look at Suja with a strange expression. This thing is more useful to the school than selling it outside. Suja naturally felt this gaze and could only explain, a martial artist still needs vision, even though he was chosen as the favored son of Nanhai Martial Arts University. But that doesn't mean he could just enjoy this treatment. Even if Nanhai Martial Arts University didn't ask for anything in return. Old Zhang's expression turned a bit serious as he looked at Suja with a noticeably different gaze. Or perhaps there was a bit of special emotion added. In this era, although Nanhai Martial Arts University has a sense of honor, but there are really not many students who can voluntarily do something for the school. Suja undoubtedly counts as one. This 6th grade Savage Beast meat, if operated well, then it could be worth several 100 million spirit stones. After all, the mere Savage Beast meat is worth over 100 million spirit stones, and if it is turned into Savage Beast pills, the price would be even higher. With over 100 million spirit stones in his account, Suja felt quite good. He directly transferred 1 million spirit stones to Shun Qingyan on the spot. It wasn't that he didn't want to transfer more, but giving Shun Qingyan too many spirit stones wouldn't be very useful. Resources in the Nanhai base are limited, and there isn't much that spirit stones can purchase. Moreover, he still sends some things once in a while. Besides that, Shun Qingyan is currently only at the 1st grade. Having not yet stepped into the 2nd grade, there are many things she can't use. However, under the condition of sufficient resources, her training speed has indeed increased significantly. At least compared to before, Shun Qingyan is very satisfied with the present. At the same time, old Zhang also thought of a question. That is, how did this 6th grade Savage Beast come about? With questions in his heart, he directly asked. Even Suja felt a bit helpless. His strength just isn't trustworthy. So Suja could only repeat what he had said in the dean's office before. You brat, your luck is really on point. Even old Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. After all, encountering a severely injured 6th grade exotic beast at the 5th grade of cultivation. Not only did he break through in cultivation, but he also killed it and brought it back. This kind of fortune even made him slightly envious. But for 500 years, Daxia has never lacked those with great fortune. Those who can step into the 9th grade or even higher grades. Who doesn't have a little opportunity? It's not uncommon to find some legacies from the 9th grade or above. Compared to those, what Suja has isn't much. Old Zhang, I'm going to go into closed-door training now. Suja didn't stay too long, and after greeting, he left. When he was in the Nanhai battlefield, he certainly couldn't go into closed-door training. He could only wait until his return, when he could safely enter closed-door training. Taking advantage of a short time he just broke through, he wanted to stabilize his cultivation level. This left old Zhang, who originally had some words to say, astonished. But there was some helplessness. Originally, the school wanted him to teach this kid the sword technique. However, even though the school held this kid in high regard, old Zhang wanted to test him a bit more. In the end, the kid was busy with his own things and didn't show up for 10 days to half a month. This time, because of the beast meat, he gained his approval. Inevitably, he didn't continue to test him. Unexpectedly, this kid was a bit clueless. Forget it, maybe next time. Old Zhang sighed and didn't pay attention to the matter anymore. He couldn't help but feel that Suja's cultivation was truly rising fast. Now he was considered a genius level. Initially, Suja lagged behind the geniuses of his time, having quite a bit of cultivation. It was truly an awakening, jumping through the dragon gate from then on. Suja didn't know old Zhang's thoughts, nor did he realize he had missed a sword technique. Compared to some techniques, he valued his own cultivation even more. Even if some geniuses trained their combat power to the extreme, they could barely fight across levels. But that also required a huge price to pay. While Suja was in closed-door training, a sensational event occurred in Daxia. It was also a big event related to Nanhai Martial Arts University. That was about the resource allocation of martial arts universities. Daxia finally made changes to the original resource allocation system. Firstly, a martial arts university would receive some resources based on the number of high-quality martial artists they had. In other words, the more high-quality martial artists a martial arts university had, the better the resources they could obtain. Although this was advantageous for well-established universities, it also gave other schools plenty of hope. After all, one could imagine that martial arts universities would crazily cultivate high-quality martial artists next. This was also a means for Daxia to enhance strength by combining resources. Of course, apart from a number of strong ones, the quality and quantity of geniuses were also considered. Daxia planned to create a genius ranking list. This would be used to record geniuses of every level below high quality. Each ranking list had a strict age limit. Any genius within this range could help their school gain resources. Each ranking list had 1,000 spots available. The higher the rank, the more resources a martial arts university could gain. It was obvious that Daxia wanted martial arts universities to follow an elite cultivation path. Taking Nanhai Martial Arts University as an example, if they focused on training a few students, getting into the top 1,000 was quite hopeful. For those top universities that wanted to occupy more spots, they would undoubtedly have to distribute resources. Besides, some high-achieving students in martial arts exams. If ordinary martial arts universities offered better conditions, they wouldn't hesitate to consider them. After all, those top martial arts universities might not have enough resources to distribute, especially since competition was too fierce. Of course, the advantages of old martial arts universities still existed. They had the most geniuses enrolling. In a short time, it was clearly impossible to change the landscape of martial arts universities. However, over time, opportunities would not be lacking. It all depended on the actions of ordinary martial arts universities next. Nanhai Martial Arts University had already taken the lead in action. They had previously implemented an elimination system, aiming to cultivate elite students. Moreover, they seemed to use generous conditions to attract some geniuses to join. Although these geniuses didn't reach the level of top tier, at least they had the opportunity to make it onto the list. With the change in resource allocation, it stirred up discussions among the people of Daxia. This is going to make many martial arts universities change. Some martial arts universities won't be able to muddle through for resources anymore. This change in resource allocation is indeed good. One strong person being born is much better than a group of weak ones. And this genius leaderboard is very interesting. I wonder which genius will make the list. Many people from the Great Xia still support it. Because as long as there are visionary people, they can see. Many martial arts universities competing may ultimately produce more strong individuals. However, not everyone thinks this way. Not everyone is willing to change. Unfortunately, this is the decision of the highest council of the Great Xia. Even if some are dissatisfied, they do not dare to speak out. Genius leaderboard. The sweeping posture. Half a month later, Suja firmly secured his realm and officially exited the closed door. Resource allocation has changed. The genius leaderboard. In just half a month, Suja felt he must have missed many things. The change in resource allocation seems reasonable. From the current allocation method, it cannot be said to be entirely free of many loopholes, but it can be seen as an opportunity for ordinary martial arts universities. Including the number of strong individuals is not fixed. Factors like great wars and the wearing out of lifespan will also limit the number of strong individuals. The number of strong individuals in those top martial arts universities also cannot be maintained at a high number. As for the genius leaderboard, although the old famous universities occupy the majority, other martial arts universities still have opportunities. After all, there are thousands of spots between each level. Of course, there are also drawbacks. For example, some schools may weaken their efforts in the battlefield to maintain a high number of advanced warriors. But it is estimated that those above the 9th rank can also think of that. At that time, their focus will definitely be on the battlefield. If some strong individuals dare to hold back, they might face a harsh punishment, as an example. At least Suja feels that the top strong individuals in the Great Xia might indeed plan this way. Moreover, from another perspective, Suja thinks the Great Xia is also stimulating the birth of more strong individuals. It seems the pressure from the battlefield of 10,000 races is enormous. However, it is also understandable. As time passes, the number of spatial passages increases. This represents the emergence of one battlefield after another for the 10,000 races. If the Great Xia does not have enough strength, it will eventually be dragged down by the battlefield of the 10,000 races. In terms of the number of strong individuals, Suja thinks this genius leaderboard is quite good. The genius leaderboard consists of 6 lists, corresponding to the 1st to 6th levels of martial arts. Taking the 6th rank leaderboard as an example, it is limited to those under 40 years old to make the list. This means Suja also has a chance. Besides the geniuses from martial arts universities, there are also some geniuses from outside these universities. They are individuals who have never studied at any martial arts university. Most of them inherit their skills from their families or martial arts halls. This part of the population is indeed present. The Great Xia does not exclude these individuals from making the list. Of course, it is still different from those from martial arts universities. These individuals receive only a part of the rewards. As for those from martial arts universities, they are divided into 3 categories. The first type is still studying at martial arts universities, which undoubtedly belongs to the martial arts university side. The second type is those who have graduated from martial arts universities but still work at the universities. Suja belongs to this category, which also belongs to the martial arts university. The third type is those who have graduated from martial arts universities but do not work at the school. This type is free to choose. They can either choose to give more resources to the martial arts university or opt for individual rewards. In summary, the Genius Leaderboard has detailed rules. Because it has just been launched by the Great Xia, a new rule has been added. That is, there may be changes in the future. Currently, we will just see how the effect is. It may last for several years. The Great Xia will initially draft a preliminary leaderboard. If you want to make it onto the list, all you have to do is defeat those above you on the list. After that, every July will welcome the resource settlement. Next, all the martial arts universities will go crazy. Suja couldn't help but exclaim, whether it's to train high-level warriors or compete for a spot on the Genius list. If a martial arts university can occupy enough spots on the Genius list, the resources they can allocate will not be a small number. In fact, just as Suja thought, just when he exited the closed-door training, the list was just released. It was as expected that his name was not on it. It should be that Nanhai Martial Arts University did not report any information about him. Generally, the creation of the list is first based on the information reported by various martial arts universities. After all, the ranking will still change later, so it's not a big deal if there are some issues with the information. Moreover, many martial arts universities care about their reputation. If they exaggerate the strength of a genius, if they're challenged later and defeated, it would be embarrassing. Suja took a simple look at these lists. Nanhai Martial Arts University still has some names on the list. Among them, some are currently in school, and others have already graduated but are from Nanhai Martial Arts University. Especially, the number of those ranked in the 4th and 5th grades is the most, reaching double digits. However, the number of those in the 6th grade is a little less, with only 3 in total from Nanhai Martial Arts University. It's not that Nanhai Martial Arts University doesn't have other 6th grades. Mainly, the age factor limits people. There are indeed some familiar mentors. I didn't expect them to be 6th grade already. Suja indeed saw quite a few familiar faces. Among them are department heads, or academy mentors, etc. He was surprised to find that their cultivation level was all 5th or 6th grade. It was clear that the school had hidden quite a bit of strength before. Aside from his own school, he didn't recognize anyone else from other schools. But looking at so many names, even Suja couldn't help but feel astonished. There really are many geniuses in the Great Xia. Besides this list, Suja also discovered quite a few interesting news stories. Among them, the first news related to the list is very interesting. Chengdu Martial Arts University genius Pei Qingyu declares war on all 6th grade geniuses. Plans to sweep all martial arts universities and ascend to the top of the 6th grade list. Suja softly murmured. It seems he has heard of this Pei Qingyu. Before the genius list came out, he was even called the best under the masters. Of course, how much of this is true, it is unknown. After all, coming from Chengdu Martial Arts University is the best background. However, to have such a reputation, he must still have considerable skill. But such a declaration is equivalent to not putting other martial arts universities in his eyes. Although Chengdu Martial Arts University is indeed strong, there are a few others that can compete with it. Including other top martial arts universities, there are also geniuses present. Whether this Pei Qingyu can sweep through is really questionable. Of course, this has little to do with Nanhai Martial Arts University and Suja, because Nanhai Martial Arts University is simply not taken seriously. In the entire southern region, the only one who can be considered a rival is the genius from Xianan Martial Arts University. If he wants to sweep all martial arts universities, he will definitely come to Nanhai Martial Arts University for a challenge. If that happens, wouldn't the school be utterly embarrassed? A strange look appeared on Suja's face as he murmured. Thinking of this, he couldn't really do anything. Even he was not this opponent at the moment. Fortunately, Suja didn't dwell on it for long. He planned to go to the dean's office for a visit, to ask about the changes in resource distribution and see if Nanhai Martial Arts University has any countermeasures in mind. For Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suja still had quite a few feelings. First of all, if it weren't for Nanhai Martial Arts University, he wouldn't have been able to enter Martial Arts University. Including now, he could be said to be tied with Nanhai Martial Arts University. The better Nanhai Martial Arts University does, the better he naturally will be. He inevitably wanted to know about the upcoming plans of Nanhai Martial Arts University. It was also because his own strength had reached the 6th rank, which gave him some qualifications. Although he had no thoughts of managing the school, it didn't mean he was not attentive to the school. Alchemy talent? This is pretty good. When he arrived at the dean's office, to his surprise, the dean was not there. Suja was slightly surprised, but thought that there must have been a lot of things happening during this time. He directly sent a message to the dean. At first, he thought he might not get a reply that quickly. However, he quickly saw the reply. Come to the alchemy room area here. Suja did not hesitate and went straight there. The Alchemy Academy naturally had a dedicated place for alchemy. Whether it was teachers or students, if they were refining pills, they would choose this place. Because this place had specially made alchemy equipment from the school. It was much more reliable than some personal alchemy furnaces purchased. There were also instruments specifically for testing the components of a pill, etc. It could also prevent problems from occurring during alchemy. Previously, when Su Zhou was at the 1st and 2nd rank, he had often run to this area, because he could take on some alchemy tasks and earn some spirit stones. Although the spirit stone rewards were not high, they were something that those above the 2nd rank looked down upon. After all, one could casually earn tens of thousands or even more spirit stones next time on the battlefield. Why waste time refining pills for just hundreds of spirit stones? For alchemists above the 2nd rank, it was really not worth it. It was just that Su Zhe initially thought earning a bit was still better than nothing. Is the dean refining pills? Su Zhe couldn't help but guess what the dean was doing in the alchemy room area. Soon he arrived at the innermost area of the alchemy room. This alchemy room was also divided into levels. The innermost alchemy room was naturally the best. It was even suitable for high-rank alchemists to use. High-rank alchemists must be high-rank martial artists, but high-rank martial artists are definitely not necessarily high-rank alchemists. In all of Daxia, there were only a little over 200 registered high-rank alchemists. Don't be fooled by the fact that this number seems large. However, when spread across the various regions of Daxia, there weren't that many. Not to mention that most high-rank alchemists were in the Daxia military. There were not many high-rank alchemists in the martial arts university. And coincidentally, their dean happened to be a high-rank alchemist. This was something Su Zhe only learned after his cultivation improved, and he gained some privileges. Even he did not expect the dean to be so deeply hidden. It was not every martial arts university that had a high-rank alchemist stationed. Su Zhe quickly discovered the dean's figure. In addition to the dean, there were also several mentors present. Dean, hello, seniors. Su Zhe was the first to greet them. The many mentors were also very polite to Suja. Regarding the news of Suja stepping into the 6th rank, the school had not announced it, mainly because Suja had broken through too quickly. To prevent him from being targeted by evil cults, it was better to be cautious. One should know that in Dacia, countless talented people had fallen into the hands of evil cult warriors. Many had perished before they had even grown up. Although Dacia had strengthened the protection of these talented individuals considerably, the problem was still difficult to defend against. Nanhai Martial Arts University had finally produced such a talented person like Suja. Naturally, they couldn't expose him so quickly. At least, prolonging the time a bit was still better. Maybe by then, Suja would have cultivated to a higher level. After all, this is the future of Nanhai Martial Arts University, but that doesn't mean these mentors are unaware. Now, Nanhai Martial Arts University is either following the old-timers who established it in the first place, or it is the homegrown students of Nanhai Martial Arts University who have grown up. One could say there are hardly any outsiders, so there's no need to worry about these people leaking anything. Knowing Suja's current cultivation level helps to explain the various mentors' attitudes. Even some 6th-grade mentors do not dare to act arrogantly in front of Suja, because it is clear to see that Suja's potential is obviously much more than this. Sukid, come veria. Su Xingyan directly invited Suja over. Dean, what are you planning to do? At this moment, Suja also voiced his confusion. I am teaching. These people are simply too dull. Is it really that hard to become a middle-grade alchemist? Su Xingyan's irritated words suddenly rang out. He then explained what he was currently doing. It turns out he was teaching several 3rd-grade alchemists in the school how to break through to 4th-grade alchemists. This matter is indeed related to the issue of resource distribution. It turns out that besides the superficial notifications, there are other notices behind the scenes in the Great Xia. That is that each middle-grade alchemist can fight for a share of resources for the school. As for high-grade alchemists, they can obtain 10 times the resources of middle-grade alchemists, because the profession of alchemist is also a key target for the cult's attacks. So the Great Xia did not make this matter public, but informed them quietly. After all, if the alchemist ranking was made public, the pressure from cult warriors would be enormous. Not every alchemist has the combat power of monstrous talents. Suja could understand this. The aspect of being an alchemist also requires a certain level of talent. When one is at the 1st or 2nd grade, they are just starting out as alchemists. Suja had spent several years barely making it in, and even now, he still cannot refine many 2nd-grade pills, let alone the middle-grade alchemists. The mentors who were scolded by Su Xingyan did not dare to speak. Among them were 4th-grade warriors and 5th-grade warriors. However, in front of the dean, they could not hold their heads high. In terms of alchemy, they really had been a bit lax. Ever since they stepped into the middle-grade warriors, they have reduced their time on alchemy. Dean, has the school prepared to make any changes? Fortunately, this Ningbai spoke up again, shifting the topic. Currently, the school has increased rewards for top students, including some rewards for mentors as well. The rest will have to wait for the principal to make a decision after the lock-in. Although the school has also treasured some resources, it doesn't have that authority. But it shouldn't be too long. Su Xingyan was also not shy about revealing a little bit. Everyone present was familiar and close. After all, those who could be personally taught by Su Xingyan were not ordinary individuals. Suja also quickly understood the dean's meaning. That is, the principal is about to emerge, and then Nanhai Martial Arts University will definitely make big moves. After the inquiries, Suja prepared to leave. Even he couldn't help but admire that the dean, a high-grade alchemist, is really impressive. While answering his words, he didn't forget to teach the few people beside him. However, he didn't intend to disturb them. After all, the looks from the several mentors beside him were a bit resentful. Moreover, Suja was not very interested in alchemy at this time. Su Xingyan also did not force Suja to refine alchemy. His cultivation was indeed more important than alchemy, even though there are many 6th-grade mentors in Nanhai Martial Arts University. But the higher-ups like Su Xingyan believe that Suja will become a 7th grade next. As Suja stepped into the 6th rank, many people had even higher expectations of him. Back in his own villa, Suja began to extract new abilities. Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a Dandao Chochin experience card. Refining pills will gain proficiency, valid for 1 month. Even Suja did not expect that this time the talent was actually related to pill refining. Could it be influenced by President Su Xingyan? To be fair, this talent is not bad. In theory, as long as Suja refines more pills, he can increase his proficiency. This is even more powerful than hands-on teaching. Even Suja is considering whether to pick up the craft of pill refining again. How about going back to the pill refining area and taking another look? Suja couldn't help but think, just as he had just stepped into the 6th rank. Once in the 6th rank, cultivation can't be rushed. The fusion of spirit and vital energy requires a long process. Even the talented ones are no exception. During this process, not a single mistake can occur. Otherwise, it is very easy for spirit and vital energy to become chaotic. Leading to a significant drop in cultivation is not impossible. In fact, many 6th rank cultivators spend their whole lives unable to reach a higher rank. Because of this factor, his gaze fell upon pill refining. Of course, it also coincidentally activated a pill refining talent. Otherwise, Suja might really not have spent time on pill refining. After all, if based on his previous talent, he might not make any progress in a month of pill refining. Now, with this ability, not to mention stepping into the mid-tier alchemist, just reaching the 3rd tier in pill refining would be enough. But in the end, Suja still decided to wait until the next day to head to the pill refining area, because it would be strange to return so soon after just leaving. Moreover, Suja did not care too much about the pill refining ability. After all, he was no longer a low-level martial artist. He did not regard the identity of an alchemist as highly as one might think. The identity of an alchemist mainly serves as an embellishment in many cases. The next day, Suja practiced a few rounds of energy circulation as usual and practiced some basic sword techniques. Currently, the martial skills he knew were still quite few. It's not that he didn't want to practice more martial skills. After all, some martial skills can help a person quickly increase their strength. It's just that the time required for practicing martial skills is too much. Without the boost of abilities, his talent and comprehension are much more ordinary than imagined. After finishing everything, Suja brought many materials to the pill refining area. Calculating, he hadn't refined pills in a long time. Su Xingyan and others were still there, and this time there were many more people. It was clear that the president had made a firm decision to cultivate several mid-tier alchemists. After all, this is related to the resources of the school for the coming year. Including the Alchemy Academy, it would also certainly be significantly affected. Currently, among the several academies in the school, the Alchemy Academy has always been in the bottom position. There's no way, if they could join a combat academy, no one would choose the Alchemy Academy. Each year, the Alchemy Academy can only recruit students from other academies who are slightly less talented. Even Suja chose the Alchemy Academy out of necessity back then. Now, mid-tier alchemists can also bring additional resources to the academy. This is a great opportunity for the Alchemy Academy to shine. It corresponds to the alchemists in the Alchemy Academy being able to rank and also become mid-tier alchemists. That would bring double resources for the school. Old Su is really getting serious. Suja couldn't help but exclaim. He had no intention of interrupting Su Xingyan's teaching, because if the Alchemy Academy could produce more mid-tier alchemists, it would be a good thing. A great battle is not just about the number of warriors. There are also elixir reserves, and so on, especially mid-grade elixirs, which have always been extremely rare. The Dacia military has long set up acquisition missions, with real-time progress displayed. However, every acquisition mission has failed to be completed. It's easy to imagine that mid-grade alchemists aren't as numerous as thought. No wonder Dacia is now offering extra school resources to mid-grade alchemists. Su Xingyan, a high-grade martial artist, naturally noticed Suja. However, sensing that this kid had no intention of approaching, he didn't pay any mind. As for Suja's alchemy, Su Xingyan cared even less. Suja himself is also an alchemist, though he is only a 2nd-grade one, so it's quite normal for him to refine some elixirs. Perhaps he's sending them back home. Though Suja definitely won't use low-grade elixirs, that doesn't mean his family can't use them. Suja is unaware of the dean's thoughts. Instead, he started busying himself with the elixirs he needs to refine. 3rd-grade elixir, strengthening pill. This type of elixir can even be used by 1st-grade martial artists. It's a good thing that can increase physical strength. However, its price is anything but cheap. The materials required are extraordinary. At least when Suja was 1st and 2nd grade, he couldn't afford them. But after reaching 3rd grade, this thing is of little use to him. However, it's just right for Xin Xingyan. And apart from the high cost of materials, the refining steps are also quite complicated. Among 10 3rd-grade alchemists, 9 won't be able to refine it. 4th-grade alchemists can refine it, but the issue is that refining the strengthening pill is less advantageous than refining other 4th-grade elixirs. Due to various factors, the price of the strengthening pill remains high. If not for Suja's ability to reap rewards from hard work in alchemy, he wouldn't have chosen the strengthening pill. Thus, Suja began his first attempt at refining a 3rd-grade elixir. The steps were based on the refining videos and insights he reviewed last night to form his own technique. However, predictably, the first batch of strengthening pills exploded, although Suja quickly used his spiritual power to contain the force. The sound still carried out. Beside him, Su Xingyan and several mentors studying nearby couldn't help but glance at Suja several times, especially their faces showing some barely restrained amusement. One should know that after Suja's cultivation improved, he became a legend at Nanheim Martial Arts University. And now, he exploded his elixir in no time at all, and still in front of so many people. This contrast naturally made many mentors unable to contain their amusement, though they also knew that Suja's current strength was considerable. So they held back laughter. As for Su Xingyan, his face was far from pleasant, because this kid was clearly embarrassing the Alchemy Academy. Ahem, I'm sorry. There was a little accident. You all continue. Dean, I'll cover the cost of this furnace. At this moment, Suja awkwardly spoke up. However, he quickly switched to another furnace position. This elixir refining area was entirely outdoors. There were still quite a few elixir furnaces available. But then, various unexpected situations began to arise. Either he was halfway through and the elixir turned to ash, or after refining, it ended up as a lump of goo. Wasn't this just poison? At first, the many mentors receiving instruction didn't pay attention to Suja's side. But inevitably, with Suja failing time and again, how could he not attract attention? Especially since each batch of refining materials was not cheap. This was something many mentors envied, particularly many fourth-grade mentors, who certainly couldn't be so carefree. What the hell is this kid doing? Su Xingyan was equally puzzled by Suja's actions. Suja was not like someone who was refining low-grade pills. Instead, he was refining a body-strengthening pill. This was a type of pill that was relatively difficult to refine among third-tier pills. He couldn't remember when Suja had become a third-tier alchemist. So was Suja forcibly refining the pill? Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but curse Suja as a wasteful brat. The materials for the body-strengthening pill were not cheap. This kid had just wasted nearly 10 portions of materials. Especially as an alchemist, he couldn't stand others wasting materials in front of him. Alchemist prodigy? So shocking. However, before Su Xingyan could take action, he suddenly noticed that the batch of pills Suja was refining was actually successful. Although the appearance wasn't great, the perception of a martial artist couldn't be wrong. This was indeed a body-strengthening pill. Even Su Xingyan had some doubts about life at this moment. Could it be that Suja really just got lucky? Fortunately, Suja continued to refine another batch. This time, all of Su Xingyan's attention was completely focused on Suja. Even the teaching pace was a bit slower. In fact, Su Xingyan didn't know that with each failure, Suja felt he gained new insights. Through continuous failures, he also gradually mastered some key points. In truth, Suja's mindset was more like giving it a try, because this alchemy skills ability only stated that refining pills would increase proficiency. It didn't specify that he had to succeed in refining to increase proficiency. The difference here was huge. So refining the body-strengthening pill was not just Suja acting on a whim. He also had the mindset of giving this ability a try. And the result was just as Suja imagined. So it means that if I want to, I can directly refine 6-tier pills now. Especially as each insight increased, a new thought arose within Suja. Generally speaking, the basic requirement for refining 6-tier pills was to be a 6-tier martial artist. Because only 6-tier martial artists had enough mental strength to support the pill refinement. Many high-tier pills required more complicated steps and mental control. However, Suja was not in a hurry, as he wanted to first successfully refine the body-strengthening pill in front of him. This innate ability was even more promising than he had imagined. The second batch of body-strengthening pills was not only of better quality than expected, and there were not just one, but 2 finished products. This was already a significant improvement. Su Xingyan, who was originally focused on this side, was now completely dumbfounded, because Suja had really refined them successfully. Could it be that Suja's talent has an enhancement for pill refining? Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but speculate, mainly due to the previous scene, which was quite shocking. In other words, Suja was now a third-tier alchemist, although he had only refined one type of third-tier pill for now. But the judgment was as such. After all, the revival of spiritual energy had only been 500 years. The rise of pills had even been only 200 years. The number of alchemists was far too few, which was also a reason the prices of pills remained high. So the judgment was quite hasty. At this moment, Su Xingyan couldn't hold back any longer. Su Brat, you couldn't have already reached third tier in pill refining? There was no way, as none of the mentors present could refine a body-strengthening pill. Yet Suja had managed to do it. How could this not stir someone's thoughts? Dean, is it possible that I have a unique talent for the body-strengthening pill? Suja slowly spoke up. Regarding being a genius in alchemy, he had no intention of pretending. After all, his ability to gain skills from hard work had only lasted 1 month. After 1 month, they will be exposed. so there's no need to do it this way. Afterwards, Su Xingyan tested the third-grade normal alchemy technique, but the result was that Su Zhe knew nothing at all. For a moment, even Su Xingyan didn't know what situation Su Zhe was in now. If he said Su Zhe was a third-grade alchemist, it would be true, but Su Zhe didn't even understand the basic techniques. Yet he could concoct many strong body pills that third-grade alchemists couldn't. In short, at this moment, Su Xingyan was also quite confused. A genius in alchemy. In the end, Su Xingyan inevitably thought this. There are so many oddballs in martial arts cultivation, it's not surprising to have an oddball in alchemy. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to ignore Su Zhe for now. Mainly, he still needed to teach those useless instructors to become intermediate alchemists. As for Su Zhe, let him be. After all, Su Zhe truly didn't waste any materials. As for the strong body pills, he had indeed succeeded in concocting them. As Su Xingyan continued to busy himself with teaching, Su Zhe opened a few more furnaces for strong body pills. Then he would send them directly to Sun Qingyan. However, Su Zhe was considering whether to use this month's time. Then try to concoct 6th-grade pills. Unlike 3rd-grade pills, concocting 6th-grade pills is not simple. Each furnace requires at least half a day of time, plus the time needed to recover mental energy. At most, he could only concoct 1 furnace a day. This means if he didn't succeed before his ability ended, he would be in an awkward situation. It would be equivalent to a month of putting in material and labor without any harvest. Especially since 1 furnace of materials costs at least over 1 million spirit stones. That's not cheap. Currently, the price of 6th-grade pills is genuinely not low. 1 pill can easily sell for several million spirit stones. After some consideration, Su Zhe ultimately decided to give it a try. After all, because of this ability, he could now cross so many alchemy levels. Generally, to concoct pills, one needs to thoroughly understand the knowledge points at each alchemy level. But it's not like Su Zhe, who could directly leap across levels to concoct 6th-grade pills. Which 6th-grade pill is better to choose? Su Zhe quickly began to think about which 6th-grade pill he should concoct. The formulas for 6th-grade pills, including teaching videos, are quite plentiful. After all, there's Su Xingyan, a high-grade alchemist. Moreover, compared to martial arts inheritance, alchemical inheritance is not so secretive. An alchemist itself has cultivation restrictions. Otherwise, they simply cannot concoct certain pills. So, regarding some teaching inheritances, they're not taken too seriously. Since if the cultivation is insufficient and there is no alchemy talent, one simply can't learn. It's more just a waste of time. 6th-grade pill, purple spirit pill. In the end, Su Zhe chose a type of pill. Purple spirit pill. This type of pill mainly works for recovery. Because of the fusion of spirit and blood, ordinary recovery pills are no longer effective. Special pills are needed to aid recovery. And the purple spirit pill is such a pill. It can not only recover blood energy, but also has a certain effect on restoring spirit. Of course, such pills also have expensive materials. At least 150,000 spirit stones are needed for a furnace of materials, especially those related to spirit recovery, which might even need to be purchased at premium prices, although the final cost may exceed expectations. Currently, Su Zhe could be considered financially bold. In addition, mastering the method of concocting the purple spirit pill, he could also supplement spirit stones by concocting pills. After making the decision, Su Zhe quickly started purchasing materials for the purple spirit pill through the Nanheim Martial University Network. Luckily, the purple spirit pill mainly restores blood energy. The spiritual recovery is more of a side effect. Otherwise, collecting the materials would not be so easy. Purple spirit pill. Slapping everyone's faces. Just buying the materials for 30 purple spirit pills cost Su Zhe nearly 70 million spirit stones. Purchasing at a premium, plus Su Zhe was quite anxious about needing them. Some of the materials even had to be sourced from far away, requiring a lot of shipping costs. Basically, Su Zhe spent most of the spirit stones he exchanged for beast meat on this. This is no small amount. Even for high-ranked martial artists, it is still considerable. After the materials were bought, Su Zhe began refining a batch of purple spirit pills every day. At first, just like before with the strengthening pill, most batches exploded. It's just that the process for the purple spirit pill is far too complicated. Even though Su Zhe had no memory issues, he still faced problems with control. A little mistake, and the whole thing would explode. This made Su Xingyan constantly look at Su Zhe with disapproval lately, because each exploded batch cost over 2 million spirit stones and materials. This made the several instructors learning under the dean very pained. After all, if these spirit stones were given to them, they could use them for a long time. But now, they were just gone in an explosion, and they even had to pay for a furnace. What on earth does he want to do? Many instructors couldn't understand Su Zhe's actions. Was he trying to refine to explode like this? And after several batches exploded, he was still continuing. They couldn't help but think of Suja as a spendthrift. Fortunately, Suja earned all the spirit stones himself. Many felt pained, but didn't say anything. Instead, Su Xingyan wanted to dissuade Suja. Succeeding in the strengthening pill is nothing. Don't aim too high. Su Xingyan could still tell that Suja seemed to be trying to refine the purple spirit pill. This pill, throughout Daxia, could only be refined by a very few high-ranked alchemists. At least, he didn't think Suja could succeed with crooked methods. Though Suja listened to the dean's advice, he carried on as he wished. In fact, with every batch explosion, he understood the refining of purple spirit pills even better. Even though he was limited to just this kind of pill, but for Suja, it was still very satisfying. Moreover, after the refining process, he felt his control over his power steadily increasing. And his mental strength also improved a lot. After all, his mental power would be exhausted, and then he would reuse it in a cycle. This was also a way to train his mental strength. Undoubtedly, for Suja, this was a pleasant surprise. Originally, during this period, Suja had no chance to practice. As more than half a month passed, Suja was already able to hold on to the last step of refining purple spirit pills. Even though he still hadn't produced a finished product, outsiders saw this as a failure. Many at Nanheim Martial Arts University couldn't understand it. Is he too obsessed? Some instructors even expressed this privately. If it were anyone else, many instructors would have criticized them long ago. But Suja's status at Nanheim Martial Arts University was different. Plus, he hadn't hidden the fact about the 6th grade beast meat from many instructors. Many instructors had benefited to some extent. Forget it. It'll be over once he uses up all his materials. Finally, Su Xingyan spoke directly. He was very clear about how much material Suja had bought. After all, it was purchased through Nanheim Martial Arts University. Even many people had asked him if Suja was going to refine a batch of purple spirit pills. In a certain sense, Su Xingyan had taken the blame for Suja. The reason the materials could be collected so quickly also had a lot to do with Su Xingyan. But Su Xingyan couldn't just let Suja do whatever he liked. After all, this is the future of the Dan Pharmacy Academy. But it is not just the future of Nanheim Martial Arts University. So even though Suja's actions are a bit willful, they can only be indulged. Just like that, more than 20 days flew by in an instant. Suja gradually found the feeling of refining the purple spirit pill. He did not care about the opinions of the outside world and remained immersed in the world of alchemy. It should be in this batch. Suja whispered. This time there were no mistakes during the entire refining process. When it was finally time to form the pill, although it was not very regular. After testing, the machine gave a rating. A low-quality purple spirit pill. Even Suja couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what the quality was, he finally managed to refine it. Although the low-quality effect is only half that of a normal purple spirit pill, it's still acceptable, taking advantage of the last few days. But unfortunately, this ability also came to an end. If I had another 10 days or half a month, I might be able to refine a top-quality purple spirit pill. He inevitably felt a bit regretful. Pills still have a quality division. The better the quality, the stronger the effect. But he should also be content. Many existence needs years to master the purple spirit pill. They even need a rich foundation in alchemy. Moreover, they usually refine 4th grade and 5th grade pills before mastering the purple spirit pill. As a result, Suja completely took a shortcut. There was no intermediate process at all. Now, after successfully refining, although he no longer had the ability of diligent alchemy, Suja could still refine ordinary grade purple spirit pills. This pill is still very useful for Suja at the moment, whether in special situations or during regular cultivation. So even if the materials and abilities came to an end, it didn't stop Suja from ordering a few more materials. Su Xingyan couldn't sit still at this moment, immediately coming to find Suja. Earlier, due to the constant pill explosions, Suja found a private alchemy room. He didn't continue refining in an outdoor environment. So Su Xingyan didn't know that Suja had successfully refined the purple spirit pill now. At this moment, Su Xingyan still believed Suja was not giving up and wanted to continue trying. Little Su, don't get lost in alchemy. Su Xingyan's first words upon rushing in were just like that. Even Suja couldn't help but show a strange expression, because this doesn't sound like something Su Xingyan would say. As the dean of the Dan Pharmacy Academy, still a high-level alchemist, to actually tell someone not to get lost in alchemy. If this got out, the dean would certainly face a storm. Suja thought about it and realized Su Xingyan's thoughts. Clearly, the dean did not trust him that much. Dean, please take a look. Suja did not hesitate, directly handing the refined purple spirit pill to Su Xingyan. Oh, what is this? Purple spirit pill. You refined it. Su Xingyan's face changed 3 times in an instant. At least Su Zhi felt that this expression was quite interesting. Counting it up, the dean was somewhat slapped in the face. The feedback from 8th grade is not to be underestimated. Dean, you know, I do have a special talent for some special pills. At a glance, I feel this purple spirit pill is fated with me. Su Zhi said seriously to Su Xingyan. At this moment, even Su Xingyan was left speechless. Because if the previous strong body pill was insignificant, then how should they talk about the purple spirit pill in front of them? Su Xingyan couldn't help but hesitate to speak. Dean, I should be considered a mid-grade alchemist now. Su Zhi continued to speak. Although he couldn't refine 4th or 5th grade pills, it didn't matter. At least he could refine the 6th grade purple spirit pill. Sure enough, as the words fell, Su Xingyan's eyes brightened unexpectedly. Because Su Zhi could indeed be considered one. At least he could help Nanhai Martial Arts University gain some resources again. I didn't expect to teach so many people and still not become a middle-grade alchemist. But you, relying on some unknown methods, have succeeded. Su Xingyan couldn't help but sigh in amazement in the end. He had no intention of probing into Su Zhi's secret. After all, from a certain perspective, the more secrets Su Zhi had, the better. This world, occasionally taking some shortcuts isn't bad, Su Zhi said nonchalantly. Next, he proceeded to buy materials for the Xiling Dan without being stopped by Su Xingyan. In fact, Su Xingyan even specially used personal channels to help him buy some. The price turned out to be quite a bit cheaper. A few days later, looking at a bottle containing about 10 Xiling Dan, even Su Zhi couldn't help but be moved. In total, he had spent 80 million spiritual stones. Most of it ended in failure. This ability is quite good, but costs a bit too much. Su Zhi couldn't help but voice his feelings. One must know that just for a 6th grade pill, it costs so many spiritual stones. He couldn't imagine how much it would cost to refine a 7th grade pill. Perhaps just the materials alone would require several 100 million spiritual stones. He wasn't wealthy to that extent yet. Currently, Su Zhi's savings in spiritual stones were running low. A fortune like the previous monster meat wasn't easy to come by again. Even if luck came again, it wouldn't guarantee finding a 6th grade beast. It's time to draw the next ability. At this moment, Su Zhi didn't forget that a new month meant drawing new abilities. Now, no matter what ability he faced, he could accept it. There might even be some unknown discoveries that could shine. Not every talent is useless. Soon, a 3-colored light continuously shone. The more colors emitted, the higher the level of the ability represented. Although 3 colors are not as high as the previous 5 colors, it was still quite good. Draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining a friend binding experience card. You can bind a close person to gain their cultivation insights for 1 month. Limited time, 1 month. Even Su Zhi didn't expect such a special ability to appear this time. It turned out to be binding someone's cultivation. Theoretically, if he could bind someone of 9th grade or above, then he would gain insights from that person for 1 month. Of course, theories are just theories, and there are friend restrictions. Su Zhi immediately thought of Su Xingyan. There was no other choice. Among the people he knew, the dean was the closest and the highest in cultivation. Although the dean was not in seclusion now, he must be maintaining daily cultivation. So he was the best choice. Su Xingyan, initial stage, 8th grade warrior. Do you want to bind? Quickly, as Su Zhi made his choice, a prompt appeared. Even Su Zhi didn't expect that the dean had secretly reached 8th grade cultivation. Many people only recognized him as 7th grade. But soon Su Zhi felt more happy, because binding with an 8th grade warrior for 1 month would provide feedback on cultivation and insights. Bind, without a hint of hesitation, or else a moment of hesitation would be disrespectful to the dean. At that moment, Su Xingyan felt a chill down his back. He felt as if someone was keeping an eye on him. At first, he thought of Su Zhi, but quickly shook his head, because Su Zhi had never caused him any trouble, even a matter of alchemy, while it pained him a bit. But in the end, it all turned out well. On the other side, after Su Zhi finished binding Su Xingyan, he could clearly feel a force pushing his cultivation growth. The cultivation at the early 6th rank began to grow continuously. Indeed, the feedback from the 8th rank cannot be underestimated. Su Zhi couldn't help but exclaim. Taking advantage of this feedback, it's possible that his cultivation could reach the mid-6th rank in a month. And this was without Su Xingyan closing his doors to meditate. If he were to enter seclusion, the feedback would definitely be even more astonishing. However, Su Xingyan's will is not something he could decide, so he did not push for anything. In the following days, Su Zhi took this opportunity to enter seclusion. Nanhai Base. Although Su Zhi had quietly left, many people in Nanhai regretted his departure. But many in Nanhai would not forget this Governor Su Zhi. The successor was an ordinary 4th rank instructor from Nanhai Martial Arts University named Yan Jingxing. After quite some time, Nanhai Martial Arts University finally chose such a candidate. This successor did not plan to get too involved in the development of Nanhai Base. He still followed the order set by Suja before. But not every successor is as resigned as Suja wanted. This fourth-rank instructor, Yin Zhengxing from Nanhai Martial Arts University, wanted to return to Nanhai. So his thought was simple. That is to form a good relationship with Suja. Now that he was in a decent position at Nanhai Martial Arts University, he had heard quite a bit. Next was the rumor that Suja had already stepped into the 6th rank. Suja's journey is truly legendary. Yin Jingxing couldn't help but silently admire. This year, he was already approaching 50 years of age. At this age, it was quite awkward, which is why he was selected here. Nanhai Base. A long time ago, he had also heard of Suja's name, but at that time, he did not pay much attention. Later, when he heard Suja's name again, it was when the latter had already stepped into the 3rd rank. At that time, he still saw him as an equal being, because he was older, while Suja was only at the 3rd rank but had great potential. However, the subsequent news about Suja left him somewhat numb, because Suja had unknowingly walked a very long way. He had even reached a point where he could only look up. Now, Yin Zhengxing had to rely on someone else to lend a hand. He didn't believe that Suja wasn't paying attention to the matters of Nanhai Base. In addition, he had encouraged his wife to interact more with that teacher Shun. Because of her identity at Nanhai Martial Arts University, the interactions were quite easy. Plus, Yin Zhengxing had let his wife not hide her identity. There was nothing to hide. If anyone wanted to investigate, they could find out easily. Shun Qingyan, after Suja became the governor of Nanhai, could no longer hide her identity. This unintentionally led her to have quite a few more friends. They were all from the circles of strong women at Nanhai Base. Of course, with Shun Qingyan's status, these women were more centered around her. For Shun Qingyan, this was a new and interesting experience. She had also asked Suja for his opinion. It's okay to interact a little. Suja indeed replied to Shun Qingyan. Shun Qingyan was now at the 2nd rank. She no longer looked down on the talented, mainly because Shun Qingyan truly had few friends. Moreover, with her current power and status, it was not a problem to suppress one Nanhai Base. And while serving as the governor of Nanhai, these people were also quite decent. Additionally, Shun Qingyan and others at Nanhai Base enjoyed many conveniences in their connections. For instance, if Shun Qingyan wanted to buy some pills, she could get better prices through these people. In fact, the prices were not a big deal for Shun Qingyan at present. What mattered more was resource exchange. Many martial artists at Nanhai Base were indeed of lower ranks. But Nanhai Base's college entrance examination, many of the admitted students in the college entrance exam have a lot of connections with these people. Over the years, these martial artists have accumulated quite a few good things. For example, this time Suja had someone bring him a powerful body-strengthening elixir. This is a 3rd-tier elixir, a popular potion in the Great Xia. Almost none are found at the South Sea Base. Unlike Shun Qingyan, who suddenly had several bottles of it. Not only can she not use them all, but she can also use them to do some favors for others. Finally, I've made it to the 2nd tier. With the help of many resources, Shun Qingyan's breakthrough was even faster than expected. Of course, Suja's previous martial arts insights also had some effects. After stepping into the 2nd tier, Shun Qingyan's goal was naturally set on the 3rd tier. With Suja's changes, the entire family also underwent changes. Shun Qingyan was also changing, and this change was quite significant. At least her desire for martial arts was reignited. Suja actually knew about some of Shun Qingyan's changes. After all, he often talked with Su's mother and daughter. He mostly agreed with these changes. To be honest, the South Sea Base was still too small. In the whole Great Xia, it was actually quite unnoticeable. Even if Shun Qingyan tried, she couldn't stir up much commotion. Suja did not pay much attention to the South Sea Base. As for that successor, Yin Zhengxing, he had inquired about him as well. He even added him as a friend because of his relationship with his wife. However, Suja currently did not plan to make much contact. He decided to observe for now. Right now, Yin Zhengxing had requests for him. He wanted to intervene in replacing someone at the South Sea Base, which was quite simple given his current status. But he couldn't just change people easily. Suja was not very conflicted about matters of the South Sea Base. Taking advantage of this time, he resolved to focus on cultivation. Originally, because of last month's alchemy, his mental strength had been strengthened considerably. With this time's cultivation breakthrough, he had a great chance of reaching the mid-6th tier. In fact, it was just as Suja thought. In just 20 days, he successfully broke through. Thank you, Dean, for a brief meditation session. Even Suja couldn't help but express his gratitude. Maybe the Dean was relatively free this month. After all, last month he had lectures, so he must have set aside some time for these people to digest information. Then he could continue teaching. Plus, the principal hadn't emerged from his retreat yet. A brief meditation is understandable. It was precisely because of this brief meditation that Suja received more feedback. He stepped in the mid-6th tier in one go. It's a pity that the dean's retreat only lasted a few days. Suja couldn't help but say softly again, understanding 8th tier cultivation insights would not be an ordinary benefit for him, who is only at the 6th tier now, especially with this friend-binding ability. It allowed cultivation insights to be fed back directly into himself. Basically, the infusion came with a lot of understanding. Suja's breakthrough was not that simple. At least for stepping into high-tier paths later, this was also quite beneficial. After breaking through, although the feedback was a bit less, it had not ended. However, Suja didn't need to continue meditating. Inevitably, he began to pay attention to recent events in Great Xia, mainly because Great Xia had been quite lively lately. After all, when the talent ranking was released, the entire Great Xia was very focused, especially on those top-ranked talents. Su Jilin from Jiangnan Martial Arts University tops the 3rd tier rankings. Liu Xiaotian from Beijing Martial Arts University ranks in the top 10 of the 4th tier. Pei Qingyu from Chengdu Martial Arts University sweeps all martial arts universities in Central Plains at the 6th tier. Suja was more like joining the excitement, while also taking a look at these talents' fighting styles. Let's see if we can gain some experience. As for the South Sea Martial Arts University, it is currently unaffected by the talent rankings. There's nothing to be done. Who made South Sea Martial Arts University such an obscure existence among all martial arts universities? Even many people from the Great Xia focus on the top talents. Although some from South Sea Martial Arts University made the list, their rankings are very low. Today, if a talent does not enter the top 100, they receive no attention at all. Unless they wait until the rankings stabilize, then it's possible to notice the talents ranked lower. It can be said that the rankings of the talent list are about 80% accurate. At least many of the talent strengths are indeed valid. The remaining talents have some discrepancies in strength, not ranking as high as one might imagine. However, they still remain stable in the top 100 of the talent list. This Pei Qingyu is worth paying attention to. Suja is quite focused on this talent from the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, because, in a way, they are from the same era. Of course, the other party is famous throughout the Great Xia. As for him, he is quite obscure across the Great Xia. However, he barely has some fame in the southern borders. Before this time, Suja was only at the 5th grade strength. Looking across the southern borders, there truly are not many martial artists at the 5th grade. So, there isn't much to say about it. Suja's heart doesn't hold any comparative thoughts, because in a short time, he stepped into the 6th grade. Who knows, perhaps he will step into higher grades even faster than this talent. He really does not place this talent in his eyes. Now he is pursuing even more, still above the 9th grade. Especially as time goes by, Suja's confidence grows stronger. Just when Suja's thoughts were flying, an urgent message suddenly popped up from the South Sea Martial Arts University app. 2nd year, student trapped on the battlefield of 10,000 races. All mentors who are not in closed-door training have entered the battlefield of 10,000 races to protect student retreat. Even Suja couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Moreover, if he remembers correctly, then Songqing is also a senior. This incident is mainly because South Sea Martial Arts University usually allows 2nd-year students to have initial exposure to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Of course, it's just a slight exposure since the students aren't even martial artists yet. South Sea Martial Arts University does not train so many students to send them to die. Under normal circumstances, it is to let mentors and the Great Xia Army help guide many students around the outer regions of the South Sea Stronghold. Back in the day, Suja also had such an experience. At that time, he was quite nervous as he just came into contact with the battlefield of 10,000 races. Gradually, he got used to the battlefield of 10,000 races and gained the qualification to enter after becoming a martial artist. This approach has continued at South Sea Martial Arts University for 20 years without any accidental situation occurring before. However, now an unexpected situation has arisen. Even Suja feels strange about how the 2nd-year students got trapped this time. Whatever the case, he still immediately took action. There's not much ability to strike with high grades, so more actions come from below high grades. As a 6th grade, he should be considered quite top tier in combat strength. Besides, he couldn't remain indifferent because of Songqing. Suja arrives. He is not disappointed. On the South Sea battlefield, many students from South Sea Martial Arts University show faces filled with terror. They never expected that an ordinary school activity could be so perilous. It turns out that many mentors and a team of Great Xia soldiers had just led students out of the South Sea stronghold for a short time. They encountered an attack from the wild race. Moreover, this attack, it felt more like a premeditated kind. because this place is relatively close to the South China Sea stronghold. A large group of Wilderness Clan was clearly very abnormal, but they just happened to encounter it. Even though every class of students has careful arrangements for their first experience on the South China Sea battlefield. Whether from the South China Sea Martial Arts University or the dantian military, there are many experts. However, this time, the number of mid-level warriors dispatched by the Wilderness Clan was more than expected. Besides, because of the large number of students, some forces had to be separated to block the impact of the aftermath. The power of mid-level warriors could definitely influence the battlefield. Many students weren't even warriors, so being slightly affected could be dangerous. In such a situation, the mentors from the South China Sea Martial Arts University and the dantian military were feeling very uncomfortable. We won't have any problems, right? Here is quite close to the South China Sea stronghold. We should just hold on a little longer. It should be fine. Some students were also discussing, but one could hear the fear in their words. They were stuttering a bit when speaking, but this was very normal. Many students had never seen such a scene. Although they had seen some great battles in videos, the experience in person was completely different. Among the students present, there were probably very few who could stay calm. Song Qing was one of the calmer ones. Because of bearing family burdens from a young age, his character was quite strong. But the tightly clenched fists also proved that his heart was not at peace. Although before, many students knew that the battlefield was very cruel. They never expected it to be so dangerous. Not good. At that moment, a student exclaimed. It turned out that a defense line had a vulnerability. A mid-level warrior of the Wilderness Clan had broken through. Even though a mentor from the South China Sea Martial Arts University tried to block it, the problem was they were very close. This distance was already enough for the mid-level warrior to threaten them. This also made the mentor from the South China Sea Martial Arts University feel restricted. Clearly stronger than the opponent, but feeling very constrained in the fight. At the same time, many students' hearts had risen to their throats. There were at least over 1,000 students in the sophomore year at the South China Sea Martial Arts University. This was after eliminating a portion of people. Otherwise, there would be even more. For the South China Sea Martial Arts University, while they needed to train some elites, they couldn't accept too few in number. However, after this bad news, another wave of bad news followed. That was the powerful members of the Wilderness Clan were constantly breaking through the temporary defense lines set up by many mentors. Even just 10 minutes later, a Wilderness Clan warrior, disregarding the injuries on himself, rushed straight in front of the students, launching a blood energy attack. The first target was aimed directly at these students. These Wilderness Clan warriors clearly knew. Their goal this time was more focused on these future potential stocks from the South China Sea Martial Arts University. Seeing this scene, many mentors and powerful members of the dantian army couldn't help but look frantic. Fortunately, at this moment, the first batch of reinforcements from the South China Sea stronghold had just arrived. Several 6th-grade warriors made their move, blocking this attack. The South China Sea stronghold quickly moved upon receiving news that something had happened at the South China Sea Martial Arts University. They even acted earlier than Su Zhe and others. Theoretically, the high-level warriors could indeed intervene. But the high-level forces from the South China Sea stronghold did not dare to act rashly, because no one knew whether the Wilderness Clan had other means hidden behind this. So, they definitely couldn't mobilize all their forces. The students of Nanheim Martial Arts University are important, but their importance cannot surpass that of the Nanhai base. Even when combined, these students are not worth as much as a 7th-grade warrior. There's no way around it. Over 1,000 students may seem like a lot. In reality, how long it will take for them to grow is still unknown. And how many strong warriors these students can produce is still a question. Based on the experiences of some students from Nanhai Martial Arts University in previous years, there really needs to be a question mark. However, many of the military from the dantian at the Nanhai base are unaware. This batch of students has taken a lot of effort from Nanhai Martial Arts University. Not to mention that some talents were recruited, but also resources were invested at several times the previous amount. If this batch of students suffers losses, it will inevitably be a significant loss for Nanhai Martial Arts University. Moreover, a whole academic year without students will surely cause a huge stir in dantian. At least, no martial arts university has experienced such a thing before. Su Zhe himself is at the mid-level of the 6th grade and reacted almost instantly. Plus, he had refined quite a few purple spirit pills earlier, which are now useful for recovery. Under full-speed travel, he was only slightly delayed compared to the reinforcements sent from the Nanhai base. After all, these reinforcements from the Nanhai base had to reserve some strength for battle. It was impossible to throw all their power into the journey, affecting their combat readiness. After all, not every mid-grade warrior is as wealthy as Su Zhe. Using a purple spirit pill just for traveling costs several million spirit stones. Suja's arrival instantly attracted a lot of attention. The reason is simple. It is because Suja emits an aura that is unusually strong. His cultivation at the mid-level of the 6th grade, combined with his combat power, is not weak at all. He could be comparable to the ordinary 6th grade late-stage warriors. Even against a pinnacle 6th grade warrior, he would still have a chance to fight. As long as no high-grade warriors appear, Suja is currently the strongest combat force on the battlefield. In addition, he is currently linked with Su Xingyan's cultivation insights and feedback. With this feedback, he can maintain a state of extraordinary performance. People from Nanhai Martial Arts University can still recognize Suja's identity. After all, Suja was quite legendary back then. However, although many have heard of Suja's reputation, very few have actually seen him take action, including Song Qing, although he had seen Suja in action before. The problem is that the strength during that time is not the same as now. The difference is significant. Even at this critical time, many students still hold expectations towards Suja. Frenzied God Sword Technique. Suja's performance similarly did not disappoint the many students. In a full state, each wave of his sword light could take down a group of 4th and 5th grade warriors. Even ordinary 6th grade warriors would be severely injured under Suja's full-strength attack. This time the Wilderness Clan's attack was clearly coming with the intent to die. So, even though some 6th grade warriors were sent, they were all average 6th grade ones. It is quite evident that even the Wilderness Clan would not send out their top 6th grade talents. But it is also understandable. The location is too close to the Nanhai base. Plus, these 6th grade warriors of the Wilderness Clan show some signs of weakening. Or perhaps they are nearing the end of their lifespan. For the Wilderness Clan, being able to take away some students and mid-grade warriors is already a blood profit. In a certain sense, those warriors from the Wilderness Clan coming to attack can be described as death warriors. Suja's terror. The low-profile Song Qing. It seems they have realized that Suja is a proud warrior. Many of the 6th grade warriors from the Wilderness Clan surrounded him, even abandoning numerous students. It was obvious that they recognized Suja's value. If they could kill Suja, it would be far more useful than any student. You want to kill me? Suja's face was cold as he whispered, his words laced with mockery. These 6th rank beings really overestimated themselves. He was not an ordinary 6th rank anymore. If these wild tribesmen had been at their peak strength, they might have had a chance. But now, with their energy exhausted, there was not a bit of possibility. Boom! The entire area seemed to be engulfed in flames. Countless sword lights transformed into the early form of a sword realm. It enveloped all the 6th rank wild tribesmen who were attacking Suja. This was Suja's sword intent cage, an extension and control of sword intent after his spiritual power surged. Of course, it also had the benefit of insights from Dean Su Xingyan. Although he specialized in weapons other than swords, many principles were interchangeable. In a fleeting moment, several 6th rank attackers fell one after another. They didn't even have a chance to self-destruct. Many onlookers showed shocked expressions upon witnessing this scene. This Tutor Su is terrifying. Killing 6th ranks, is this easy? He isn't even on the talent ranking list. How powerful must those who are on the talent ranking list be? Many students were left stupefied, even forgetting their fear and starting to discuss. But as Suja joined the battlefield, the change in the situation was clearly noticeable. Though there had been some reinforcements, the battle had mostly been stalemated. As time passed, more support from Nanhai Martial Arts University arrived. They all joined the fray. Of course, the instructors also witnessed Suja's exaggerated combat power. As Suja's strength reached this level, it was inevitable for them to feel emotional about it. In less than 2 years, he was able to kill 6th rank opponents so easily. Some instructors even began to doubt themselves. Besides that, many were also curious about what kind of talent Suja had awakened. The school had announced Suja's latent awakening before, but what exactly he had awakened remained unknown. Many only speculated, but didn't think too deeply. Generally, when someone awakens, there is a period of explosive power. Although Suja's progress was astonishing, it could still be accepted. However, now it felt a bit hard to accept, mainly because Suja's strength was too unexpected. As the tide turned, the mid-tier wild tribesmen began to self-destruct. These men were already destined to die. Their goal was to exhaust the living forces of the Nanhai base. Now that they were at a dead end, they wouldn't hold back. Boom! One after another, explosions echoed through the area. Despite the earlier warnings, some warriors still couldn't avoid injuries, especially since many warriors were trying to shield students from the backlash. Even Suja's clothes were torn in places. Although he could dodge this one attack, the students and the lower-ranked warriors could not. They had to take it head-on. Of course, Suja could not block every self-detonation. He could only withstand some of the 6th rank explosions. This led to the fall of several warriors as well. Fortunately, after these explosions, it marked the end of this event. For many students, this was undoubtedly a heart-stopping experience. They felt the danger of the battlefield and the determination of the wild tribesmen to self-destruct at will. They knew that even they lacked such courage. No matter what, at least this day scene would never be forgotten by these second-year students of Mannheim Martial Arts University. After the battle ended, it was time to clean up the battlefield. All of this was left to the people of the school. Anyway, he wouldn't be treated unfairly in terms of merit. In the battlefield of all races, taking credit for others' achievements was indeed a forbidden act. At least for now, no warrior dared to touch it. At the same time, Song Qing hurriedly leaned closer to Su Jia. "Teacher Su, are you okay?" Although the title remained the same as before, it was clearly filled with more concern, considering that Song Qing's fate had been changed by Su Jia several times without his knowledge. "It's nothing." Did he get scared? Su Jia waved his hand and spoke without concern. Although there were some minor injuries, they were not serious. With the help of the purple spirit pill, he could recover in a day or two. Moreover, after fighting a battle, he actually felt even better, although it wasn't as profound as the previous experience with Su Xingyan. But in terms of coordination in his body, he was even more balanced. Their conversation did not hide anything from those around them. With Song Qing staying at Mannheim Martial Arts University due to his own abilities, there was no need to worry about favoritism. Su Jia was also indifferent to exposing their familiar relationship. This might even improve Song Qing's social connections. But not everyone is a fool. In fact, many of Song Qing's classmates were a bit surprised. That is, Song Qing seemed quite familiar with his teacher Su. Previously, Song Qing never revealed this before, because many tutors at Mannheim Martial Arts University quickly figure out the connection to Su Jia. Naturally, Song Qing couldn't stay beside Su Jia for long and return to the student group. "Song Qing, do you have a relationship with Teacher Su?" "Teacher Su is an elder of mine." Of course, Song Qing couldn't avoid some inquiries from his classmates. After answering, it drew many surprised looks. Song Qing was really too low profile. Now, Teacher Su's status in the school, even many students had heard of it, but it was quite extraordinary, including some students with tutors who knew some inside news. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Jia was likely to enter the school's higher-ups. From the fact that many tutors in the battlefield acknowledged Su Jia as their leader, it was clear. In fact, Su Jia didn't really want to be a leader. But there was no way, as his displayed strength before was too eye-catching. In the world of martial arts, strength is paramount. Su Jia could only communicate with the Daxiao army at the Nanhai base. After quickly organizing the battlefield and sending the students back to the Nanhai base, most people on site sighed in relief, especially the warriors who had led many students out. These people felt the most pressure. Moreover, many warriors had also fallen this time. Now, what these people wanted the most was undoubtedly to return safely. Su Jia did not stay much longer on the battlefield of all races. He took the students back to Mannheim Martial Arts University. Compared to the Daxiao army, the tutors of the Martial Arts University were obviously much freer. At least for going to and from the battlefield of all races, it mostly depended on personal time. Especially as their cultivation levels increased, the freedom to travel back and forth became greater. Although Su Jia also knew that there were still many doubts about this attack. For example, how did the wildland tribesmen precisely find the students of Mannheim Martial Arts University? However, this would be investigated by specialized personnel. Later, he would ask about the results to find out. For now, he was still going to take the students and the fallen teachers of Mannheim Martial Arts University back. In front of the gates of Mannheim Martial Arts University, due to this incident, at least 3 mentors had fallen. There was already a school official, Director Ma, who was responsible for the casualties and funeral waiting at the gate. Soul return, with passionate blood and ambition, to protect the human race's everlasting glory. Director Ma chanted repeatedly in his mouth. Although the voice was not loud, it precisely reached everyone's ears. In the past, Su Jia had actually heard this many times. But this time it was different, bringing a new feeling. In fact, he had long since become indifferent to life and death. In this era, even the top-tier experts are not without the risk of falling. Some battlefields were already able to accommodate beings above the 9th rank, and this required beings above the 9th rank to guard the passage. As his cultivation level increased, Su Jia also learned more about some secrets of the world. Otherwise, if he were still an ordinary person, the concept of the battlefield of all races would mean little. However, what the battlefield of all races was really like was completely unclear. While Su Jia calmly watched this scene, many students' eyes began to turn red. Among these mentors, there were quite a few familiar to the students. Some had even shielded many students from critical harm on the battlefield before, including Song Qing, who was now crying with a tear-streaked face. Suja did not say anything about this scene, because there was no need. Mainly, these students had experienced too little. However, this experience greatly tempered their will. At least it was clear that these students' auras were different now. Although many students had begun to engage in tasks against cults in their freshman year. Of course, aided by technology weapons. However, chasing cult warriors and the battlefield of all races were two different things. 3 days later, this matter calmed down. But some things would definitely not be forgotten. Suja, based on the feedback brought by President Su Xingyan, sought clarification, since there were many doubts about this matter before. Unfortunately, the school did not release any announcements. They only told the mentors to comfort the students. Su Xingyan was not surprised by Suja's arrival. After all, Suja had shown great power in the previous incident. Even Su Xingyan did not expect Suja to have improved again in such a short time. It was not that he didn't want to intervene, but during his trip to the South China Sea stronghold, he clearly felt a powerful gaze fall upon the South China Sea stronghold. If a high-ranking expert stepped out of the South China Sea stronghold, it would surely ignite a great battle in the South China Sea battlefield. Now, due to the situation regarding all races in the southern region, efforts were being made to avoid large-scale battles at the South China Sea stronghold during this time. This was also why Su Xingyan had been patient. Of course, he also did not expect the madness of the medium-tier warriors from the wild tribes this time. It had led to the fall of quite a few mentors from the South China Sea Marshall University. Dean, what exactly is going on this time? Suja asked honestly and bluntly. This time, the wild tribe sent some medium-tier warriors whose lifespan is nearing its end to attack the nearby warriors of the South China Sea stronghold. There were also quite a few issues within the South China Sea stronghold, leading to many teams' movements being exposed. And so many medium-tier wild tribe warriors approached without the South China Sea stronghold's alarm system reacting in time, which is also a significant problem. Su Xingyan did not hesitate to speak and basically recounted the entire situation. Although on the surface it seemed like an unexpected incident, in reality, the exposed issues were more than one could imagine. Previously, the southern region had suspected cult warriors had infiltrated the battlefield of all races. Now this was confirmed, because this time it was clearly the work of cult warriors. In addition to the students of the South China Sea Marshall University being attacked, many warriors also suffered attacks. Especially these teams of warriors, they are not as powerful as the mentors from the South Sea Martial Arts University. As a result, this time, 2,000 or 3,000 warriors have fallen. There are warriors from low grade to high grade, and this is not a small loss for the South Sea base. Even the entire South Sea base, including the Great Xia Army, has only a few 100,000 warriors. In the previous few battles, many warriors have already been lost. This time, they were ambushed again. Even the South Sea base can't withstand such losses. Even Su Xingyan couldn't help but feel angry while speaking. Suja also slightly furrowed his brow. Recently, the South Sea battlefield indeed looks a bit grim. However, this is also related to the overall situation in the Southern Territory, where one action can affect everything. Of course, this definitely won't last. It depends on the follow-up actions. For him, the main focus right now is still on strengthening his own power. Unfortunately, this dean won't be able to enter closed-door training for a while. Such a big event happening in the South Sea, the next period of time will surely be very busy. It just depends on how the Southern Territory will respond. In this battle, Suja has also gained a bit of fame on the entire South Sea battlefield. At least many people from the South Sea base know that there is a strong 6th grade warrior from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Although compared to some of the top 6th graders, his fame is still quite lacking. However, Suja doesn't care, because fame can't fill his stomach. The foundation of everything is still strength. Suja didn't waste too much time with the dean. After all, it isn't easy for him either. A few days later, the time for the ability binding with his friend had also passed. A new month has finally arrived. I hope for an ability that can help with mental power or cultivation. Suja couldn't help but whisper, his voice filled with longing. Originally, he wasn't in such a hurry. After all, training has to be done step by step. However, what happened this time? Although Suja had long since become indifferent to life and death, it brought him a sense of urgency. A 6th grade strength might be considered good in the Great Xia, but sadly, it isn't even high grade, so it's far from mastering the battlefield. In such a situation, even Suja couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He felt that if he had a good talent ability, it wouldn't be impossible to progress quickly. Suja's gaze couldn't help but fall on the ability wheel. The wheel spun continuously until it finally stopped at a 6-colored light. After seeing this, Suja's eyes lit up, because this light represents the best ability that has ever appeared so far. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have received a Killing Path experience card. Through killing living beings, you can gain insights into cultivation, valid for 1 month. Suja let out a sigh of relief when he saw this ability. It's important to know that the abilities drawn are not guaranteed to be useful. Even some abilities that do not help cultivation exist. But he didn't expect this time to actually get a god-level ability. Killing to become stronger. It can be said that this ability is very powerful. In theory, during this month, as long as Suja kills enough beings, he'll be able to grow stronger. How much stronger will depend on the enhancements brought by killing. And it's obviously an all-around enhancement. This is currently the most straightforward ability Suja has drawn to improve his cultivation. After obtaining this ability, Suja naturally doesn't want to waste any more time, as it would delay his progress. What he wants most now is undoubtedly to appear on the South Sea battlefield. He directly sent Su Xingyin a message. Suja then headed to the Wanzhou battlefield, slaughtering thousands of alien races. Midstage 6th grade. Dean's office. It is estimated that Su Xiaozi can't swallow this breath. Su Xingyin saw the message sent by Suja and couldn't help but sigh lightly. He did not know that Suja aimed to become stronger for himself. Instead, he thought Suja intended to take revenge for the mentors of Nanheim Martial Arts University who had passed away. After all, without the top ranks being deployed, only those of the 6th rank could take action. Once he entered the Nanheim battlefield, Suja was already familiar with it. There were also quite a few people who knew Suja. Now Suja was a remarkable existence of the 6th rank, which certainly sparked a lot of discussion. Why is he back on the battlefield again? Could it be to take revenge for the previous events at Nanheim Martial Arts University? Very likely. Many people's thoughts were the same as Su Xingyin's. They all thought tutor Su chose the battlefield to vent his anger. This sensitive timing led to the quick spread of this news. Especially many students from Nanheim Martial Arts University were feeling quite repressed. But now, Suja's action had brightened up their spirits. Unknowingly, Suja gained the support of many from Nanheim Martial Arts University. Of course, within the Nanhai stronghold, Suja's reputation was also good. Outside the Nanhai stronghold, he was unaware of the uproar he had caused by stepping onto the battlefield this time. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Suja himself did not pay much attention to others' opinions. When Godao first came out, he was not spared from criticism by other martial artists, who let martial artists promote the idea of being bloodthirsty and courageous before. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the previous promotions, but each martial artist's path was different. When Suja needed to kill, he would not hold back in the slightest. Just like now. Because before, the Nanhai stronghold had been ambushed, many martial artists were resting in the stronghold these days. There weren't many teams moving out of the vicinity of the Nanhai stronghold. Most of the battlefield area had been occupied by the Wasteland tribe. The people of the Wasteland tribe were not foolish. They would also seize the opportunity to plunder some resources while the Nanhai stronghold's martial artists were in retreat. So, shortly after leaving the Nanhai stronghold, Suja encountered a group of warriors from the Wasteland tribe. The leader of the Wasteland tribe was only of the 2nd rank. 2nd rank? Suja couldn't help but frown slightly. This location was not far from the Nanhai stronghold at all. Yet a 2nd rank existence from the Wasteland tribe dared to get so close. They really did not take Nanhai seriously. Without hesitation, Suja directly struck down this group of Wasteland warriors with one blow. After finishing off this group of warriors, he could clearly feel a warm flow passing through his body. Even his cultivation level had slightly increased. Although it was just a little, it was already enough for Suja. Moreover, it was obvious that there were quite a few differences in the enhancements brought about by the 1st rank and 2nd rank. It could be confirmed that the strengthening effects differed between the Wasteland tribe members of different ranks. The higher the rank, the more intense the strengthening effect. Next, Suja began to eliminate these Wasteland tribe members one after another, taking advantage of the fact that these low-rank warriors from the Wasteland tribe had not reacted yet. In just 1 day's time, more than 200 Wasteland tribe members fell at Suja's hands. The enhancements he gained also allowed his cultivation to strengthen significantly. Reaching late 6th rank is definitely not a problem. Even hitting the peak of 6th rank isn't out of reach. Suja couldn't help but whisper softly, his words carrying quite a bit of eagerness. Previously, he had planned to spend more time at the 6th rank. But one top-quality ability could change everything. Unfortunately, in just 1 day's time, the Wasteland tribe members had clearly become more alert. While killing, Suja also did not forget to pick up some gains, because these people from the Wilderness tribe are close to the South Sea base. So Suja simply returned to the South Sea base to rest, and immediately cleaned out his space bag. Even this time, Suja specially bought a few more space bags. This time, the killings will certainly not be few. As for the Spirit Stones, it can naturally replenish a wave. Due to recent attacks by the Wilderness tribe, many people at the South Sea base did not go out of the city. Many martial artists chose to cultivate at the South Sea base. It's not that they don't want to return a blue star, but the spirit energy on the battlefield is quite rich. Many martial artists are accustomed to the environment of the 10,000 races battlefield. Moreover, most of the martial artists in the South Sea battlefield currently come from the Great Xia Army. In terms of high-level strong fighters, it is actually equal between the Great Xia Army and South Sea Martial Arts University. Only a small portion are free martial artists. These martial artists come from hunting groups and martial arts academies, etc. They all come to the battlefield to seek a share of resources. After all, some relatively younger free martial artists also have ideas for improvement. Of course, these free martial artists can survive on the battlefield. Naturally, they have their own way of making a living. However, not all free martial artists dare to choose to come to the battlefield. For example, Suja's father-in-law finds dealing with a mutated beast his limit. This is understandable. Not everyone has the courage to step onto the 10,000 races battlefield. For low-level martial artists, the 10,000 races battlefield can also be described as a meat grinder. Especially when encountering large battles, low-level martial artists really face life and death. Of course, different martial artists make different choices. Everyone has their own way. At this moment, many martial artists watched Suja exchange his items for merit, and discussions were not few. How many wilderness tribe did he kill? This one is really powerful, even with a 6th grade cultivation. At least those who dare to walk outside the South Sea base now are not ordinary brave. Isn't it rumored that Suji used to hide during his martial artist days? If he didn't hide, then how did he achieve his current cultivation? Many martial artists whispered and debated, of course after Suja had left. They wouldn't dare to discuss in front of a 6th grade martial artist. Respect is still necessary. Of course, the discussion was mostly about admiration for Suja, including some previous comments that also reversed. One can only say that a person's impression can change in an instant. When Suja was weaker before, some acquaintances felt that he was a bit cowardly. However, now that Suja has taken the initiative to strike, many people's views have changed. In reality, they did not know. Although he has the ability to kill, to gain power, Suja is not brainlessly attacking. There have indeed been some issues at the South Sea base during this time, but it is not certain that the Wilderness Tribe wants to take this time to attack. Suja is also aware that the Wilderness Tribe may have made contact with other battlefields. However, the Wilderness Tribe also has its selfish motives, surely not wanting to lose too many of their kind. Instead, they want to wait and see how other battlefield races react. Moreover, the South Sea battlefield currently cannot accommodate 9th grade existences to make a move. In fact, the real battle has not fully started yet. At present, both sides are still in a state of attrition. The high level of the Wilderness Tribe would not easily break their tacit understanding to attack low-level fighters. Furthermore, the high-level fighters of the South Sea base will also pay attention to him. The South Sea Martial Arts University has stationed quite a few high-level fighters at the South Sea base. As Suja's cultivation improved, the attention on him naturally increased. It is precisely because of this factor that Suja feels confident and fearless. Moreover, his hunts are all against beings below the 6th grade. It is virtually impossible for the Wilderness Tribe to send high-level beings to hunt him down. Of course, if it really came to that point, Suja could only escape. Although he was still some distance away from reaching the high-level rank, he could never just surrender. At the moment, his position was very close to the South Sea stronghold. Once a high-level warrior from the Wild Plains tribe attacked, the South Sea stronghold would know immediately. The detection function brought by technological power was still quite trustworthy. Since Suja entered the South Sea battlefield, he had only been doing 2 things. One thing was killing members of the Wild Plains tribe, and the other was returning to the South Sea stronghold to clean out space bags. And so he kept repeating this again and again. Even some of the warriors at the South Sea stronghold had become somewhat numb. Suja has killed at least 1,000 Wild Plains tribe members. Among them, the number of mid-level ones exceeds 200. Suja has only been in the South Sea battlefield for about 10 days. Some warriors were even shocked after counting the number of kills Suja had made. Rapidly improving. The strong return. Suja was unaware of other people's thoughts. After 10 days of killing, his cultivation finally reached the peak of mid-level rank 6. He was only a tiny bit away from reaching late-stage rank 6. But he could feel it. The number of Wild Plains tribe warriors had noticeably decreased. Clearly, these warriors had learned that a rank 6 warrior was killing them. It seems there's not much chance of reaching the peak of rank 6. Even Suja couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Because once the distance from the South Sea stronghold became too far, he couldn't act recklessly anymore. Fortunately, over the past few days, many teams of warriors from the South Sea stronghold also started to venture out to find resources. It wasn't necessary to kill members of the Wild Plains tribe. Some resources were hidden on the battlefield. They needed to search carefully. The whole battlefield was much larger than expected. And because many warriors had set out, this actually provided Suja with quite a bit of cover. Suja no longer pursued the quantity of kills, but focused on their quality. Thus, another 10 days passed. With the help of an enhanced power, Suja smoothly advanced to late-stage rank 6. It was a little slower than expected, but that couldn't be helped. One had to know that some rank 6 warriors from the Wild Plains tribe even formed teams to hunt him down. There was nothing he could do. After all, Suja's strength was not something an ordinary rank 6 could stop. Meanwhile, at the South Sea Stronghold, many warriors had also gotten used to Suja's presence as a rank 6 instructor from the South Sea Martial Arts University. Many warriors even made bets on how many Wild Plains tribe members Suja had killed this time. In the past, Suja would come and go quickly on the South Sea battlefield. Naturally, not many people noticed. However, now it was different. He had made many trips to the South Sea Stronghold, and every time, his harvest was considerable. It was hard for the many warriors not to pay attention. Even those at rank 6, their harvests might not even be 1/3 of Suja's. Since his luck had improved, Suja felt that his luck was still pretty good. Plus, his strength was not weak, so he was considered a genius-level talent. Having such a harvest was only natural. Unconsciously, Suja suddenly gained the title of Battlefield Killing God. Because in the past, unless there was a major battle, no one had hunted like Suja did. This matter moved many people from the South Sea Martial Arts University the most. Whether they were high-level warriors or students who hadn't yet stepped in the martial world, all had a lot of respect for Suja. That's because the South Sea Martial Arts University believed Suja was avenging his former mentor. Before they knew it, over 20 days had passed. For Suja, it seemed that reaching the peak of rank 6 was basically no longer possible, unless there were rows of rank 5 and rank 6 warriors in front of him, waiting for him to kill. And they would also have to be the type to surrender. Unfortunately, this is simply impossible. If a great battle could erupt, then this ability could definitely be used to its fullest. Suja occasionally had some dangerous thoughts. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. After all, when a battlefield erupts into a great battle is not something he can decide. Moreover, the start of war is not something that can be easily initiated. At least, Suja cannot afford the responsibility. He wouldn't provoke a great battle on the South Sea battlefield just for the sake of his cultivation. Although the Wilderness Tribe has strengthened their defenses, including sending special teams to hunt him down, but Suja is not someone to be trifled with. He directly led people into the beast forest. Anyway, the targets for his slaughter are not just the Wilderness Tribe. Savage beasts are also fair game, despite the fact that savage beasts organize into teams as his strength increases. Suja still feels quite confident. Even when facing a team of 6th-grade savage beasts, it's not impossible to fight back. On the contrary, within the range of the beast forest, the pursuit team of the Wilderness Tribe would be in trouble. If they conflict with savage beasts, even a 6th-grade team would find it difficult to retreat unscathed. Instead, personal action is much more convenient. Previously, Suja, using the ability of all things go smoothly, had familiarized himself with quite a bit of the beast forest area. Compared to the Wilderness Tribe, his advantage is even greater. However, Suja did not become overconfident. Anyway, when encountering savage beasts above 6th grade, he would directly keep his distance or lead them to the Wilderness Tribe's team. When encountering savage beasts below 6th grade or Wilderness Tribe members, he would decisively take action. Thus, in the last few days of his path of slaughter, Suja also gained quite a bit. Perhaps the quantity was not as high as when he stepped onto the battlefield, but the quality is still pretty good. Late peak of 6th grade, just a step away from entering the peak realm of 6th grade. Suja murmured softly, his words filled with joy. Calculating, he had never slaughtered to such a degree on the South Sea battlefield before. After the time for his path of slaughter ended, he naturally had no intention to remain on the battlefield. At least, he wanted to return to the South Sea outpost first. Outside the South Sea outpost, he had very little sense of security. Even high-quality spiritual power has its limitations. He cannot constantly pay attention to himself. South Sea outpost. Suja's return caused quite a stir. After all, a full month had passed, and news circulated quickly on the battlefield. That is, the Wilderness Tribe was hunting down Suja's mentor. They even dispatched over 100 6th-grade warriors. This news made many warriors break into a cold sweat for him. After all, one fist is no match for 4 hands. Suja has returned safely. I thought something unexpected had happened to Suja. Many warriors couldn't help but discuss and speak out. Suja, just like before, converted all his resources into merit points. although those wilderness tribe members carried a lot of items. Many of these things now he could not use at all, and there were not any precious items. This is normal. Many precious items were basically used up by himself. How could he possibly carry them onto the battlefield of 10,000 tribes? At the very least, he would keep them to prevent any unexpected situations. After exchanging numerous merit points for spirit stones, Suja did not return directly to the South Sea Martial Arts University. Although the feeling of becoming stronger through the path of slaughter is nice, he still felt a bit empty inside. But this is normal. After all, he gained cultivation using external power. If he wants to get rid of this emptiness, Suja will need to put in some work. The simplest way is to find a few sparring partners to refine his combat power. This task is very simple. He just needs to find Su Xingyan. The mentor Su has returned. Just as Suja walked to the school gate, he heard a student exclaim. Even he was quite surprised. Why has he become so highly regarded at school? Even if his strength has improved, isn't that a bit exaggerated? There are quite a few 6th-rank mentors at the school, but I haven't seen students so celebrated before. He didn't think much about it, because directly asking Dean Su Xingyan would clarify things. Thinking this way, he decided to do just that. Fortunately, Dean Su Xingyan was not in secluded training or anything. When he saw Suja, Su Xingyan had no surprise at all. Or rather, he already knew when Suja stepped into the South China base. After all, Suja is now a key focus of South China Martial Arts University. In truth, Su Xingyan didn't expect Suja to engage in such wild slaughter. The martial artists who fell to Suja's hands exceeded 3,000. This is somewhat inconsistent with the previous image of Suja. In Su Xingyan's eyes, Suja never seemed this invested in the South China battlefield. It's not that he fears the battlefield, nor is he irresponsible. Instead, Suja cares more about his own cultivation. This can't be said to be wrong. Many strong individuals in Xia pursue their cultivation even more. But this doesn't prevent these people from taking on their responsibilities when it's time to defend the battlefield. In fact, Xia hopes that the martial artists from the Martial Arts University pursue strength even more. The original intention of establishing the Martial Arts University was to hope that Xia gives birth to more strong individuals. Invincible 6th rank? The first talent. Finally willing to return from the battlefield of the 10,000 tribes. Su Xingyan spoke to Suja with no politeness whatsoever. Dean, why do I feel that the students are much more enthusiastic this time upon my return? Suja did not take offense at the dean's teasing, but instead asked in return. After his words fell, even Su Xingyan's face showed a peculiar expression. You should take a look at the school's forum. Su Xingyan slowly said. He later thought that Suja didn't seem to be such an impulsive person, but he didn't think much of it at the moment. He felt that this matter was a bit strange. Suja directly took out his phone and looked at the forum. Tutor Suja returns from the battlefield. For the fallen tutor's revenge, Tutor Suja angrily enters the South China battlefield. Frontline battle report. Tutor Suja slaughters wildly in the South China battlefield. It was the first time Suja saw so many posts about himself on the forum, because he knew that South China Martial Arts University rarely discussed anyone like this. Then Suja understood why he had such a big influence among the students. It turns out he became an impressive figure in the eyes of many students due to his path of slaughter. Even Suja couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, because he knew that his original intention was still to pursue strength improvement. However, he wouldn't say this out loud. After all, people still have a bit of vanity, and Suja couldn't escape this. Fortunately, he didn't dwell on this matter for long. Dean, I would like to ask for your help. I happen to make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Suja quickly got to the point. After his words fell, even Su Xingyan was somewhat surprised. You made a breakthrough so quickly. He remembered that Suja had only joined the 6th rank not long ago. But now he had made a breakthrough so fast. This was truly astonishing. Usually, even the most talented individuals take years at the 6th rank. Each small realm breakthrough usually takes at least a year of time. At this moment, Su Xingyan only thought that Suja had transitioned from the early to the mid-6th rank. He didn't even realize Suja had stepped into the mid-6th rank. Though previously, Suja had shown impressive strength while rescuing students from South China Martial Arts University. Suja himself could also be considered among the outstanding. Su Xingyan did not find it strange. After all, he was not present on the front lines of the battlefield. Naturally, he was unaware of Suja's specific performance in cultivation. Good. Su Xingyan, though surprised, quickly expressed his joy. If Suja's strength could become even greater, then it would undoubtedly bring him more benefits. He also understood what Suja meant. It was simply a training match. Among the 6th-grade warriors, there were indeed few who could fight against Suja. Moreover, those who were ahead in strength probably wouldn't be too many. If a great battle broke out, it would indeed be hard to stop. Suja wanted a sparring partner, and he could only seek some high-grade existence. so he could only look for himself. Soon they both went to the training ground, and Suja did not hesitate to attack the dean directly. The peak cultivation of the late 6th grade was fully displayed. Almost at the peak of the 6th grade. How did you cultivate this? Su Xingyan was undoubtedly once again in shock. In such a short time, Suja was about to complete the path of the 6th grade. Talent contributes a lot to cultivation. Suja rarely explained during this moment. After all, his superpower refresh was indeed a unique talent awakening. Saying this was not wrong. In that instant, even Su Xingyan's face showed quite a bit of envy. Among these talents or physiques that helped in cultivation, they were undoubtedly the most enviable. He should have thought that Suja belonged to this kind. After all, Suja's speed of strength improvement was indeed somewhat astonishing. But if there was a talent bonus, everything would seem reasonable. As the battle continued, Suja could clearly feel his cultivation becoming more solid. After that, once every 2 days, Suja sought out Su Xingyan, solidifying his rapid improvement in cultivation. Su Xingyan became more and more astonished. Suja's displayed strength was somewhat incredible. Among all the 6th graders in the school, there might be no opponent for Suja. At least for now, there was definitely no problem with Suja making it to the top 100 of the 6th grade talent list. Su kid, how about competing for a ranking on the talent list? Consider it a way to fight for resources for the school. And also, you might as well take the exam for a mid-grade alchemist status. Su Xingyan directly voiced his thoughts. He suddenly thought that Suja had 2 sources of resources. There was no need to say much about strength. As for mid-grade alchemist, even though Suja only knew how to refine the purple spirit pill, others were unaware, and the examination only required the refining of one kind of pill. So obtaining a mid-grade alchemist status was completely not a problem. After thinking of this, Su Xingyan looked at Suja with even more sparkling eyes. 2 sources of resources were quite a lot. Especially, the Great Xia could potentially provide resources based on the talent list ranking and the number of alchemists. Ranking in the top 100 of the talent list and having a 6th grade alchemist status. Combined resources might even be more than that of a high grade. At least for the South Sea Martial Arts University, it would definitely be considered quite a lot. Dean, there is no rush for this matter. There are still a few months left. Seeing the dean's gaze, Suja could not help but softly say. After all, almost a year had passed. After all, he returned to the South Sea Martial Arts University after the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Unknowingly, half a year had passed just like that. The identity certification was not urgent. After all, there was still a long way to go. By the way, that talented person from Jindu Martial Arts University, Pei Qingyu, is about to arrive in the southern region. Su Xingyan remembered something because of the talent list and spoke up. Suja, the talent, had previously swept through all the 6th grade talents of the northern martial arts universities. Among them were not a few outstanding students from the Great Siam Military School. The momentum has reached a peak. The top talent of the 6th rank, the first person below the high rank, and so on. This talent carries numerous titles. It could be said that countless people in the entire Great Xia are aware of this Pei Qingyu. Of course, not everyone feels this way. For example, many martial arts universities have become stepping stones for Pei Qingyu. This is something many martial arts universities cannot accept. No martial arts university is willing to be a stepping stone. Pei Qingyu, Suja whispered softly. This time, our South Sea Martial Arts University will probably lose face. However, having so many martial arts universities around is not too bad. Su Xingyan's voice continued to speak out. In his words, there was indeed a lot of helplessness. But in terms of strength, they truly cannot compare, and there is nothing they can do. Even though Suja has made rapid progress during this time, he still cannot match up. Fortunately, Su Xingyan is not too concerned about it. Moreover, he believes that as time passes, Suja's strength will definitely surpass Pei Qingyu. At least he has a lot of confidence in Suja. Sweeping across the southern region, an incredibly arrogant talent. The talent Pei Qingyu from the Capital Martial Arts University is not just generally confident. He has long set his plans. The meaning is already very clear, which is that he will not fail. No other martial arts university talents have the strength to stop his journey. He has previously swept through all the northern martial arts universities, proving Pei Qingyu's strength as a talent. Earlier, the 6th-ranked talent from Exina Martial Arts University, Dai Qing, showed no fear of Pei Qingyu. Dai Qing is not simple either, ranking 5th on the 6th-ranked talent list. Although he did not have the same sweeping achievements in the north as Pei Qingyu, he has defeated one after another with his iron fists. He has gained quite a reputation throughout the southern region. After the talent list was opened, he also welcomed many challengers. However, no one could secure a place on the talent list. Therefore, Dai Qing also has considerable fame in the whole Great Xia. After all, among the 6 talent lists, the 6th rank receives the most attention undoubtedly. If the 6th rank can progress further, then it would be the high rank. Basically, anyone who can reach the talent list is likely to step into the high rank. Every existence in the high rank can govern a region. Perhaps those on the talent list will become mighty figures that shake the great Xia in the future. This battle of talents also attracted the attention of many people, as Daiqing is currently the most likely person in the southern region to stop Pei Qingyu. The capital martial arts university created momentum for Pei Qingyu. They even specially built a live streaming room on their official website. Many people from the Great Xia can enter the live room to watch Pei Qingyu's performance, including some previous battle videos of talents, which can also be replayed. It must be said that this move is a sharp stick to many martial arts universities. Unknowingly, half a month has passed since Su Zhe left the South Sea battlefield. During this time, he has also stabilized his cultivation. He can now consider stepping into the peak of the 6th rank. After all, he is just a bit away from finishing the path of the 6th rank. There is no reason to stagnate. Now the 7th rank is his current target. If he can step into the 7th rank, it means entering the ranks of high-ranked warriors. Once martial arts reach the 7th rank, even the sky cannot limit his steps. Of course, crossing the threshold between the 6th and 7th ranks is also very difficult. Many talents are stuck at this step. Although the presence on the 6th rank talent list has a high chance of stepping into the high rank, it is not absolute. Su Zhe only knows that to step into the 7th rank requires his spirit power to continue changing and communicating with the world. Harness the power of heaven and earth for oneself. The importance of spiritual power undoubtedly surpasses that of vital energy. Unfortunately, it is truly not easy to enhance spiritual power. However, Su Zhe did not think too much about it, because he is currently still at the peak of the 6th rank. Only after reaching the 6th rank peak would he consider the issue of breakthroughs. It's time to draw a new ability. Su Zhe was also ready to start extracting new abilities. Even now, he does not rely on this ability. Relying on the feedback from the previous 8th rank and the foundation left from his studies, he reached the 6th rank peak in just 3 months. Therefore, Su Zhe has no great desire for the abilities he will extract next. Of course, if he could draw something that helps his strength, it would be the best. Unfortunately, he has already drawn 2 abilities related to cultivation improvement in a row. Even Su Zhe is not very confident about what he would draw next. Thus, he chose to be cautious. After all, to break through, a good ability is certainly needed. Because Su Zhe does not have high expectations for this ability draw, he can't stay calm. As expected, it was no surprise to Su Zhe that this time the ability did not act on his cultivation. Moreover, the ability he drew was merely a diamond glow. It is obvious that the ability's level is not very high. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a full attribute enhancement experience card. It can double the host's attributes in all aspects for 1 month. Even Su Zhe did not expect this would actually increase his own power. Although it is also time-limited, it is completely different from the previous increase in combat power. This directly increases physical strength and spiritual power. A sudden surge of 2-fold strength means combat power does not merely increase 2-fold, it's like colliding 500 pounds with 1,500 pounds. It's basically like hitting an egg against a rock. One could say that in terms of combat ability, Su Zhe at least increases by 5 times from the start. However, Su Zhe knows this is only temporary, but it can still help Su Zhe control more power, bring about a body change, which is a hard-won gain. Because before, Su Zhe was already prepared for drawing an ability. He is not too disappointed. Just continue to cultivate step by step, even without ability enhancement. Breaking through the 6th rank peak is not far away. Next, Su Zhe began normal cultivation and did not seek out President Su Xingyan for training. However, soon a piece of news still reached his ears. The genius of Sinan Martial University, Daiqing, has been defeated. Pei Qingyu swept away all the 6th ranked geniuses of Sinan Martial University. Next is Nanhai Martial University. And Pei Qingyu boldly claims that all 6th rankers from Nanhai Martial University can come together. It can be said that Pei Qingyu is not just prideful. Of course, since even the best Sinan Martial University in the southern region has been swept away by a small Nanhai Martial University, it is nothing surprising. So being a little arrogant is also normal. Pei Qingyu indeed has this strength. However, the expressions of many high-level officials at Nanhai Martial University looked quite bad. Because if Pei Qingyu continues as before, challenging one by one would be fine. But when it comes to their side wanting to sweep through everyone, that is a bit disrespectful. Because of Pei Qingyu's attitude problem, the school even held a special meeting. This meeting gathered many 6th-rank martial artists from various schools. The host of this meeting was a vice president of the school named Tang Guangtu. He is an 8th-rank martial artist stationed at Nanhai Martial University. Of course, because President Su Shengyan hides his cultivation level. So he's also not sure if the vice president has hidden a lot of cultivation as well. Besides the vice president, there are several deans and vice deans from various colleges. This does not even include the high-ranking martial artist stationed at the South Sea Stronghold. Let's calculate. The high-ranking martial artists of the South Sea Martial Arts University are indeed numerous. However, all these high-ranking martial artists are from the first batch of the university's founding. None has been cultivated by the school itself. Currently, the one with the most hope is undoubtedly Su Jia. So even though Su Jia was not familiar with many seniors in the school before, he still received many smiles directed at him. Although Su Jia is unfamiliar with these people, the higher-ups of the school are quite familiar with him. After all, he is Su Xingyan's treasure gem. However, the power and potential Su Jia displays are also worth anticipating. Su Jia, I come to suppress the geniuses of the capital. Hidden Dragon. This is how many at the South Sea Martial Arts University evaluate Su Jia. Because right now, Su Jia's cultivation has not reached a stop. After the awakening of his hidden talent, Su Jia has made rapid progress. Although there have been past examples, none have been like Su Jia. His cultivation has never rested. Su Jia directly sat down behind Su Xingyan. He quietly waited for the meeting to start. In just a little while, almost everyone had arrived. Even those who did not come also participated through video conferencing. This time, the Capital Martial Arts University is truly going too far. Pei Qingyu actually chose to sweep through all 6 rank from the South Sea Martial Arts University alone. Tang Guangtu was the first to speak out. His words were filled with anger. Now, due to the principal's seclusion, the entire South Sea Martial Arts University is under his responsibility. If Pei Qingyu can sweep through the 6 ranks of South Sea Martial Arts University alone, then it would be a huge loss of face, possibly nailing them to the wall of shame. The Capital Martial Arts University is indeed bullying us. We cannot let the name of South Sea Martial Arts University be tarnished. Many high-ranking martial artists also expressed their anger. It is clear that Pei Qingyu has accurately stepped on the reverse scale of the South Sea Martial Arts University this time. But it is also understandable. For Tang Guangtu and high-ranking martial artists like Su Xingyan, the South Sea Martial Arts University is something they built themselves. This is entirely different from those schools with several generations of heritage. After all, schools with over 100 years of martial art tradition may have some decay. It is quite common for the strong to have their own selfish motives. In contrast, the strong of the South Sea Martial Arts University do not have such motives. They all wholeheartedly wish for the South Sea Martial Arts University to be better. If they're directly slapped in the face by Pei Qingyu this time, then it can be anticipated that this year's enrollment will definitely face big problems. Some geniuses might not even agree, even if the South Sea Martial Arts University offers generous support. After all, reputation is still very important. It can be said that this matter is not just about losing face for the South Sea Martial Arts University. It also relates to the South Sea Martial Arts University's future development. This is also why the school specially called for a meeting. Otherwise, so many high-ranking martial artists would be idling about, paying attention to a 6th-ranked genius. Even though Pei Qingyu has potential and a great chance to step in a high rank, as long as he has not stepped in, he is just a mid-ranking martial artist. Plus, Pei Qingyu has no connection with the South Sea Martial Arts University. Naturally, he would not be the focus. Of course, although many high-ranking martial artists are angry, they also know one thing. That is, this matter still depends on the school's 6th-ranked martial artists. Currently, the South Sea Martial Arts University has about 26 ranked martial artists. Even Su Jia was surprised to find that the school actually has so many 6th-ranked martial artists. But it is also understandable. Many 6th-ranked martial artists no longer require anything from the school. Basically, he was just holding a useless position. Many 6th-rank warriors actually pursue quickly merging their spirit and blood energy, then try to step into higher ranks. Many existences have basically been in seclusion for years. But not everyone is like Su Jia, who has achieved a huge breakthrough in a short time. Naturally, Nanhai Martial Arts University would not stop this, because the importance of a high-rank warrior far exceeds that of dozens of 6th-rank warriors. At this moment, many high-rank warriors at Nanhai Martial Arts University had their gaze on the many 6th-rank warriors. More attention was placed on the few veteran 6th-rank warriors. These few warriors had already reached the peak of 6th rank, and were originally about to break through to 7th rank. However, because of this incident, they came out of seclusion. That Pei Qingyu is indeed strong. He has almost reached the extreme within 6th rank. Dealing with him is not that easy. However, these peak 6th-rank warriors did not have much confidence. Instead, they spoke up. After all, Pei Qingyu's performance could be seen from the videos. He is definitely a genius. Moreover, it is said that he has awakened a special combat physique. Currently, no genius has been able to force Suju's physique out. One can imagine how powerful Suju is. Even if surrounded, there is still no guarantee. Faced with the words of these veteran 6th-rank warriors, many high-rank warriors indeed felt helpless. After all, these peak 6th-rank warriors are merely ordinary level. They can't even be considered geniuses. Suju remained calm in the face of this scene, but his mind was filled with thoughts. Now he could be considered a genius-level 6th-rank warrior. In terms of cultivation, he and Pei Qingyu do not differ much. He might step into the peak of 6th rank, but the gap is not large. As for combat power, he might be a bit behind this person. However, do not forget that he currently possesses a limited time ability. With all attributes enhanced, his power, blood energy, and spirit should definitely exceed Pei Qingyu. After all, no matter how outrageous he is, he cannot exceed his own doubled spirit and blood energy. And now he has a double boost. In terms of combat power, there is even less need to say. Suju was still able to make an accurate judgment. Under this limited time ability that enhances all attributes, easily suppressing Pei Qingyu is still not a problem. Only, it does not belong to his own strength. Suju is actually unwilling to use it in battle because it feels like an empty victory. But in this situation, even Suju had to take action. However, one can be sure that if he takes action, it will surely shake the entire Great Xia. After all, Pei Qingyu is currently in a very favorable position. Suju actually had little interest in the genius ranking list. Previously, he hadn't even thought of fighting this Pei Qingyu, but he never expected this incident to be so excessive. It's impossible not to act. For Nanhai Martial Arts University, Suju also has many concerns. After I take action, I'll go into seclusion for a while. Once this storm passes, Suju soon had a thought. After making up his mind, he did not intend to trouble many people. I'll suppress the genius of Shindu Martial Arts University, Suju slowly said. Once these words came out, it shocked everyone present. Originally, during the previous meeting, Suju had always been a small, transparent figure. So many people did not pay attention to his thoughts, including Suju's strength. Only Su Xingyan truly understood. As for the other high-ups of Nanhai Martial Arts University, they did not know the details. They only knew that Suju's strength was not weak. But having a preconceived notion, they still believed that the strength of veteran 6th-rank warriors was more powerful. Naturally, they would not ask Suju for an opinion. As for Su Xingyan, he couldn't quite grasp Suju's thoughts, because before, Suju had shown no interest in the genius battle. There was no immediate response. The whole conference room was suddenly filled with awkwardness, still somewhat stiff. However, it was clear that the strong ones present did not trust Suju very much. Even though Su Xingyan had learned about Suju's strength, he still didn't think Suju was a match for Pei Qingyu. Faced with this sudden silence, Suju was not the least bit confused. After all, doubt is normal. Suju also released all his formidable aura. After doubling his mental power, it far surpassed the limit of the 6th rank. The 6th rank individuals present felt a kind of pressure. Even some of the 7th rank beings could feel considerable threat. At this moment, even many people from the school were dumbfounded. All eyes focused. Creating history? Is his strength really that powerful? Don't say he's just 6th rank. He might already have 1 foot in the 7th rank. Those present were at least 6th rank, and still had a judgment about Suju's current state. Su Xingyan was also taken aback. He never expected Suju to hide his strength so deeply. When they practiced together previously, Suju had not been this powerful. In such a short time, he must have been hiding his true abilities. Inside, he couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Suju. He did not expect this kid to even hide his hand from himself. However, more than that, he felt happy for Suju's strength. Ahem. Then let Mentor Su come out to challenge. Let the Shindu Martial Arts University see the style of our Nanhai Martial Arts University. At this moment, Tang Guangtu, who was seated among them, also spoke up. There was clearly a lot of joy in his words. Nothing makes one happier than seeing the growth of younger schoolmates. Previously, Su Xingyan had told him how strong Suju was and how fast he trained. But Tang Guangtu did not understand because he had not seen it with his own eyes. Until now, as for the 6th rank present, under this pressure, they dared not to speak. Undoubtedly, Suju clearly exceeded the 6th rank level. Many veteran 6th ranks had quite complex feelings inside. After all, they had been at the 6th rank for quite a long time. They had not yet stepped into the 7th rank. Yet here he was, having just stepped into the 6th rank not long ago. Now, he was evidently on the verge of entering the 7th rank. His talent is truly terrifying. Who would have thought that the awakening of his hidden talent would be so amazing? At this moment, this was the thought of many 6th ranks. Without realizing it, They placed Suja at a higher position than themselves. There was no way around it. In the world of high martial arts, strength reigns supreme. If you're strong, you can gain more recognition. 2 days later, Pei Qingyu arrived in Nanhai with members of the Shindu Martial Arts University. Although the great battle had not yet started, the live streaming room had already gathered many viewers from Daxia. Can he sweep through the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University? Since he said it, he must have confidence. If he can sweep the Nanhai Martial Arts University, it will create history. In the live stream's comments, who knows how many people were discussing this matter? After all, many were hoping Pei Qingyu could create history, mainly because Pei Qingyu had swept all northern martial arts universities and gained a lot of fans. Many people in Daxia felt a strong connection. It was a bit of a feeling of meeting expectations. However, this time, the Nanhai Martial Arts University did not speak so freely, even though it was confirmed that only Su Zhou would battle. After the meeting, Tang Guangtu and others had also tested Suja's strength. With enhanced limited abilities, Suja possessed far greater strength than 6th rank. Although he couldn't compare with 7th rank yet, at least it was no problem to suppress any 6th rank. At least Tang Guangtu and others have judged so. So there is still a lot of confidence in Suja. But Tang Guangtu still decided to give Pei Qingyu and others a wake-up call. All the martial artists and students from Nanhai Martial Arts University moved out. They all waited at the school gate, clearly to give Pei Qingyu and others a warning. Although many strong fighters have come out of Shindu Martial Arts University, even those above the 9th grade exist in considerable numbers. However, Nanhai Martial Arts University had nothing to fear, because Shindu Martial Arts University has offended many martial arts universities. The strong fighters from other martial arts universities are even more. Not to mention those who stepped into the 9th grade. They are not limited to martial arts universities. Looking at the entire development of Daxia, the reason why Nanhai Martial Arts University is not afraid to offend Shindu Martial Arts University. There's one more reason. That is, the two schools are not just far apart. Even if Shindu Martial Arts University wants to cause trouble, it is impossible. Moreover, competition among martial arts universities is allowed, but sabotage is not, because each martial arts university has to suppress the battlefield of various tribes. If Shindu Martial Arts University dares to sabotage Nanhai Martial Arts University, then once exposed, Shindu Martial Arts University will certainly face punishment from Daxia. Speaking of which, this is also the reason why so many martial arts universities were so angry before. Because of the frustration, Suja stood calmly among many others. As for Pei Qingyu, he actually did not have any bad feelings before. It can't be considered as good feelings either. But now, the two should not be so harmonious, especially after today. At the same time, Pei Qingyu did not know what awaited him. At this moment, in front of the live broadcast camera, he still maintained quite a bit of style. As for Nanhai Martial Arts University, they really did not take him seriously. This is not just a martial arts university that has been established for 20 years. What 6 grades could it possibly have? To sweep away Nanhai Martial Arts University, this was a slogan shouted before. But Pei Qingyu was also very confident about it. Next, I will go to the Yunxi region. I will still challenge the 6 grades of the whole school. Pei Qingyu even remembered to mention his next plan. Counting, the martial arts university in Yunxi region has not been established for long. Before, he had also inquired. Basically, there were no outstanding 6 grades at all. Sweeping away is not a problem. Now revealing it ahead of time is also to create momentum. Because Nanhai Martial Arts University is the last martial arts university he wants to challenge in the southern region. Of course, it is also the martial arts university with the least pressure. Soon, Pei Qingyu and his group arrived at the gate of Nanhai Martial Arts University. At first glance, they could see all the teachers and students of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Led by Vice President Tang Guangtu, a powerful mental pressure was aimed directly at Pei Qingyu and his group. This time escorting Pei Qingyu was an 8th grade martial artist from Shindu Martial Arts University. After all, Pei Qingyu is indeed the first genius of Shindu Martial Arts University. Plus, this was all being live-streamed. The representative itinerary is public. Naturally, a strong escort is needed. Although 6 grades are good, it is still possible for heretical martial artists to launch high-grade attacks. After all, heretical martial artists love to hunt these geniuses. Although Pei Qingyu had 6 grades of cultivation, the problem is that he can't be considered fully grown. The 8th grade martial artist following him directly blocked most of the pressure. In fact, this 8th grade martial artist was not surprised by this scene. After all, before this, the slogan to sweep away Nanhai Martial Arts University had already been shouted. If Nanhai Martial Arts University could still treat him with courtesy. So that is the problem. The live broadcast camera was also observing the people from Nanhai Martial Arts University. It seems that Nanheim Martial Arts University has made quite a preparation for this. It's obvious that the 6th-tier fighters from Nanheim Martial Arts University do not want to be suppressed by a single person. However, I still have faith in this outstanding talent, Pei Qingyu. This outstanding individual has previously swept through many existences and even did not use his full strength. In Nanheim Martial Arts University, not a single 6th-tier fighter has placed in the top 500. Many people were discussing animatedly, even though the 6th-tier fighters from Nanheim Martial Arts University might have a numerical advantage. When facing this being whose momentum has reached its peak, there is still not a speck of an advantage. Pei Qingyu indeed has some skills. He can withstand the pressure from Nanheim Martial Arts University's momentum. Of course, this is mainly because the 8th-tier fighters beside him have helped share a lot of the burden. Otherwise, it surely wouldn't be this result. But even so, it still proves Pei Qingyu's extraordinary talent. The battle begins. Yi Linger's shock. Chengdu Martial Arts University, Pei Qingyu. Here to challenge all 6th-tier warriors from Nanheim Martial Arts University. No matter if they are outstanding or not. Pei Qingyu stepped forward and slowly spoke, his voice echoing throughout the campus. His words are not just any kind of domineering. At least for many viewers in the live broadcast room, the momentum was overwhelming. Because in this battle, Pei Qingyu chose to challenge all 6th-tier existences from the Martial Arts University. It attracted a lot of attention. The entire southern region, even more so, goes without saying. Because this does not place the southern region's Martial Arts University in high regard. So naturally, they choose to support Nanheim Martial Arts University. At this moment, Su Zhe, of course, would not remain silent. Previously, he stood behind the high-tier warriors. Nanheim Martial Arts University, Su Zhe. I want to challenge all 6th-tier warriors from Nanheim Martial Arts University. Then you must first get past me. Su Zhe's cold voice rang out. Since he was kicked to the front, he would naturally not hold back. After Su Zhe stepped forward, the live broadcast room welcomed a flurry of discussions. Who is Su Zhe? I've never even heard of him. Yet he dares to stand up first. He hasn't even ranked on the outstanding talent list before. Could he be an overconfident existence? Many people from Xia were very unfamiliar with Su Zhe. Even in the southern region, there were only a few who recognized Su Zhe, hoping to explain in the comments. But compared to the many people in Xia, the number was still too small. After all, this live broadcast attracted at least millions of viewers. Moreover, most of them were warriors. Ordinary people were mostly busy with their own affairs. Anyway, regarding martial arts talents, it was too far away from them, so they wouldn't urgently want to know the result. However, warriors, with more time, naturally became more curious. Nanhai Base. Shen Qingyan was also aware of this outstanding talent from Chengdu Martial Arts University. After all, Chengdu Martial Arts University is known as the #1 martial arts university in Xia. Previously, she had watched this outstanding talents battles. And this time, it's a fight against 6th-tier fighters from Nanheim Martial Arts University. So she certainly wouldn't miss it. Counting it, she is a family member of Nanheim Martial Arts University. What Shen Qingyan did not expect was that her husband, Su Zhe, would actually appear on camera. It was obvious he was ready to fight. Even Shen Qingyan was stunned, for she still viewed her husband's strength as it was before. Tier 5 Cultivation. It was not that Su Zhe didn't tell Shen Qingyan about his change in strength, but there was no need, because his strength has changed significantly almost every 2 to 3 months. Plus, Su Zhe didn't want to put too much pressure on Shen Qingyan. In fact, as his strength and status improved, Shen Qingyan's pressure was not small at all. You can see it just from the level of effort in cultivation. Previously, Shen Qingyan was never this urgent. This led to Shen Qingyan being extremely shocked when she saw Su Zhe's figure. 6th grade. This was Shen Qingyan's first reaction. But soon, she began to worry, because even though her husband was at the 6th grade, he still had no advantage against the prodigy Pei Qingyu from the Divine Capital Martial Arts University. In the entire Nanhai base, there were quite a few people who knew Su Zhe. Many, like Shen Qingyan, were extremely shocked. Isn't this the former governor? Almost forgot, this governor hails from Nanheim Martial Arts University. But can the governor defeat Pei Qingyu? Many people in the Nanhai base were skeptical, just like Shen Qingyan. After all, this governor was only at the 5th grade before. To step into the 6th grade might not take much time. Pei Qingyu had swept through countless 6th grade geniuses on his way here, so they didn't think the governor could withstand it. Except for some people in the entire Southern Territory who knew Su Zhe. In the Divine Capital, there was also someone watching this battle between prodigies. This person was Yi Linger, the martial arts star who had come to the Southern Territory for a tour before, because she had gained quite a few resources in the Southern Territory previously. During this time, Yi Linger had been in closed-door training. Occasionally, she would check the changes on the prodigy rankings. even though she had not yet climbed the prodigy rankings. However, she still had quite a lot of confidence in herself. As for Pei Qingyu, she was not too unfamiliar with him. After all, they were both in the Divine Capital, and her previous school had exchanged with the Divine Capital Martial Arts University. Naturally, she also knew the weight of this #1 prodigy in the Divine Capital. After Pei Qingyu swept the entire north, Yi Ling-er felt he was about to become the #1 prodigy beneath the high ranks of the Daxia. Nanhai Martial Arts University was simply not his match. But she also did not expect that the person stepping up to face him from Nanhai Martial Arts University would actually be someone she barely knew. When she toured the Southern Territory before, Yi Ling-er was somewhat interested in Su Zhe. However, after returning to the Divine Capital, she did not think much more about it. After all, in her eyes, the Nanhai base was too small. That Su Zhe may currently be ahead of her in cultivation, but would soon be surpassed by her. However, she did not expect that Su Zhe would appear here. This was simply unexpected. He stepped into the 6th grade. Yi Ling-er also murmured in surprise. She remembered that previously, his displayed strength should only be at the 4th grade. So quickly stepping into the 6th grade, she felt that her cultivation progress this year had already improved quite a bit. Yet compared to Su Zhe, there seemed to be a considerable gap. Meanwhile, Su Zhe was unaware that so many people were watching him. He and Pei Qingyu had both stepped onto the arena that Nanhai Martial Arts University had long prepared. This arena was placed at the school gate. Clearly, Nanhai Martial Arts University also had some temper. They didn't even allow Pei Qingyu and others to enter. However, this can also be understood as many high-grade warriors from Nanhai Martial Arts University were extremely angry. Although I don't know what your strength is, but I still recognize your courage. Pei Qingyu also stepped onto the arena and spoke. Before this, he had never heard of Su Zhe. Naturally, he didn't care about his strength, even though previously, he indeed thought about sweeping through Nanhai Martial Arts University. But since Nanhai Martial Arts University had only sent out one person, then he would deal with this person, and later Nanhai Martial Arts University would naturally send out more 6th grades. Everyone present, including those watching in the live stream, could feel the disdain in his words. Soon, Pei Qingyu's figure also stepped onto the arena that had long been prepared. Dan. 苏哲也不准备和这位天骄多废话，特别是在现实提升帮助之下，如今的自己算是半步超脱了6品范围。庞大的武者威压降临全场。随着苏哲实力初步曝光之后，裴晴雨面容已经不复之前的风轻云淡。这威压，就算是裴晴雨自身面对这威压，都有一些抵挡不住。至于原本保护裴晴雨的这位8品武者，面容之上更是一变。他觉得南海武道大学似乎不简单，而且眼前这位明显是天骄行列的6品。最为关键的是，他感觉在威压之上，裴晴雨似乎不如对方。不会翻车吧？就算是这位8品武者，内心之中都有了一些不好预感。要知晓，这一次神都武道大学为了帮助裴晴雨造势，可是花费了大量功夫，甚至打算用这一次横扫所有武道大学天骄。dantian 第武道大学 wager 之前的时候，神都武道大学虽然有着第一武道大学之名，但不少武道大学可是十分不服气的，在网络之上可是没少掀起关于这一方面的讨论。如今裴晴雨算是100步走了大半的路程，甚至很多名牌武道大学都轻松镇压，总不能在南海武道大学翻车吧？之前的时候，这位8品武者甚至没怎么听说过南海武道大学，不由得这尊8品武者内心不是一般慌乱。当然，身为气势威压主要面对者裴晴雨，此刻内心也有一些乱了。很明显，他没有想到南海武道大学还藏着这么一尊存在。其实，暴打天骄、碾压之势和原本想象之中的不一样，那么自然难免慌乱。苏哲自身气势还在不断攀升，因为这一段时间他限时时间之内提升了太多，使导致了对于自身实力掌控明显削减了不少。也就是这一段时间，掌控力慢慢提升了一些，如今算是慢慢爆发了出来。而这导致的结果，就是裴晴雨天骄不敢动弹，为何他气息还能提升？此刻裴晴雨内心不由有一些慌乱想到，同时自身这个时候自然也是不敢出手了。 导致了直播间之前诸多人看到这一幕有一些奇怪，怎么不动手？之前的时候裴天骄可是没有给任何武道大学情面，到了南海武道大学这里，怎么就不一样？诸多人更是纷纷借助弹幕发出了自身的疑惑，主要还是裴晴雨现在和之前对比有一些明显，只不过他们并非是自身在现场，并无法感受到现场的气息变化，所以不知晓此刻裴晴雨正处于气息交锋劣势之中。气息虽然不能完全代表实力，但若是差距太大的话，那么基本上可以代表两人差距不是一般大。此刻裴晴雨心态说实话还是有点崩的，原因很简单，他自认为在六品战力已经修炼到了一个很高的层次，结果现在却是发现有一个更为变态的存在，所以一时间也有点无法接受。可惜的是，裴晴雨不知晓，苏哲就属于比较特殊的那一种。若非是裴晴雨赶在苏哲前属性提升现实能力之下，那么苏哲面对裴晴雨其实也是没有信心的。当然，一战之力肯定是有的，但想要胜过基本是不可能。这位来自神都的第一天骄，他对其实力也是有着不少的判断，胜过他没有实力征服之前。There's still many. Fortunately, Suja did not lose heart. After all, it has not been long since he entered the 6th rank. Moreover, he pursues realm even more than extreme combat power. Previously, there were many talents that could actually increase combat power, but he preferred growth beyond mere cultivation. Past experiences still made Suja's desire for cultivation greater than for combat power. As time passed, the clash of aura reached a peak. Pei Qingyu finally couldn't hold back and struck first. The weapon he used was a finely crafted sword. It was clear that this sword was not simple. Sword intent and the like were also easily wielded by Pei Qingyu. This pride of the divine capital was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, he faced Suja, who was in a state of overall attribute enhancement. Savage God Blade Technique. Suja had no intention of probing. He wanted to crush with strength. After all, whether in vitality or mental strength, he was in a position of absolute advantage. So there was naturally no need to compete in skills. Moreover, he also wanted to see what it would be like for a pride to fall. Boom! The sound of violent collision spread throughout the surroundings. A storm of spiritual energy swept across the arena. A high-ranking master from South Sea Marshall University took action to contain the shockwave within the arena. After all, there were many below the 6th rank present. These people could not withstand the aftershocks, especially since both fighters were clearly not normal 6th ranks. After the initial collision, Suja's figure still showed no change. On the contrary, Pei Qingyu visibly retreated a few steps, and his figure appeared quite disheveled. This scene was still acceptable to the high-ranked spectators, as they could tell from the previous momentum. Suja was not simple, so they were somewhat relieved, especially the many high-ranking individuals from South Sea Marshall University, who felt a breath of relief in their hearts. Even though they knew Suja had reached the end of the 6th rank path, they still couldn't help but worry a bit, because Pei Qingyu, this pride, had made a name for himself in battle. Now, they had made a judgment. Through this clash, the strength was already apparent. Compared to the calmness of these high ranks, the others were somewhat shocked. The students of South Sea Marshall University. Previously, they were not very optimistic about this battle. But for the honor of South Sea Marshall University, they would not retreat. Especially when they saw it was their mentor, Suja, who was fighting, they felt even more uncertain. After all, this mentor seemed to have just recently stepped into the 6th rank. No one expected he could actually push back Pei Qingyu. Many students had also watched videos of Pei Qingyu's battles. This pride of the divine capital had never retreated before. In the live broadcast room, many people were also stunned, realizing something was off. After all, most of the spectators were martial artists, and there were some who had sharp eyes. It was clear to see that Pei Qingyu was actually at a disadvantage. How is this possible? Many could not accept this in their hearts. After all, Pei Qingyu had always been seen as dominating in the impressions of many. Yet facing the unknown Suja, it was so difficult. Maybe Pei Qingyu hasn't used his full strength yet. Many could only think this way. For now, very few dared to believe that an unknown existence could defeat this pride. Pei Qingyu's reputation as a pride had begun before he even stepped into martial arts. Then he progressed through the 1st, 2nd, 3rd ranks, and so on. Countless witnesses had seen this. However, The subsequent battlefield once again plunged many into shock. Suja's blade aura erupted, covering the entire battlefield. The main focus was to overpower others with strength. Boom, boom. Time and again, collisions brought great pressure to Pei Qingyu. At this moment, Pei Qingyu had barely calmed down. That is to accept the fact that he was weaker. Winning against a stronger opponent was not unheard of. However, the other party gave him no such opportunity. Thus, Suja's speed, mental strength, and vitality far surpassed Pei Qingyu. Naturally, he wouldn't give Pei Qingyu any openings. Although Suja did not value his own strength, it did not mean he lacked it. He could be considered among the elite, especially with his full attributes boost. Then this scene before us appeared. Pei Qingyu was suppressed from beginning to end, having no chance to fight back. From shock to silence, it only took a short half-minute. At least many people at this moment did not know how to describe it. A super genius that swept most of the great Xia was beaten down by a nameless person. This included high-ranking martial artists from South Sea Martial University. They clearly did not expect Suja to be this powerful. This time, South Sea Martial University is going to make a name for itself. Then these people became excited, because Divine Capital Martial University had been building momentum for several months. In the end, the fruits of their labor went to South Sea Martial University. Perhaps before this, South Sea Martial University was unknown throughout the Great Xia. But after this battle, many would surely know. For many high-ranking individuals, they had already thought of the upcoming recruitment promotional plans for South Sea Martial University. After all, this year they would definitely recruit some geniuses. Compared to the people of South Sea Martial University, the 8th grade martial artist escorting Pei Qingyu had a rather unpleasant expression. He was not a fool and naturally thought about the consequences that would follow. Unfortunately, he did not know what to do. Even if he wanted to secretly help Pei Qingyu, the other high-ranking individuals were also present. Some of them were even not weaker than him, leaving him powerless. He felt anxious, but remained helpless. As for the martial artists watching a live broadcast, it went without saying. Earlier, many people had envisioned Pei Qingyu being swept aside by South Sea Martial University. They also thought it might turn into a bitter struggle due to numbers. However, they absolutely did not expect Pei Qingyu to be crushed in a one-on-one battle. Many people found it hard to accept this result. Of course, many others became interested in Suja. Suja, who is this person? I hadn't heard of him before. Now, out of nowhere, he directly suppressed this genius. After all, such an invincible 6th grade existence. Previously, he had no reputation at all. He hadn't even appeared on the 6th grade genius rankings. This made many people curious. However, it wasn't easy to find Suja's background immediately. They could only wait for this battle to end. On the arena, after being suppressed for a long time, Pei Qingyu finally couldn't help it any longer. He wanted to fight back. Faintly, he used some secret techniques to enhance his presence. Suja was not surprised by this, because now he had also started to come into contact with some brief, power-enhancing secret techniques. South Sea Martial University still had a significant number of these traditions. There were even more extreme secret techniques that burned life to gain strength. Pei Qingyu was fortunate to have been born in Divine Capital Martial University, inheriting a tradition of 500 years, which shouldn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, even though Pei Qingyu's strength had significantly increased, his control still fell short. After all, secret techniques were ultimately not the same kind of time-limited ability as Suja's. They allowed Suja to maintain peak enhancement consistently without side effects. So despite Pei Qingyu using secret techniques, he was merely struggling in his final breaths. Even Suja did not give Pei Qingyu any chance to get close. Boom! 10 minutes later, with the sound of an explosion, Pei Qingyu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, clearly unable to suppress the injuries caused by the previous collision. At this point, no one, whether present or watching the live stream, had any hope left for Pei Qingyu. Compared to Pei Qingyu, Suja remained much more relaxed. Under the limited time ability, his physical strength had also increased significantly. Naturally, his ability to withstand attacks was not ordinary. The pressure from the collision was nothing to Suja. Suja did not take advantage of Pei Qingyu's weakness to strike for the kill, because Pei Qingyu could no longer hold on. He had already used some secret methods, causing his injuries to flare up. If he continued fighting, he would likely damage his foundation. Even if Pei Qingyu lost this battle, it didn't change the fact that he was a top-tier genius. He was almost guaranteed to reach a high rank. In fact, even beyond the 9th rank, there was still a chance. This was just a normal battle. Though many people were paying attention, it was not a life-or-death fight. It just depended on whether Pei Qingyu was rational enough. The problem was, at this moment, Suja couldn't really assess Pei Qingyu's condition. He seemed to have gone a little crazy because of his defeat. Clearly, he has never experienced much failure. Suja silently thought to himself. But he had also learned a bit about Pei Qingyu's past. He had truly sailed smoothly. He was the kind of prodigy template that made people jealous. At least if it were before, Suja would definitely have been jealous. Because Suja's previous experiences were anything but easy. Fortunately, Pei Qingyu was still somewhat better than imagined. In his madness, he still managed to maintain a bit of rationality. After struggling for a while, Pei Qingyu ultimately made his decision. I lost. Pei Qingyu lowered his once proud head, his voice hoarse as he spoke. At this moment, he was still a bit dazed. He didn't understand why, after sweeping the entire north, he had fallen flat in the little-known South Sea. But he also knew that continuing would only bring him further humiliation. Suja's strength was simply too overwhelming. At least in the 6th rank, Suja had truly reached the peak. After his defeat, Pei Qingyu naturally didn't want to stay in this sorrowful place any longer. He turned around and quickly left, even enduring his injuries. Even though many people hadn't expected that this grand battle would end like this. However, after watching the battle's outcome, even many people had to admit that Suja's sudden appearance was far too powerful. And with that declaration of defeat, the entire South Sea Martial Arts University erupted into cheers. We stopped the genius from the Capital Martial Arts University from attacking. Instructor Suja is truly amazing. This is great. For the students of South Sea Martial Arts University, they naturally didn't want to lose face. Previously, they were only hoping that the 6th-ranked seniors could perform decently. Now, with the result, this wasn't just a good performance. It could be said that they slapped the face of the Capital Martial Arts University directly. Even people like Tang Guangtu, who were from higher ranks, were smiling. Clearly, even high-ranking people couldn't stay calm about this matter. The live stream had been closed at some point. After all, the staff from Capital Martial Arts University didn't want to continue the live broadcast and lose face. The genius Pei Qingyu really lost. Many viewers in the original live stream were now silent. Although this battle had only lasted about 10 minutes. From the beginning's arrogance to the final defeat, this scene still left many unable to snap out of it. Clearly, many people still cannot accept the fact about Pei Qingyu. Pei Qingyu has gained too many fans along the way. Especially some who know Suja feel it is incredible. Nanhai Base. Many people in Nanhai support Suja. On one hand, Suja comes from Nanhai Base. On the other hand, he has helped the base before. Even after the change of the governor, many people in Nanhai still remember Suja. We won. The entire Nanhai base was filled with cheers. Many people in Nanhai did not expect this person to possess such great strength, especially those who had interacted with Suja before, likely Cheng Gang and Zhao Hongchuan. The speed of his improvement is too fast. They couldn't help but exclaim. Not long ago, Su Dudu was definitely not so terrifying. Now he's going further and further away. They can't even see his back anymore. But in their hearts, they're more determined about one thing. That is, they must cling to Su Dudu's thigh. After all, Su Dudu's mother, wife, and daughter are still in Nanhai Base. But they want to seize this opportunity. Who knows, maybe one day this family will move away. Unfortunately, they are still thinking too much at this moment. Even though Suja's cultivation improved, he did not have the thought of moving his family away. At least not now. One reason is that the danger in Nanhai is still quite high. Another reason is the issue with his daughter. Perhaps being in Nanhai would allow for faster improvement. But Suja does not hope for his daughter to have it too easy. Warriors who grow up like this still lack in state of mind. It's fine to be a little slower at first, as long as the foundation is solid. At this moment, Shun Qingyan is still unaware that a wave of goodwill is about to come her way, because she is also immersed in this battle. Even she did not expect the battle process to be one-sided. Her husband actually suppressed this talented rising star from start to finish. If someone had told her before that her husband was stronger than this prodigy, she would definitely not have believed it. Unconsciously, her husband, who was quite familiar, began to seem mysterious in her impression. In the capital, he really won. Yilinger looked very surprised. This is the first time she saw Pei Qingyu in such a sorry state. For a moment, she didn't know how to express her feelings. But her already blurred memories of Suja are deepening constantly. At the same time, the result of this battle quickly spread out. Many who saw the news of this battle all showed expressions of shock. 72 cannot hide it. Famous in the Great Xia, at the Capital Martial Arts University. Tao Wei is a third-year martial arts student. Even though he entered the Capital Martial Arts University as the top student from a general base during the Martial Arts College entrance examination, only after arriving at the Capital Martial Arts University did he realize. He might be considered a prodigy, but he is still far behind many geniuses. After all, once he came to the Capital Martial Arts University, he felt the gap. Many people are not worse than him, He can only practice hard to not fall behind others. Undoubtedly, the person he admires the most is the former senior, Pei Qingyu, because when the senior entered the Capital Martial Arts University, he still had a crushing presence, making the entire cohort of prodigies dim in comparison. He is also aware of a senior's challenge to all martial arts universities' sixth-grade prodigies. However, Tao Wei has his own matters and cannot always watch the live broadcasts. But he still has great confidence in his senior. What? Senior lost? How was this possible? So when the news came, he was clearly in disbelief. Because this was not April Fool's Day. There were many people like Tao Wei in the Shindu Martial Arts University reacting this way. After all, the entire Shindu Martial Arts University supported this senior. But who would have thought that senior Pei Qingyu would flip? Besides Shindu Martial Arts University, many martial arts universities receive the news first. After all, whether it was the martial arts university that was swept away or the ones that had not yet been challenged, they were all paying attention to this matter. Pei Qingyu actually lost. I don't know if he still has the face to continue his journey. Who would have thought he would flip at Nanheim Martial Arts University? Where did Suja come from? Nanheim Martial Arts University is too deep. In comparison, other martial arts universities sounded somewhat gloating. After all, Shindu Martial Arts University had been so high-profile before. Even Pei Qingyu swept through all the martial arts universities in the north. But this put Shindu Martial Arts University in opposition to many martial arts universities. At least many people from other martial arts universities did not like Pei Qingyu. Of course, it was also a bit unexpected. Pei Qingyu's strength was well recognized by many martial arts universities. Even if he flipped, no one expected it would be at Nanheim Martial Arts University. It was guessed he would lose at some top martial arts university. After many martial arts universities received the news, quickly the matter spread throughout Daxia. That genius from Shindu Martial Arts University, Pei Qingyu, lost, and he lost to an unknown martial arts university. And it was a one-on-one situation. He was suppressed. Many people in Daxia also did not expect this genius's path to sweep through martial arts universities would come to an end. Previously, many people were betting on his success. With the fermentation of this matter, a question soon arose. Who is Suja? This was the question many people in Daxia were asking at this moment. Before this, there was not a hint of news about him. It felt like he appeared out of nowhere. At least the people of Daxia were very unfamiliar with this name. Let alone ordinary martial artists. Even some high-grade martial artists were very interested. The reason is simple. Even many high-grade martial artists acknowledged that Pei Qingyu personally had the potential. Suddenly, there emerged a Suja who was even stronger than Pei Qingyu. So this person's potential goes without saying. In short, many people were looking for Suja's background. Suja's previous experiences were rather ordinary, and many people could look them up. As long as they had some connections, they could find information about Suja. Especially from many martial arts universities, there wasn't much secrecy. Of course, before this, Nanheim Martial Arts University had never thought Suja would progress in his cultivation so quickly. They hadn't paid much attention. After all, whether it was the second or fourth grade, at Suja's age, it was still quite a lot. Naturally, they wouldn't keep it too secret. By the time Suja stepped into the sixth grade, it was already too late to keep a secret. At 28 years old, he was still just a second-grade martial artist. However, after his talent awakened, he broke through to the sixth grade. Now he has suppressed Pei Qingyu with his sixth-grade cultivation. When many people saw Suja's experiences, they couldn't help but fall silent. From second grade to sixth grade, there are many levels in between. Many people might not even break through in their entire lives. Yet Suja broke through continuously in less than 2 years. The most crucial point was that his battle power had not fallen. From crushing Pei Qingyu, it could be seen. What kind of extraordinary talent has Suja awakened? It is truly not easy for someone with a latent awakening to become a genius. It seems that even high grades cannot stop Suja's progress. Many people couldn't help but sigh in admiration. However, many do not have a deep understanding of latent awakenings. Most compare based on previous examples. Although Suja has some extraordinary qualities, it is still acceptable. Moreover, he hasn't even stepped into the high grade yet. High grade is not an easy realm to enter. Suja was able to break through in the mid-grades so quickly, but it will be different in the high grade. So many people felt admiration, but they didn't worry too much. Of course, Suja's journey is still quite legendary. At least many did not expect that Suja was not like the genius Pei Qingyu. He rose step by step from a low cultivation level. He even utilized some survival techniques to the extreme. Many saw their own reflection in Suja. The only difference is that in the year he turned 28, Suja's latent talent awakened. He broke through all the way. He reached the sixth grade of cultivation and even suppressed the genius Pei Qingyu from the Capital Martial Arts University. His name rang throughout the Great Xia. One could say this is how it is for Suja. Who could have imagined that Suja's emergence would be known across the Great Xia? Of course, credit for his fame is at least half due to Pei Qingyu. If it weren't for Pei Qingyu's previous fame, Suja wouldn't have had his success. Besides Suja's rise to fame, Nanhai Martial Arts University naturally gained a lot of attention. At least many people had never heard of it before. But this time, with Suja's fame, many started to take Nanhai Martial Arts University more seriously. Perhaps enrolling in this martial arts university isn't a bad idea. After all, there are quite a few strong individuals, and even a genius. Even if it doesn't compare to top universities, it has gained quite a reputation. For many students who aren't particularly exceptional, Nanhai Martial Arts University is not a bad choice. Amid the chaos outside, after defeating Pei Qingyu, Suja is very leisurely fishing. Of course, it's not just simple fishing. Instead, he controls the fishing rod using his blood and mental energy. This is still a way to train his mindset and control ability. Due to the limitation of his ability, Suja's control is obviously diminished. In the battle against Pei Qingyu, Suja could easily overpower him with absolute strength. There was no need to drag things out for so long. While reminiscing about the previous battle, he also trains his control ability. So kid, you really are calm. That Pei Qingyu was almost broken mentally. He returned directly to the capital. At some point, Su Xingyin appeared by Suja's side and spoke. After all, the outside world was almost turned upside down because of Suja, but Suja remained calm and indifferent. Just this mindset exceeds many people. Even some high-grade individuals might not be as stable as Suja. Su Xingyin has no doubts about Suja's future, even if some outside believe that Suja's speed might slow down after stepping in a high grade. Even if he slows down, it won't compare unfavorably to ordinary high grades. Pei Qingyu's mental state really isn't good, but if he can overcome this challenge, he's bound to make further progress. Suja spoke slowly. He still holds a high regard for his previous opponent. After all, if he had not had the enhancement of his limited ability, the outcome would be uncertain. Pei Qingyu is actually not bad. That's true. It is said that after Pei Qingyu returned, he went directly into seclusion. If one can perfect their state of mind, perhaps in a few years, they can step into the high rank. Su Xingyin couldn't help but speak up. As a high rank, he had an accurate judgment of Pei Qingyu. If one could step into the high rank, it would be equivalent to stepping in before the age of 40. Basically, if one reaches this age, there's still a chance to go above the 9th rank. He himself stepped into the high rank at the age of 40. However, both Pei Qingyu and Suja might step in even earlier and faster. Currently, the fastest record of stepping into the high rank in Daxia is at the age of 25. Now, he has become one of the top few in Daxia, looking down on the entire world. Breaking records is basically out of the question, but being closer undoubtedly represents greater potential. Although Suja's breakthrough in such a short time attracted a lot of attention, there weren't any waves, really. That's because compared to the monstrous existence of Suja, there are simply too many others. Suja really doesn't count as anything. Dean, this time I need to thank the school for hiding some information. Suja slowly said, bringing up another matter. Mainly because he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. So he asked the school to hide his family. Of course, this wasn't easy, as many people knew about it back at the South Sea base. Fortunately, the South Sea Martial Arts University still put in quite a bit of effort, including creating some false information and guiding some people on the internet. There was no other way. For the safety of his family, Suja could only do this. This matter is something the school should do. Su Xingyin didn't care at all as he spoke. Protecting some talented martial artists and their high-rank families is something a martial arts university should do. After all, if they can't even protect their families, how can these martial artists focus on their training? Especially after Suja showcased his terrifying strength. The South Sea Martial Arts University paid even more attention. Naturally, they could not let Suja have any problems regarding this matter. Next, Su Xingyin discussed some upcoming plans for the South Sea Martial Arts University with Suja. Taking advantage of this wave of fame, they would recruit more geniuses. After all, unknowingly, another year of martial arts entrance exams is approaching, especially under the impact of this genius ranking. Many martial arts universities would increase their recruitment of geniuses. Regardless of strength or talent, geniuses are indispensable. As for the genius level, the South Sea Martial Arts University dares not think about it. After all, the foundation of the South Sea Martial Arts University is still somewhat lacking, with no geniuses to choose from. Unless the South Sea Martial Arts University can find someone who awakens like Suja, perhaps there is still a bit of hope. Unfortunately, this is even harder than directly searching for geniuses. Simply relying on the naked eye can't determine who has hidden talent. Dean, I will also enter a period of closed-door training next. Suja mentioned his plans moving forward. If everything went normally, many geniuses would take this time to continue making a name for themselves. However, he had no such thoughts. Naturally, Su Xingyin would not oppose this. Being high-profile isn't necessarily a good thing, especially since the South Sea Martial Arts University is not like the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, having a history of 500 years. With enough confidence, Chengdu Martial Arts University should take action now. At least suppress this matter a bit. Suja is now very hopeful that Chengdu Martial Arts University can help him stay low-key. According to common sense, Chengdu Martial Arts University should not want this incident to escalate too much, to attract the attention away from a big issue. The best method is undoubtedly to create another big issue. Just as Suja had anticipated, Chengdu Martial Arts University indeed took action. About a week after the Tianjiao battle ended, a piece of news swept through the entire daxia. A pinnacle 9th grade martial artist stood up and directly challenged the realm above 9th grade, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Tianjiao, in the end, have not fully grown. Strong individuals are still more interesting, especially a martial artist challenging above 9th grade. Interestingly, this 9th grade martial artist graduated from Chengdu Martial Arts University. When a truly challenge isn't up to this 9th grade martial artist, Suja couldn't help but sigh and say, because Chengdu Martial Arts University really knows how to play their cards well. But this was also within his expectations. For him now is not the time to gain fame. Sometimes fame only brings more danger. Moreover, as time passes, his ability of overall attribute enhancement will also come to an end. After it ends, he will only be an ordinary 6th grade talent martial artist. If someone comes to challenge his first position on the talent list, then wouldn't he just be a normal person? So after Suja's temporary ability ends, he went into seclusion. However, before entering seclusion, Suja did not forget to draw new abilities. Unfortunately, this time the output was merely golden light. This can be said that this ability draw was a bit disappointing. Draw successful. Congratulations on obtaining a craftsman skill experience card. Greatly enhances dexterity in mind and hand, valid for 1 month. This ability is more related to craftsmanship. It does provide some assistance in martial arts training, but not as much as he had imagined. Looks like my luck has been a bit poor lately, Suja whispered, because he is getting closer and closer to the peak of the 6th grade. Whatever ability he draws, he can accept it. Sometimes, the more he wants to draw a good ability, the less it relates to his cultivation. As Suja entered seclusion, there were still quite a few who came to him. Of course, some are not entirely there to challenge Suja. Some were simply there to communicate. For example, Dai Qing from Xining University. This talent lost to Pei Qingyu before. He is the one who understands Pei Qingyu's strength the most. So he's even more shocked that Suja could defeat Pei Qingyu. Unfortunately, although Dai Qing had the desire to communicate with Suja, but the reply from Nanhai Martial Arts University was that Suja had already fallen into seclusion. Whether it's Pei Qingyu or the new first talent of the 6th grade, they have all gone into seclusion, perhaps not far from the 7th grade. Even Dai Qing couldn't help but think this way, because the terrifying combat power of both made him assume they were all at the peak of the 6th grade. Of course, it's not just Dai Qing who thinks this way. Many in Daxia think so too. Perhaps only Suja himself knows he is still a bit far from the 6th grade peak. As time passes, under the various suppressions of Chengdu Martial Arts University, the influence of the previous Tianjiao battle finally diminished to its lowest point. However, many in Daxia will not forget that there is a monstrous talent at Nanhai Martial Arts University. Who would have thought that an unknown martial arts university actually hides such a figure? In the following period of time, the entire Great Xia is still relatively calm. The only place that might be considered a bit unsettled is the South Sea base. Shen Qingyan has received a lot of flattery. Teacher Shun, I wonder how my child has been doing since transferring to your class. Also, here is a small token of appreciation. I hope Teacher Shun will not refuse. Shen Qingyan must be caught in a happy dilemma. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Suja stepping into a high rank is merely a matter of time. In the entire South Sea base, there are not many who are mid-rank, let alone high rank. If one could build a connection, it could be said to be immensely beneficial. Therefore, many wish to enter Shen Qingyan's class. South Sea Third High School has unknowingly become a hot commodity. South Sea Martial Arts University has yet to enjoy the benefits brought by Suja. Yet South Sea Third High School has already reaped quite a bit. Of course, Shen Qingyan does not accept just any student. She must first assess them. One can predict that this year's martial arts college entrance exam results at South Sea Third High School will definitely not be too bad. 7th rank is too difficult. A new year has arrived in the blink of an eye. At the same time, as time passes, Suja has finally stepped into the pinnacle of 6th rank. Compared to the originally expected 3 months, he achieved it a month earlier. Suja speculates that it should be due to the luck brought by his fate. Because of the recent fame that attracted attention throughout Great Xia, his luck has soared. With rising luck, his training has naturally become smoother. Even though his cultivation has already broken through, Suja has no thoughts of exiting his closed-door cultivation. Previously, his control over his own strength had already reached a certain level. The power at the pinnacle of the 6th rank cannot compare to the full attribute boost he had before. So Suja easily mastered the strength after breaking through. He didn't even need to stabilize his realm. Now it's time to truly consider the issue of 7th rank. Suja quietly thought. In the past, although he had thought about how to break through to the 7th rank, because his cultivation was still a bit lacking, he hadn't taken action. He focused more on watching high-rank breakthrough insights. To step into the 7th rank, one needs mental strength to communicate with heaven and earth. According to many high-rank descriptions, it involves mental power resonating with heaven and earth. The comprehension might come in an instant, or it might be hard to achieve. This depends on one's personal fate. Aside from his own accumulation, Suja also received a lot of support from his school. This just happened to serve as a reward for helping the school gain fame. Of course, many high-rank individuals from South Sea Martial Arts University, witnessing Suja's strength, increased their investment in him, no longer as stingy as before. Due to the school's sponsorship, Suja's own fortune has become more abundant. The accumulated spirit stones and resources combined are worth over 200 million spirit stones. 2 years ago, his assets were only about 100,000 spirit stones. He even had to be frugal, because training requires spending spirit stones, and any emergencies require spirit stones too. So he couldn't bear to spend them. Unlike now, he could be considered quite wealthy among warriors. At least among 6th rank warriors, there are not many who are richer than him. However, even with so many spirit stones, it is still not enough. Start extracting abilities. The ability will keep spinning. Even Suja couldn't help but feel excited. No matter what the result was, he could accept it. Finally, the wheel stopped and locked in place, emanating a colorful glow. Extraction successful. Congratulations on acquiring a Flame-Hard experience card, possessing powerful fire affinity, valid for 1 month. Even Suja didn't expect that the result would be a talent-type ability. This would directly grant him the talent of a genius for this month. Generally, many people have some elemental bias in their training. If one tends to lean towards a specific elemental attribute, then practicing techniques in that aspect will gain an enhancement. Of course, not everyone has some sort of leaning. There are also many people whose elemental aspects are not outstanding, ordinary, and unremarkable. Practicing different techniques is possible, but the issue is that there is no enhancement. Previously, Suja belonged to this category. There are no leaning attributes at all. In fact, most people in the Great Xia are similar to Suja. Even those with slight leanings actually do not train much faster than Suja and others. Only those with many leanings have an advantage. For Suja, this ability is considered quite good, because he is cultivating fire-based techniques. The reason he chose fire-based techniques back then was mainly due to their destructive power, including the Mad God Blade technique. It also has a close connection to the fire element. With this talent added on, Suja's talent is considered to be in the ranks of top geniuses now, even though his cultivation has already reached the peak of the 6th grade. That does not mean he cannot continue to cultivate. Whether it is martial skills or cultivation, he can still improve. Next, Suja continuously trains with the help of his fire-based talent. The only unfortunate thing is, wanting to break through to the 7th grade using this talent is not that simple. When you think about it, Suja still has a shallow foundation. From a 6th grade to stepping into the 7th grade is actually quite like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Not that easy. It is not only talent that can allow one to break through. In the era of the Great Xia, there are many geniuses alongside Suja. Those with talent are not lacking either. There are also those who are monstrous levels, yet they're still stuck at the boundary between the 6th and 7th grades. Just like the previous Pei Qingyu, he has already stayed at the peak of the 6th grade for nearly 2 years. At present, there are no signs of breakthrough. Originally, in addition to helping the Divine Capital Martial University gain fame, Pei Qingyu had another goal, which was to gather the fortune of 6th grade geniuses, and with the undefeated path of the 6th grade, forcefully impact the realm of the 7th grade. Even if he did not succeed, he could still catch a glimpse of the road to the 7th grade, to help with his future breakthrough. However, he did not expect to have an accident at the South Sea Martial University, leading to Pei Qingyu's efforts being in vain. It can be said that the enmity between Suja and Pei Qingyu is quite significant. Although it is not to the point of life and death, it has definitely escalated into a considerable grudge. One can imagine the difficulty of reaching the 7th grade. Many martial artists at the peak of the 6th grade need to attempt breakthroughs several times before they can step in. Of course, forcing a breakthrough also comes with risks. If one is not careful, issues may arise. During this month, Suja is not in a hurry. Instead, he continues to cultivate, focusing on martial skills and cultivation. Meanwhile, he looks over some insights into high-grade techniques. He does not forcefully try to break through to the 7th grade because he feels he is still lacking significantly. If he forces a breakthrough and fails, recovery alone would take several months. With the existence of ability slots, Suja feels it is unnecessary. It's better to find an opportunity, accumulate enough, and complete the breakthrough at once. If he fails a forced breakthrough, wasting several months would be a significant loss for him. After all, super abilities refresh once every month. As time goes by, unknowingly, this month passes. Suja has no thoughts of breaking through. He continues to refine his own cultivation. Unfortunately, because his cultivation has already reached the peak of the 6th grade, the effect is significantly reduced. It's a pity for this flame heart talent. Fortunately, Suja does not dwell on it too much. This talent, if it was earlier, should have been able to greatly enhance his cultivation, but unfortunately, it coincides with his peak at the 6th grade. It could be said that the timing was not right. This innate ability ultimately could not allow Suja to step into the high rank. Just as Suja was busy figuring out how to break through, a new year of martial arts college entrance exams was approaching. The Nanhai base was continuing the special training before last year's exams. Yin Zhengxing, the current governor of Nanhai, dared not change anything, especially after Suja's fame spread throughout the Great Xia not long ago. Yin Zhengxing was even more in awe of this person, because this person was likely to step into the high rank next. Once he steps into it, he would surely hold an important position at Nanhai Martial Arts University. He had the power to directly decide his own position at the Nanhai base. A year of training in dreams resulted in explosive growth. That's incredible. The joint special training at Nanhai base before the college entrance exam was not just the affair of one base. Both Suja and the southern border had many concerns, mainly because Nanhai base was the first to change. Especially after Suja became famous in the Great Xia, it undeniably drew more attention from the southern border to the changes at Nanhai base. Perhaps this is the celebrity effect. To some extent, it can make people look at you differently. Suja occasionally learned about the situation at Nanhai base through Xin Qingyan, even though he had already left, but that did not hinder his attention to Nanhai base. In fact, Suja mostly wanted to see the changes in the policies he had set for the 2nd year. The news he had received seemed to be good, with the intense competition, including some resources subsidized by the Nanhai base. It successfully allowed many students to make rapid progress in their cultivation. There was a great possibility of maintaining the same number of accepted students in the martial arts college entrance exam as the previous year. This was already enough for the Nanhai base at this moment. It was obviously unrealistic to suddenly surpass the Xinan base. Besides, being small had its own benefits. Many bases became strong mostly because of the influence of the myriad races passage. For example, Xinan base was not actually much better than Nanhai base at the beginning. After all, 500 years ago, when the aura recovery just started, all bases were on a roughly equal starting line. However, the arrival of the myriad races battlefield strengthened many bases. Great Xia had to spend considerable effort to defend these passages. Although Nanhai base was currently weak, if looked at on a time span of 1,000 years, it was possible for it to develop. At present, the most important thing was to get more students from Nanhai base into martial arts universities, to give birth to more martial artists, even strong ones. Then through these strong or martial artists, slowly give back to the Nanhai base. This was the development plan Suja had set for Nanhai base. Currently, it was still in the first stage. Normally speaking, as long as Suja did not encounter unexpected downfall, no one dared to change the future development plan he had set for Nanhai. Yin Zhengxing. Of course, Suja also did not forget to pay attention to the successor. Through some mentors at the school, he learned quite a bit about this person, knowing that he was a relatively conventional martial artist. Such a martial artist was indeed suitable for Nanhai base. He would certainly not be called back for the time being, but compensation could be provided in other ways, such as resources. The reason Yin Zhengxing wanted to be sent back to Nanhai Martial Arts University, on one hand, was the training environment, and on the other hand was undoubtedly the issue of resources. The weight of resources was undoubtedly quite high. After all, holding the position of governor of Nanhai, one could not take on the tasks of the Nanhai battlefield. In 1 year, that would mean a lot less resources. However, Suja currently really did not lack a source of 4th grade resources. Even if it requires a little personal contribution, it is acceptable. After all, Yin Zhengxing has already expressed his intentions to align with him. So, Suja will naturally not be stingy. Although the Nanhai Martial Arts University is currently quite united, factions are still divided mainly by colleges. But sometimes, there are matters Suja can let Yin Zhengxing deal with. He can be considered a spokesperson. With a cultivation level of rank 4, that is acceptable. Of course, right now, it's more about Yin Zhengxing taking care of Su Mama and others. In a sense, Suja does want to take control of the Nanhai base. However, this matter is not significant. The Nanhai base is merely a small fry. There hasn't been any strong warrior born here. So if Suja wants to take control, many warriors of the Nanhai base might actually welcome it. Because a strong warrior represents the Nanhai base. Regardless of competing for resources or when facing crises, they can gain a lot of help. Currently, there's nothing in the Nanhai base worth worrying about. Mediocre is undoubtedly the most fitting word to describe the Nanhai base. At the Nanhai base, Suja did not spend much effort. He planned to extract his abilities for the new month. Hope I can get a good ability. It would help with breakthroughs. Suja couldn't help but think silently. The ability roulette quickly landed on a rainbow of light. Even Suja couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Because this is the most splendid light he has seen so far. At least it must be somewhat related to cultivation. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a One Dream Spring and Autumn Experience card. Cultivate in dreams for a year. Your cultivation will sync with reality. Limitation. One time. Must be used within a month. At this moment, Suja's eyes brightened even more. Because this is the most special ability Suja has ever seen. One Dream Spring and Autumn is equivalent to a year of hard training. For Suja at this time, this is exactly what he needs. With this ability, it's possible to step into rank 7. Suja whispered, one must know that even Pei Qingyu needs at least 2 to 3 years to break through rank 7. If you were to break through, then Pei Qingyu would surely never catch up with him. Because by the time Pei Qingyu breaks through, he might have already reached an even higher level. To ensure that he can break through to rank 7 this time, Suja did not use this ability immediately. Instead, he spent a full 20 days reading in detail about the insights of breaking through to rank 7, including many high-level insights about the power of the heavens and earth. In addition, he also asked the school to gather various items to assist with the breakthrough. Su Xingyan and the others did not hesitate to help with the collection. They also understood that Suja was aiming for a high level and did not expect him to succeed immediately. Even for many prodigies, failing a few times is very normal. Usually, they're allowed 3 failures, and a maximum cannot exceed 5 failures. Because once it exceeds 5 failures, the hope of breaking through significantly decreases. It is common for prodigies to fail once or twice. Having a success is actually quite rare. Plus, Suja hasn't been at rank 6 for long. Su Xingyan and many other high-level members of the Nanhai Martial Arts University believe that Suja is just trying to see what happens. Almost no one thinks Suja can succeed directly on his first try. High-level warriors understand how rare high-level achievements are. Taking Su Xingyan as an example, he succeeded on his 4th attempt. The young Su Xingyan was also a remarkable prodigy. It's easy to imagine how truly difficult it is to reach high levels. However, because it is his first attempt, the Nanhai Martial Arts University just lets Suja go. Generally speaking, personal insights are the best. If they were to interfere, then, instead, it might have confused Suja's original understanding of martial arts. This is also why many high-ranking experts do not directly teach Suja, because there is no longer a need. Having already stepped into the 6th rank, he has long passed the time of needing guidance. The capabilities of Nanhai Martial Arts University are still impressive. Moreover, with numerous connections from high-ranking individuals, they pulled together resources for a breakthrough to the 7th rank in just a week. In fact, the main reason is that no one has stepped into the 7th rank at the school for many years. Naturally, the school wouldn't specially prepare related resources. Fortunately, many resources for the 7th rank are exchangeable. Additionally, the Daxia has also produced quite a few alchemical pills that assist in breakthroughs. Soon, Suja got hold of these resources, breaking into the 7th rank. The list of master strongholds. This is the heart protection pill, which can minimize the damage from failure during the breakthrough. This is the 1,000-year stalactite, which helps comprehend the power of heaven and earth. It aids in achieving a certain level of harmony between the spirit and the forces of nature. It can be said that every single resource is worth a lot. Yet, the school provides them without asking for any conditions. Not even reaching any verbal agreements with Suja, even though Suja feels quite moved inside. The school is genuinely doing its best to help him break through. Although he knows the school wants to keep him, they have indeed invested a lot of resources. Dean, Please help me convey my gratitude to the school. Suja sincerely said. Nanhai Martial Arts University has only been established for 20 years, and much of its foundation has come from high-ranking individuals. In a sense, the resources for breaking into the 7th rank have absorbed numerous advantages from the high-ranking individuals, including exchanges for resources. It means owing a favor. What surprised Suja the most was that the person who exerted the most effort this time was actually Old John from the logistics department. Even Suja hadn't anticipated this. Although he held the position of deputy director in the logistics department, he actually didn't communicate much with Old John. Thus, Suja's gratitude was very sincere. It would be best if you could gain something. It would be the best return for the school if you could step into the 7th rank within 3 years. Su Xingyan spoke with a look of appreciation. No one is willing to support a self-serving individual. It was obvious that Suja was not that kind of person. Since that time, Suja stepped into the Nanhai battlefield and spent a month avenging the fallen mentor, including later handing over the corpses of 6th-rank savage beasts to the school for disposal. Every single event has been observed by many at the school. That's why so many high-ranking individuals are willing to help. They clearly see Suja's character. Perhaps on the surface, Suja seems a bit aloof. He's not someone who enjoys making friends. But being someone who doesn't like to make friends doesn't mean having impure thoughts, nor does a cold demeanor make one incapable. Many high-ranking experts do not judge a person superficially, but rather based on their actual actions. Within 3 years, I will definitely step into the 7th rank. Suja slowly spoke. Though he planned to succeed directly this time, there was no need to say it out loud, because being a bit low-key is still better. No one knows if unexpected situations might arise. Having confidence is one aspect, but being fully prepared is another. This is also why Suja did not directly break through, but sought help from school. After all, this is the first time he is attempting to break into the 7th rank. If unexpected situations occur, it could lead to failure. Once everything was ready, he chose a cultivation room used by top-tier individuals at the school. Suja began to use his ability, Dream of Spring and Autumn. He practiced in his dreams. Despite some magic, there were many legends about dreams before rebirth, so it was still possible to accept. Very soon, Suja fell into slumber under special powers. At this moment, Suja was in a state similar to enlightenment. In the dream, Suja experienced a whole year. Moreover, he could faintly sense that in the dream, he was not limited by his own qualifications. However, in the dream, he could do some things that he usually could not do. He even fantasized about becoming an immortal ancestor, which was not impossible. Now, it was merely allowing himself to exceed his own qualifications. No wonder this ability of dreaming through the seasons was so colorful, because this ability was even more amazing than imagined. Taking advantage of this power in his sleep, Suja's aura continued to rise. One night was actually very short, but during the dream, Suja experienced a full year. A year of hard training was undoubtedly the longest period of cultivation for Suja. When he woke from the dream, Suja's gaze had a different brilliance. His aura transformed from the peak of the 6th rank, beginning to surpass it. It was even advancing towards the 7th rank. Suja did not leave his closed-door training, but continued to remain in seclusion. Although he had used the ability to dream through seasons, he had yet to fully digest the insights from the dream. Once he digested everything completely, it would be time for him to step into the 7th rank. This dream that lasted a year yielded far more than he had imagined. If he said that before, Suja only had a lot of confidence stepping into the 7th rank. Now he had over 60% confidence. This confidence was not low. Just as Suja was in seclusion, a certain event occurred in the Great Xia. That was the introduction of the heroic rankings, which sparked considerable discussion. Many people in the Great Xia hoped that there would be a ranking for high-level martial artists. After all, many regions had their own high-level martial artists. But who was stronger was a matter of contention among people from each region. Naturally, the people of Great Xia would create a high-level ranking. After some consideration, Great Xia decided to heed the public's voice. High-level martial artists, in fact, were not easy to conceal their strength. Some cult martial artists had their own communication channels. So, it's not impossible to arrange a ranking list. However, high-level martial artists generally had their own duties. They could not easily leave the areas they were responsible for. After some consideration, Great Xia decided to rank them by their achievements. On one hand, high-level martial artists were indeed inconvenient, and on the other hand, ranking by achievements allowed room for many high-level martial artists. Perhaps the rank was a bit lower, but that was only due to the achievements, not because their strength was insufficient. One must admit that this move by Great Xia was quite good. Launching the high-level martial artist ranking not only satisfied ordinary people, but also gave some face to high-level martial artists. The high-level martial artist ranking was called the Master Ranking by Great Xia. There were a total of 3 lists corresponding to the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks. However, unlike the heroic rankings, anyone who stepped into the high ranks could be on the list, because the number of high-level martial artists was not as many as imagined. Once the Master Ranking came out, it immediately attracted the attention of many people in Great Xia. Compared to the heroic rankings, this Master Ranking could be considered a list of strong experts. Even the 7th rank was not something ordinary people could see. Similar existences like the South Sea base, it was hard to see even 5th or 6th ranks, let alone the presence of high ranks. For many people, the 7th rank was an unimaginable existence. Throughout Great Xia, there were actually quite a few places similar to the situation in the South Sea base. The passage of all races is neither too many nor too few. There are 2 or 3 places with many, while there may not be a single one in fewer areas. This has caused the average strength of warriors in the entire region to lag behind a bit. This is something unavoidable. At present, the Great Xia certainly cannot treat everyone equally. Where there are bases or places for the battlefield of all races, they will definitely be prioritized. Of course, no matter where it is, the entire Great Xia's desire for high-grade warriors goes without saying. Unfortunately, high-grade warriors have always been very mysterious. Now, with the introduction of the Master Ranking, many people can get to know about it. I didn't expect there to be such strong experts in our southeast. The first of the 9th grade is actually not from the Divine Capital area. There are many strong experts I had not heard of before, but now I have a chance to know them. Countless people in Great Xia are discussing this passionately. Many are especially interested in it. The students of Nanheim Martial University are naturally no exception. I didn't expect so many strong people from our school to make the list. Compared to other martial universities, we actually lag behind quite a bit. But I didn't expect our dean to be at least 7th grade. Many students are in discussion. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to the power of the principal and the dean. But with the Master Ranking coming out, it's hard not to pay attention. Among them, Su Xingyan, whom Su Zhe is familiar with, ranks 9th on the 7th grade list. One can say this ranking is quite high. 7th grade has the most people on all lists, probably over 600. However, compared to the entire Great Xia, that is still too few. Among so many people, the difference to make it into the top 10 is actually not that big. Almost at 7th grade, one has reached the peak. However, Su Xingyan's cultivation is clearly more than just this ranking. The main thing is that the rankings are based on combat records. Moreover, Su Xingyan, influenced by Su Zhe, has learned to be low-key. Naturally, he will not boast about his own cultivation. One must hide one's strength, for there may be a surprise in the Nanhai battlefield. One can say Su Xingyan has thought a lot about this. 77. The old principal breaks through. The surprise brought by Su Zhe. Besides Su Xingyan, similar deans and principals from other colleges have also made the list. Currently, the highest-ranking person in Nanheim Martial University is Principal Yu Xiong. He ranks 20th on the 9th grade list. One can say this position surprised many students, because Nanheim Martial University was established relatively late. Naturally, Yu Xiong, principal of Nanheim Martial University, is younger compared to principals of other martial universities. But no one expected him to now rank so high. He even surpassed many other martial university principals. Generally, only those who reach 9th grade can become the head of a school. This is a strict rule. The Great Xia clearly wants to prevent some connections from getting in. With strength limits, from a certain perspective, it is fair to many. Once the Master Ranking was released, it stirred up many great battles in the battlefield of all races. It's obvious that some high-grade warriors do not accept their rankings gracefully. Some high-grade warriors still place great importance on fame. Plus, the competitive mindset of warriors. Taking action is considered normal. At least Great Xia has long anticipated this. Taking advantage of the storm caused by the Master Ranking, a major event occurred at Nanheim Martial University. That is, the principal Yu Xiong, who had been in seclusion for many years, finally emerged. Although there are many high-grade warriors in school, only Yu Xiong has stepped in 9th grade. Since he established Nanheim Martial University, he has poured almost all his heart and soul into the school. At the beginning of the school's establishment, many matters were personally overseen by the principal. The first thing the principal did after his retreat was to convene a meeting with all martial artists above the mid-level of the school. Of course, this meeting wasn't about anything particularly important. It was mainly to allow Yu Xiong to understand the development of Nanheim Martial Arts University during his closed-door training period. Many martial artists above the 3rd level gathered in the meeting room of Nanheim Martial Arts University. As soon as the martial artists entered, they saw the old principal sitting in the main seat. Even Su Xingyan could only be regarded as a junior in front of the principal. Principal! Principal! The many martial artists greeted the old principal one after another. "Long time no see." The old principal had a very kind expression. He even chatted with some of them about their progress in cultivation. Soon, all the martial artists gathered together, and Yu Xiong looked at the many mid-level faces in Nanheim Martial Arts University, his face filled with smile. "Guangtu, you speak about what has happened during this period." Yu Xiong directly named Vice Principal Tang Guangtu to speak, because after his retreat, basically all matters of Nanheim Martial Arts University were handled by Tang Guangtu. Tang Guangtu quickly recounted what had happened over the years. He mainly picked out some major events. Small matters were not necessary to mention. When he talked about the changes on the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, Yu Xiong couldn't help but slightly frown, because these changes were not good news for the South Sea battlefield and the entire southern region. When Tang Guangtu mentioned the previous incident involving the prodigies from Shindu Martial Arts University, Yu Xiong frowned even more. The reason was that he was originally from Shindu Martial Arts University, but had many conflicts with it a few years back. Later, he brought many people to establish Nanheim Martial Arts University. The prodigies from Shindu Martial Arts University wanting to sweep through Nanheim Martial Arts University was not without this reason. Just as Yu Xiong felt somewhat helpless about how he had implicated the school, he suddenly heard Tang Guangtu continue speaking. "However, our school has a prodigy who defeated Pei Qingyu. Nanheim Martial Arts University has also made a name for itself at the expense of Shindu Martial Arts University." At this point, Tang Guangtu couldn't help but express his excitement. This could be said to be one of the most thrilling events for Nanheim Martial Arts University in recent years. Even though he knew that Nanheim Martial Arts University still had a big gap compared to Shindu Martial Arts University. But winning once was enough. Previously, when Nanheim Martial Arts University faced Shindu Martial Arts University, it was actually like Suja facing Pei Qingyu, and nobody had much hope. One victory was sufficient to shake the entire Great Xia. Yu Xiong couldn't help but look stunned. The school has a prodigy? Even he couldn't believe it as he murmured. His own prodigy from Nanheim Martial Arts University could defeat Pei Qingyu. He had heard about Pei Qingyu before he entered his retreat, but he was not simple. A 6th-level martial artist could not be easily defeated by anyone. Did their school really have such a presence? At least Yu Xiong was not aware of it. Logically speaking, a 6th-level prodigy would be greatly cherished by any martial arts university, because this represented a possibility of reaching higher levels. However, now Nanheim Martial Arts University had such a one. Even Yu Xiong felt confused. At least in his memory, there was no one like that. "It's Suja. I don't know if the principal remembers him." He awakened his hidden talent and abilities. Tang Guangtu hurriedly explained. He even mentioned some plans and support the school had for Suja, although this was decided by many high-level individuals together. But if the principal were to oppose it, wouldn't it? It was still quite troublesome. However, Tang Guangtu knew that the principal would definitely not oppose it, because the principal hoped for a successor for Nanheim Martial Arts University even more than himself. "Great!" Indeed, Yu Xiong revealed an excited expression and spoke out. He still had quite an impression of Suja, because Suja worked very hard during his training, including his performance on the Nanhai battlefield, which was somewhat unique. Even though he hadn't seen Suja much, he was still aware. There was even a time during a Nanheim Martial Arts University meeting when Suja's path of survival was mentioned briefly. Unfortunately, the university did not pay much attention to it then, because Suja wasn't without hunting the Wilderness Clan. He just had a bit lower efficiency. There was nothing wrong with preserving one's life. In fact, many low-tier martial artists still prioritized saving their lives. After all, low-tier martial artists were also very important to Daxia. Even high-tier martial artists did not step up from low-tier martial artists without a struggle. What he never expected was that Suja would give him such a big surprise. In just 2 short years, he continuously broke through to the 6th tier. He even defeated that Pei Qingyu. By the way, is Suja here? Yu Xiong couldn't help but speak out immediately. Despite being quite focused on Suja, he had only actually seen him a few times. Right now, he didn't know the situation either. At least he wanted to see him and have a look. He even planned to give Suja more support. Now, at the peak of the 9th tier, high-tier resources were of no use to him. If Suja could advance further, he would not hesitate to provide resources, because Suja might very well be the first student in the history of Nanheim Martial Arts University to reach the high tier. "Principal, that kid is still in closed-door training." At this time, Su Xingyan also spoke up. Although the principal was out, he did not disturb Suja, because Suja, who was at the peak of the 6th tier in closed-door training, was sensitive now, especially since previously, Suja had taken quite a bit of elixirs for breaking through to the high tier from the school. Then Su Xingyan briefly outlined Suja's current state. "When he comes out closed-door training, be sure to tell me." Yu Xiong didn't care at all as he spoke. He also knew that breaking through to the high tier wasn't that easy. But even if he failed, as long as there were some gains, it would be fine. Suddenly, there was a stir. The 7th tier was achieved. Just at that moment, the spiritual energy at Nanhai Martial Arts University began to become chaotic. Even some of the natural forces started to converge. What happened? Some martial artists below the high tier couldn't help but change their expressions and speak out. One should know that, generally speaking, the spiritual energy within the campus of Nanhai Martial Arts University was quite stable. Such a big change should not happen. But many high-tier martial artists showed expressions of surprise, because they didn't dare to be too sure. Currently, there's only one person in Nanhai Martial Arts University attempting to break through to the high tier, Tang Guangtu said softly, because this change looked very similar to the upheaval scene during a breakthrough to the high tier. Stepping into the high tier requires a blend of mental strength and earthly power. There would undoubtedly be some disturbances during the breakthrough process. Every high-tier martial artist had experienced this kind of situation before, so they recognized the current situation of Nanhai Martial Arts University at the first opportunity. Could it be that Suja really broke through? Are we about to have another high-tier martial artist in Nanhai Martial Arts University? Many high-tier martial artists couldn't help but speak out, and their words were filled with shock. Even Su Xingyan had the same expression, mainly because, based on their earlier assumptions, if he wanted to break through, it should take at least another 2 years. That was the least estimate, but unexpectedly, during his first attempt to break through, it seems that success is really close. It's not certain until the last step. Yu Xiong calmly spoke up, but his words still carried a lot of surprise, because being able to cause a stir means that the breakthrough process is already more than half completed. Even if this time fails, the next time will surely be close to success. Listening to the words of many high-ranking warriors, many lower-ranking warriors finally reacted at this moment. The change at Nanhai Martial Arts University was caused by that Suja breaking through to rank 7. And it seems that he has a good chance of success. Especially for many rank 6 warriors, they probably feel the deepest, because they have been at rank 6 for quite some time now. However, they have no clue about reaching rank 7 at all. It seems like he has barely been at rank 6 for a short time, less than a year. Many rank 6 warriors have stayed in this realm for at least 5 or 6 years. Moreover, according to the current trend, they might stay at rank 6 for a long time to come. In fact, for many who have reached rank 6, if they could break through in 10 years, they would be willing. As for someone like Suja, it is simply unimaginable. The meeting cannot proceed any longer, because at this moment, many warriors in the meeting are concerned about whether he can successfully break through, including President Yu Xiong, who at this moment doesn't care about understanding the recent developments at Nanhai Martial Arts University. After all, no matter how things develop during this time, it is not as important as a high-ranking warrior. Don't be fooled by the many high ranks on the master list. But once spread across various battlefields, they are not many. The high-ranking warriors on the Nanhai battlefield are divided between Nanhai Martial Arts University and the Daxia military, with the total number of high-ranking warriors adding up to only about 10. Among them, the president of the Pharmacy Academy, Su Xingyan, had quite a tense expression on his face. It must succeed. Su Xingyan kept muttering it out loud. If he could break through successfully in one go, at least it would save a year's time. This, for Suja's future development, is needless to say. Especially, being a prodigy for a year is not the same as being an ordinary warrior for a year. As for the other high-ranking warriors at Nanhai Martial Arts University, they looked at Su Xingyan with envy. The whole Nanhai Martial Arts University knew that prodigy Suja was very close to the president of the Pharmacy Academy, Su Xingyan. However, in the past, many of Suja's resources were also helped by Su Xingyan. He could obtain so many resources from the school. Su Xingyan played a vital role. Adding to some previous help, Suja has always respected the president. Can you tell me more about this prodigy? Meanwhile, President Yu Xiong continued to speak. Earlier, Tang Guangta had not said much. For example, about his family situation and other things he has done. President Yu Xiong still wanted to see what kind of person Suja is. Suja is truly remarkable, coming from a poor family, yet gradually becoming a warrior. The many high-ranking warriors at Nanhai Martial Arts University already knew Suja's information inside and out. They quickly shared all they understood about helping the entire base change when he served as the governor of Nanhai. And the rank 6 savage beast meat he hunted contributed to the school. Of course, they have not forgotten that previously, Suja stayed on the Nanhai battlefield for a whole month for revenge. He even summoned many teams from the Wilderness Clan to chase him. President Yu Xiong could not help but show an odd expression. He still found it hard to connect these things with that young man named Go Dao from before. God of killing on the battlefield? Formation Suja. He couldn't help but feel it was strange. Fortunately, Yu Xiong understood the saying that soldiers must be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. Perhaps Suja will soon surpass us. Yu Xiong couldn't help but sigh out loud. If Suja steps into the 7th rank, then he will be on par with many high-ranking ones from Nanhai Martial University. However, the principal's words made the high-ranking ones a bit doubtful, because only the high-ranking ones know the difficulty of cultivation. Whether Suja can maintain such a rapid progress is still a question. Furthermore, another important factor limiting high-ranking cultivation is resources. The resources for high-ranking ones are truly scarce. They must be fought for individually. Perhaps places like Divine Capital Martial University have plenty of heritage, but Nanhai Martial University can only rely on itself. So this also slows down the cultivation speed of high-ranking ones. Of course, it's not just Nanhai Martial University. Many martial universities in the entire Great Xia are like this. However, many of the high-ranking ones do not know this. Suja's improvement in cultivation relies more on his ability to extract. Perhaps the scarcity of resources will affect some cultivation speed, but it won't affect it too much. By the way, let the students not panic. It'll probably only take a few days. If they want to cultivate, they can go to the Nanhai base. Principal Yu Xiong suddenly thought of something else. The disturbance of the power of heaven and earth has affected many students' cultivation. Fortunately, for breaking through to the 7th rank, whether successful or not, it won't take more than 10 days. High-ranking cultivation room. At this moment, Suja has reached a critical moment in challenging the 7th rank. Previously, even though he had made many predictions about the 7th rank, he didn't expect it to be so much harder than he imagined. Channeling the power of heaven and earth is only the first step. Many have failed at this first step. If one's mental strength is insufficient, it is impossible to channel it at all. Fortunately, previously, Suja had trained his mental strength quite a bit with several boosts from his abilities. Now his mental strength is far beyond the 6th rank level. Of course, the contribution of Dream of Spring and Autumn is not small either. This ability is far more overpowered than imagined. After channeling the power of heaven and earth, one must then cleanse oneself to advance to the 7th rank. This step is also not simple, because the power of heaven and earth also possesses immense strength. To achieve the cleansing, the physical body and aspects like blood vitality must also be strong enough. Otherwise, one could be seriously injured if not careful. If it weren't for Suja's strong control, the previous ability that enhanced all attributes would have helped a lot. At least now, facing such powerful forces, Suja can initially manage it. He wouldn't encounter situations where he cannot control the power. Boom! After 3 days, the aura on Suja surged violently, finally completing the transformation. He formally stepped into the 7th rank level. Even Suja couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally broke through. From now on, Nanhai has one more high-ranking member. The disturbance of the power of heaven and earth in Nanhai Martial University gradually calmed down, because the high-ranking cultivation room blocked a large part of Suja's aura. So even the many high-ranking ones found it hard to detect whether Suja had successfully broken through at first. In the end, the aura did change somewhat, but the problem is that whether the breakthrough was successful or not, the aura would change. At this moment, many high-ranking members of Nanhai Martial University are very anxious. They regretted that the high-ranking cultivation room didn't install some kind of surveillance. Of course, it was just a thought, because installing surveillance is destined to be impossible. No high-ranking martial artist would reveal their cultivation secrets. This is the bottom line from martial artists. I wonder if he succeeded. Su Xingyan couldn't help but speak out. Let's head back first. No matter success or failure, it's not so easy to leave. Yu Xiong was the first to speak up. Success requires stabilizing the realm, while failure means healing the wounds. Many high-ranking martial artists also came to their senses at this moment, showing bitter smiles on their faces. Indeed, we won't know the result so soon. We are all a bit anxious, but there's nothing we can do about it. After all, Suja is very likely to become the first high-ranking martial artist of our Nanhai Martial Arts University since its establishment. At this moment, many high-ranking martial artists, under the reminder of the principal, also started to joke around. But they really can't be blamed for losing their composure, mainly because this matter is too important for Nanhai Martial Arts University. Firstly, the birth of a high-ranking martial artist would give Nanhai Martial Arts University an additional high-ranking combat power. No matter whether facing the Nanhai battlefield or sudden events, there will be more confidence. Secondly, it's about influence. It represents that Nanhai Martial Arts University has the ability to train high-ranking martial artists. Recruiting some talents would not be a problem. After all, a martial arts university that has not trained high-ranking martial artists is completely different from one that has. This means that the martial arts university has future successors. Many high-ranking martial artists began to busy themselves with their own affairs. Yu Xiong also did not plan to continue inquiring about the school's development. Anyway, he let Tang Guangtu continue to act as the agent for a while, just to see the changes in Nanheim Martial Arts University over the years. Of course, he would also wait for the result of this talented individual. Clearly, the principal was not as calm as imagined. A high-ranking martial artist is still very important to Nanheim Martial Arts University today. Of course, even in the Divine Capital Martial Arts University, the existence of a high-ranking martial artist is also worthy of attention. Not to mention that this high-ranking martial artist comes from a talented background, possessing more possibilities. Only one high-ranking martial artist remained on the scene. That is Su Xingyan. He was directly sitting in front of the high-ranking training room, meditating. It was clear that he wanted to know the news as soon as possible. The other high-ranking martial artists were not surprised by this scene. Given Su Xingyan and Su Zhe's relationship, it was not unexpected for Su Xingyan to wait. If they had the same relationship with Su Zhe as Su Xingyan, they would definitely be eager to know the news first. About half a month passed. Su Zhe's aura finally gradually stabilized. He officially stabilized at the initial stage of the 7th rank. I never expected to step into the high tier one day. Even Su Zhe couldn't help but express a touch of emotion. Before he was 28, being a middle-ranking martial artist was already unimaginable for him. Not to mention, now stepping into the high tier. After stepping into the high tier, Su Zhe would no longer be restricted to the ground. With the power of the 7th rank, he could soar in the sky. In the training room, Su Zhe kept trying to hover in the void. At first, he felt quite clumsy, but as time passed, he gradually got used to it. Other than the ability to fly, high-ranking martial artists also possess a unique ability of their own. That is to tame some mutated beasts. Because the mental strength of high-ranking martial artists has reached a certain level. Plus, merging with the world, their mental strength carries a lot of the Earth's power. Such power can tame some extraordinary beasts. Of course, the strength of these extraordinary beasts cannot exceed the high tier. For many high-ranking martial artists, extraordinary beasts are like another helper. Many high-ranking martial artists tame a beast to become their guardian beast. After all, as a high-ranking martial artist, many times they are restrained. Similar to the high-ranking martial artists of Nanheim Martial Arts University. In fact, many are not from the southern region, but have stayed in the southern region for many years. Many families are not in the South Sea. At this time, a loyal beast was really useful. When Su Zhe walked out of the closed training room, he saw Su Xingyan at first glance. "Su kid, have you broken through?" Su Xingyan couldn't wait to ask aloud, because this matter was related to the development of the South Sea Martial Arts University. "I did not fail to live up to expectations." Su Zhe couldn't help but smile as he replied. A breakthrough is destined to be impossible to hide, so it's better to show it off openly. Moreover, the South Sea Martial Arts University does not have that much intrigue, so there is no need to worry too much. As for evil cult warriors, unless an 8th tier existence is involved. Otherwise, Su Zhe really isn't afraid. Besides, this is the South Sea Martial Arts University. Evil cult warriors wouldn't dare to approach. Many martial arts universities are equipped with some technology. Once a strange warrior with too much strength approaches, there will be a warning. Moreover, evil cults don't have that many high-tier individuals. The entire Great Xia has so few high-tier individuals. Not to mention the evil cults. There might not be more than 3 high-tier individuals in the entire southern region evil cult. And whether there is even an 8th tier is still unknown. You've really broken through. At the same time, Su Xingyan also exclaimed with surprise. It was only after Su Zhe's personal confirmation that he dared to truly believe. There was no way. Who told this to be Su Zhe's first breakthrough? Many people didn't think highly of it before. There are really too few people in Great Xia who have directly stepped into the high tier all at once. Soon, news about Su Zhe's exit spread throughout the South Sea Martial Arts University. Yu Xiong and other high-tier martial artists rushed over immediately. Seeing Su Zhe, their eyes undoubtedly brightened. This is a breakthrough. We have gained another high tier at the South Sea Martial Arts University. This is the first time since the establishment of the South Sea Martial Arts University that a student has stepped into the high tier. The many high tiers were not fools. No matter how calm Su Zhe or how joyous Su Xingyan was, it all meant something. Because of the previous meeting, Su Zhe had gotten to know most of the high tiers in the school. As for the leader here, he still had some impression. It was the principal. However, they hadn't communicated before. Fortunately, now that Su Zhe has stepped into the high tier, he was able to handle it well. "You are Su Zhe. Really impressive." At this time, Yu Xiong kept observing Su Zhe with a smile as he spoke. Actually, just paying a little more attention. One could see Su Zhe's connection with the power of heaven and earth. proving that Su Zhe had already stepped into the 7th tier realm. However, many high tiers at the South Sea Martial Arts University, due to their excitement, did not observe too much. Principal. Su Zhe also politely spoke to the principal. He actually admired this principal who founded the South Sea Martial Arts University quite a bit. Long ago, he had learned about this principal's past experiences. Yu Xiong soon started to have a conversation with Su Zhe, but it wasn't about cultivation. Instead, it was about some trivial matters. Clearly, the principal also intended to use trivial matters to draw the two closer together. This meant many high-tier individuals missed their opportunity to win Su Zhe over. In terms of authority, one level higher can crush someone, not to mention the pressure of the principal's strength. After some trivial matters, Yu Xiong then asked Su Zhe if he was hiding his cultivation. From a school's perspective, exposing it could bring many benefits. But from a personal perspective, if Su Zhe hid some of his cultivation, it would undoubtedly be more beneficial for himself. For this reason, Yu Xiong did not force Su Zhe to contribute to the South Sea Martial Arts University. At this time, many high tiers showed complex expressions, because they seemed to forget to ask for the opinion of the person involved. To know that now Su Zhe has stepped into the high ranks, many things are not something the school could decide. After all, this is a high rank. Su Zhe couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He seemed not to expect the principal to bring up this matter. This made him feel a sense of respect. He's not a fool. He naturally understands how much promoting this would help Nanhai Martial Arts University. In fact, he had long since tacitly agreed to this matter. Now, he has quite a lot of confidence in his own strength. Along with the various help Nanhai Martial Arts University has given him, he had no complaints. It's just about exposing his cultivation level. This matter, for Su Zhe, he could still accept. Since he already tacitly agreed to it, it was inevitable he would be surprised when it was mentioned again. There's no need to hide it. Now that I've become a high rank, I will definitely take action. It can't be hidden for long. Su Zhe seemed indifferent to this matter as he spoke directly. Though he spoke lightly, the many high ranks present were not fools. They understood that Su Zhe was thinking of Nanhai Martial Arts University, especially Yu Xiong, who had a good impression of Su Zhe before and now thought even better of him. The time for the martial arts college entrance exam is approaching. If we want to promote, then we should do it quickly. Su Zhe even directly added. He also hoped that Nanhai Martial Arts University could recruit more geniuses. One person alone was not enough to support the entire Nanhai Martial Arts University. That is indeed the case. Promoting earlier gives us an advantage over many martial arts universities. Many high ranks of Nanhai Martial Arts University voiced their agreement to know that now Nanhai Martial Arts University has a certain degree of fame. At least, it has stepped out of the ordinary martial arts university's ranks. Naturally, they must seize the opportunity to pursue. On that day, an announcement echoed first across the Nanhai Martial Arts University campus. Congratulations to our instructor, Su Zhe, for stepping into the 7-rank realm and serving as the vice president of the Alchemy Institute. The announcement was repeated several times, instantly leaving the students of Nanhai Martial Arts University in shock. Instructor Su has stepped into the high rank. So fast. Many students then erupted into enthusiastic discussions. Long before this, Su Zhe defeated Pei Qingyu and became the pride of all Nanhai Martial Arts University. All the students of Nanhai Martial Arts University felt honored. After all, the gap between Chengdu Martial Arts University and Nanhai Martial Arts University does not need much explanation. Previously, although some speculated that instructor Su would soon step into the 7 ranks. However, soon meant within 2 to 3 years. Not in just a few short months, stepping into the 7 ranks. Many students, after the shock, became even more excited. After all, the stronger the school, the better it is. Among them, Song Qing was especially the object of congratulations for many. The reason is simple. Ever since Su Zhe rescued the trapped student before, Song Qing had not hidden their relationship. This meant she gained the backing of a high-rank warrior. So, Song Qing was undoubtedly in good fortune. High rank. In fact, Song Qing herself felt a bit dazed. A long time ago, she mostly just thought that teacher Shun treated her very well. So she acknowledged this relationship. Later, using this relationship, she successfully entered Nanhai Martial Arts University. Actually, she had some complex feelings inside, so she maintained a distance from her elder Su Zhe. But that doesn't mean she wasn't paying attention to this elder. On the contrary, she had a lot of concern. Watching him continuously break through in cultivation, even in her heart, she felt quite shocked. Now that he had reached the high rank level, even though she's not a warrior yet, it doesn't stop her from understanding the difficulty of achieving that. Especially now that the entire Daxia Master rankings have retreated. The number of high ranks is so few. It goes without saying. However, now the elders have become one of them. Just as many students were reacting, this news also spread quickly across the vast lands of the Great Xia. Suddenly, someone in various places noticed something. Why did that genius from the South China Sea disappear from the first place on the 6th grade list? Could it be that this genius encountered some accident? Otherwise, how could he possibly vanish from the rankings? The disappearance of the first on the 6th grade list is a big deal. Many who have previously vanished from the list have indeed faced some accidents. Even if they made it onto the list, there were still many who encountered unexpected events. After all, for low-grade warriors, no matter how talented they may be, strength is what counts. Encountering mid-grade warriors would surely lead to trouble. However, relatively speaking, most accidents happened among low-grade warriors. The fall from the mid-grade warrior list was still quite rare. Among the 6th grade list, only 5 had ever encountered incidents. Looking across the vast battlefield of the Great Xia, 5 is not as many as one might think. Now, this genius from the South China Sea has disappeared from the first place on the 6th grade list. At this moment, many people were caught off guard, mainly because it is difficult to break through to higher grades. But soon, some people finally discovered a change on the master list. This genius from the South China Sea has shown up in the last position on the 7th grade list. So he has stepped into the 7th grade. This is a high grade. He broke through so easily. Wasn't there data saying that he had only just stepped into the 6th grade not long ago? Many people in the Great Xia couldn't believe their eyes, because the difficulty of high grades goes without saying. Just look at the numbers on the master list to know. Yet he managed to break through quietly. This is simply shocking. Originally, countless 6th grade geniuses in the Great Xia were thinking of taking this genius from the South China Sea down a notch. At least they could not let him stay at first place for too long. After all, Pei Qingyu swept through the entire North, yet many southern martial arts schools had not faced him. Numerous 6th grade geniuses had not competed against him. These 6th grade geniuses were quite discontent and wanted to challenge Su Jia. If they had not battled yet, then these geniuses were still not satisfied even against Pei Qingyu. Not to mention the emerging Su Jia. However, these geniuses now inevitably felt a bit despondent, because they had already lost the chance to challenge. With this South China Sea genius stepping into the 7th grade, there was no need for challenges anymore. The gap between the 6th and 7th grades is not just large. This is a difference between mid-grade warriors and high-grade warriors. How can he cultivate so fast? Some geniuses even voiced their helplessness. Shindu Martial Arts University. Since Pei Qingyu suffered defeat in the battle in the South China Sea and returned to the Martial Arts University, he had begun to cultivate frantically. Unfortunately, the more he rushed, the less progress he made. The more he wanted to cultivate, the more difficult it became. At this moment, Pei Qingyu seemed like he was haunted by a heart demon. But this was normal. After all, he had never suffered such a heavy defeat. The internal turmoil was indeed overwhelming. In these past 2 days, Pei Qingyu had just come out to get some fresh air. It was mainly because he was a little anxious about his cultivation. What? The genius from the South China Sea has stepped into the 7th grade. Inevitably, Pei Qingyu also received news from the South China Sea. At the first moment, Pei Qingyu's face also darkened. The gap was growing larger. Su Jia had already stepped into the 7th grade. Currently, he was still quite confused about how to step into the 7th grade. The only somewhat comforting news is that Pei Qingyu had regained first place in the 6th grade. But unfortunately, at this moment, Pei Qingyu was not interested in this position at all. I vaguely remember when the ranking list of the outstanding talents first came out. He felt a lot of joy when he obtained the first position in the 6th rank. However, with the South Sea battle, all those feelings turned into sadness and anger. Pei Qingyu, who originally wanted to take a breath, once again entered seclusion. Falling behind in battle strength was one thing, but he absolutely could not allow himself to lag too far in cultivation. However, the more he wanted to break through, the more difficult it became. Shockwaves spread everywhere, back to the South Sea base. At the same time, in a place not too far from the divine capital martial arts university, Yilinger couldn't help but show a shocked expression on her face. He has stepped into the 7th rank already. Clearly, this martial arts star did not expect the person she had met a few times would break through so quickly. Originally, as a talented girl, she had quite a bit of pride when facing Su Jia back then. However, Su Jia had already defeated Pei Qingyu. This had shocked her quite a bit, and now stepping into a higher rank was even more astonishing. As a martial arts star, Yilinger knew more than what one might imagine. She would not be limited to her own strength. Even she couldn't help but sigh. He was even more impressive than expected. With more and more people becoming aware, the news of Su Jia stepping into the 7th rank finally shook the entire Xia. After all, Su Jia was not an unknown figure anymore. Long ago, when he first emerged, he had stood atop the entire divine capital martial arts university. Although later, The Divine Capital Martial Arts University suppressed the heat of this matter. Many people did not forget this outstanding talent from the South Sea. Suja ultimately held the first position on the 6th rank list for quite some time. He was still the kind that descended from the sky. He stepped into a higher rank so quickly. Compared to that Pei Qingyu, he is far behind. Who would have thought this genius from the South Sea could cultivate so terrifyingly fast? I wonder if I have any hidden talent that hasn't awakened. The entire Xia began to discuss this matter vigorously. Pei Qingyu actually had quite a few supporters. Even some of these supporters thought that Pei Qingyu might catch up. However, after Suja stepped into a higher rank, some of them fell silent, because Pei Qingyu did not know how long it would take him to step into a higher rank. Moreover, there were many rumors about Pei Qingyu and Xia. That is, this former #1 genius had his heart shattered. Trying to push into a higher rank was not an ordinary difficulty. South Sea Base. The matter of Suja stepping into the 7th rank caused a huge sensation in Xia. Everyone in the South Sea Base naturally knew this. Even the South Sea cared more about this than many people in Xia, because Suja might be one of the few high ranks to come out of the South Sea Base. In fact, the South Sea Base should have produced some high-ranking warriors. But in terms of quantity, it was still quite small. After all, the South Sea Base was relatively comfortable. Plus, there were some issues with luck. Many talents had fallen. There really aren't many who could step into high ranks. Moreover, many who stepped into high ranks did not stay in the South Sea Base. Rather, they moved their whole family. This kind of high rank would be welcomed anywhere they went. They did not care about their identity as South Sea people. Of course, these high ranks were bound to not gain recognition from the people of the South Sea Base. I didn't expect Governor Su would step into a high rank so quickly. Last year, he was still serving as the governor of the South Sea. This is great news for the entire South Sea Base. Many people in the South Sea Base, after their shock, couldn't help but discuss, including Yin Zhengxing, Li Chenggang, and others were constantly marveling. Suja is going further and further. In fact, many people felt Suja shouldn't step into a high rank so quickly, yet the reality slapped them in the face. Of course, the people of the South Sea Base were mostly happy. 因为如今整个南海基地可以说是苏哲一系，算是已经彻底掌控在了苏哲手中。本身南海基地就是南晋甩给南海武道大学的包袱，南海武道大学可不在意苏哲接受这个包袱，对于南海武道大学其实反而是件好事情。特别是随着苏哲踏足七品之后，那么苏哲任性一点，南海武道大学更是不会在意。更何况本身苏哲在南海基地的时候做的事情也不差。当然，这件事情引起最大触动莫过于沈清言、高品。沈清言一时间都有一些愣神，直到许多手机通话打进来之后，他才反应过来，这一些手机通话有来自南海基地各位高层夫，还有就是老丈人打来的。事实上，苏哲这位老丈人沈永辉在知晓这一道消息之后，可是陷入了大喜。当初的时候，我就觉得苏哲武道潜力，果然没有看错。沈永辉还不断向家中之人说起了当初的事情来。要知晓，当初的时候，女儿其实是有一些不情愿的。毕竟苏哲和沈清言一开始还是比较陌生。这一段婚姻之所以能够成就，那么和沈永辉关系还是不小的。当初的时候，苏哲其实对于自身婚姻什么并不是很在意，两世为人，他感情方面还是十分淡漠。加上沈清言长得其实也挺好看的，自然也不会排斥什么。如今沈永辉算是有点扬眉吐气的味道，沈清言对于这一些电话也一回复了，特别是自己这位老父亲。除此之外，苏妈妈、苏小锦以及沈清言等三人还庆祝了一番。他们都没有想到苏哲能够走到这一步。之前的时候，苏妈妈更多还是希望自己儿子能够平安就好，却是没有想到苏哲如今成为了高品武者。相对于低品武者而言，高品武者就没有那么容易陨落，除非是爆发那一种生死之战，或者遭遇突发的情况，否则每一尊高品陨落都有可能引起大厦的震动。倒也不是没有高品陨落，但相对低品而言就少太多了。沈清言三人还给苏哲打了一个视频电话， 七品仅仅刚开始而已。苏哲倒是心态十分轻松，出声说道：“虽然七品也算是高品，但是上边还有八品、九品，更不用说九品之上还有境界。尽管他如今的实力对于很多人而言足够震惊，但是对于真正顶尖强者而言还不算什么。”之后，他又交代了一些事情。在苏哲的话语之下，苏妈妈等人也平静了下来。之前生活该怎么样，那么现在就怎么样，并没有影响到什么。只不过沈清燕最大感觉就是周围一些人更加殷勤了，这也算是在意料之中。关于外界的反应，苏哲并没有多在意，反正也影响不到他什么。这一段时间的苏哲都在从徐盛年这里请教一些高品技巧，比如说飞行还有气液的问题，还有就是高品的修炼问题。关于高品之后，南海武道大学可就没有那么多的心得了。除了徐盛年之外，苏哲还专门找上了校长于雄，毕竟他可是如今南海武道大学的最强者。苏哲可是不会客气，不过这样好学的态度同样让于雄十分欣赏。若是能够学到一些东西的话，那么不要脸又怎么样？半个月之后，苏哲则是请假了一次。Principal, I plan to take a leave. Going back to the South China Sea base. By the way, I want to see if I can contract a strange beast. Suja said directly to the principal this time, after stepping into the high rank, although he had much more freedom than before. The problem is, he has to report in advance. Otherwise, if something happens, not being able to find someone becomes a problem. Having a high-rank combat power is still very crucial. Sure, Yu Xiong quickly agreed without hesitation. This is the norm for many martial artists after breaking through to high rank. They would take care of their family a little. Plus, now that he has finished his training, there's no need to worry about the South China Sea battlefield. If his strength still can't suppress the South China Sea battlefield, even having Su Zhe as a 7th rank won't help. This time, Su Zhe didn't inform his family, but returned quietly. He even chose to fly, rather than take a plane directly to the South China Sea base. Raise a strange beast as a pet. There is actually a road from South China Sea Martial Arts University to the South China Sea base. Although it has many dangers, that's for mid and low-rank martial artists. Generally, high-rank strange beasts dare not appear on this road, because the South China Sea is protected by many high-rank fighters. They won't allow high-rank strange beasts to come too close. They carry out blanket patrols regularly, and once found, they clear them out. Over time, high-rank mutated wild beasts naturally do not dare to show up on this road. The South China Sea had considered the problem of pressure from high-rank strange beasts attacking early on. After Su Zhe walked out of the South China Sea area, he didn't rush to travel. Instead, he began to look at the scenery around him. Due to the recovery of spiritual energy, the outdoors is now filled with forests. The previous roads are covered by various vines. Only this road still has some mercenary groups daring to escort supplies. There are still traces to be seen. In the past, Su Zhe had also walked out of the base, but every time it was with caution, afraid of accidents. This time, however, was different. After stepping into the 7th rank, whether in perception or mental strength, there were significant changes. With a range of 1,000 meters, he can sense the breath of nearby living beings. For example, he can feel a 3rd-rank strange beast nearby right now. Of course, now Su Zhe doesn't put 3rd-rank strange beasts in his eyes. At this moment, his mindset is more like that of a traveler enjoying the scenery. What kind of strange beast is better to contract? Soon Su Zhe thought of a question. This time, he mainly wants to subdue a strange beast to stay at home. But now he hasn't thought of a good strange beast yet. According to some information, some strange beasts are very irritable. Even if they're subdued, they need a lot of effort to truly submit. There might even be instances of pretending to obey, but actually not. Of course, he can choose to raise a weaker one from the start, but that would require a lot of resources and manpower. However, raising from a weak beginning might yield a more loyal strange beast. Right now, resources aren't so scarce. Moreover, the highest rank of strange beasts is only 6. Raising one is certainly not impossible. Su Zhe thought silently. If he can find a strange beast with good qualifications. Actually, it is not impossible to contract it, because the growth of strange beasts is different from human cultivation. Their growth is more inclined towards body strength and resources, etc. In the past 500 years, the Great Xia has conducted a lot of research on strange beasts. They have also categorized strange beasts immensely. Potential strange beasts have been identified to a large extent. The South China Sea is actually not as far from the South China Sea base as imagined. Plus, now Su Zhe is a high-rank martial artist. His pace and frequency are certainly not the same as an ordinary person's. Soon, they were almost back at the South Sea base. Unfortunately, on the way, Su Zhe encountered quite a few strange beasts. He even made a special detour, but ended up not finding a satisfactory beast. Suddenly, Su Zhe's spirit sensed a figure running quickly. This figure was obviously very weak. In terms of energy, it was even below the level of a first-grade beast, yet it burst forth with a speed comparable to a fighter. This naturally piqued Su Zhe's interest. As he got closer, Su Zhe finally identified the figure. Purple lightning rat. It was clearly a young pup that had just been born not long ago. But for some unknown reason, it was out on its own. This instantly caught his attention. For Su Zhe, this was indeed a great choice. Firstly, the purple lightning rat had good potential, with high-grade potential. There had been a high-grade purple lightning rat in the Great Xiao before. As for the mid-grade ones, there were even more, needless to say. Secondly, the purple lightning rat's speed was outstanding. In terms of speed, it had quite an advantage. Most importantly, the purple lightning rat was not very large. Even when it reached high-grade, its size was only that of an adult. It was suitable for breeding. Having made the decision, Su Zhe naturally would not be polite. He directly formed a spiritual contract with it. Faced with a beast that was not even first grade, a 7th grade fighter like him found it incredibly easy. Squeak, squeak. However, this purple lightning rat was quite individualistic, continuously scolding loudly. Due to the spiritual contract, Su Zhe could still understand the general meaning of this beast. Without hesitation, he directly blocked it out. Moreover, he did not immediately start training the purple lightning rat. He planned to slightly temper the character of this rat before that. After forming the contract with the purple lightning rat, Su Zhe quickened his pace back to the South Sea base. He effortlessly bypassed the monitoring and guard team of the South Sea base. For someone of high grade, if they did not want to be discovered, it was indeed very difficult for those of mid-grade and low-grade. Even some technological means would pale in comparison before spiritual strength. In the Su family, even though Su Zhe's strength had changed a lot and his family lacked for wealth and resources, neither Su Mama nor Shen Qingyan had any thoughts of moving. In fact, based on her current status, switching to a different villa would have been expected. Even the fighters at the South Sea base did not understand Shen Qingyan's thoughts. I'm used to living here and have no plans to change. Shen Qingyan's answer was quite simple. Of course, there were only the three of them, and living in such a large villa was purely a waste. At this moment, it was just the right time for dinner. Su Mama and Shen Qingyan and the three were eating dinner. With better conditions now, the dinner table was filled with spirit rice and strange beast meat, including some vegetables, all watered with spiritual energy. Although they were not mutated products, they still contained a lot of spiritual energy. After years of consuming them, they provided quite a bit of help. At first, Su Mama felt a bit pained, because one meal cost quite a few spirit stones. It was only after Shen Qingyan's persuasion that she accepted it. After all, for her daughter's cultivation and Su Mama's health, it was definitely essential. Knock knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound made Su Mama and the other two pause during their meal. Maybe someone is visiting. Xiao Jin, go open the door. Shen Qingyan did not think much and directly instructed her daughter to speak. Since they knew more people, naturally there would be some visits. With more interaction, visiting would naturally happen. Dad! When Su Xiaojin opened the door and saw Su Zhe's figure, her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Xiaojin. Su Zhe looked at his daughter, his expression gentle as he spoke. In just a year, it seemed his daughter had grown quite a bit. Compared to before, her energy was also sharper. Her vitality had even reached 300. This is quite remarkable, as many senior high school students may be affected by this. And for Su Xiaojin, there are still many years until the martial arts college entrance exam. Meanwhile, Su Mama and Shen Qingyan, who were having their meal, were stunned when they heard Su Xiaojin's voice. Then they quickly reacted. Su Zhe is back. You must know that Su Zhe had just stepped into the high rank. Neither Su Mama nor Shen Qingyan thought he would be back so soon. Yet, he suddenly returned, even without a sound. But for Su Mama and Shen Qingyan, it was enough of a surprise, because they missed Su Zhe very much. Mom, Qingyan. After Su Zhe entered the door, he greeted Su Mama and Shen Qingyan. So cute. Dad, I want one. Xiao Zhe, have you eaten yet? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Su Mama spoke directly. Even though Su Zhe had now stepped into a high rank, he would not dare to be reckless in front of his mother. But Su Mama is an ordinary person. She doesn't know that Su Zhe could go without food for years. This is the ability of stepping into a high rank, absorbing the power of heaven and earth to replenish oneself. On the side, Shen Qingyan smiled as she watched this scene. It felt a bit strange. After all, this is a high-ranking warrior, a presence renowned throughout Great Xia. And yet he was being treated this way. But this also proved that Suja was a reliable person. He would not change just because of his increased strength. Originally, Shunqing Yin had quite a lot of worries in her heart. After all, the gap between her and Suja was growing bigger. Now her heart felt a bit more at ease. I haven't eaten yet. Suja chose to obey his mother, because he knew his mother's strength. If he didn't bring up the topic, she would keep talking for who knows how long. At the dining table, Suja simply ate some rice and meat. The main reason for coming back this time is one thing. After eating a little, Suja slowly spoke. Su Mama and the others also became serious. Purple lightning mouse. Suja summoned this beast from his pet bag. This is specially developed by Great Xia for high-ranking pets. Every high-ranking individual can be given one, but the space is not large. If someone's pet is relatively large, they can pay to exchange it. Great Xia has done quite a bit of research in this area, but the price of a space bag that can hold living creatures is not ordinary. After releasing the pet, Suja originally wanted to say something else. His daughter's eyes lit up. So cute. It was clear that the appearance of the purple lightning mouse was indeed outstanding. At least Su Xiaojin liked it very much, including Shun Qingyin. Her gaze towards the purple lightning mouse also changed. Dad, is this a gift for me? Su Xiaojin exclaimed, her words filled with anticipation. Ahem. Suja didn't expect his wife and daughter to be just like the women from his past life. He originally thought that in the era of spiritual energy recovery, they would pay more attention to strength. This is a strange beast. Suja continued to speak, finally pulling Shun Qingyin and Su Xiaojin's thoughts back. This also startled a few of them, mainly because a strange beast is not something good. Previously, they merely thought it was an ordinary animal that Suja had brought back. Although Great Xia has many mutated beasts, there are also some that have not mutated, but it has already been contracted. This time returning was mainly for this little guy, Suja added. He quickly explained a little about the abilities of high ranks. In many people's impressions, high ranks can step into the void. But regarding raising pets, they really didn't know much, because not all high ranks would keep pets by their side. As Suja finished explaining everything, he paused. Dad, does that mean we can raise this thunder mouse in the future? Su Xiaojin said excitedly. That's right. Suja answered without hesitation. It shouldn't be easy to raise this exotic beast. At this moment, Shun Qingyin also spoke up. Her words were filled with quite a bit of worry. Resources are still very abundant now. Suja didn't care about Shun Qingyin's question and said. Then he mentioned the resource sponsorship from Nanheim Martial University, even though he had stepped into the 7th rank. But Nanheim Martial University still allowed Suja to continue practicing. After all, Suja was still in a high explosion period of cultivation. It was best to cultivate more if he could. So his position as vice president of the Pill Academy was more of a nominal one. Suja was very fond of the arrangements from Nanheim Martial University. He himself didn't have much thought about power, because in a world where martial arts are respected, strength is power. After listening to her husband's explanation, Shun Qingyin had many feelings. Before this, Suja had never told her these things. She realized that her husband had such treatment at Nanheim Martial University without her knowing. Shun Qingyin was not a fool. It was evident that the school regarded Suja as a successor to cultivate. This is the resource for raising exotic beasts, and the resources for your cultivation. Suja handed over the resources he had prepared earlier to Shun Qingyin. He had even specially prepared a special space bag. It was specifically aimed at beings below the mid-level martial artist. Only after Suja stepped into the high rank did he qualify to buy one bag. Regular space bags required spiritual power, which low-level martial artists couldn't use. Even he couldn't help but feel amazed. After stepping into the high rank, he learned more about the Daxia and had access to more resources. At this moment, even Shun Qingyin showed a look of surprise on her face. Space bag. Shun Qingyin knew about this thing. Generally, only mid-level martial artists could use it, and this space bag was quite special. Without thinking, one could tell it was worth an astronomical amount. The reason the special space bag could be used by low-level martial artists was mainly because it contained a crystal that could store spiritual power. Low-level users could use the spiritual power in the crystal to open the space bag. Just this crystal alone was worth more than the space bag. In fact, this kind of special bag was unknown to which genius thought it up. Even some big families rarely provided space bags to low-level martial artists. Because if a low-level martial artist had any accidents, wouldn't the space bag be lost? That would be a significant loss. Only Suja felt that this time he brought too many resources. Since there were no mid-level martial artists at home, it led him to purchase a special space bag. This time, Suja felt like a big spender. Of course, only high-level martial artists had purchasing privileges. At least no one dared to say a high-level martial artist was a big spender. Although Shun Qingyan had stepped into the second rank now, there was still a big gap to the fourth rank. Shun Qingyan, who had just received the special space bag, was very excited. She wanted to open it and take a look immediately. There are so many resources inside. After opening it, the crystal reflected the scene inside the space bag, and she couldn't help but gasp and said, the space inside was even as big as a basketball. The resources for exotic beast use were already categorized and labeled inside. Even Shun Qingyan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, because the resources used for exotic beast cultivation occupied most of the space. Exotic beasts grow relatively fast. For a thunder mouse like this, with sufficient resources, 2 years' time is enough to step into the middle grade level. Suja seemed to notice the strange expression on Shun Qingyan's face and spoke up. Of course, after stepping into the middle grade level, the speed would certainly slow down. However, within 10 years, achieving a 6th grade cultivation was still very possible. And who knows, maybe after 10 years, Suja would step above the 9th grade. This purple lightning rat also had a chance to reach the high grade level. Shun Qingyan's expression became even more emotional at this moment, because she was incredibly far from the middle grade level. In 2 years' time, whether she could reach the 3rd grade was still a question, not to mention reaching the 4th grade and becoming a middle grade warrior. Yet this magical beast could step into the middle grade level in just 2 years. One could say the gap in talent was vividly displayed at this moment. Then Shun Qingyan began to try using the space bag. After all, with Suja by her side, she didn't have to worry about any issues with using it. Moreover, now both Suja's change in identity and Shun Qingyan's rise in strength made traveling to the South Sea base and the South Sea quite convenient. However, Shun Qingyan didn't want to disturb him and had a lot on her plate. Perhaps during the summer vacation of high school, she could consider going to the South Sea Martial Arts University. In fact, Shun Qingyan quite liked the training environment at the South Sea Martial Arts University. Once she became a mentor, she would qualify for family members to accompany her. Not to mention Suja's current status as a high-grade warrior. At South Sea Martial Arts University, Suja was already considered to be in the upper echelons. He was also very close to the core of power, because his opinions were even considered by many high-grade warriors at South Sea Martial Arts University. Household chores. A powerful new talent. Dad, I want one too. At that moment, Su Xiaojin also spoke up. She had been watching Shun Qingyan's mother continuously take things out from the space bag and was quite envious. For Su Xiaojin, she did not realize the preciousness of the space bag. After all, although she had learned a lot about the world so far, she still didn't know everything. Even Suja, before reaching a certain level of cultivation, could not access some special items. Originally, Shun Qingyan wanted to say something in response to her daughter's words. However, she was preempted by Suja's voice. This is a pet space bag, and it's yours. From now on, the task of taking care of the purple lightning rat will be up to you. This pet space bag was actually as valuable as special space bags. No problem, leave it to me, Su Xiaojin said excitedly while holding the purple lightning rat. Regarding pets and such, in the age of spiritual energy recovery, it was a very luxurious thing. So it was no wonder Su Xiaojin was like this. Additionally, the magical beast of Su Zhe was originally intended to protect the family. The purple lightning rat wouldn't dare to misbehave under the spiritual contract. Next, it would be about how the person and beast would get along. In the following days, Suja completely helped the purple lightning rat shed some of its beastly instincts. Despite having mental suppression, he could decide the purple lightning rat's life and death at any moment. But next, the purple lightning rat would need to spend quite a bit of time with Shun Qingyan and others. One could say he had to eliminate all hidden dangers. The entire South Sea base had not noticed that this high grade had returned for quite some time. Of course, aside from suppressing the purple lightning rat's beast nature, Suja could also be considered to be on vacation. Since he began cultivating, Suja had rarely had time off. Back in those days, even having summer and winter vacations. But being mediocre, he wouldn't waste such time. In fact, compared to many students back then, Suja's talent was almost on par. The reason he got into South Sea Martial Arts University was largely due to his self-discipline. Aside from his time off, Suja had not forgotten to guide Shun Qingyan in her cultivation. Unfortunately, recently Shun Qingyan has still been very busy. The New Year's Martial Arts College entrance examination is just a few days away. As the vice principal of Nanhai Sanzhong, Shun Qingyan naturally has many matters to handle. No doubt about it. Shun Qingyan herself has an impressive background, plus she has reached the 2nd rank in cultivation. Not to mention being a vice principal, she has a great chance of becoming a principal as well. However, Shun Qingyan is reluctant to spend too much time on school matters. She prefers to spend her time on her own cultivation and her daughter. But still, under the requests of many enthusiastic staff, she took on the position of vice principal. My father-in-law has only ever been a class teacher. Now my wife has surpassed him. Suja even silently thought. Recently, his father-in-law has been doing quite well. He heard that several of his brothers-in-law have already reached the rank of martial artist. That has not been easy. Suja actually thought about visiting his father-in-law. After all, he is not only his father-in-law, but also his former mentor. However, this matter was directly rejected by Shen Qingyan. Just wait until New Year to visit again, to avoid those brothers seeking to curry favor, using your reputation to do some outrageous things. Shen Qingyan seemed to harbor quite a bit of resentment in her words. However, Suja did not delve into it. The reason is very simple. He knows without thinking that these brothers-in-law are not very reliable. A martial artist who has cultivated for so many years still has to rely on his old father. Such a person entering the ranks of martial artists cannot be expected to fight savage beasts or anything. However, once they become martial artists, both their status and resources improve significantly. No need to add trouble to his father-in-law. In fact, Suja does not know that previously, several brothers-in-law had borrowed a lot of resources using his name. In the end, they could not repay. This matter caused an uproar for Shen Qingyan. Family grievances should not be made public. Shen Qingyan quietly handled this matter and even did not tell Suja. However, afterward, her relationship with a few brothers from the Shun family became somewhat tense. This was back before Suja had stepped into the high rank. Now, as Suja has reached the high rank, perhaps those brothers have some thoughts again. So Shen Qingyan does not want her husband to go to the Shen family. Suja did not dwell on this matter. Although he did not go to the Shun family, he wandered around the Nanhai base quite a bit. He checked out many high school martial arts college entrance examination students. And while Suja was on vacation, the uproar regarding his entry into the high rank finally calmed down considerably. Many people wanted to go to Nanhai Martial Arts University to interview Suja. Unfortunately, Suja is now at the Nanhai base. These people didn't even have a chance to enter Nanhai Martial Arts University. It's time to draw the next ability. After adjusting his state, Suja felt a renewed desire for power. Clearly, he is someone who cannot stay idle. His pursuit of strength will not stop just because he has reached the high rank. The ability will keep spinning, and even Suja can't help but show a hint of anticipation. Finally, a dazzling rainbow light appeared. It is evident that the ability is still quite good, but he doesn't know if it is related to cultivation. Successful draw. Congratulations, you have received a Heart of Clarity experience card. Possessing a pure and serene heart that helps with mindset and other aspects. Limited for 1 month. Even Suja did not expect this time to receive such a talent. It seems not very powerful, but anything that can help with cultivation mindset should definitely not be underestimated. If he remembers correctly, this talent ability had appeared in Daxiao before. However, Suja's impression is not very deep. Fortunately, he can still check it online. The 51st being to step into the high realm in human history possesses a talent, probably when the revival of spiritual energy just began. Although there is not much description of this talent, but Suja still noticed one thing. That is, this talent is not simple. To know when the revival of spiritual energy just began. The path of martial arts was not as simple as it is now. Everything was very confusing. If one wanted to have stronger power, one had to walk their own path. Moreover, there is no detailed description about this talented person. Perhaps he has already stepped into a higher level. After thinking about this, Suja's face showed no hesitation as he immediately sensed this ability. At that moment, he felt his heart peaceful much more. Originally, some of the frustrations from pursuing strength were dispelled a lot. Besides, he could feel his spiritual power connected much better with the power of heaven and earth. At least it wouldn't be like before. To master the power of heaven and earth required spending more spiritual power. And his cultivation was unknowingly growing slowly. Of course, slow was relative to him, but compared to an ordinary 7th rank, it was quite astonishing. Moreover, the effect brought by this ability was that even if Suja did not practice intentionally, he could still gain a lot. This ability is a bit impressive, but it's a pity that it's only for a month. Suja's face showed a bit of regret and helplessness. The past of Su's mom. With the passage of time, the martial arts college entrance exam finally arrived. On this day, the entire Nanhai base fell into a tense atmosphere. Especially for those hopeful students, many parents were extremely nervous, because this was the time to decide a life's fate. Suja also took his already on break daughter to watch many students take the exam. Thanks to some previous changes, compared to previous years, more students still showed genius-level strength. At least let Suja feel quite pleased. He still hoped for a better future for Nanhai. Of course, the results of the martial arts college entrance exam came out quickly. The number of people from Nanhai Base who crossed the martial arts college entrance exam score line was 10% more than last year. This made everyone in the Nanhai Base very happy. It also proved that Suja's previous changes for the Nanhai Base were effective. Maybe these measures will be promoted throughout the southern region. At this moment, Suja received a phone call notification from the dean, Yu Xiong, about a task. 1 week later, the southern region will hold the Southern Region Conference in Sinan. It mainly concerns various affairs in the southern region. Every faction needs to send a representative. The representative for Nanhai Martial Arts University will be assigned to you this time. All right, principal. I will go to Sinan Base on time to participate. Suja had no reason to refuse, he said. It's just a conference. He probably understood a little about the principal's intentions. It's just to show off that Nanhai Martial Arts University has successors. On the other hand, it's purely to create momentum for him. Participating alone as the representative of Nanhai Martial Arts University at the Southern Region Conference, and putting all power in his hands. This is both a test and a trust, and it represents that he officially became the next heir of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Previously, he was only recognized by many senior figures in Nanhai Martial Arts. Now he has received the principal's recognition. The significance is different. Being a 9th-ranked martial artist, Yu Xiong represents absolute authority in Nanhai Martial Arts University. Looks like my vacation time is coming to an end. After ending the call, Suja murmured softly. Regarding the Southern Region Conference, he had never participated before, but it does not mean he had not heard of it. Once upon a time, Director Su Xingyan attended many times. However, at that time, Nanhai Martial Arts University was trying to build momentum. Often, when participating once, there would be no less than 607 people present. It actually gave off a bit of a pressured vibe. Interestingly, this time, he was the only one there. Suja found it hard to understand the intentions of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Fortunately, he didn't mind the situation. So what if he was alone? Now, he was also one of the top-tier members. In the entire Southern Conference, the highest rank was only the 9th level. As long as he was given enough time, he could catch up. Should we go play in Xinan? Suja mentioned this to Su Mama and the others, offering a suggestion. After all, Xinan is the largest base in Xinan. There are quite a few things there. Compared to the Nanhai base, the types of food resources are plentiful. It could be considered for procurement. Although Suja could also purchase resources for Shun Qingyan to cultivate. Because the grade was too low, it wasn't necessary to trouble the school. Plus, after the martial arts college entrance exam ended, Shun Qingyan just happened to have time. It would be just right to go for a visit, but it still depended on the family's thoughts. Similar to Shun Qingyan and Su Xiaojin, they had quite a few expectant looks on their faces. Only his mother seemed to have a strange expression. This made Suju a bit curious. Could it be that there was some issue with the Xinan base? Shun Qingyan and Su Xiaojin quickly noticed Su Mama's problem. Mom, is there something wrong with Xinan? At this moment, Shun Qingyan timely asked. Only then did Su Mama slowly come back to her senses. Actually, I am from Xinan. Su Mama spoke slowly. This stunned even Su Zhe and the others. In Su Zhe's memory, his mother had always been alone. He had previously assumed that his mother's family had long disappeared. In the world of high martial arts, such things were actually very normal. Battles with various races or attacks from exotic beasts or evil cult martial artists. It was easy to cause casualties, and there was no absolute safety for either martial artists or ordinary people. Even at the Divine Capital base, there were many casualties every year. Not to mention other bases. He never expected that his mother's situation was not as he thought. Actually, my relationship with my parents was not good back then. Su Mama couldn't help but fall into distant memories. When she was with Su Zhe's father, her family had actually strongly opposed it. They even threatened to sever ties. Su Mama originally came from a martial arts family. Her father was a strict second-grade martial artist. He did not believe in emotional matters. Moreover, her father had quite a few offspring. In the high martial era, due to years of war, the Great Xia encouraged childbirth. Especially among martial artists, having a few illegitimate children was quite normal. The Great Xia also turned a blind eye, because the offspring of martial artists had relatively higher qualifications. Su Mama's father was like this. There were quite a few children, so Su Mama was one of the illegitimate daughters as well. In the end, Su Mama chose Su Zhe's father. This led to her severing ties. However, this event impacted Su Mama's heart quite a bit. Su Mama briefly explained what happened back then. I didn't expect my mother had such an experience. Su Zhe also showed a strange expression as he thought. It was barely a story of a rich girl and a poor boy. But over 30 years had passed, and there was no contact at all. Su Mama had probably long been forgotten, but that was normal. Su Mother's martial arts talent is indeed not impressive. In the eyes of some martial artists, without martial arts talent, one naturally does not receive attention. It is unknown whether that nominal grandfather is still alive. Should we investigate? Suja looked at Su Mother and couldn't help but ask. As he stepped into the high rank, he could increasingly leverage the power of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Investigating someone is indeed quite simple, unless that nominal grandfather has someone in the family who has reached high rank. But Suja felt that it was impossible, because high rank is not simple. Many martial artists need to start breaking through at least from the age of 40. Therefore, there are not many concerns. Forget it. In the end, Su Mother shook her head and said, "What is in the past is already in the past. There is no need to pay attention to anything anymore. Anyway, the relationship has long been severed, and she would not choose to continue any connections. Although her husband has passed away, her son has become a high-rank martial artist. With every move, he can even influence a base. So this kind of life is already very satisfying, though there might be some dissatisfaction. It's just that Suja's offspring are still too few." Suja nodded his head, but felt differently inside. No matter what, he still needs to investigate first. He still has a lot of interest in his parents' past, and he fears it's not as light as Su Mother said. The Wang family's debt, heading to the Sinan base. Su Mother's name is Wang Jingli, but very few people call her by this name. Even Shen Qingyan might not know Su Mother's name, because usually they do not directly call her by name. Suja directly activated his network to start the investigation. Although it has been more than 30 years, investigating was not as difficult as imagined. After all, anyone who steps into martial arts will be registered. As for Su Mother, she did not agree to go to Sinan immediately. Instead, she wanted to think about it. It is clear that the mother has many hesitations about going to Sinan. To say that she does not want to return to Sinan to take a look is not true. However, she also doesn't want to meet familiar people from the past, making her heart very conflicted. 3 days later, Suja received the investigation results. Mother passed away early in childhood, brought back by father, but later marginalized at home. The Wang family once caused a big uproar over Wang Jingli. It was only after father spent a lot of resources that the relationship was severed. He did not expect this process to differ significantly from what he imagined. Previously, he thought it was a story of a rich girl and a poor boy, but now it seems it is not so. However, thinking about his own life, his father was also a martial artist. Though he passed away early, it proved some of his potential. He cannot be called a poor boy. As for his mother, her experience is somewhat tragic. She seems to have come from a martial artist family, yet she is a daughter born out of wedlock. Plus, with her mother's early death and lack of martial arts talent, she was not valued. Having a meal was already good enough. Some of the experiences his mother previously mentioned were probably embellished. Besides his mother's past experiences, there are the developments of the Wang family over the years. In a new generation, there are no outstanding martial artists emerging. The highest is only 3rd rank. Suja couldn't help but slightly frown, as this matter clearly involved many grudges. Revenge, or something is not impossible. The question still depends on what his mother thinks. Wang Quan. Suja couldn't help but whisper, his words filled with sarcasm. Since the relationship has been severed, then there is naturally no need to care about titles. Unknowingly, only 1 day remains until the start of the Southern Territory Conference. Su Mother finally decided to go with Suja to the Sinan base to take a look. In the end, she still had quite a lot of nostalgia for Sinan. Secondly, it was the confidence brought by Suja's cultivation. The happiest ones were undoubtedly Shen Qingyan and Su Xiaojin. This mother and daughter pair were very much interested in the Sinan base. Because Su's mother did not say much, and Suja also did not inform them of the investigation results. Naturally, Shen Qingyan did not pay much attention to it. Sinan base. Regarding Suja's arrival, in fact, after boarding the flight, the southern region had already received the news. After all, boarding now requires identity verification. High-ranking martial artists can even use special flights. However, for Suja, it was not so necessary. Long before the principal notified, Suja had booked 4 plane tickets. He did not waste manpower and resources. Many people did not know about this plane, which was carrying a high-ranking martial artist. Although Suja caused a sensation throughout Great Xia and was recognized by many, as long as he did not want to be recognized, it was still quite simple. On the plane, he did not encounter any strange beings. This was the first time the whole family traveled together. Whether it was Shen Qingyan or Su Xiaojin, both were very happy. However, Su's mother clearly appeared somewhat distracted. "Don't worry." Fortunately, at that moment, Suja held Su's mother's hand and spoke. At this time, Su's mother also came back to her senses. With her son present, she really didn't have to worry so much. Even though her martial arts talent was not that great, she had a good son. When they walked out of the airport through a special passage, someone had already been waiting there for a long time. Senior Su, a young man, who looked about the same age as Suja, spoke respectfully. This person was Zhong Jianyuan, a staff member of the Southern Region's governor's office. He had a fourth-grade martial arts cultivation. This time, he was specifically responsible for the reception of this newly risen high-ranking martial artist. Able to step into the fourth grade, Zhong Jianyuan could actually be considered a genius. Unfortunately, in Sinan Base, having fourth-grade cultivation still fell a bit short. After all, Sinan is the central area of the Southern Region. Moreover, there was also the Sinan battlefield. This Sinan battlefield opened 40 years earlier than the South China Sea battlefield, so Sinan had developed quite early. The most obvious comparison is that Sinan's population exceeds 50 million. Of course, fourth grade is not common, at least better than many people. Not to mention Zhong Jinyuan's age is not that old, and he still has a lot of potential. Maybe there is still a chance for a high rank. Having such an existence come to greet, Suja was not considered impolite. Hello, Suja simply spoke. After arriving in Sinan, he did not hide his appearance. Otherwise, it would not be easy for the person in front to recognize him. Afterward, Zhong Jianyuan quickly introduced himself. This made Shun Qinyan and the others look a bit surprised. They did not expect a staff member to have fourth-grade strength. To know that this strength could serve as the governor even in the South China Sea base. At this moment, Shun Qinyan could finally clearly perceive the gap between the bases. Previously, when they went to South China Sea, they mostly stayed in the apartment, so they did not have much feeling. The Southern Region has arranged accommodation. Please follow me, senior. Zhong Jianyuan quickly continued to speak. Although he did not expect this senior to bring family members, it was not a problem because the Southern Region arranged places for these high ranks that were quite spacious. It was more than enough for a family to stay. Okay, as you wish. Suja did not hesitate and spoke indifferently, as always. At least in front of outsiders, his image was still somewhat aloof. Fortunately, Zhong Jianyuan did not mind, because strong people all have their own pride, and some high-ranking martial artists even have a bit of a temper. Let alone the person in front of us. He is truly a top-notch talent. This kind of attitude is actually considered good already. Zhong Jianyuan brought Suja to a hotel suite. The location is still at the center of Sinan. Without saying much, one can tell this room is not as simple as it seems. Because Suja can clearly perceive that the closer one is to the center, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. It is even several times higher than that of the Nanhai base and surpasses the spiritual energy concentration there. Furthermore, the entrance to the myriad races battlefield in Sinan base is located right at the most central position. It is obvious this is not an accident, but intentional. Once a problem occurs in the myriad races battlefield, the entire Sinan base will become a siege circle. In addition, from the airport to the hotel, Suja could feel the number of martial artists is unusually high. He could even occasionally sense the presence of intermediate-grade martial artists. Sinan is indeed unique in the entire southern region. Even Suja couldn't help but silently marvel. It's known that the number and quality of martial artists here are not something Nanhai can compare to. As for the Nanhai base, there is even less to say. After putting down some luggage, the family set out to explore the Sinan base. Zhong Jianyuan, a fourth-grade martial artist, acted like a tour guide. He led Suja's family around, showing them everything, with no dissatisfaction whatsoever. In fact, Suja did not know. This time, Zhong Jianyuan took the initiative to request this reception task. On one hand, he was very curious about Suja. The reason is simple. He had watched the previous battle between Pei Qingyu and Dai Qing at Sinan University. He witnessed the strength of Pei Qingyu, a top talent from the Shindu Martial Arts University. Seeing it live is completely different from watching it on video. Many in the Great Xia could see Pei Qingyu's power, but they did not feel it as deeply. However, Zhong Jianyuan experienced it personally, and it felt different. As a genius, he was still a long way from Pei Qingyu and other top talents. Originally, Zhong Jianyuan believed that Pei Qingyu could sweep through the entire Great Xia's 6th grade without a problem. However, he did not expect that Suja from Nanhai would suddenly emerge. He defeated this invincible myth. As a result, Pei Qingyu fell into a slump, and when he could regain his confidence is still an unknown. Su Sr., the pillar of the southern region. Suja's shocking achievements go beyond just defeating Pei Qingyu. Suja has, in a short time, stepped into the high grade. He has become the focus of the entire southern region. Perhaps if we look at the entire Great Xia, there are quite a few 7th grade martial artists. But spread across the southern region, their numbers are not as many as one might think. And now, Suja has become one of them. One can only imagine Zhong Jianyuan in shock. Of course, on another hand, to maintain some connection with his high-grade talent. Zhong Jianyuan had a premonition that this individual would not stop at 7th grade. Upon truly meeting Su Zhe, he sensed something special from him. First and foremost, the gap in cultivation reminded him that this is a dangerous individual. In one phrase, it's sharp and outstanding. However, Su Zhe had just broken through, so it was understandable. In fact, Su Zhe was in a state of clarity, combining his aura with the power of heaven and earth that overflowed. This caused Su Zhe to be in a particular state now. Zhong Jianyuan quickly took Su Zhe's group to a shopping mall. This is the largest food-selling mall in Sinan Base. It has the most diverse food categories. It even has snacks from before the revival of spiritual energy. Zhong Jianyuan continued to introduce as he spoke. It was evident he had come here often. As soon as Su Xiaojin saw so many snacks, suddenly, she couldn't move anymore. It's important to know that although there are some snacks at the South Sea base, there aren't many, and Su Xiaojin was already tired of eating them. Snacks here aren't cheap. Shen Qingyan frowned and said, in fact, if you buy more, you could afford elixirs. Rare things are costly. These items are actually aimed specifically at martial artists. Only families of martial artists can afford them. Since we're here, let Xiaojin buy a bit more. Su Zhe spoke up for his daughter. Although these things were not cheap, it meant nothing to him. Plus, with the training in martial arts, he didn't worry about the negative effects of eating too many snacks. You just spoil her. Shen Qingyan rolled her eyes at Su Zhe and said, even though Su Zhe had become a high-level warrior, his personality hadn't changed at all due to his increased power. Naturally, Shen Qingyan didn't expect any changes due to Su Zhe's strength. Su Mama rarely stopped them, allowing her granddaughter to buy things. Once they stepped into the Exinen base, Su Mama's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Even after more than 30 years, the Exinen base had indeed changed a lot. But the familiar feelings still made Su Mama feel very nostalgic. Jingli, suddenly, an uncertain voice sounded. This voice made Su Mama pause. She felt this voice was somewhat familiar. Turning around, she saw a woman in cleaning clothes, her face marked by a lot of hardships. Faintly, Su Mama felt a sense of familiarity. Jin Yan, Su Mama said uncertainly. It was hard for her to connect her friend from over 30 years ago with the woman before her. Jingli, it's really you. I thought I would never see you again in this life. The woman exclaimed excitedly, her face glowing. Then Su Mama, even more excited, embraced the woman. Su Zhe and the others had strange expressions on their faces. It seemed they hadn't expected Su Mama to run into someone she knew there. After all, more than 30 years had passed. Even those who were once familiar would fade over time. It was rare for someone to remember Su Mama. Let alone in such a big place like Exinen Base, it wasn't easy to bump into people. Thus, Su Zhe and the others weren't in a hurry. After all, Su Mama was the biggest one in the family, even if Su Mama wasn't a martial artist. As for Zhong Jianyuan, he didn't say anything, but he could still tell that he was the sort to be quite filial. In his heart, he rated Su Zhe even higher. Due to the fact that the Great Xia Empire turned a blind eye to many things, it resulted in many martial artist families having illegitimate children. This led to a big dispute over resource distribution. Many family relationships were not very friendly. Even the Great Xia Empire found it hard to correct this issue. After all, it was their tolerance that allowed martial artists to have many children. Moreover, this situation truly improved the quality of many younger generations, especially for high-level martial artists like Su Zhe. They even encouraged having more children. Unfortunately, Su Zhe didn't have such thoughts right now, more so just going with the flow. About 10 minutes later, Su Mama and Jin Yan finally pulled away from their reminiscing. Anyway, Su Zhe and the others thought Su Mama and her friend could catch up for days and nights. Su Mama felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Meeting an old friend made her forget that her son and others were still beside her. This is my old friend, Jin Yan. Su Mama began to speak. It turned out this woman named Jin Yan had known Su Mama over 30 years ago at school.